Rentaro bows deeply to Asakawa on their graduation day and begs her to go out with him because he wants to stand by her side. Asakawa blushes and acknowledges his friendly and outgoing nature, saying she likes those qualities about him. Asakawa finishes her response by explaining that she feels physically ill just imagining him as her lover. Rentaro falls to the ground in absolute shock, feeling like he might die from the sheer weight of this devastating rejection. Rentaro's friend walks beside him on the way home, telling him to cheer up and dismissing the rejection as no big deal. The friend criticizes Rentaro for ruining their graduation day with a miserable expression. When Rentaro asks what that expression looks like, his friend points out that it is exactly the pathetic face he is making right now, before asking about his overall rejection streak. The friend smiles and explains he only asked because it is their last day together, though Rentaro dramatically claims their friendship has been ruined by the question. He prepares to reveal the final number of his failed confessions. Rentaro bursts into tears as he confesses that today's failure marks his 100th rejection, though he tries to console himself by noting how strong his mentality must be to have endured 99 previous heartbreaks. The friend jokingly suggests granting Rentaro the title of love hero, prompting Rentaro to scream in frustration and beg for someone to finally take him off the market. The friend asks how Rentaro managed to accumulate 100 rejections and questions when he first confessed to someone. Rentaro admits he started when he was only 8 months old, leading his friend to decide that he is a monster rather than a hero. His friend warns him that starting so early without any reciprocation might trigger a romantic overload. Rentaro desperately vents his longing to have a girlfriend, describing how he wants to experience hand-holding butterflies, playful love fights, and real snowball fights. The friend reflects on the mystery of Rentaro's constant rejections, noting that his reputation among girls has somehow remained consistently positive instead of turning sour. The friend lists Rentaro's good traits, pointing out his decent looks, academic and athletic abilities, kindness, general popularity, and approachable nature. Rentaro blushes intensely and defensively asks if his friend is actually attracted to him. The friend encourages Rentaro to cheer up for high school, though he darkly predicts that his rejection streak will grow even larger, there warning him not to do anything extreme. Rentaro complains about his friend's depressing outlook on his fresh start. Rentaro stands before a traditional matchmaking shrine, determined to seek divine intervention for his love life. Clasping his hands together in front of the offering box, Rentaro desperately begs the gods of love to hear his prayer. Rentaro tearfully prays for a happy high school life with a girlfriend, only to be startled when a mysterious voice suddenly tells him not to worry. A massive, highly detailed face of an elderly bearded man emerges directly from the wooden slats of the offering box. Rentaro screams in absolute terror, accusing the bizarrely emerging face of being a donation thief, and questioning why a thief would show up in such a terrifying manner. The entity furiously corrects him, asserting that he is actually the resident god of the shrine, and questioning if this is really how a deity is expected to present himself. The figure fully emerges from the offering box by passing through the solid wooden slats while holding a staff. Rentaro admits he struggles to believe the entity is a god, pointing out that ghosts can also phase through objects, which prompts the figure to firmly reiterate his divine status. The god tells Rentaro not to worry because regardless of prayers, he is destined to encounter his soulmate in high school. Rentaro is left bewildered and finds the idea of having a soulmate completely unbelievable. Rentaro jokingly asks if the god actually meant a soul meal that he has to eat like a character from Tokyo Ghoul. The god prepares to clarify what he actually means by the term soulmate. The god explains that a soulmate is the ultimate romantic partner assigned to every individual the very moment they are born into the world. After Rentaro repeats the phrase, the god confirms it, explaining that meeting a soulmate causes a literal shock to run through the body, instantly triggering an incredibly intense love at first sight. Rentaro repeats the idea of falling in love so hard that it hurts, prompting the god to agree and bring up an important distinction regarding how men and women experience falling in love, stating that men fall in love gradually, while women fall in love instantly. Rentaro repeats the god's words again, which causes the god to break the fourth wall and angrily yell at him for wasting panels and repeating explanations when there is still so much to draw for the manga's first chapter. The god goes on to explain that soulmates are destined to meet at a designated time. He points out that while some people go through life entirely alone because they were never assigned a soulmate, those who do have one are incredibly fortunate. Rentaro feels relieved realizing this means he is guaranteed to meet his soulmate in high school and happily fall in love. The god confirms this but hints that there is more to the situation. The god shocks Rentaro by revealing that the actual number of soulmates he is destined to encounter during high school is exactly 100. The god explains that Rentaro will be free to choose among any of these girls, because he accidentally directed all his romantic luck into one massive jackpot, which also caused his 100 rejection streak. Rentaro blushes at the idea but skeptically asks if this is a lie, to which the god replies that deities do not lie. Rentaro warns the god that if this claim turns out to be false, he will burn the shrine to the ground. The god is shocked by the direct threat, while Rentaro decides that if it is true, he cannot wait for high school to begin. The high school entrance ceremony finally arrives and Rentaro stands outside the school building excited that the day has finally come. Rentaro walks down the hallway holding a class printout, noting to himself that after the ceremony, the rest of the day will just involve reviewing school rules with his classmates. Rentaro suddenly collides head-on with two girls in the hallway, sending all of them crashing to the floor as they cry out in pain and surprise. One of the girls, Karen, angrily holds her pigtail and tells him to watch where he is going, while the other girl, Hikari, politely insists that she should be the one apologizing for the collision. Rentaro and the two girls freeze as their eyes lock onto each other in complete silence. A literal bolt of lightning-like shock suddenly courses through all three of them, simultaneously leaving Rentaro and both girls completely stunned. Rentaro clutches his chest in disbelief, wondering what just happened, as he feels a physical shock run through his entire body, realizing that these two girls must be the soulmates the god spoke of. Rentaro tries to look away, realizing that staring too intensely will make him look suspicious, since the girls do not know they are destined partners, though both Karen and Hikari are also blushing and staring right back at him. Rentaro extends his hand and asks if they are both all right, prompting a flustered reaction from Karen, while Hikari blushes deeply and looks away in silence. Hikari complains of hurting her leg from the fall and asks Rentaro if he can carry her all the way to the nurse's office, catching him off guard while Karen watches in stunned silence. Rentaro panics and apologizes while readily agreeing to carry her. Hikari giggles as Karen angrily snaps at her for sticking too close to Rentaro, only for Hikari to play it off as a necessity for balancing. Rentaro bursts into tears and dramatically blames himself, sobbing that he is the worst for injuring his soulmate on the very day they met. Both girls stare at him in complete bewilderment. Hikari is deeply moved by Rentaro's reaction, amazed that he would cry so much over a stranger's minor injury, and thinks to herself how incredibly kind he is. Rentaro helps Karen up and asks if she can stand, causing her to stutter nervously, while Hikari politely thanks him, leaving all of them flustered. Karen suddenly drops to her knees and loudly claims that she wants him to carry her too because her leg is also hurt, which confuses Rentaro until he realizes that she might actually be injured as well. Rentaro lets out a massive dramatic scream of despair, completely shocking both girls. Karen angrily demands to know how Rentaro managed to injure both of them so badly with just a slight collision, questioning if he is a walking fortress of muscle, while Rentaro continues to panic. Rentaro stands completely confused by the chaotic turn of events, while Hikari also looks bewildered by the sudden shift in the situation. Both girls squat on the floor complaining of their pain, and Karen demands that Rentaro just hurry up and carry both of them, prompting him to quickly comply. Rentaro carries both girls side by side, but cries out that the arrangement actually makes him look like the one who is injured. As they walk, Karen snaps at Hikari for pressing too close to Rentaro and threatening her balance, but Hikari counters that it is necessary, leading to a tense argument that leaves Rentaro feeling overwhelmed. Rentaro panics and yells as both girls press tightly against him from both sides during their bickering. Rentaro is overwhelmed by the situation, comparing the clinging girls to cicadas, and noting how amazing they both smell, feeling like the luckiest telephone pole in the universe. Feeling like he might turn into a girl from being sandwiched between them, Rentaro nervously suggests that they finally make their way to the nurse's office. Rentaro introduces himself as a first-year student in Class 4 and asks for their names. They introduce themselves as Hanazono Hikari and Inda Karen, both revealing they are in the exact same class, though they speak at the same time and prompt Rentaro to ask them not to talk over each other. As other students walk by discussing a rumor about a love charm in the school, Hikari and Karen both perk up at the mention of the gossip. The passing students explain that confessing in the school garden with a rare pink four-leaf clover guarantees success. Karen dismisses the rumor as childish while Hikari finds the concept slightly scary, but notes that it reportedly has a perfect success rate. Hearing about the love charm, both girls suddenly bolt down the hallway claiming they have urgent business to attend to, which leaves Rentaro screaming in disbelief about their supposedly injured legs. 4 hours fly by and the school day finally ends for all the first-year students. A teacher apologizes to Rentaro for taking up his time, explaining that he did not expect Rentaro to spend 4 hours helping him find his dropped contact lenses. Rentaro politely reassures the teacher that they should always help others in need, though he internally laments the lost time as he had wanted to talk to Karen and Hikari as soon as school ended. Rentaro spots Karen and Hikari still on their hands and knees in the school garden, desperately searching the grass for a four-leaf clover, even after 4 hours have passed. Rentaro is stunned to realize they have been searching for a four-leaf clover for 4 hours straight, just to give it to him, even as he notes the irony of his own 4-hour search for contact lenses. After observing their deep dedication, Rentaro feels compelled to get them something in return, but he hesitates, worrying that they might find it creepy since they are not actually dating yet, before ultimately tossing his worries aside and running off to buy them drinks. Karen searches the clover patch, muttering to herself that all the four-leaf clovers are likely gone due to the rumor, when she suddenly hears someone calling her name. Rentaro approaches her with drinks in hand and remarks that finding a four-leaf clover is much harder than it looks, completely startling her. A deeply embarrassed Karen loudly denies looking for a clover, awkwardly claiming instead that she was only searching for a place to relieve herself because of a sudden urge. Rentaro deadpans that her cover-up has only made the situation far worse and asks if she is all right. Rentaro looks around and asks where Hikari went. Karen, still kneeling, admits she was there just a minute ago and guesses she might have gone to the bathroom, prompting Rentaro to prepare his next move. Rentaro holds out a canned drink, gently telling Karen to have a drink because she must be tired, which leaves her speechless and blushing. Karen defensively demands to know what the drink is, for prompting Rentaro to backtrack and tell her that she does not have to accept it if she finds his gesture creepy. Karen aggressively snatches the drink, declaring that, while the gesture is incredibly creepy, she will drink it anyway, just so it does not go to waste. Rentaro remarks on how unreasonable she is being, noting that it is obvious she is just forcing herself to act tough. Rentaro suggests they finally call it a day since it is getting quite late, and Karen quickly agrees, stating he does not have to tell her twice. Karen suddenly stops walking and turns away, holding the can, while Rentaro watches her expectantly. Blushing intensely, Karen looks over her shoulder and quietly mutters a thank you, completely surprising Rentaro. Rentaro is hit with a sudden wave of realization, recognizing that Karen is a classic tsuneer. Karen immediately backtracks on her thanks, huffing that he should not think she is grateful at all, before running off, leaving a flustered Rentaro utterly confused about her true feelings. Rentaro then encounters Hikari, who is surprised to see him. He explains that he knew she and Karen had been searching for a four-leaf clover all this time and bought them some drinks because they must be thirsty, offering her one. Hikari blushes deeply and is touched that Rentaro went through so much trouble just to bring her a drink. Hikari coyly claims she cannot finish a whole can by herself and asks Rentaro to drink half of it, secretly plotting to secure an indirect kiss. However, Rentaro completely ruins her plan by revealing he anticipated this and bought a smaller can specifically for her, leaving her utterly speechless. Determined to make her indirect kiss plan work, Hikari does some rapid mental math, arguing that the smaller can still contains an extra 15 milliliters over an exact half measure, and is therefore too much for her to finish. Rentaro incredulously asks if 15 milliliters is really that big of a deal. Hikari reluctantly agrees to drink a bit, but complains that drinking exactly 15 milliliters is difficult. Rentaro simply takes a gulp himself to leave exactly 15 milliliters in the can and hands it back to her. Rentaro suddenly freezes as he realizes that by drinking from the same can they are sharing an indirect kiss, which leaves both of them completely flustered. Both of their hearts pound wildly as the reality of the indirect kiss sinks in. Overwhelmed by the excitement of the indirect kiss, Hikari suddenly chugs the entire can in a nervous frenzy, causing Rentaro to yell out in surprise. In her panicked haste, Hikari slips and drops the can, spilling the remaining juice all over her skirt, causing both of them to cry out in shock. Hikari drops to the ground in absolute despair over her spilled drink. Rentaro, completely misunderstanding her distress, screams in disbelief and asks if she really loved the juice that much. Rentaro quickly kneels down and offers Hikari a checkered handkerchief, telling her to wipe off the juice she spilled on her skirt. Hikari hesitates, staring in surprise at the handkerchief, while Rentaro urgently presses her to take it and clean herself up. Hikari reaches out her hand to take the handkerchief from Rentaro. Instead of simply taking the cloth, Hikari gently grasps Rentaro's hand, holding it in her own. Rentaro is startled by the sudden physical contact, though he cannot help but notice how incredibly soft her hands are as she holds them. Hikari looks down, blushing intensely, and softly calls out his name. With her heart racing, Hikari formally confesses her feelings to Rentaro, telling him that she likes him and asking him to go out with her. Rentaro is completely shocked by the sudden confession, prompting Hikari to quickly apologize for springing it on him so abruptly. Hikari explains that she fell in love with him at first sight, before dropping a hint that she is actually not the only person who holds these strong romantic feelings for him. Hikari admits she felt she would regret it for the rest of her life if she did not confess soon. Rentaro bursts into massive tears of joy, sobbing about how happy he is, because this is the very first time a girl has ever confessed to him. Karen suddenly appears behind them, standing in absolute wide-eyed shock as dozens of juice cans clatter to the ground around her, sending Rentaro into a fresh panic. Rentaro and Hikari turn around in surprise, with Rentaro frantically asking why Karen is back and what is going on with all the discarded juice cans scattered at her feet. A fiercely blushing Karen yells that she only bought all those cans because she wanted to get him a drink in return, but did not know which flavor he preferred, adding that she felt incredibly guilty, despite being happy about his earlier gesture. Karen snaps at Hikari, accusing her of trying to upstage her, while Hikari coyly plays dumb. Karen fires back by pointing out Hikari's comment about not being the only one with feelings for Rentaro, as Hikari internally laments that she had no idea Karen liked him too. Karen frantically denies liking Rentaro, but Rentaro calls her out, noting that it is far too late to make such a denial. Karen huffs and says that she would not mind going out with him if he insists on it. Rentaro remarks that this is his first time seeing someone confess, by pretending they were the one being confessed to, prompting her to look down in embarrassment. Finally, dropping her tough act, Karen blushes intensely and formally confesses her feelings to Rentaro, asking him to go out with her. Rentaro stands completely stunned as he looks back and forth between the two girls who have just confessed to him. The silent tension builds as their hearts continue to beat rapidly in anticipation. Both Hikari and Karen look away, nervously waiting in suspense for his response. Rentaro gulps and blushes deeply as his own heart starts pounding, overwhelmed by the pressure of the moment. Both girls softly call out his name at the exact same time. Both Hikari and Karen demand to know which of them he will choose to go out with, pressing him for an immediate answer. Rentaro stammers, nervously unable to find the words to respond as they watch him expectantly. The scene suddenly cuts away to the outside of the school building as a comedic break with a mock commercial message warning. Walking home alone, Rentaro sighs as he reflects on his dilemma, noting that both girls agreed to wait until the next morning to hear his final decision. Rentaro covers his mouth in a mix of anxiety and excitement, marveling at how a guy with 100 consecutive rejections could end up with the wonderful problem of having two beautiful girls confessing to him simultaneously. A few hours later at home, Rentaro lies awake in bed with wide eyes, completely unable to make a decision between the two of them. Rentaro imagines romantic scenarios with both girls, finding them both simply mesmerizing and noting that any future with either of them would be incredibly wonderful. Rentaro sits clutching his head at his desk, realizing that his desire to date either girl is so completely maxed out that choosing between them is an impossible task, prompting him to wonder if this is the reality of having soulmates. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out to confirm his thoughts. The god of the shrine manifests in Rentaro's room, explaining that because both girls are his soulmates, they are both his ultimate love partners, making it fundamentally impossible to choose one over the other. Rentaro admits he had already suspected as much. Rentaro asks what happens to other people who find themselves in his situation and meet multiple soulmates at once, causing the god to look uncomfortable and sweat nervously. The god delivers a shocking revelation explaining that under normal circumstances, each human is only supposed to have exactly one soulmate. The god confesses that when Rentaro was born, a very important matter came up, causing him to make a huge mistake and accidentally add extra digits to Rentaro's soulmate count. Rentaro is shocked and demands to know what this urgent matter was. The god sheepishly explains that he was distracted watching a famous Ghibli film broadcast for the first time and got caught up right during the climax. Rentaro angrily yells at him for watching television while on duty, refusing to accept any of the god's excuses. Rentaro collapses to his knees, crying out about how the god ruined his life and wishing he had only met one soulmate so he could be happy. The god nervously warns him that there is even more bad news, to completely horrifying Rentaro once again. The god reveals a dark truth: if a person meets their soulmate and they do not end up falling in love and becoming happy together, they will shortly afterward die from various unfortunate accidents. The god explains that finding a soulmate uses up a person's entire lifetime supply of good fortune, meaning that if the relationship fails, only bad luck remains to claim their lives. Rentaro pales as he realizes the implications of choosing only one of the girls. The god confirms that if Rentaro chooses only one of them, the unchosen girl will die. Rentaro screams in absolute despair, asking if there are truly no other choices. Rentaro panics and yells about how helpless he is in this situation, while the god frantically apologizes for his colossal mistake. Standing on the street corner, Rentaro laments that visiting the shrine to cure his worries only gave him a far more terrifying problem to solve, knowing that whichever girl he does not date is doomed to die. Rentaro contemplates a risky solution, wondering if he can simply date both Hikari and Karen at the exact same time without either of them ever finding out about the other. He formulates a plan to tell them publicly that he cannot go out with either of them, but then secretly meet each girl individually to tell them that they are the one he actually wants to date, so that neither discovers the secret. Rentaro smiles confidently as he convinces himself that this deceitful plan will allow him to successfully date both girls, keep the truth hidden, and save both of their lives from certain doom. The next day arrives, and the school garden is quiet and filled with clover patches. Both girls await him in the garden, with Hikari greeting him politely and Karen crossing her arms, impatiently demanding that he hurry up and give them his final answer so they will not be late for homeroom. Karen gasps in shock upon noticing that Rentaro is completely covered in dirt, cuts, and scrapes, while Rentaro sheepishly rubs the back of his neck and apologizes for his disheveled state. The girls turn serious, asking him if he has finally made up his mind about their confessions, and Rentaro quietly confirms that he has indeed reached a decision. Both girls wait in tense silence, their attention completely locked onto him. Rentaro extends his open hand forward toward the girls. Rentaro bows deeply in front of both of them. Rather than using his original deceptive plan, Rentaro bows deeply and passionately begs both of them to go out with him simultaneously. Both Karen and Hikari stare at him in absolute stunned silence, completely dumbfounded by his unexpected proposal. Rentaro remains bowed deeply before both girls, extending his hands to show his sincerity. Karen completely loses her temper, yelling and asking if he is completely insane, while Hikari is left entirely speechless by the shocking proposal. Rentaro remains bowed, acknowledging how completely absurd his request is, but begging them to listen to him anyway. Rentaro reflects on his previous plan to secretly date them both without being caught, just to save their lives. He recalls how he had seriously considered that dishonest path. Rentaro mentally beats himself up, calling himself incredibly stupid for even thinking of such a deceitful trick. He reminds himself of how passionately both girls had confessed to him and notes that he of all people should understand the immense courage it takes to reveal one's true feelings. Rentaro decides that even if it is to save their lives, a man cannot bring himself to act so dishonorably as to lie to them. Rentaro cries out that he tried his best, but simply cannot choose between them because he loves them both far too much. Rentaro promises that even though he is asking to two-time, he will never let either of them suffer and will work his hardest to make them both the happiest girls in the world, begging them once again to go out with him. Karen angrily rejects the idea, asking what he takes her for, and asserting she will never agree to two timing, only to be interrupted by a sudden rustling sound that catches both girls' attention. Rentaro opens his fists to reveal that he is holding two extremely rare pink four-leaf clovers. Hikari and Karen are stunned, pointing out that both of them spent hours searching and could not find even a single pink clover, demanding to know how he managed to obtain two. Rentaro explains that he had been searching for the clovers since the previous night, even begging a teacher to let him onto the school grounds to continue his search. Karen finally realizes why he was so covered in mud while Hikari stares in silence. Karen yells at him, calling him an idiot for believing in a childish confession charm, while Hikari nervously warns her to stop before her comments backfire on both of them. Rentaro simply looks at them as the realization sinks in. Karen points her finger at him, huffing that he only got covered in mud searching for those clovers to put on a cheap show of sincerity, so he could trick them into a two-timing relationship, declaring she will never accept it. Rentaro looks at her gently and clarifies that using the clovers to trick them was never his intention in the first place. Karen furiously demands to know what his intention was then, but Hikari holds her back, teasing her for failing so spectacularly with her smug deduction. Rentaro explains that because he saw them giving their absolute all to find the clovers, he figured they must really want a confession that involved the school's love charm, and he wanted to make them happy. Rentaro blushes and adds that he wanted to be the one to formally confess to them while presenting the rare clovers. This sudden, sincere declaration triggers massive, explosive nosebleeds from both overwhelmed girls. Hikari and Karen try to regain their composure after their massive nosebleeds. Hikari whispers that she finally understands his true feelings, while Karen huffs and blushes deeply in silence. Hikari announces that if this is what Rentaro truly wants, she does not mind if he two times them. Karen is completely outraged by her sudden cooperation and yells at her for saying such bizarre things. Hikari explains that she loves Rentaro so much that she cannot imagine ever falling in love with anyone else. She declares that compared to the pain of rejection and being apart from him, sharing him in a two-timing relationship does not bother her at all. Hikari happily accepts the arrangement and clings to Rentaro, telling him she is in his care from now on. Rentaro nervously agrees while Karen yells in disbelief and watches them in stunned silence. Karen blushes, furiously grabs Rentaro's collar and warns him that if he fails to make them both happy, she will never forgive him. Hikari teases Karen, reminding her of her earlier insistence on never agreeing to be two-timed. Karen defensively stutters that she never actually said she would refuse to go out with him. Rentaro gazes at both of them with deep determination, promising that he will absolutely make them both happy. The narrator notes that this marked the official beginning of a highly unusual polyamorous relationship. The narrator warns that Rentaro still has 98 more soulmates left to encounter in high school, leaving the ultimate question of whether he will love them all or leave them to their fates. Karen and Hikari both angrily demand to know if he plans to end up 100-timing his future partners as the first chapter comes to an end. The story moves to Chapter 2, titled The First Kiss, with both Hikari and Karen officially secured as his first two girlfriends. Rentaro walks to school with a massive grin, thrilled that he is finally dating someone for the first time in his life, and is about to experience his long-awaited dream of walking to school with his girlfriends. As Rentaro excitedly anticipates walking with both of them at the same time, Hikari greets him warmly while Karen yells and demands to know if he was just talking to a telephone pole. Rentaro nervously greets both girls as they begin their walk to school together. Hikari casually remarks on the wonderful weather as she reaches out and takes Rentaro's hand, causing his heart to race as they walk. Rentaro is overwhelmed by the sensation of holding a girl's hand, noting how soft, smooth, warm, and small it is, while Hikari reflects on hand holding statistics she read in books and analyzes the bony, large feel of his hand. Hikari is pleased with her seamless move, finding his hand muscular and manly. Rentaro stammers again about the wonderful weather, prompting Karen to look down at their joined hands in quiet, trembling jealousy. Rentaro notices Karen's reaction and extends his other hand, offering to hold hands with her too, which causes her to blush furiously and grab his hand with an intense electric-like squeeze. Karen huffs that she is not actually interested in holding hands, claiming she only grabbed his hand to ensure any static electricity shock gets D with him. Rentaru internally jokes that her excuse makes her an electric beeradeer rather than a standard tsundere. As they walk hand in hand, all three of them continuously mutter about how great the weather is to hide their intense affection, leading an elderly passerby to conclude that students these days seem unusually obsessed with the weather. Rentaru brings up their upcoming classes, but Hikari suddenly stops walking, looks down nervously, and stammers that she has a request to make. Looking up with a deeply flustered and cute expression, Hikari asks Rentaru if he would make her happy by calling her by her first name, leaving him completely flustered and stuttering. Rentaru musters the courage to call her Hikari-san, prompting her to happily reply with his first name, while Karen watches them trembling silently in pure frustration. Karen suddenly yells out Rentaru's first name, which surprises him. When he nervously replies, she defensively snaps that she was not talking to him, leading him to question who else she could possibly be calling out to. Karen stands completely frozen and silent, her face completely red from intense embarrassment. Hikari suddenly demands that Karen also call her by her first name without honorifics. They both end up awkwardly trying to call each other and Rentaru by their first names, resulting in a chaotic mess of stuttered names. The three continue their walk down the hallway while shouting their first names in a flustered state, causing a passing student to wonder if they are actually in the middle of a fight. A terrifying woman suddenly sprints down the hallway, screaming for someone to stop and begging for forgiveness. Rentaru assumes she is a teacher, but Hikari and Karen look horrified and ask if he really does not know who she is. Hikari and Karen quickly explain that the running woman is the vice principal, who is notoriously strict about school regulations, especially running in the hallway, and will relentlessly chase down anyone she spots doing so. They reveal that if the vice principal catches a student running, her standard punishment is to forcefully give them a deep kiss as a form of mental torture, which is shown happening to a terrified student in the background. Karen adds that the vice principal is a former track athlete whom nobody has ever successfully outrun, while Hikari notes she is known as the fastest hag in the world, leaving Rentaru horrified that such a monster exists at their school. Changing the subject, Hikari asks Rentaru if he has ever kissed anyone before. When he blushes and admits he has not, both girls realize that they are his first girlfriends and his first kiss is still up for grabs. The realization instantly triggers an intense desire in both girls to be the one who claims his very first kiss. A fierce competitive fire ignites in both Hikari and Karen as they internally resolve to do whatever it takes to secure that first kiss, while Rentaru walks ahead completely oblivious to their intense determination. During the school lunch break, Hikari reflects on her own suggestion to meet up while a cat sleeps peacefully nearby on the roof. The three meet on the school rooftop, with Hikari noting that the breezy weather ensures they will have complete privacy without anyone watching as she opens her lunchbox. Hikari blushes and offers Rentaru a piece of the tamagoyaki she prepared, holding it up and asking him to open wide, which he happily prepares to do. After Rentaru praises her cooking as the best thing in the galaxy, a jealous Karen quickly interrupts, claiming she happened to bring some homemade cookies and demands that he open his mouth for her too. In her flustered aggressiveness, Karen accidentally jams the cookie directly into Rentaru's eye socket instead of his mouth, causing him to scream in pain. Despite the pain, Rentaru happily eats the cookie and declares it to also be the best thing in the galaxy, prompting Karen to defensively demand to know exactly how many galaxies he is talking about. Hikari happily announces that she brought Baki chocolate sticks for dessert, catching Rentaru by surprise, while Karen looks on with a slightly annoyed expression. Hikari gasps that all the chocolate-free grips on the sticks have broken off, meaning she would get her hands dirty holding them to feed Rentaru. Karen internally criticizes Hikari's terrible snack management and loudly offers to run and buy more, but Hikari insists she has a solution that will keep her hands clean, putting a stick in her mouth and asking Rentaru to take it from her. Rentaru panics as he realizes she is initiating the Baki game, with Hikari blushing deeply as she holds the chocolate stick in her mouth. Rentaru's heart races as she leans in closer, his mind spinning over how incredibly close and cute her face is. Hikari playfully notes that holding the chocolate stick makes her want to eat it immediately, signaling to Rentaru that the game has already begun as she takes a bite. Karen gasps in shock at what they are doing, but quickly resolves to force herself into the game so she can claim Rentaru's first kiss, instead diving forward aggressively. In her chaotic rush, Karen accidentally rams the chocolate stick directly into Renterus' right eye, prompting him to scream in pain and ask if she has a personal grudge against his right eye. To make matters worse, Karen suddenly lets out a massive sneeze directly into Renterus' face, leaving him thoroughly splattered as he stands in stunned silence. Hikari cries out in despair that her chocolate stick has broken, while Renteru tries to apologize, only for Karen to grab his jaw and demand to know if he has caught a cold. Karen wildly claims that the only way to cure a cold is to pass it on to someone else through mouth-to-mouth contact. Hikari is dumbfounded and asks if she is the premier champion of the superstitious world. Karen closes her eyes and leans in for the kiss to cure his cold, leaving Renteru panicking that she is about to accidentally hit him in the face for a third time. Hikari quickly pulls Karen away, pointing out they are not even sure Renteru is actually sick, yet suggesting they check his temperature first. Hikari immediately presses her forehead against Renterus to check his temperature, claiming her family measures fever not just with the forehead, but also with direct lip contact. Karen yells back that not even a hostess bar would have such a bizarre family culture. Hikari insists that CPR is the only proper way to measure his temperature, while Karen aggressively shakes Renteru and demands that he faint right now, leaving Renteru to note that their logic is completely full of holes. Renteru desperately begs them to calm down and asks why they are being so unusually persistent, causing both girls to pause in embarrassment. Renteru hesitatingly asks if they have actually been trying to kiss him this entire time. Both girls react with absolute panic and try to deny it, while internally acknowledging that his deduction was entirely spot on. Renteru blushes and realizes why they were acting so aggressive. He gently tells them that they could have simply asked him, admitting that he wants to kiss them too, which the narrator notes is incredibly sweet. The narrator points out that now that the word kiss is finally out in the open, the looming question of who will get the first kiss immediately surfaces between the two girls. Karen glares at Hikari, accusing her of trying to steal the first kiss before she had a chance, while Hikari angrily retorts that Karen is one to talk, leaving Renteru standing silently between them. Renteru finally understands that they have been competing against each other for his first kiss, while Karen quickly tells him not to worry about their rivalry. Renteru cheerfully reveals that he anticipated this exact issue and prepared a plan. When Karen points out they only started dating the day before, Renteru internally confesses he spent the entire night wide awake thinking about their future together. Renteru explains he spent all night figuring out how to make them both the happiest girls in the world, which instantly flusters both Hikari and Karen with affection. He addresses the core problem of deciding who will get his first kiss. He proposes that the best solution is for none of them to actually know who his first kiss was. Renteru explains this method ensures equal odds and prevents any jealousy or hurt feelings about who was first. Karen understands his point, but questions how he plans to hide the order from everyone, while Hikari notes that Renteru himself would normally still know. Renteru pulls out music players, dice, and eye masks from his bag, instructing them to pass the items around. He points out the designated spots on the rooftop where the girls will stand, explaining that he will turn around and play music through his earbuds. He states that all 3 music players will be set to a high volume and will loop a song about a first kiss to block out all outside noise. The high-volume music ensures he cannot use sound to locate them, and the girls will then roll dice to randomly decide who stands on the left or the right. This process completely randomizes their positions, ensuring he has no way of identifying who is standing in which spot. Next, the girls will put on their own eye masks and earbuds to play the music before sending him a notification signal on their phones, and once he receives both signals, his part of the plan begins. Renteru will roll his own die twice to determine a random countdown between 11 and 66 seconds, and once the timer finishes, he will roll one last time before putting on his own eye mask. He explains that an odd number on his final roll dictates he will walk from right to left, while an even number means he goes left to right, kissing both of them blindly. He points out that the random countdown delay makes it impossible for either girl to accurately guess who is receiving the first kiss. He will then return to his starting position, wait another randomized delay, and finally send them a text to signal that the game is over. The girls will then roll their dice again to swap places before taking off their masks, guaranteeing that not even Renteru will know who was in which spot during the kisses. Renteru concludes that, After they finally remove their earbuds, the only thing remaining will be the perfect memory of everyone receiving their first kiss from the person they love. Hikari claps excitedly, praising the plan as incredibly brilliant, while Karen yells for them to wait a second, comparing the complex scheme to a high-stakes psychological game. Karen points out a major flaw, noting that any of them could easily cheat by removing their eye mask mid-game without the others noticing, prompting Rentaro to reveal that he has already prepared a fail-safe to address this. Rentaro passionately declares that their ultimate security measure will be a solemn pinky swear promise not to cheat, which the narrator notes immediately collapses any pre-existence of logic in his elaborate plan. Karen yells at him, asking how a simple pinky promise would actually force people to follow through. Rentaro innocently explains that most people would naturally keep the promise to avoid the superstition of getting a needle in their eye and going blind, leaving her astonished at his absolute purity. Rentaro recites the pinky swear oath and adds that even if they happen to break the promise, he will happily take the punishment of a needle to the eye himself, which instantly flusters both girls into promising they will follow through no matter what. He declares that they should finally get started with the game. With their eye masks and earbuds on, Hikari and Karen wait nervously, with Hikari internally noting that the setup makes it feel as though a crime is about to happen. Meanwhile, Rentaro rolls his die and gets an even number, meaning he will start his blind walk from the left side. Rentaro begins walking forward blindly, tracking his footsteps to reach the exact designated spot they had established earlier. As he approaches, Rentaro worries about leaning forward too much and accidentally headbutting the girl, deciding that the best way to gauge the correct distance is to gently place his hand on her shoulder. Rentaro reaches out, but accidentally places his hand directly onto Hikari's cleavage. Although he immediately realizes he has touched Hikari instead of Karen, the narrator notes that the embarrassing details of how he made this discovery will remain undisclosed for the sake of Karen's dignity. Deeply flustered, Hikari tells him that she does not mind since it is him, and teasingly asks if he wants to go even further. A panicked Rentaro collapses to his knees, desperately begging her not to make such jokes and to cherish their boundaries. Rentaro quickly stops the game and nervously tells Karen that they will need to do a complete reset. Karen takes off her mask in confusion, asking what happened, while a blushing Hikari insists that nothing occurred. Seeing their intense blushing, Karen furiously accuses them of hiding something, while both Rentaro and Hikari desperately repeat that absolutely nothing happened. The scene cuts to the start of their do-over attempt, while the rooftop cat wanders back into the area. The cat stretches lazily on the rooftop before hopping up onto the ledge. With his eye mask on once again, Rentaro begins his blind walk, completely unaware that the cat has seated itself directly in his path, as it watches him with a narrow gaze. Karen stands blindly in her spot when the cat suddenly brushes against her bare legs and lets out a loud meow, causing her to scream in absolute terror. Believing the sudden touch is Rentaro, a panicked Karen assumes he is rubbing against her legs and aggressively licking and biting them, crying out in confusion. Convinced that Rentaro is acting like an absolute pervert, Karen swings wildly and lands a massive punch right to his face, sending him flying. Karen continues to beat Rentaro mercilessly on the ground, screaming at him for doing whatever he wants, while Hikari takes off her eye mask in confusion and watches the cat quickly escape the rooftop. Hikari gasps in horror at the sight of Rentaro's completely bloodied and bruised face, while a battered Rentaro weakly raises his hand to announce that they will need yet another do-over, as Karen looks away in quiet regret. The group attempts yet another do-over, but the narrator points out that while the highly eccentric kissing game seems fine in theory, it is far too complicated for rookie lovers with absolutely no romantic experience to handle. Exhausted and defeated, Karen collapses to the floor and laments that she never expected kissing to be this difficult, while Hikari agrees that movies and television dramas always make it look incredibly easy. Karen complains that she knew such a foolish plan would never go smoothly, but Hikari defends Rentaro, asserting his plan was perfect, and that they are the ones causing the issues, prompting an annoyed Karen to ask if she is blaming her. Rentaro demands to know what kind of kiss they were attempting and why they always look so rattled, while also trying to calm them down. Hikari instead turns on Karen, asking why Rentaro gets increasingly beaten up after each of her attempts, and telling her to stop hurting her boyfriend, which sparks a fierce argument over who Rentaro belongs to. Rentaro reaches his limit and loudly yells for them to stop their bickering immediately. Rentaro bows deeply in front of them, begging them to stop fighting and declaring that he is the one entirely at fault for the situation. Rentaro blames himself for creating the conflict over the first kiss, lamenting that he is not a reliable boyfriend due to his complete lack of experience in love. Rentaro suddenly bolts and runs away down the hallway, leaving both girls completely shocked and calling out his name as he sprints down the stairs. Both girls chase after him down the corridor, desperately asking where he is going as Rentaro focuses on his breathing and continues to sprint ahead. Running down the hall, Rentaro suddenly calls out loudly for the vice principal, which deeply confuses both Karen and Hikari as they pursue him. Hearing his call, the terrifying vice principal instantly manifests, cackling wildly and licking her lips, as she declares she will always answer when called, preparing to punish Rentaro for running in the hallway with her signature deep kiss. Seeing the monster close in on Rentaro, both Hikari and Karen gasp in horror, realizing what is about to happen to him. The vice principal successfully tackles Rentaro to the ground, laughing triumphantly as she prepares to deliver her punishment. Rentaro lets out a horrific shriek as she leans in with her tongue out. Karen suddenly dives in and forcefully grabs the vice principal by the neck, screaming at the older woman to get away from Rentaro. Rentaro is shocked to see Karen lock the vice principal in a painful camel clutch submission hold. While the vice principal struggles, Hikari runs to the window to execute her own plan. Hikari leans out the window and shouts at the top of her lungs, claiming that a Board of Education inspector is nearby and inviting them to witness a teacher engaging in open misconduct, which completely terrifies the vice principal. Panicking for her job, the vice principal lets out a loud shriek and immediately bolts down the hallway at supersonic speed, escaping the scene. The vice principal flees internally, noting that she must protect her job so she can keep funding her expensive hobbies. Rentaro and the girls stand exhausted in the hallway, slowly catching their breath. Hikari looks at Rentaro with a sad and confused expression, quietly asking him why he would do something so reckless. Rentaro falls to his knees, explaining that because he loves them both, his greatest wish is for them to get along. He admits that since his first kiss has become a source of bitter conflict between them, he decided it was better to throw it away entirely by giving it to the vice principal. Both girls look down silently, their lips trembling as the sheer depth of Rentaro's selfless love and determination sinks in. Hikari and Karen both blush furiously and angrily point at him, yelling that if he is willing to let a monster like the vice principal take his first kiss, then letting each other have it instead is 1,000,000 times better. Rentaro is left completely dumbfounded as both girls point directly at him, demanding his attention. Rentaro is surprised by their reaction, admitting he was completely certain that neither of them would want the other to have his first kiss, since they are love rivals. Both girls remain silent, blushing and looking down as they struggle to articulate their feelings. Hikari admits she cannot deny her competitive feelings, but she understands Rentaro's point of view when she looks at Karen. Karen adds that she also knows exactly how deeply Hikari loves him just by looking at her. Deeply touched by their mutual understanding, Rentaro suddenly pulls both girls into a tight, passionate hug, causing them to cry out in surprise. Rentaro laughs softly at himself, admitting he was overthinking the whole situation. Hikari and Karen blush intensely, melting into the hug and declaring their love for him. Rentaro suddenly gets a new idea and announces that he has an even better plan for their first kiss. Both girls gasp in surprise, wondering what his new plan could possibly be. Karen yells in disbelief at his suggestion that all three of them should kiss at the exact same time, while Hikari gasps at his illustration of how they would press their lips together in a three-way kiss. Rentaro admits that this was actually his very first idea, though it possesses one major problem they must consider. Rentaro points out that a three-way kiss means they will not just be kissing him, but also kissing each other. This realization instantly sends both girls into a state of absolute wide-eyed horror. Rentaro explains that he originally scrapped the idea because of their rivalry, but suddenly pumps his fist and excitedly declares that they can definitely make it work. An annoyed Karen tells him to stop getting ahead of himself. Rentaro holds both of their hands and a silent, loaded pause fills the rooftop as the two girls lock eyes and blush deeply. Resolving their differences, Hikari and Karen firmly grasp each other's hands. All three of them look at each other with warm, blushing smiles of mutual agreement. Both girls close their eyes and lean in toward Rentaro, preparing for the kiss. The three press their lips together in a simultaneous three-way kiss, securing their first kiss as a polyamorous trio, while the narrator jokingly compares their physical huddle to a rooftop UFO summoning ritual. The story transitions to Chapter 3, titled Yashimoto-san, as Rentaro and Hikari head toward the school library. Rentaro asks if she has business there, and Hikari explains she wants to check out some cookbooks. Hikari blushes and admits she wants to learn more recipes because he enjoyed her tamagoyaki so much, but Karen quickly chimes in to claim she was also planning to look up recipes, leaving Rentaro deeply touched by their competitive affection. Karen frantically denies that her recipe search was for Rentaro's sake, muttering that she did not say anything. Rentaro kindly offers to help them look for books, but Hikari assures him it is fine and tells him to simply look forward to whatever she will cook for him. Karen finds a cookbook focused on dishes to win a lover's heart. Hikari tries to grab it to take a look, sparking a mini tug of war as Karen snaps that she found it first and tells Hikari not to get cheeky while Rentaro gently urges them to get along. Rentaro jokingly mumbles that they should get along since they have already kissed each other anyway. Both girls immediately blush and defensively stammer that they only did that because they had no other choice, prompting Rentaro to quickly assure them he was just teasing. Rentaro wanders off into the library aisles, noting to himself that he has finished all his recent books and hoping to find something interesting on the shelves. Rentaro reaches for a book about love, only for another student's hand to reach for the exact same book at the exact same moment. The moment their hands touch, a powerful shock of electricity runs through both of them, leaving Rentaro and the long-haired girl completely stunned. Rentaro realizes the intense physical shock is identical to the one he felt when he first met Hikari and Karen, leading him to the startling realization that this new girl is his third soulmate. The girl stammers quietly in confusion. The shy girl immediately pulls back, holding a book to cover her face, while Rentaro politely tells her to go ahead and take the book. The girl says nothing and rapidly flips through the pages of the book, leaving Rentaro completely puzzled by her actions. The girl holds up the open book and points to a specific sentence. Rentaro realizes she wants him to read it aloud, reading the line about being the one who governs the land. Rentaro notices the armband she is wearing and asks if she is a member of the student library staff, to which she quietly responds with a soft sound. She quickly flips to another page in the book. She points to a line stating that it is, as he says, confirming his question. Rentaro is internally baffled by her highly unusual method of communicating solely through book quotes. Rentaro whispers, asking if she is doing this because talking is forbidden in the library. She quickly flips the pages again and points to a line asking him what exactly he came there to search for, before pointing to another line offering her help. Rentaro attempts to communicate back using awkward hand gestures, silently miming that he is looking for interesting romantic novels while she watches him with a blank expression. She flips to another page and points to a line asking him why he does not simply speak with his mouth. Rentaro is internally outraged and notes that she is absolutely the last person who should be asking that. Looking highly embarrassed, she points to a series of lines apologizing for her behavior and explaining that she is incredibly poor at making conversation. She points to a line stating she will call someone else over to help him, then immediately turns around to walk away, which catches Rentaro off guard. Rentaro quickly reaches out to stop her, apologizing for his reaction and explaining that he did not know about her difficulty, before asking if she would still be willing to help him out. The girl looks back at him in quiet surprise, before giving him a gentle, silent nod of agreement. Rentaro explains that he really likes romance novels, and asks if she has any recommendations worth reading, particularly looking for stories with happy endings where the lovers live happily ever after. The suggestion immediately fills Shizuka with immense joy, her eyes sparkling as she blushes and prepares to assist. Driven by her excitement, Shizuka energetically hops around the library aisles, jumping to reach books from different shelves. Rentaro watches her with a warm smile, deeply touched that she is pushing her small body to its limits to find books entirely for his sake. Shizuka dumps 2 massive towers of books onto the table, leaving Rentaro internally screaming in awe at her incredible dedication. Shizuka quickly flips through a book to point out lines expressing her apologies for causing him trouble, and telling him to simply choose whichever ones he likes from the massive pile. Rentaro declines to filter the selection, smiling warmly as he declares he will borrow every single book, because she worked so hard to fetch them, which leaves Shizuka looking deeply moved. At the checkout desk, the librarian informs them that first-timers must apply for a library card, which takes a week to arrive, instructing him to return next week. Rentaro collapses in despair over the cruel rule, while Shizuka looks on in silent disappointment. Shizuka suddenly steps forward and holds out a beautifully decorated book of her own toward him. Rentaro notes that the book lacks a barcode and must belong to her, soon realizing she is offering to personally lend it to him as she gives a gentle nod. Rentaro happily accepts the offer and thanks her warmly, causing Shizuka to blush with quiet joy. Rentaro asks for her name, prompting her to show him her student identification card, which reveals she is Yashimoto Shizuka. Rentaro is surprised to learn they are in the exact same class, apologetically admitting he is still trying to memorize his new classmates' faces. He introduces himself as Eiju Rentaro and thanks her once again, which Shizuka acknowledges by happily clasping her hands together. Later that evening at home, Rentaro reads her book Circlet Love Story under his desk lamp, becoming engrossed in the tale of a princess and a knight facing countless challenges and fate itself. Rentaro is deeply moved to tears by the story, passionately cheering for the characters to overcome fate and find happiness, before finally closing the book at the end of the first volume. He sits in contemplation, thinking about how Shizuka, much like Hikari and Karen, has touched his heart. He recalls the gods' warning about soulmates and the tragic consequences of failing to find happiness together. The memory of the word death echoes heavily in his mind. Rentaro clutches his head in deep distress as the pressure of having multiple soulmates weighs on him. The next morning in class, Rentaro carefully places her book back in his bag and turns his gaze toward Shizuka, who is sitting quietly by herself near the window. Rentaro returns the book to Shizuka, thanking her and enthusiastically explaining that the story was so interesting he ended up reading the entire book last night. Shizuka is completely stunned and flustered by his rapid progress. Shizuka quietly tucks the book back into her bag while Rentaro looks on. Rentaro wonders aloud if she is holding another book, and Shizuka silently holds out the next volume toward him. Rentaro is thrilled that she brought the sequel, thanking her and admitting he has been dying to know what happens next. Shizuka shyly asks if he can accompany her somewhere, leaving Rentaro a bit flustered since he feels like he has done nothing but borrow things from her. In the classroom, Hikari and Karen look at her recipe on a phone together, bickering over who wanted to make cute animal-shaped nuggets first. A classmate observes them from a distance, noting that this is actually the friendliest they have ever behaved toward one another. Rentaro buys her a drink from the vending machine, insisting she accept it as a small token of gratitude for letting him borrow her books. They sit side by side on a courtyard bench, quietly enjoying their drinks together. Rentaro guesses that her wide reading habits are why she knows so many interesting books, and Shizuka silently nods in agreement. Rentaro highly praises her book, saying it completely blew his mind and gave him butterflies. Shizuka happily flips through her book to point out lines explaining that it is her absolute favorite childhood book, which she has reread countless times, helping Rentaro understand her deep connection to it. Rentaro explains that her unique method of speaking requires her to know every single passage in the book down to the smallest detail. He expresses deep admiration, stating that he has never read anything that thoroughly and finds her ability incredibly amazing. Shizuka is deeply moved, looking down as she flips to a page, pointing out lines stating she is not worthy of such high praise, and that the skill merely came to her naturally. She continues pointing to book lines, revealing that, because of her quiet nature, she has spent her entire life without ever having a single friend, making her books her only source of moral support in the world. Rentaro listens to her tragic confession with a soft and deeply empathetic expression. She points to a final line expressing her sincere thanks to him. Her pointed line thanks him specifically for staying by her side and not hating her for how she acts, causing Rentaro to look at her in utter disbelief at the idea of hating her. Rentaro looks deeply into her eyes, completely silent, as he contemplates her vulnerability. Rentaro breaks the silence by pointing to the book in her hands, asking if she would mind letting him borrow that specific volume once again. Shizuka looks surprised, but quickly nods and hands it to him. Rentaro smiles, thanking her, and suggests they head back to the classroom before it gets too late. The school day continues quietly as the sun moves across the sky. The story progresses over the next couple of days, showing Shizuka waiting quietly by the window with her book ready in her bag, eager to see Rentaro again. 3 days later, Shizuka walks down the empty school hallway by herself. Shizuka observes Rentaro sitting on a courtyard bench with Hikari and Karen. She notices he looks exhausted, and Rentaro admits to them that he has been working on a couple of things late at night recently. Hikari suddenly kisses Rentaro on the cheek, which Shizuka witnesses while peeking from behind a nearby concrete pillar. Hikari giggles and teases him about sharing some of her energy, prompting an overjoyed Rentaro to hug her tightly and call her his angel. Jealous of their intimacy, Karen yells that she can her energy too and aggressively headbutts Rentaro. Rentaro complains about her violent method of sharing energy while Hikari slumps over looking completely drained. Rentaro hugs Karen back and jokingly calls her his god of war, which Karen loudly questions while Shizuka watches their playful interaction from a distance. Shizuka realizes that Rentaro is already in a happy relationship and assumes that he will no longer have the time to sit back and read books with her due to how busy he will be. Shizuka looks down with a sad, wistful expression as she accepts this reality. She questions, who would ever want to spend time on someone as strange as her under these circumstances? Shizuka recalls painful childhood memories of classmates calling her weird for using books to talk alongside memories of her mother physically hitting her and screaming at her to speak properly instead of being such a creepy child. Shizuka curls into a ball against a wall in the hallway crying as she tells herself that nobody would ever want to spend their time talking to someone so creepy. The scene shifts to the quiet exterior of the school building. Shizuka sits completely alone at her designated desk inside the empty library. She gently places her beloved book down on the desk, looking resigned and lonely. Rentaro suddenly enters the library, glad to have found her, and asks Shizuka when she will be off duty, because he has something important he wants to discuss with her. Shizuka flips open her book and points to lines stating that there are no guests in the library today, inviting him to say whatever is on his mind. Rentaro sits down with her and explains that he wants to repay her kindness for letting him borrow her books. Rentaro asks if she has her phone with her, and upon her nod he requests that she install a specific app assuring her that it is completely safe. Rentaro hands her an SD card instructing her to copy the saved manuscript data onto the app once the installation is complete. Shizuka watches in silent curiosity as he finishes setting up the application on her device. Shizuka looks at her phone, realizing Rentaro has set up an e-book containing the text of the first volume of her favorite story, while Rentaro instructs her to highlight a specific area of the text. The phone reads out a line from the book in an electronic voice, completely startling Shizuka, while Rentaro explains that the text-to-speech app will automatically read any highlighted passages aloud. Shizuka begins tapping the screen eagerly to highlight more words, while Rentaro watches her finger movements in silent anticipation. Rentaro realizes the immense effort she must have gone through internally, questioning if she had actually typed out and copied the entire volume into her smartphone by hand. Rentaro explains that her previous way of speaking required both of them to constantly look down at her physical book, making it impossible to hold a conversation while maintaining direct eye contact. He points out that using this smartphone application instead will change all of that. Rentaro gazes warmly into her eyes, explaining that the app will finally allow her to hold a full conversation while looking directly into the other person's eyes. He gently tells her that while speaking with her own mouth would be ideal, he knows he can never truly understand how incredibly difficult that must be for her, contrasting sharply with the painful memories of others forcing her to talk. Rentaro smiles, admitting he will never demand that she just do her best and start speaking, but hopes this tool will at least make communicating with others a little bit easier for her. He happily encourages her to give the app a try right away and say whatever she wants to him. Shizuka begins tapping the screen of her phone, tears of deep emotion welling up in her eyes. The electronic voice of the phone speaks her selected line aloud, formally stating that she likes him, which catches Rentaro completely by surprise. With her fingers trembling, Shizuka continues to type and highlight more lines on her phone while Rentaro watches her with a serious expression. Shizuka looks up at him with tears pouring down her cheeks, holding her phone close to her chest. Her phone reads out a series of lines apologizing for her confession and telling him not to worry or feel pressured to respond, explaining she knows he is already committed to someone else but simply wanted to her feelings. Rentaro closes his eyes briefly before looking back at her with a steady and incredibly determined expression. He extends his hand toward her, internally resolving that his response has absolutely nothing to do with her being his fated soulmate or the fear of her dying if they are apart. Rentaro firmly grabs her shoulders, looks directly into her eyes, and confesses that he loves her too, leaving her completely stunned. Tears continue to stream down her face as her phone reads out a tragic line from her book about fate dictating they are not meant to fall in love with each other. Visualizing himself as the brave knight from her beloved story, Rentaro passionately declares that they will overcome that fate together, calling her by her first name and asking her to move forward by his side. Tears of deep relief and happiness stream down Shizuka's face. Shizuka leans forward and buries her face in Rentaro's chest, embracing him as he gently supports her. Back on the school rooftop, Hikari blushes nervously while Karen yells in utter disbelief at the turn of events. Rentaro introduces Shizuka and asks Hikari and Karen if they would mind accepting her as his newest girlfriend. Shizuka trembles violently behind his back in fear, prompting Karen to scream, demanding to know if he is completely delusional. Karen continues her screaming fit, leaving Rentaro with no reply while Hikari blushes and watches them with an emotional expression. Hikari tearfully expresses how touched she is that Rentaro is not breaking up with them even after falling in love with another girl. Karen is also secretly moved by his sheer kindness, although she immediately tries to cover it up by yelling that she needs antipsychotic medication right away. Rentaro frantically reassures them that he has not transferred any of his love from them to Shizuka. He awkwardly explains that his love is not like dividing up oil from an existing field, but rather like discovering an entirely new oil field altogether, prompting Karen to tell him not to compare romance to fossil fuels. Rentaro declares that his feelings for both of them and Shizuka will never change, promising to prove his love through actions rather than words. He adds that they do not have to blindly accept these strange circumstances and urges them to tell him the truth if they ever feel he is failing to keep his promises, so he can man up and make things right. Rentaro dramatically concludes his promise by stating that he will commit seppuku if he ever lets them down, causing Karen to scream and ask if he thinks he is a samurai. Rentaro remains deadly serious, declaring that anyone who hurts their loved ones is scum, who does not deserve to live, revealing he has already ordered a ceremonial dagger online. An overwhelmed Karen screams that she understands his extreme resolve, while Hikari looks on with love and Shizuka trembles, marking the expansion of their unusual relationship. The narrator notes that 97 soulmates still remain to be met, questioning if Rentaro can manage such a wild relationship with his lack of romantic experience. Karen and Hikari yell in the background, asking if he is seriously going to commit seppuku as the chapter draws to a close. The story transitions to Chapter 4 with Rentaro formally introducing Hikari and Karen to Shizuka, noting that, although they are classmates, they should formally greet each other. Hikari politely introduces herself, and Karen casually nods in agreement. Rentaro introduces Shizuka to them. Shizuka uses her text-to-speech app to politely state that the pleasure is hers, which surprises Hikari and Karen due to her highly distinct way of communicating. Rentaro breaks the fourth wall, telling the girls to read Chapter 3 for details on how Shizuka speaks, drawing an angry retort from his girlfriends. He then explains to Shizuka that he loaded the entire script of the sequel book, along with their classmates' names, into her app, prompting Shizuka to play a quote expressing her humble pleasure. Shizuka tests the new entries, calling Rentaro by his name with the kun honorific, and refers to Hikari as Hanazono Dono. Karen quickly tells her that San is perfectly fine and there is no need for the formal Dono honorific. Rentaro warmly lists Shizuka's charms, pointing out that she loves books and that her toes cutely wiggle in sync with whatever she is reading, just like a puppy wagging its tail. Shizuka blushes deeply, her toes wiggling in embarrassment, as she realizes Rentaro noticed a habit she was completely unaware of. Rentaro continues sharing their adorable quirks, explaining that Hikari nibbles on her finger when deep in thought, which he finds incredibly sexy. He then points out that Karen cutely twirls her pigtails whenever she gets embarrassed, leaving both girls completely flustered and loud in their denials. All three girls stare back at him in complete blushing silence, entirely overwhelmed by his keen observations and honest affection. All three girls are completely overwhelmed with emotion, blushing deeply and hiding their faces while internally screaming over how incredibly close of an eye Rentaro keeps on them. Rentaro watches them, completely confused by their reaction. Rentaro continues listing details, noting how Hikari puckers her lips when kissing and how Karen gets so flustered she forgets to breathe. Shizuka is shocked by this information and uses her phone to ask if they have already kissed, leaving Rentaro surprised by her bluntness. Shizuka tries to define what a smooch is, flusteredly typing that her embarrassment has gotten the better of her, before finally playing a line stating she now understands that their lips have already made contact. Rentaro asks Shizuka if she happens to be interested in that kind of physical intimacy, as well causing her to stutter nervously. Shizuka frantically highlights and plays a line declaring she must maintain her chastity until marriage, mentioning the fate that God has cast upon them. Rentaro gently reassures her, stating that what the others have done has nothing to do with her and that he is completely fine with dating at her own pace. Shizuka uses her app to play an apology while Rentaro internally reflects on his own feelings. Rentaro tells Shizuka he would prefer to wait until she is fully ready, and Shizuka happily agrees. In the background, Hikari and Karen are shown eating their lunch, both internally burning with an intense desire to kiss him right now. The four of them sit together in a circle on the rooftop, quietly eating their packed lunches. The competitive atmosphere quickly returns as Hikari and Karen both aggressively try to feed Rentaro, prompting him to tell them he is not a food critic as they keep trying to feed him. While Hikari and Karen bicker loudly about whose turn it is to speak, Rentaro looks over at Shizuka, sitting quietly by herself, realizing that she is still holding back, and that getting all three of them to get along will be a difficult challenge. Rentaro reveals he anticipated this friction, and stayed up late researching various techniques for making friends, general psychology, and methods to help people get along, and has prepared a specific game plan. He explains that when people try to be polite and considerate, they often hide their true emotions such as anger or sorrow to avoid forcing them on others. Conversely, he notes that people find it much easier to open their hearts to others who have already seen them in their most vulnerable states, allowing them to lower their guard. To force them into showing their true feelings, Rentaro pulls out a deck of playing cards and suggests they play a game of Old Maid, proposing they add a penalty game to make it more interesting. He proposes that the winner of the game gets to tickle the loser, explaining that laughter is an emotion that is incredibly difficult to suppress voluntarily, making it the perfect way to break the ice. His strategy is formally titled "The Plan to Make Everyone Tickle Each Other and Laugh so they can finally get along." A long silence follows as Shizuka, Hikari, and Karen process his words, with Shizuka internally admitting that she wants to be tickled by him as well. Rather than wanting to tickle each other, all three girls clench their fists in a burning determination to win so they can tickle Rentaro himself. Rentaro senses their intense aura as the game of Old Maid officially begins, feeling as though he is under siege. Rentaro announces the swift conclusion of the first round, revealing that he took first place, while Karen came in last, which leaves Karen screaming in disbelief at her loss. Despite her loss, a deeply blushing Karen puts on a smug grin and tells Rentaro to bring on his penalty game, prompting Hikari to internally comment on her transparently happy expression. Rentaro warns Karen that her turn has come and prepares to tickle her. Although Karen tries to act tough and claims that she is not ticklish at all, she immediately struggles to hold back her laughter the moment his hands touch her sides. Karen collapses to the floor in complete defeat, squirming and whimpering from the intense tickling. Rentaro looks highly embarrassed, noting that her dramatic reactions make it look like he is doing something extremely questionable to her. Rentaro wins the second round of Old Maid while Hikari finishes in last place. Instead of waiting to be tickled, Hikari immediately begins slipping her blazer off her shoulders and asks Rentaro to be gentle, prompting an outraged Karen to yell and ask why she is taking her clothes off. Rentaro proceeds to tickle Hikari, who merely giggles happily at his touch. Karen quickly steps in to put a stop to the display, shouting that stripping is banned and that her clothes must stay on, while Hikari complains about the interruption. Hikari reacts with intense delight to the penalty, internally swooning over the feeling of Rentaro's hands and fingers moving across her body as he tickles her. Hikari laughs uncontrollably and ecstatically after being tickled, drooling and crying with joy, prompting an annoyed Karen to ask if they have a drug case going on there. Hikari suddenly pushes Rentaro away in a panic and begs him to stop, explaining that she cannot handle that much tickling. Rentaro quickly agrees to stop, reassuring her not to worry about it. Extremely flustered and blushing, Hikari exclaims that it was far too close, explaining that she laughed so hard She was on the verge of lizzing, which is defined as laughing so hard that you pee your pants, leaving Rentaro standing in the background completely bewildered. Rentaro announces the results of the next round with himself in first place and Shizuka in last. He prepares for the next penalty, noting that some outside divine force seems determined to make him tickle all of his girlfriends. Rentaro realizes he has been wondering what Shizuka's laugh actually sounds like. Meanwhile, Shizuka looks down at her phone blushing as she silently admits that she is looking forward to what is about to happen. Rentaro enthusiastically announces that her turn has arrived and begins to tickle her. Shizuka instantly trembles and squirms from the physical contact, clutching her phone as she struggles to handle the sensation. Instead of laughing out loud, Shizuka's text-to-speech application repeatedly blares out the phrase stating, she laughed aloud, leaving Rentaro completely baffled by her literal method of expressing amusement. Deciding her blushing face is too cute to stop, Rentaro continues to tickle her, prompting Hikari to note how considerate her electronic laughter is to those around them, while Karen dryly comments that she is technically laughing out loud. While Rentaro remains focused on tickling Shizuka, Hikari and Karen observe the game from a distance. They note that Rentaro has not lost a single match, yet realizing that since their own wishes to be tickled by him have already been granted, a new opportunity has presented itself. Both girls glare forward with intense blushing determination, with Karen resolving that she wants to be the one to tickle him next, while Hikari plans to touch his body all over during the next round. During the fourth round of Old Maid, Rentaro ends up in last place. The girls emit an incredibly intense aura of determination to win the next round, prompting Rentaro to compare their energy to a high-stakes gambling manga as the announcement of first place is made. The winner of the round is revealed to be Shizuka, leaving Hikari and Karen collapsed on the floor in absolute defeat behind her. Rentaro kneels down and opens his arms wide, inviting Shizuka to perform her penalty game. Shizuka uses her text-to-speech app to acknowledge his invitation as they prepare to swap roles. Hikari and Karen watch in furious growling jealousy as Hikari complains that the situation makes her look like a masochist. Unbothered, Shizuka slowly reaches out her hand toward Rentaro. Instead of tickling him, Shizuka merely pokes Rentaro gently on the chest, making him laugh happily. Karen stares in complete disbelief, noting that Shizuka's idea of a penalty game is just a harmless poke. Shizuka continues to poke Rentaro while her phone repeatedly plays her question, but she quickly becomes so overwhelmed by her own shyness that she gets flustered. Rentaro laughs heartily at her reaction, pointing out that she is the one getting embarrassed instead of him, while Karen watches them in stunned silence. Watching from the side, Hikari gasps in absolute shock and internally panics, questioning why Shizuka would waste such a flawless opportunity to freely touch Rentaro's body, or even accidentally touch one of his sensitive areas. Karen watches Shizuka turn away in embarrassment, while Rentaro smiles warmly at her, internally wondering if Rentaro is highly attracted to the kind of innocent, late-blooming charm that Shizuka possesses. Karen mentally compares the two girls, categorizing Shizuka as a natural little animal, while viewing Hikari's cute behavior as a highly calculated act involving high-pitched voices, upward glances, and deliberate gestures. Hikari growls in intense frustration, sweating as she realizes that Shizuka possesses a natural, effortless appeal that she completely lacks, making her a far more formidable rival than Karen. Karen looks down as her expression darkens before she looks back up with an unusually serious and intense gaze. Rentaro laughs heartily and asks if he managed to get a laugh out of them, while Shizuka's text-to-speech app plays a line stating that is enough for today. Rentaro sheepishly admits he might have laughed a bit too much and excuses himself to go to the bathroom. Both Hikari and Karen watch him leave in a state of sudden panic, frantically wondering if he was the one who ended up peeing himself. After Rentaro leaves, a heavy silence falls over the rooftop as the wind blows past. Karen suddenly stops Shizuka from leaving, calling her by her last name. Karen confrontationally walks up to Shizuka and bluntly asks her what her deal is, catching Shizuka off guard. Shizuka looks back in surprise while Karen glares directly down at her with intense determination. The fourth chapter comes to a close with the girls left in a tense standoff on the roof, leaving the narrator to desperately call for Rentaro to hurry back. The story transitions to chapter 5, titled With the Truth. Comes an even more flirtatious chapter featuring a color page of Hikari, Karen, and Shizuka dressed up as angels. Back on the rooftop, Karen aggressively points at Shizuka and loudly accuses her of holding herself back because of them. Shizuka looks down in distress as her phone begins to play a quiet defense. Karen shouts that she can easily tell Shizuka is holding back, pointing out that she was the only one who did not try to get close to Rentaro all day and only gave him a harmless poke, instead of actually tickling him like she wanted. When Karen demands to know why she isn't even trying, Hikari chimes in, smilingly suggesting that Karen is simply coming on too strong and raising her voice. Karen immediately screams in denial, demanding to know when she has ever raised her voice, leaving Shizuka to internally observe that ignorance truly is bliss. Shizuka plays a message explaining that she does not want to interfere, because they have both been Rentarous lovers for a long time, while she has only just joined, prompting a sighing Karen to admit she figured that was the reason. Karen loudly proclaims that Shizuka is officially Rentarous' girlfriend now rather than some girl he is cheating with, telling her she has no reason to hold back. She aggressively declares that seeing Shizuka act so full of doubt, instead of saying what she actually wants, is incredibly annoying. Hikari points out that Karen is hardly in a position to lecture anyone, since she is the least honest person about her own feelings, causing an angry Karen to yell at her to shut up and accuse her of trying to pick a fight. Shizuka's phone plays an apology, which only infuriates Karen further as she screams that Shizuka should throw some shade or talk back, instead of instantly apologizing. Hikari points out that Karen would get mad even if Shizuka did talk back, and when an annoyed Karen asks if Hikari wants to see her truly angry, Hikari playfully asks if she isn't already angry. Spurred on by their exchange, Shizuka looks up with sudden resolve, her phone playing a line stating that she will finally speak the truth about her feelings. Shizuka's phone plays a line stating that she is absolutely terrified. Karen stares back in silence, processing Shizuka's confession. Karen looks devastated and tearfully asks if she is really that scary, leaving Shizuka in a panic, as she desperately types that Karen misunderstood her and tries to explain what she actually meant. Shizuka's app plays lines praising Hikari as well-mannered and possessing a captivating feminine figure, while describing Karen as an eye-catching beauty with a commanding demeanor. Shizuka's phone explains that nothing terrifies her more than the thought of Rentaro comparing her to them if she tried to behave the same way, because they are both such wonderful women. Hikari and Karen are left completely stunned and speechless by her sincere praise. Both Hikari and Karen are utterly pierced by Shizuka's sheer cuteness, internally screaming that she is the absolute sweetest little thing. Shizuka looks down as her phone plays lines calling herself plain loathsome and child, like adding that her personality is merely timid and gloomy compared to the two of them. Blushing deeply, Karen turns away and tells Shizuka not to think that, awkwardly muttering that she finds Shizuka petite, well-behaved, and incredibly cute, before sheepishly apologizing for all the harsh things she said earlier. Hikari gently tells Shizuka not to worry because Karen is always throwing tantrums anyway, reassuring her that Rentaro loves them all deeply and could easily list countless wonderful things about Shizuka. Touched by their warmth, Shizuka addresses them by their last names. Karen loudly commands Shizuka never to hold herself back for their sake again, telling her to let Rentaro know exactly what she wants whenever she has something she wants to say or do to him. Hikari encourages Shizuka to start calling them by their first names since they are all fellow girlfriends, prompting a flustered Karen to agree and ask Shizuka if she is fine with it. Shizuka smiles warmly as her phone reads out their first names. Standing behind the rooftop door, Rentaro watches the three girls get along beautifully through the glass window, sweating with relief, as he realizes things ended in the best way possible. Rentaro suddenly recalls how Shizuka had only poked him during her penalty game, while Karen continues to glare at him from the side. Rentaro notices Karen staring intensely and initially thinks he should step in to diffuse the tension before Karen gets angry at Shizuka, but he quickly stops himself, remembering the true purpose behind starting the card game. Rentaro realizes that if he allows them to hide their true feelings of doubt, anxiety, and fear, they will never truly grow closer to one another. He determines that if he wants them to have the courage to open up, he must be the one to show bravery first. Rentaro resolves to place his full trust and belief in them despite their previous bickering and jealousy. Rentaro firmly clenches his fist as he remembers using his bathroom excuse to leave them alone. Looking at them, Rentaro realizes that Karen was not being selfish at all and spoke out entirely for Shizuka's sake, while Hikari carefully monitored the situation to protect Shizuka, allowing Shizuka to finally find the courage to her true feelings. Overwhelmed by their incredible bond, Renteru cries tears of absolute gratitude, feeling completely unworthy of such amazing girlfriends. He slides open the rooftop door and enthusiastically suggests they keep playing only for a blushing Karen to immediately demand they redo the last penalty game, instead catching him completely by surprise. Karen explains that Shizuka's previous poke barely counted as tickling and demands that she tickle Renteru again. Hikari smiles and asks Shizuka if she secretly wants to tickle him once more, leaving Renteru standing in silent confusion. Realizing that both Hikari and Karen did all of this entirely for her sake, Shizuka resolves not to let their kindness go to waste. Clenching her phone tightly, she prepares to state what she really wants. Blushing furiously, Shizuka plays a line from her app, loudly declaring that her true wish is to lock lips with Renteru. Karen, Renteru, and Hikari are all left completely stunned and speechless by her sudden bold confession. Shizuka tearfully admits she lied earlier about wanting to maintain her chastity until marriage, confessing that her actual deepest desire is for them to kiss. Renteru blushes and smiles warmly at her, thanking her and admitting he is incredibly happy to hear her true feelings, which leaves Shizuka looking up in surprise. Overcome with intense embarrassment, Shizuka slowly hides her blushing face behind her phone. Shizuka nervously puckers her lips and prepares for the kiss, leaving Renteru wide-eyed in surprise. Unable to resist her adorable expression, Renteru gently pats her head, instead apologetically explaining that she was simply too cute to ignore, which leaves Shizuka completely dazed. Shizuka leans warmly into his touch, contentedly pressing her cheek against his hand as she melts into the headset. Renteru gently slides his hand down to cup her cheek, softly calling out her first name. Renteru leans down and presses his lips against Shizuka's, securing their very first kiss together on the rooftop. Shizuka's eyes sparkle with immense joy and wonder during the gentle kiss. After the kiss breaks, Shizuka stands completely dazed with a blissful look on her face, prompting a concerned Renteru to call out her name. Meanwhile, Hikari and Karen look on with heavily pounding hearts, completely overwhelmed by the romantic moment. Turning to Karen with a sly grin, Hikari suggests that since Shizuka was honest about her wishes, Karen should finally hers too. Karen frantically denies hiding anything, but Hikari playfully announces that she is going to her own desires first. Hikari cutely looks up at Renteru and asks if she can kiss him too, sending Karen into a fit of shock. Renteru happily agrees to her request. Hikari steps closer and stands on her tiptoes, prompting a blushing Renteru to gently hold her shoulders. Suddenly, a quiet and hesitant Karen asks Renteru if he is truly okay with what they are doing. Hikari looks down sadly and admits she feels she is not nearly as cute as Shizuka, asking Renteru if he agrees. A shocked Renteru immediately yells in loud denial, declaring that such a thing could never be true. Renteru passionately declares that she, Shizuka, and Karen are all easily the cutest girls in the entire world. However, his intense defense only causes Hikari to burst into a quiet giggle, leaving him completely bewildered. Hikari smugly admits she had a strong feeling he would say exactly that, leaving Renteru to blushingly groan her name in embarrassment, while she giggles and looks up at him with deep affection. Hikari slowly closes her eyes, preparing for her turn to kiss him. Renteru leans forward and firmly presses his lips against Hikari's. They a warm, intimate kiss on the school rooftop. With their turn finished, Hikari suggests that Karen should be next. Karen crosses her arms and defensively stammers that she would only do it because they are insisting, loudly claiming she is not interested at all, despite already standing by and fidgeting in anticipation of the kiss. Karen continues to fidget nervously while keeping her lips puckered, which Renteru silently watches with a warm smile. Overcome by her cuteness, Renteru suddenly pulls Karen into a tight hug, whispering that she is incredibly adorable, which catches Karen completely off guard as she loudly demands to know what he is doing. Renteru laughs, happily telling her that the embarrassed look on her face is the cutest thing ever, causing Karen to blush intensely and stutter in confusion. In her extreme embarrassment, Karen aggressively beats Renteru's chest and screams that he is an idiot, while Renteru laughingly apologizes and complains about how much her hits hurt. Renteru then looks at her gently and declares he will kiss her no matter what, causing her to blush and mutter defensively. When Renteru asks her what she truly wants, Karen remains silent and struggles to find her words before finally looking up to quietly admit that she feels the exact same way. Rentaro gently cups her cheek, raising her face toward his. He leans in and presses his lips against Karen's, completing their round of individual kisses. While his three girlfriends stand side by side in a completely dazed and blissful trance, Rentaro covers his face in tears, quietly wondering aloud if he truly deserves to experience this level of happiness. Rentaro warmly thanks the three of them from the bottom of his heart. Karen turns away and blushingly retorts that thanking him should be their line, which Hikari happily agrees with, while Shizuka's phone plays a message of solid agreement, bringing the 5th chapter to a joyful and warm close. The story transitions to Chapter 6, titled Ai-san is Rentaro, and the girls head down the school hallway to check the recently posted trial exam results, with a frustrated Karen urging him to hurry up already. Rentaro suddenly stops and apologetically explains that he forgot his phone at his desk, and will catch up with them in a moment, though Karen grumpily questions why he would even need his phone just to look at test scores. Rentaro internally dramatizes his return, declaring that his phone contains all of his precious memories and photos of them, making it a treasure far more valuable than life itself. He slides open the door to classroom 1-4 to retrieve it. Inside the quiet classroom, Rentaro notices a girl with incredibly long hair sitting completely alone by the window, silently writing in her notebook, while another classmate asks if she is going to check her posted exam results. Looking back with a cold expression, the girl declares that checking the results would be insignificant and a waste of time because she is certain she will get first place no matter what, leaving Rentaro surprised. The moment their eyes meet, a powerful electric shock runs through Rentaro, making him realize that this girl is his 4th soulmate. Rentaro gathers his composure and nervously suggests they go see the test results together. However, she simply continues writing and flatly repeats that it is a waste of time, leaving Rentaro and a nearby classmate completely bewildered. At the test board, Hikari reveals she ranked 25th, while Karen proudly states she got 87th, just one rank above Shizuka. Rentaro warmly pats all three of their heads and praises them for doing such a great job. Rentaro looks at the top of the midterm results board and is shocked to see Ai Nano in first place with a perfect 700 points, realizing she achieved a flawless score in every single subject. Hikari asks if they know Ai, pointing out she is their classmate. Shizuka's phone mentions that she is always studying by the window, while Karen chimes in with a rumor that Ai is actually an AI, prompting Rentaro to comment that she makes their classmate sound like an urban legend. During biology class, the teacher announces they will be observing and sketching onion cells in pairs, leaving Rentaro sweating as he realizes he has been paired with Nano. He finds himself staring at her cold beauty until a nearby classmate's voice snaps him out of it. As Rentaro goes to retrieve their table's microscope, he internally compares his girlfriends, noting that, while Shizuka has an unimaginable cuteness, Nano possesses an overwhelming cold beauty. When Rentaro returns with the microscope, he is stunned to find Nano already sketching the onion cells perfectly in her notebook, and when he points out she does not need her textbook for the experiment, he notices she is copying the diagrams straight from the page. Nano calmly explains that copying the textbook is far more efficient than looking through a microscope, to which Rentaro frantically yells that efficiency is completely missing the point of the experiment. Rentaro asks if that defeats the whole purpose, but Nano bluntly responds that the experiments are insignificant, and that repeating what scientists already figured out is a waste of time, leading Rentaro to note that she is basically calling the entire class a waste of time. Noticing the teacher staring directly at them, Rentaro nervously begs her to do it properly. Nano simply offers to pretend she is performing the experiment, prompting a frustrated Rentaro to tell her to just do it for real. Rentaro is exasperated to find her looking through the microscope without even putting the onion slide, and soon realizing she is actually using the lens to look closely at her textbook instead, and yells at her to stop. Nano mutters that his behavior is incomprehensible, because textbooks are clearly more efficient, leaving Rentaro to internally agree that her overly rational robotic mind explains why her rumor takes precedence over her beauty. Suddenly, Rentaro accidentally cuts his finger on the edge of a book and decides to head to the infirmary. Nano suddenly stops him calmly, stating that she has a much more efficient way to deal with his cut finger. Without warning, Nano grabs Rentaro's hand and places his injured finger directly into her mouth. Rentaro screams in absolute shock, demanding to know what she is doing, while Nano calmly explains that saliva has antibacterial properties, and that a minor injury like his does not require disinfectants, as she gently licks his finger. As Nano continues to suck gently on his finger, Rentaro's shock melts into awe, as he looks closely at her face, captivated by her long eyelashes, light skin, and ethereal beauty. Rentaro's face flushes completely red as he frantically wonders if he is dreaming, completely overwhelmed by how incredibly soft her mouth feels and the realization that such a beautiful girl is licking his finger. Rentaro's heart pounds violently as Nano finally releases his finger. In the background, Karen defensively huffs that she does not care about looking at cells anyway, prompting Hikari to ask what she is trying to compete with now, while Shizuka's phone plays a dramatic line about heavy sins. After the class bell chimes, Rentaro walks down the hallway with Nano and warmly thanks her for helping him with his cut finger. Nano dismisses his thanks, stating she only treated him because cleaning up the lab equipment with one less person would have been highly inefficient. Rentaro sweatily asks if she is taking efficiency too seriously, then kindly offers to buy her some juice as a thank you. Nano flatly refuses, declaring that she is not thirsty and that drinking juice for rehydration is inefficient. Rentaro wonders if even small luxuries have to be efficient before gently admitting he simply wanted to spend a bit more time talking to her. Nano bluntly calls his desire to talk insignificant, prompting Rentaro to sigh and comment that she really knows how to bring a person's mood down. Rentaro tries to argue that having a fun conversation is like enjoying a hobby or traveling, which should be significant, but Nano confesses she has no experience spending time that way and firmly believes such leisure has zero value. She explains that while anyone can spend time on fun, it does not improve test scores or evaluations, concluding there is nothing to be gained from fun. Rentaro looks at her in disbelief, asking if she truly believes test scores are everything, but Nano simply replies that anything which does not directly benefit one's future holds absolutely no significance. Rentaro protests that fun has its own unique significance, but Nano counters that significance equates to value and things only have value when they are useful, like money, tools, or knowledge. When Rentaro struggles to find the words to define it, Nano coldly asserts that anything which cannot be explained with concrete words is riddled with deceit. Declaring their argument to be another waste of time, Nano bids him farewell and walks away, leaving Rentaro standing alone in the hallway. Rentaro is left in deep distress, frantically questioning if Nano could really be his soulmate given her incredibly cold and overly logical personality. Later that evening at her home, Nano sits alone in her room, writing and studying intensely at her desk. As she works, the memory of Rentaro smiling and thanking her suddenly flashes in her mind, distracting her for a brief moment. Nano tries to ignore the distraction and continues writing her notes. She remains focused on her studies, keeping her expression completely blank. However, the memories refuse to leave, causing Nano to blush intensely and squeeze her pen so hard that her hands tremble. She recalls the moment she put Rentaro's finger in her mouth and licked it frantically, questioning herself why she did something so highly irrational. Nano desperately tries to rationalize her actions, wondering if she did it out of a desire to be useful to Rentaro or to be loved by him. She covers her blushing face in sheer confusion, unable to comprehend this strange, irrational feeling. Seeking to regain her composure, Nano begins writing out the infinite digits of pi on her whiteboard. Nano sighs in relief, telling herself that reciting pi is indeed the most efficient way to regain her focus and calm her mind. However, her focus immediately breaks again, forcing her to frantically scribble down pages and pages of mathematical digits at supersonic speed in a desperate attempt to drown out her thoughts. Nano is left sweating and panting heavily amidst a sea of numbered papers, forced to admit that she is wasting a massive amount of valuable time. She looks down with deep frustration, realizing she must find a way to resolve this distraction. Nano bluntly confesses to Rentaro that she has fallen for him and asks him to go out with her. Rentaro happily replies that he likes her too, thanking her and stating that it is an honor. However, Nano immediately bows her head and apologizes, leaving Rentaro completely stunned and wondering what kind of cruel joke she is playing. Nano explains that being rejected by him would have been the most ideal and efficient outcome, but since that failed, her only remaining option is to reject him instead, leaving a sweating Rentaro deeply confused. Nano explains that she came here today specifically to bring this love to an end. Knowing that they both like each other, Rentaro is left completely bewildered as she begins to walk away, wondering why she is intentionally trying to cut off their connection. Nano argues that the only things that can be obtained from love are marriage and children, neither of which she currently desires. She adds that once thought over, love between students is insignificant and a mere waste of time. She firmly declares that there is absolutely no way she will ever go out with him. While Nano remains cold, Rentaro looks at her with immense determination and states that unlike her, he has a completely different perspective. He firmly points out that he has already been rejected 100 times before. Rentaro passionately declares that there is not a single chance that level of heartbreak will ever make him give up on his love for her, bringing the 6th chapter to a dramatic end. Back in the science lab, Rentaro repeats his passionate declaration, leaving Nano surprised by his sheer willpower instead of cold logic. Rentaro acknowledges her desire to end this love once and for all while Nano quietly listens. Rentaro guesses that receiving a constant stream of love from him simply spells inconvenience for her, which makes her silent as she recalls how frantically she had to write the digits of pi just to clear her head of him earlier. Rentaro suggests a compromise so that they can both put this matter to rest, even though he firmly believes he will never stop loving her. He earnestly begs her to go on just a single date with him, admitting that while it might seem insignificant to her, it is crucial for him, promising that if she gives him this one day, he will finally give up on her. Nano remains silent, sweating slightly as she hesitates and carefully considers his offer. A few days later, the scene transitions to a bustling amusement park filled with towering rides. Standing in the crowd, Rentaro suddenly blushes furiously as it sinks in that this is his first date ever before a voice off screen thanking him for waiting startles him out of his panic. Rentaro is completely struck by the sight of Nano in her casual clothes, crying tears of joy while she calmly asks if he is sick and suggests they just go home already. Rentaro insists they are not leaving yet, begging her to stop being so obsessed with maximum efficiency, as he secretly resolves to show her that having a pleasant time with someone you love is incredibly significant. While riding the carousel, Nano curiously questions why there is a horseback riding training machine in an amusement park, forcing Rentaro to awkwardly explain that it is not meant for training. As Nano wonders what possible significance riding in circles holds, Rentaro pulls out an instant camera, excitedly explaining that he has loved taking instant photos ever since he was a kid. Nano harshly criticizes the camera as a worthless device that fails to save any digital backups, calling it incomprehensible. Rentaro takes her photo anyway, cheerfully telling her to say cheese, which only leaves Nano utterly confused about what dairy has to do with photography. As they head toward a haunted house, Nano flatly declares that ghosts and monsters are unscientific beings that do not exist, prompting Rentaro to jokingly respond that they would be highly offended by her words if they were real. Inside the attraction, a terrifying zombie actor jumps out and sends Rentaro screaming in absolute terror. But Nano remains completely unfazed, calmly pointing out to him that the actors are merely living human beings. Nano looks at him in mild confusion and asks why he is getting so worked up over other humans, leaving a terrified Rentaro to internally scream that anyone would get goosebumps in a dark maze regardless of who the actors are. After exiting, Nano notes that since only humans were inside the park, should remove the haunted aspect of the attraction, which Rentaro points out would just turn it into a regular house. They then proceed toward the spinning teacups ride. Sitting inside a spinning teacup, Rentaro happily asks Nano what she thinks of her first ride, but a sweating Nano merely stares back in deadpan disapproval, calling it absolute insanity that defies all logic. Nano rants that she cannot comprehend the philosophy of putting people in giant cups to spin them around for amusement, suggesting the ride is actually a brainwashing device that uses spinning motion and music to trick people into having fun. An outraged Rentaro yells, asking what kind of nightmare tea party she is describing. When they arrive at a massive wooden maze, Rentaro excitedly suggests they try it out, only to find Nano immediately scaling the walls to map out the route from above for efficiency, prompting him to scream that finding the way from inside is the whole point of a maze. After she climbs down, they hit a dead end, and an annoyed Nano questions why such paths even exist, muttering that a maze should only consist of a single correct path to avoid wasting time. Rentaro is left frantically explaining that dead ends are the entire purpose of a maze. Nano muses that life would be much better if humans were equipped with automated functions to navigate mazes and daily life without thinking, but Rentaro cuts her off to shout that having flaws and thinking is the entire point of being human. The two next walk toward the towering Ferris wheel, with Rentaro insisting that they cannot possibly go on a date without riding it. Once inside the Ferris wheel cabin, Rentaro notices that Nano has gone completely stiff and is sweating profusely while clutching her seat, leading him to ask if she is actually afraid of heights. Nano quietly mumbles that fearing heights is simply a natural biological defense mechanism to protect one's life. Rentaro listens gently and asks if she would mind if he sits right next to her. Nano silently nods in agreement, allowing Rentaro to move over and sit close beside her as their cabin continues to rise high into the sky. Rentaro apologizes as he settles in, but he is suddenly startled when Nano reaches out and firmly grabs onto his sleeve. Rentaro turns his head to look at her in quiet surprise, observing her trembling profile as she tries to maintain her composure. To help ease her fear, Rentaro gently places his own hand over hers, holding it firmly. Rentaro blushes but maintains a firm grip on Nano's hand, comforting her as she keeps her face lowered. As the Ferris wheel ride finishes, the park speakers announce that the park will close in 30 minutes, prompting Rentaro to suggest they take the chance to ride anything they might have missed. Rentaro spreads out their instant photos on a table, pointing out that she looked bored in some but actually looked like she was having fun in another one, where she was holding a small toy cat, which Nano quietly admits is correct. Sitting at an outdoor table near a food truck, Nano is surprised. He can tell how she felt, explaining that people often say she has no emotions. Rentaro smiles and responds that it is actually pretty obvious if one takes a closer look, adding that he is simply glad she had some fun today. Rentaro holds up the photos again and gently asks her how her day truly felt in the end. Nano looks at him and sincerely confesses that she did indeed have a lot of fun, far more than she could have ever imagined. While Rentaro starts to look hopeful, she quickly adds that having fun was all it was. Nano bluntly concludes that she gained absolutely nothing from the experience, declaring that it was ultimately an insignificant day. Rentaro lowers his head in deep disappointment and softly apologizes to her for making her waste her time. Rentaro quickly assures her there is no need to apologize, gently stating it is completely normal for people to have different feelings. He adds that he is simply happy she was honest about her true feelings instead of trying to deceive him. Rentaro sighs and remarks that since today was indeed insignificant, they should simply pretend this worthless day never happened, spreading his hand over the pile of instant photos. Rentaro stacks the photos together, catching Nano off guard as he pulls out a lighter and clicks it open. He looks up at her with a gentle, resolute smile, preparing to set the stack of photos on fire. As Rentaro moves the flame directly toward the edge of their photos, Nano watches with a look of sudden, silent panic in her eyes. In her mind, Nano's own warning about the camera being worthless, because destroying the physical photo means losing all record of it forever, echoes clearly. Images of her grabbing his hand on the Ferris wheel and all the memories they recorded today flash through her mind as the flame begins to sizzle against the edge of the paper. Unable to bear it, Nano suddenly lunges forward and grabs Rentaro's wrist, frantically snatching the photos away from the flame. She stands panting and trembling, clutching the rescued photos tightly. Rentaro gently points out that she was clearly terrified of losing something just now, explaining that it is impossible to fear losing something you do not actually possess. He softly tells her that her fear of losing the photos is the ultimate proof that she actually gained something precious today, leaving Nano to turn her head away in emotional silence. Rentaro gently places his hand over hers again, reassuring her that she did indeed gain something today, even if it is an emotion that cannot be expressed in words, and has absolutely no impact on her grades or test evaluations. He explains that what she gained is something so valuable that her own heart is telling her she does not want to lose it, causing Nano to blush deeply as she looks back at him with tears welling up in her eyes. Tears begin to stream down Nano's face, leaving her completely confused as she wonders aloud what she is feeling and why she is crying. Rentaro apologizes warmly, explaining he did not want to resort to such extreme measures, but felt it was the only way to get this truth through to her. Rentaro explains that spending the limited time they have on Earth having fun and enjoying themselves carries its own deep significance. Rentaro asks if she is feeling better, and Nano confirms she is offering her apologies and promising to return his handkerchief once she has thoroughly disinfected it. Rentaro nervously asks if she is planning to lick the handkerchief, to which she explains that saliva has antibacterial properties, prompting him to frantically protest and insist that he will wash it himself instead. Nano quietly addresses Rentaro by his full name, prompting a curious response from him. Nano confesses that she has fallen for him and asks him to go out with her, explaining that she has much to gain from being in love and wants to spend much more significant time with him to discover things she has yet to find. Rentaro warmly accepts Nano's confession, telling her that he likes her too, that it is an honor, and that he looks forward to going out with her. Rentaro extends his hand to Nano for a handshake. Before Rentaro can complete the handshake, Nano quickly steps forward. Nano grabs Rentaro's hands and pulls him in for a sudden kiss on the lips. Rentaro is left wide-eyed in absolute shock as Nano slowly pulls away from the kiss. Nano explains that putting things one wants to do into action without being constrained by conduct is much more efficient, before softly asking Rentaro if he hated it, to which a flustered Rentaro immediately assures her that he did not. Following the events of their date, Nano officially joins Rentaro's group of girlfriends as the efficiency-loving girlfriend. Rentaro sweatily asks his other girlfriends if they mind accepting Nano as his newest girlfriend, to which Karen loudly tells him to do whatever he wants. Hikari warmly states she has no issues as long as they stay together, and Shizuka adds that she has no objections either. Overcome with emotion, Rentaro tearfully swears to commit seppuku if he ever fails to make them all happy, prompting Nano to calmly point out that seppuku does not kill people quickly, and that ingesting poison would be far more efficient, which only outrages Karen. The next chapter opens with a color page introducing a special fan service episode at the pool featuring the girls dressed up in swimsuits. Karen loudly complains that she has always wanted to go on an amusement park date, while Shizuka's phone chimes in to add that she would have gladly joined them if she had been asked. Karen suggests they all go somewhere together on their next off day, and when Hikari insists on going to the amusement park as lovers, Nano agrees that they should go, while Hikari internally fantasizes about a romantic lovers' banquet. Hikari brings up an advertisement on her phone for a newly opened indoor pool that is open all year long, and slyly suggests they go there instead, secretly rejoicing that everything is going according to her plan. After school, a frustrated Karen visits a swimwear shop called Peach and Beach, grumbling that she does not have any swimsuits suitable for a date. Karen nervously mutters that she has never been to a pool with a guy before, and that cute swimsuits would not suit her anyway, angrily warning a startled shop assistant that she is definitely not looking for anything cute. Karen pulls a swimsuit off the rack, telling herself that something so cute could never look good on her. Blushing deeply, Karen quietly wonders if Rentaro might actually compliment her if she wears it. On the day of the date, Rentaro arrives at the crowded indoor pool and comments on how busy it is just as Hikari calls out to thank him for waiting. Rentaro catches glimpses of his girlfriend's swimwear, taking in the details of the different styles they chose to wear for their pool date. Hikari, Shizuka, and Karen stand before Rentaro in their swimsuits, with Shizuka looking particularly nervous in the center while clutching an inflatable ring. Shizuka tearfully apologizes through her app, believing she has brought disgrace upon them by wearing a standard school swimsuit. The sight of her overwhelming cuteness causes Rentaro to have a dramatic mental breakdown, imagining his soul ascending to heaven with absolutely no regrets, before he quickly forces himself back to reality. Rentaro sheds tears of joy as he holds Shizuka, passionately reassuring her that her modesty is incredibly precious and declaring her choice of swimwear to be an adorable national treasure. Rentaro suddenly wonders where Karen went, only to find her hiding behind Nano and Hikari while wearing a long button-up shirt over her swimsuit. Rentaro frantically panics and begs her to go back to the changing room, assuming she came out half undressed, which prompts an embarrassed Karen to loudly scream that she is wearing her swimsuit underneath. Karen insists she is simply feeling a bit chilly and tells the others to go on ahead while she rests by the poolside. Rentaro worries that she might be feeling sick and offers to come back another time, but she continues to dismiss his concern. Karen repeats that her chill is nothing major and pushes Rentaro, Hikari, and Shizuka forward, telling them to go ahead while she warms up. Nano watches them quietly from behind. Nano looks over at the poolside lounge chairs, noting that resting there would be the most efficient way to warm up. She then bluntly tells Karen to hurry up and go because they are not close enough yet for her to be considerate, which Karen calls incredibly presumptuous. An annoyed Karen yells at Nano to shut up and go, already kicking at her to drive her away. Rentaro sweatily observes that Karen seemed to briefly regain all of her usual energy. Shizuka walks over to Karen with her phone, reading out that she is not suited for water combat and wishes to spectate alongside her. Nano points at Shizuka's inflatable ring and asks what she needs it for, prompting a blushing Shizuka to insist she is fine. Shizuka and Karen head over to the lounge chairs to rest together, while Rentaro, Hikari, and Nano watch them go before entering the water. Hikari floats in the massive lazy river, happily marveling at how huge it is. Rentaro explains that the river is 400 meters long, while Shizuka and Karen watch them float by from their spots. Rentaro notices Shizuka spinning uncontrollably in her inflatable ring and asks what is wrong, prompting her phone to read out that she does not know but cannot fight against this fate. Standing nearby, Nano notes that one should not fight the current and questions if the facility is equipped to handle river-related incidents. Hikari gasps as she is pushed by the strong current, prompting Rentaro to ask if she is okay. Suddenly, the rushing water forces Hikari's chest directly against Rentaro, catching him completely off guard. A heavily blushing Rentaro sweatily asks Hikari if she is doing this on purpose, but Hikari merely smiles and acts innocent, wondering what she could possibly be doing on purpose, as she continues to press against him. Rentaro desperately begs Hikari to stop, as he struggles to keep himself under control, while Nano watches their close interaction from a short distance. Rentaro notices Nano staring and asks what is wrong, only for Nano to calmly cup her own chest in her hands, catching him completely off guard. Nano explains that she wants Rentaro to feel what feminine charm is like, and that this is the most efficient way to demonstrate it. A blushing and competitive Hikari immediately declares that two can play at that game, while Rentaro panics. Nano and Hikari begin comparing their chests directly against each other, with Nano asserting that hers are firmer, while Hikari proudly counters that hers are bouncier, leaving a panicked Rentaro begging them to stop. Nano calmly adds that hers are more shapely, while Hikari retorts that hers are bigger. Hikari then blushes and asks Rentaro whose chest he actually prefers, leaving him completely frozen in shock. Overwhelmed by the intense situation, Rentaro passes out and floats face down in the pool, leaving Hikari and Nano to look down at him in silent shock. Nano checks Rentaro's vitals, noting he has a faint pulse, but is not breathing. A panicked Hikari screams that they need to perform CPR on him immediately, and they quickly pull him out of the water onto the pool tiles. Hikari urgently repeats that they must give him CPR before it is too late, leaning over Rentaro and tearfully begging him to come back to them. Just as Hikari prepares to perform resuscitation, Nano slaps her aside and tells her to step away. Nano announces she will take care of it, asking Hikari if she is simply freezing up in the moment. Nano cradles Rentaro's head, determinedly telling him that she will not let it end like this because there are still so many things she wants him to teach her, before leaning down to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Nano bonks Hikari on the head for playing around instead of performing actual CPR, warning her that Rentaro will really die at this rate. A tearful Hikari panics and promises she will give him proper CPR this time. Nano ignores Hikari's protests and leans back down to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on a completely unconscious Rentaro herself. Meanwhile, Shizuka spins around aimlessly in her inflatable ring, looking around in complete confusion as she wonders where she is. Shizuka notices she has drifted far away from Rentaro and the others, and though she tries her best to paddle back toward them, the current only washes her further away into another part of the pool. Deciding it is best to head toward the poolside first, Shizuka paddles her inflatable ring toward the concrete wall of an artificial island. Shizuka's inflatable ring collides with the wall and begins to spin uncontrollably, leading her to realize she is in a terrible situation. Trembling with fear, Shizuka taps on her phone to play a recording asking for help, but the nearby pool guests merely stare at her in confusion. The busy crowd of pool guests completely ignores her quiet electronic SOS as they continue to chat and play, leaving Shizuka to drift further away helplessly in her ring. Suddenly, Shizuka's inflatable ring scrapes against a sharp edge of the wall and begins deflating with a loud hiss, forcing her to quickly scramble out of the water and climb onto the concrete ledge. Stranded on the island of the lazy river, a shivering Shizuka continues using her phone to broadcast a plea for help to the busy spa resort pool in the distance. With no one hearing her soft voice over the crowd, Shizuka finds herself completely stranded and alone on the concrete island of the lazy river. Back at the poolside, Hikari and Nano pant heavily with deep blushes on their faces, realizing their resuscitation attempts are proving to be too much of a distraction. Both girls collapse next to Rentaro in exhaustion, admitting to themselves that they simply cannot perform CPR on him at all. Hikari suggests that finding a staff member to help would be much more efficient under the circumstances, and Nano agrees. They decide to look for a male staff member to avoid any potential jealousy. Nano and Hikari quickly run off to find help, but their search is suddenly interrupted when a group of creepy guys calls out to them. The group of creepy pool guests surrounds them and asks the girls to hang out while internally admiring their figures. Hikari politely tries to excuse themselves, explaining that they are in a huge hurry. One of the creepy guys reaches out to grab Hikari's arm, sleazily telling her to wait and listen to what he has to say while internally remarking on how soft her arms look. The guy continues to reach for her, sleazily claiming that a girl's upper arm feels as soft as her chest and demanding that she show him how she feels. Before the creepy guy can touch, Hikari, Nano steps in with a cold glare and firmly grabs his wrist to block his path, surprising him with her aggressive intervention. Without hesitation, Nano delivers a brutal counterattack by forcefully digging her fingers directly into the creepy guy's face, sending him screaming in absolute agony. Nano calmly steps back, stating that her counterattack is highly efficient in repelling sexual harassers, while the creepy guy screams in absolute agony, and Hikari looks on in shocked silence. The creepy guy's friends grow furious and declare that the girls will not get a free pass, just because of their gender, threatening to force them to spend time together by any means necessary, as Nano and Hikari find themselves in deep trouble. Meanwhile, the situation remains incredibly chaotic elsewhere, as Shizuka remains stranded on the island. Karen sits on a lounge chair complaining about the cold, and Rentaro remains completely unconscious on the ground. Confronted by the angry pool guests, Hikari looks terrified and ready to cry, while Nano maintains a completely stoic and blank expression as the men threaten to use force. Nano calmly steps in front of Hikari, addressing the aggressive men and telling them that she will hang out with all of them instead. Nano quietly instructs Hikari to take the opportunity to find a male staff member and help Rentaro, explaining that this division of labor is the most efficient course of action. Hikari is shocked and asks Nano why she is taking all the blame and protecting her, pointing out that Nano even defended her when the guy tried to grab her arm. Nano simply explains that if anything happened to Hikari, it would make Rentaro sad and she would hate that. Hikari tearfully protests that Rentaro would feel exactly the same way if anything happened to Nano instead. Nano dismisses this logic, pointing out that she has only just started dating Rentaro, unlike Hikari, making it mathematically logical that Rentaro would grieve more for Hikari. The creepy men interrupt their conversation, demanding they stop chatting and either come willfully or be taken by force, prompting Nano to tell Hikari to go immediately. Hikari firmly refuses to leave and steps up beside Nano, loudly declaring to the men that neither of them will be spending any time with them, which catches Nano completely by surprise. Hikari angrily tells Nano that she still does not understand Rentaro at all, while the creepy men lose their patience and aggressively step forward to take the girls by force. Suddenly, Rentaro stands back up and places a powerful grip on the leader's face, shocking both the creepy men and his girlfriends. Rentaro angrily asks the men what they think they are doing to his girlfriends, tightening his grip on the guy's face in an iron claw. The leader's friend tells Rentaro to get out of the way, pointing out that Nano aggressively attacked his friend's eyes earlier, while Hikari tries to explain that the guy tried to grab her arm. Rentaro fiercely declares that he will hang out with the men as much as they want, which only confuses and annoys them as they demand to know which of the girls is actually his girlfriend, so they can take her and leave. Rentaro glares at them with intense determination and calmly states that both of them are his girlfriends, leaving the men completely dumbfounded. The creepy guys mockingly challenge Rentaro to prove his claim by kissing both girls right there on the spot, but Rentaro grabs his own chin and firmly declares that he will never do anything his precious girlfriends would hate. Nano steps in and firmly kisses a highly flustered Rentaro directly on the lips. Hikari quickly grabs Rentaru's face and gives him a passionate kiss on the lips as well. Hikari proudly declares that they are both Rentaru's genuine girlfriends, while Nano asks the shocked men if they are satisfied now. The creepy guys panic in utter terror, screaming that teenagers these days have crazy views on love. The creepy men flee the scene in fear, calling the girls shameless. A furious Rentaru tries to chase after them, screaming that he will kill them for insulting his girlfriends, while Hikari struggles to hold him back. Hikari and Nano ask Rentaru when he regained consciousness and how he knew where they were. Rentaru explains that it was all thanks to Karen, who is shown running away in the background. A flashback reveals Karen sitting lonely on a lounge chair, feeling chilly and watching other happy couples in the pool while feeling insecure about her own swimsuit. As she rests, Karen spots two figures from a distance standing near the pool edge and wonders if they are Hikari and Nano. Karen walks over to investigate and is shocked to find Rentaru lying unconscious on the ground, prompting her to panic and desperately try to shake him awake. Frustrated by his lack of response, Karen screams directly into Rentaru's face, urgently warning him that Hikari and Nano are in massive trouble. Rentaru instantly bolts upright in a panic, and upon hearing that his girlfriends are in danger, he immediately sprints off at full speed, leaving a startled Karen behind. Back in the present, Rentaru explains that it was thanks to Karen that he rushed over, prompting Nano to muse that such an efficient method of waking someone up exists. Rentaru then gently takes Nano's hand. Rentaru thanks Nano for protecting Hikari, but earnestly begs her never to do anything so reckless again, explaining that he would be completely lost if anything ever happened to her. Nano is surprised, explaining she only did it because she knows how much Hikari means to him. Nano stands in stunned silence, recalling her earlier logical assumption that Rentaru would only grieve for Hikari and Hikari's warning that she still knows nothing about him. Deeply touched by Rentaru's sincere concern, Nano blushes softly as she bows her head to thank him and apologize. Hikari suddenly realizes they have not seen Shizuka since they left the lazy river. When Rentaru panics, Nano points out that drifting along is normal, but Rentaru sweatily explains that Shizuka cannot swim and wonders what will happen if the unthinkable occurs. Rentaru immediately sprints off at full speed again, loudly screaming Shizuka's name while Hikari and Nano watch him run. The soft electronic help messages from Shizuka's phone echo quietly through the resort's palm trees. Shizuka remains stranded on the island of the lazy river, holding her phone high to broadcast her plea for help, but the nearby swimmers continue to ignore the soft voice. Believing that she is completely forgotten and nobody is coming to rescue her, Shizuka begins to cry. Suddenly, Rentaru's booming voice echoes across the resort as he loudly screams Shizuka's name. Shizuka stops crying and looks up in absolute shock to see Rentaru running toward her along the poolside. Shizuka stares at her phone inside its waterproof case, realizing she must try to call out to Rentaru using her actual voice. Meanwhile, Rentaru frantically searches the crowded area, realizing she is not in his current pool and wondering if she has drifted to an entirely different one. Shizuka hesitates, worried that her naturally quiet voice will be completely drowned out by the loud chatter of the crowd. She doubts she can make herself heard over the noisy pool guests. Rentaru screams Shizuka's name at the top of his lungs, prompting her to muster all her strength and scream back that she is right there. Upon hearing her call, Rentaru spots Shizuka stranded on the concrete island and apologizes for leaving her behind after her inflatable ring broke. He tells her that everything will be okay as he wades over to rescue her. Rentaru lifts Shizuka up and carries her through the water, causing her to blush intensely while clutching her phone close to her chest as Rentaru looks at her in mild confusion. Shizuka pulls Rentaru in and plants a sudden kiss on his lips, leaving him completely startled by her unexpected boldness. Shizuka immediately covers her blushing face in sheer embarrassment, while Rentaru remains stunned as nearby swimmers tease them for being so bold in a public pool. After returning to the group, Rentaru walks hand in hand with Shizuka while the other girls check on her before Karen decides to take a break and sit by herself with a drink. Rentaru joins Karen and mentions that he noticed her staring at Hikari and Nano's chests earlier, which causes a startled Karen to spit her drink out in a massive spray. Rentaru further deduces that she compared her body to theirs while they were changing and lost the confidence to show off her swimsuit, leaving Karen completely speechless before she frantically sputters and tries to deny it. Karen loudly insists that she is simply chilly, But Rentaru points out that someone who is cold would not normally order a cold melon soda float. Rentaru admits their friends' bodies are highly developed, but reassures Karen that her and Shizuka's physiques are completely normal for first-year high school students, meaning she has nothing to worry about. Karen complains that Shizuka is petite and cute, while she is neither, lamenting her lack of femininity, which prompts an abrupt command from Rentaru to stand up immediately. As Karen stands up and shows off her swimsuit, Rentaru is so overwhelmed by how amazing she looks that he lets out a loud shout, prompting an embarrassed Karen to repeatedly slap him for acting like a pervert. Rentaru passionately declares that she looks amazing and is incredibly adorable, while a blushing Karen frantically stammers that his praise does not change anything. Rentaru pulls Karen into a tight hug, telling her that his heart is racing like crazy and that he can feel hers doing the exact same thing. Rentaru explains that hugging her like this allows them to their embarrassment, directly thanking her for being the one who brought everyone together in the first place. Rentaru softly tells her that it is not about who is better or worse, declaring that everyone is special in their own way and that she is as charming as can be. Rentaru asks if her chill has finally been cured, and after she softly confirms it, he happily suggests they go back and meet up with the others. Karen looks back at him with an intensely soft, blushing expression, catching Rentaru completely off guard as they exchange quiet glances. The air is filled with their unspoken, overwhelming declarations of love for each other as they walk back together. With Karen's confidence fully restored, the group happily reunites in the pool, kicking off their lively pool date together with plenty of splashing and laughter. The story transitions as Rentaru walks into a laboratory where a fateful encounter is about to unfold. While out with his girlfriends to eat special limited edition pancakes, Rentaru is suddenly gripped by a familiar, powerful shock as he holds hands with a passing stranger, realizing he has just crossed paths with another soulmate. The next day, after school, Rentaru nervously slides open the chemistry lab door, hoping to find the mysterious soulmate he saw there the previous day. Instead of the tall girl from yesterday, Rentaru only finds a small, eccentric girl standing on a wooden stool, leading him to introduce himself while wondering if she can help him locate his soulmate. The girl cheerfully introduces herself as Yakuzen Kusuri of the chemistry club, ending her sentence with her signature catchphrase "Yeppers," which leaves Rentaru completely baffled while Nano quietly copies the quirky phrase. Kusuri hands Rentaru some tea and enthusiastically says that she has just finished developing an interesting new drug, telling him to look away while she prepares a demonstration. Rentaru drinks his tea, resigning himself to the fact that Kusuri is not listening to him, and decides to wait and see what she wants to show him. Kusuri dramatically presents a test tube containing her new invention, the human magnetization drug, which she claims is so revolutionary it could blow the Nobel Prize out of the water. Rentaru points out that the drug sounds like something out of a cartoon, while Kusuri explains that it magnetizes the iron present in a person's blood. Kusuri compares the drug to an elementary school science experiment, explaining that it acts as a drinkable magnet that temporarily magnetizes the iron in the body. Kusuri suddenly demands that Rentaru drink the chemical himself, arguing that experiencing a drug firsthand is the only true way to understand how it works. After dismissing any suggestion of illegal substance use, Kusuri aggressively pressures Rentaru to gulp down the concoction, forcing him to drink it in one go. Rentaru is shocked to find metal stationery and magnets sticking all over his body, but his surprise turns to panic when Kusuri warns him that the drug also causes 3 days of severe constipation. Kusuri announces there is more to the experiment and quickly drinks another test tube containing the same magnetization drug, but with a reversed polarity. Because of the opposing magnetic polarities, Kusuri is instantly pulled forward and clings tightly to Rentaru's chest, leaving them stuck fast to each other. While Rentaru is overwhelmed by how cute she is up close, Kusuri casually explains the mechanics of what would have happened with identical polarities, prompting him to warn her about making mature jokes in a magazine. Rentaru tries and fails to pull Kusuri off, only for her to reassure him that the effect will naturally wear off in about 10 minutes. Rentaru's relief is instantly shattered when a sweaty Kusuri confesses that she is currently at her absolute limit of holding in her bladder, explaining that she often holds it in to avoid interrupting her experiments. Kusuri proudly announces that she wears diapers to solve this exact problem, reassuring Rentaru that it is perfectly fine even if she has an accident right then and there. Rentaro frantically protests the situation, screaming that a wholesome magazine cannot allow such an event, while they are in close contact, even as he fears a strange new interest might awaken inside him. The drug's magnetic effect finally wears off, leaving a completely exhausted Rentaro collapsed on the floor, while Kusuri happily asks if he now understands how amazing chemistry can be. Kusuri gushes about her genuine love for developing unique chemical formulas, eagerly listing some of her other strange inventions like a night vision drug and a sound delay drug. Rentaro watches her closely, realizing how much she truly loves her craft, as he sees her eyes light up with pure passion. Rentaro suddenly snaps himself back to reality, remembering that his true goal for coming to the chemistry lab was to locate the tall soulmate he saw the day before. As Rentaro looks at Kusuri, his chest suddenly tightens with an intense warmth, leaving him utterly confused as to why he is experiencing soulmate-like feelings for this tiny, eccentric girl. Kusuri teases Rentaro, asking if his silence is because he is overwhelmed by her cuteness, before shifting her tone to reveal a secret about the tea he drank earlier. Kusuri happily confesses that she spiked his tea with a love potion, causing a shocked Rentaro to scream in disbelief and demand to know why she would do such a thing. Kusuri declares that she fell in love with him at first sight and begs him to go out with her, leaving Rentaro completely frozen with a heavy blush on his face. Internally, Kusuri smugly celebrates her trap, knowing that it is physically impossible for Rentaro to reject her confession while the love potion is active in his system. Rentaro immediately runs to the sink and begins forcefully throwing up the tea, catching Kusuri completely off guard as she watches him gag in total shock. An outraged Kusuri yells that throwing up in response to a confession is incredibly rude, but Rentaro counters by reminding her that she has no right to lecture him on decency after her diaper comments. Rentaro explains that his reaction is not a rejection of her, but a desperate attempt to throw up the love potion, leaving a bewildered Kusuri to wonder why the drug is not working on him as intended. Misinterpreting his actions, a tearful Kusuri asks if he truly detests the thought of dating her that much, even as Rentaro continues to dry heave over the sink. Kusuri wails that she genuinely loves him, sobbing that she must not be his type at all, while Rentaro frantically tries to correct her misunderstanding between his dry heaves. Rentaro turns around to passionately declare that he wants to answer her confession properly using his own genuine feelings, rather than being forced to do so under the influence of a chemical. In his extreme physical effort to reject the drug's effects, Rentaro collapses onto the floor and begins convulsing violently, leading a panicked Kusuri to realize she might have made the love potion far too strong. Kusuri desperately grabs a neutralization drug to counteract the potion, but Rentaro's violent shaking makes it impossible for her to pour the medicine down his throat. Realizing Rentaro cannot swallow the antidote on his own, Kusuri gulps down the neutralizing liquid herself to administer it through other means. Kusuri leans down and delivers the neutralizing antidote directly into Rentaro's mouth through a firm kiss, forcing him to swallow the medicine. The chaotic room falls quiet as both of them pull apart, coughing and panting to catch their breath. As Rentaro's convulsions stop, Kusuri notes with relief that his body has rejected the potion, quietly asking if the drug's unnatural effects have completely left his system. Rentaro rubs his face and hesitantly confesses that even with the love potion completely out of his system, she still looks incredibly cute to him. A long silence falls over them as they exchange confused looks, prompting Kusuri to realize the true shocking reason behind Rentaro's violent physical rejection of the love potion. Kusuri realizes that Rentaro's body convulsed because he had already fallen for her from the very beginning, making it impossible for the love potion to amplify his emotions any further, and she suddenly screams his name in a massive blush. Overwhelmed with joy, Kusuri drops to her knees and bows flat on the laboratory floor, begging him to go out with her, while a sweating Rentaro stands completely dumbfounded by her intense, prostrating confession. Kusuri continues her intense, prostrating confession, declaring that she loves Rentaro as much as she loves drugs and promising to obey his every word, begging him to accept her, as Rentaro frantically tries to get her to calm down. Rentaro tells her to lift her head up first, but he suddenly stops in confusion when her body begins to twitch and shudder on the floor. As Rentaro watches in absolute shock, Kusuri suddenly transforms into a tall, mature girl with long, flowing hair, looking exactly like the mysterious soulmate he saw the previous day. A dumbfounded Rentaro recognizes her as his soulmate, while Kusuri calmly deduces that she must have accidentally swallowed some of the drug neutralization antidote herself, while administering it to him mouth to mouth. Kusuri explains that this is actually her true form, but a failed immortality drug usually keeps her shrunk down. She casually adds that she is a third-year student and the president of the chemistry club, leaving a stunned Rentaro to realize that this eccentric girl is both his senior and his soulmate. Rentaro immediately drops to the floor and prostrates himself to accept Kusuri's confession, thanking her and stating how much he looks forward to dating her, which leaves a startled Kusuri wondering why he is accepting her by bowing so intensely. Kusuri happily hugs Rentaro tightly in her mature form, but her habit of wearing diapers suddenly comes up again, prompting a flustered Rentaro to beg her not to discuss diapers while she is in her adult form. Kusuri puts her glasses back on. Karen adjusts her glasses while spending time with Rentaro. Chapter 11 begins focusing on the girls wearing glasses and introducing the first meeting between Rentaro's existing girlfriends and Kusuri. Nano also puts on a pair of glasses. Hikari winks while wearing her glasses. Up on the school rooftop, Rentaro nervously introduces Kusuri to his other girlfriends, explaining how things panned out and asking if they would welcome her, while Kusuri enthusiastically greets everyone in her small form. Nano logically accepts the news, stating that dating additional people is much more efficient, while Karen quickly snaps back that Rentaro is definitely not dating them out of mere efficiency. Hikari happily declares that this only proves Rentaro's popular appeal, while Shizuka reads out that it does not matter how many girls are added because Rentaro will always provide an abundant amount of love, and Karen flusteredly mutters that she does not care anyway. Kusuri begins drooling over a test tube as she confesses her supreme love for drugs, prompting a worried Karen to ask if she is actually okay, while Rentaro tears up and thanks his girlfriends for their understanding. Rentaro cheerfully reassures them by explaining that Kusuri promised she has not tried meth, yet though Karen dryly notes that his reassurance is not very comforting. Rentaro explains that Kusuri is actually a third-year student who only looks small because of a drug she took before Kusuri happily presents some chemical creations as gifts for her new friends, handing the first one to a confused Karen. Kusuri cheerfully explains that she got Karen a breast enhancement drug, sending an outraged Karen into an absolute fury, as she demands to know what Kusuri is playing at. Surprised by Karen's rejection, Kusuri quickly searches her coat to offer her alternative drug options instead. Kusuri offers her a drug to make her more honest or another to make her more feminine, prompting an enraged Karen to demand where she got that kind of personal information, only for Kusuri to bluntly reveal that she got it all from Rentaro. Believing Rentaro thinks poorly of her, an emotional Karen physically attacks him in a screaming rage, while a panicked Kusuri desperately tries to clarify that Rentaro actually described Karen as having a great slender figure and being incredibly adorable because of her dishonesty. Instantly regretful, a crying Karen clings tightly to Rentaro to apologize and make sure she did not hurt him, while Rentaro blissfully reassures her that her violent affection is actually a reward, leading a baffled Kusuri to wonder if he is a masochist. Kusuri offers Hikari a chemical called the Become Even Sexier drug. Hikari immediately fantasizes about using it to seduce Rentaro and downs the contents of the vial, ignoring Rentaro's warning to be suspicious of mail order items. However, the potion quickly takes effect, causing Hikari to sweat profusely before she screams in panic as her clothes begin to melt away. Hikari is left completely naked and tries to cover herself in sheer embarrassment while Rentaro calls out to her in shock. Kusuri then casually explains to the rest of the group that the drug produces sweat designed to dissolve clothing, asserting that true sexiness is achieved through absolute nudity. Rentaro quickly offers his own gym class jersey to the shivering naked Hikari, telling her to put it on right away despite him wearing it earlier. Hikari gratefully pulls the oversized sweater over herself and softly thanks Rentaro. Hikari blushes intensely and pulls the collar of the jersey over her face, deeply inhaling its scent and ecstatically celebrating that she is wearing the exact sweater Rentaro was just using. Meanwhile, Karen gives her a dirty look from behind. Kusuri then presents Shizuka with a fantasy-themed chemical called the Make You Rabbit-like drug. After Shizuka translates a polite acceptance on her phone, she immediately drinks the contents of the test tube. The drug instantly causes Shizuka to sprout long rabbit ears, which sends Rentaro to his knees in tears of joy at her overwhelming cuteness. As Shizuka uses her phone to humbly downplay the compliment, Rentaro gently touches her twitching ears, noting that they feel just like movie special effects. Shizuka's ears twitch frantically at Rentaro's touch, and her phone explains that she is experiencing a brand new sensation akin to entering an unknown world. Rentaro apologizes for causing such a strong reaction, realizing he had mistakenly compared the action to scratching a pet dog's head. Finding her reaction endearing, Rentaro eagerly asks Shizuka if she enjoyed the sensation and offers to keep petting her ears. Rentaro begins tenderly massaging Shizuka's rabbit ears, causing her to melt in pure bliss, as her phone translates her internal thoughts, comparing the experience to entering a true paradise. Turning to Nano, Kusuri presents her with the hair manipulation drug, explaining that it allows the user to control their hair like extra limbs to boost efficiency. Having already downed the drug without hesitation, Nano calmly agrees that it will make her tasks much faster. Nano immediately tests her new ability by using her long hair to gently wipe a speck of dust off Rentaro's cheek. Rentaro is caught off guard, blushing intensely as he realizes how wonderful her hair smells close up. Before Rentaro can recover, Nano uses her hair to wrap around his neck like a scarf, pulling him in close to deliver a sudden and firm kiss directly on his lips. As Nano and Rentaro quietly enjoy the closeness of the hair scarf, Kusuri happily offers them more vials, but warns that while each dose lasts 10 minutes, drinking multiple vials carries a high risk of going completely bald. Nano logically concludes that going bald would actually be highly efficient, since it would save her precious time maintaining her hair. A panicked Rentaro frantically questions her reasoning, asking if she is truly willing to lose all her hair. Nano calmly asks Rentaro if his love for her would change if she went bald, prompting him to passionately declare that his love is unconditional even if she loses her hair, gains weight, or gets hijacked by aliens. Rentaro then wraps himself in her hair scarf and blushes softly, adding that he still deeply loves her beautiful hair just the way it is. Touched by Rentaro's sincere words, a deeply blushing Nano turns away and decides she no longer needs the extra drugs. Kusuri is mildly disappointed to lose a test subject, but accepts her decision. The group gathers together on the rooftop, with Karen admitting that chemistry has its perks, Hikari rejoicing over wearing Rentaro's jersey, and Nano expressing her growing interest. Thrilled by their positive reactions, Kusuri happily announces that drugs are indeed the best, and offers to prepare some tea for everyone. As Kusuri prepares to make the tea, she suddenly shivers and blushes, intensely struck by an overwhelming and urgent need to use the restroom. Kusuri casually shrugs and suggests she can just rely on her diaper, prompting Rentaro and the girls to frantically scream at her to go to an actual bathroom. Kusuri grumbles and runs off to find a restroom, leaving Hikari to take over the tea preparation. Kusuri briefly calls back to warn them to be extremely careful with the thermoses, explaining that one is meant specifically for Rentaro with flavors guys prefer, while the other is for the girls. Rentaro and the girls are left completely confused by her vague explanation. Panicking from her full bladder, Kusuri yells at herself to hurry up and tells the group that they can easily figure out which thermos is which just by looking at them, before she dashes away once more. The group examines the two thermoses left behind, noticing one is large and the other is small. They logically conclude that the larger thermos is meant for the 5 girls while the smaller one is for Rentaro, and they happily begin pouring their drinks. With Kusuri finally returning to the rooftop, the group looks forward to settling down. Karen remarks that the cookies they are eating are actually quite good, finding their sweetness rather appealing. Kusuri suddenly notices the thermoses and panics, realizing with horror that the girls drank from the wrong container, which holds the spiked tea intended for Rentaro. A panicked Kusuri screams at the girls to puke the tea out immediately, while Rentaro mistakenly assumes it is just a matter of the wrong flavor, forcing Kusuri to clarify that the issue lies with the ingredients instead. Kusuri confesses that she spiked the tea with a drug that forces the drinker to kiss the person they love, admitting it was a ploy to get Rentaro to kiss her relentlessly, which leaves Rentaro completely shell-shocked. Rentaro becomes highly flustered and tells Kusuri that she did not need to mention that last detail, passionately declaring that he would still want to kiss her even without any drug. Kusuri happily clings to Rentaro in her small form, But the sweet moment is quickly cut short when Karen looms behind them with an incredibly dark and menacing expression. Overcome with intense jealousy, Karen grabs Kusuri and hurls her high into the air, prompting a terrified scream from Kusuri, while Rentaro looks on in absolute horror. The mood turns chillingly serious as Rentaro realizes his girlfriends have surrounded him with hollow glazed-over eyes, all repeating the word kiss as they slowly close in on him. Rentaro backs away nervously from his girlfriends, while Kusuri looks on, realizing with dread that her spiked tea has once again triggered a catastrophic situation. Suddenly, Shizuka leaps through the air with rabbit-like speed toward Rentaro while chanting for a kiss, forcing him to scramble backward as Kusuri frantically yells at him to run away. Karen and Nano charge forward with such monstrous, uninhibited force that they shatter the concrete floor upon landing, prompting Kusuri to explain that this terrifying physical power is actually a side effect of the drug. An outraged Rentaro demands to know if Kusuri was trying to turn him into a physical beast, but she quickly defends herself by explaining the differing psychological effects the drug has on boys and girls. Kusuri continues to explain that because girls naturally prioritize affection, the drug has completely stripped away their mental limiters, leaving them entirely guided by their instinct to kiss and capable of utilizing 100% of their physical strength. Kusuri concludes that the girls are currently incapable of thinking about anything other than kissing the person they love, wandering around in an absolute stupor as full-fledged kissing zombies. Kusuri warns Rentaro that if he gets caught, the girls will never let him go and will kiss him endlessly for the rest of his life, which Rentaro initially blushes and admits sounds like an absolute paradise. Kusuri's tone turns deadly serious as she warns that if the girls do not take the neutralization drug before it fully circulates through their bodies, their minds will be permanently lost in this state. Rentaro urgently asks how much time they have left before the drug takes permanent hold, and Kusuri replies that they have roughly under an hour depending on the individual. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rentaro resolves to find a way to administer the antidote to his girlfriends, marking the official beginning of their chaotic race against time. Kusuri urges Rentaro to flee from the 4 kissing zombies as they begin running for their lives, with the girls giving chase right behind them. The title screen for the new chapter dramatically announces the onset of the kissing biohazard. As they sprint, Kusuri explains that they cannot synthesize enough of the neutralization drug to cure all 4 girls, unless they manage to safely make it back to the chemistry lab. Glancing back, Rentaro is terrified by the girls' incredible speed, as they use their uninhibited strength to pursue them down the stairs, prompting Kusuri to pull out another vial and suggest a drug that might help slow them down. Rentaro desperately warns Kusuri not to use that specific chemical, but Kusuri cheerfully explains that if the liquid splashes on someone, their skin will burn with unimaginable pain. As Rentaro reminds Kusuri that their primary objective is to return the girls to normal, they are suddenly cut off by the school's vice principal, who leaps down to scold them for running in the hallway and threatens them with her whip. Rentaro panics, realizing they are about to be trapped. Kusuri gets so startled by the vice principal's sudden ambush that she accidentally splashes the painful drug directly onto her. The vice principal screams in agony as the chemical sizzles, while a crying Kusuri apologizes and explains that she acted purely out of fear. Despite the severity of the chemical, the drug fails to cause any actual physical harm to the vice principal, who instead panics because her thick makeup foundation is melting off. She despairs over losing the muddy layer of cosmetics she spent 3 hours building up, terrified that everyone will finally see her true face. The vice principal immediately flees the scene to fix her face, prompting Rentaro to tell Kusuri to keep moving since modern science clearly does not work on monsters. Kusuri is left completely dumbfounded and deeply shocked that her advanced chemical compounds could be neutralized by some simple makeup foundation. The 4 infected girls continue their fast-paced and relentless pursuit, chanting endlessly for a kiss. As Rentaro runs alongside Kusuri, he suddenly looks back and notices something peculiar about the chasing group. Rentaro suggests that since the girls are chasing only him, he and Kusuri should split up to head toward the chemistry lab, which will allow them to pull off a pincer move. Kusuri quickly agrees and runs in a different direction. Rentaro confirms his suspicion that only Shizuka is left pursuing him, as she follows him with heart-shaped eyes while softly repeating her desire for a kiss. Rentaro notes that despite her mental limiters being removed, Shizuka is still constrained by her natural physical ability, meaning she is much slower than the others. He decides he can easily escape the trap before the other girls cut him off. However, as Shizuka runs, she suddenly loses her footing and falls flat on her face, letting out a painful squeak. Rentaro completely panics upon seeing her fall, screaming her name in terror, as he immediately turns around and rushes back to check on her. Rentaro quickly picks Shizuka up and carries her to the nearby infirmary, deciding that treating her bruised forehead is far more urgent than escaping, even after noticing a sign on the door stating the nurse is out of the office. Inside the quiet room, Rentaro applies a cold compress to her forehead and recites a comforting spell to ease her pain, to which a quiet Shizuka gently nods in response. Rentaro suddenly realizes that they are still in the middle of a massive emergency right before Shizuka leaps forward and forcefully pins him onto the bed. Shizuka climbs onto Rentaro and plants a deep, passionate kiss on his lips, leaving him completely stunned underneath her. Driven entirely by the love potion, Shizuka repeatedly kisses Rentaro with intense affection, catching her breath briefly before pressing her lips against his once more. The relentless kissing continues as Shizuka surrenders completely to her instincts. Shizuka remains draped over Rentaro on the bed, completely lost in her love-induced trance as she continues to kiss him endlessly. The intense affection leaves Rentaro heavily blushing and struggling to keep his thoughts straight, realizing his consciousness is beginning to fade. Rentaro steels his resolve and forces himself to snap out of the daze, declaring that he must focus on returning Shizuka back to normal. To keep her safe without hurting her, Rentaro gently hangs Shizuka up by her collar onto a coat hanger on the curtain rod, telling her to wait there patiently while he runs out of the room to find a cure. A peaceful silence returns to the empty room as the potted flowers sit quietly on the windowsill. Shizuka is left dangling helplessly from the curtain rod, softly murmuring for a kiss in the quiet, empty infirmary. As Rentaro runs back into the hallway, he is suddenly startled to see Karen and Hikari sprinting directly toward him from the opposite end of the corridor, loudly chanting for a kiss. Rentaro realizes he is in deep trouble as Hikari and Karen approach him with heart-shaped eyes while chanting endlessly for a kiss. He quickly decides that he needs to turn around and run in the opposite direction. Acting on pure instinct with their physical limiters removed, Karen suddenly grabs Hikari from behind and spins her around with incredible force. Karen uses her superhuman strength to launch Hikari directly down the hallway toward Rentaro like a catapult, utilizing their combined power as a massive meteor bullet. The powerful combination attack flies down the hallway and knocks Rentaro flat onto the ground, prompting him to yell out in frustration that this is not a professional wrestling tournament. Before Rentaro can recover, Hikari and Karen immediately grab his arms to secure him in place. Rentaro looks up to find Karen and Hikari staring down at him with heart-filled hollow eyes as they prepare to get their kisses. The two girls lean down simultaneously to plant passionate, forceful kisses on Rentaro's lips, leaving him completely trapped beneath them. Hikari and Karen continue kissing Rentaro relentlessly, thoroughly enjoying the physical contact under the influence of the drug. The girls continue to smother Rentaro with endless kisses right there on the hallway floor. Rentaro feels his mind slipping into a heavy daze once again, realizing that the girls' drug-induced superhuman strength makes it completely impossible for him to break free. Suddenly, Karen and Hikari begin glaring and growling at each other as they compete over who gets to kiss him next. Rentaro realizes that even as mindless kissing zombies, their fiercely competitive nature with one another remains exactly the same. Rentaro suddenly has a realization that since their core personalities and rivalries are still active despite the drug's influence, he can use this trait to his advantage. Rentaro reaches up and grabs both of their heads, pulling them close together while they continue to mindlessly chant for a kiss. Rentaro forces Karen and Hikari's faces together so that their lips press directly into each other, successfully tricking his rival girlfriends into kissing one another instead. As their lips remain pressed together, Karen and Hikari look at each other with wide heart-shaped eyes while a sweating Rentaro nervously watches to see how his plan will play out. The kiss between Hikari and Karen deepens as they remain locked in the embrace. The two girls briefly pull apart and glare fiercely at each other with heart-filled eyes, continuing to chant for a kiss, but now directing their focus entirely on one another. Hikari and Karen face each other with intense competitive determination, completely ignoring Rentaru, who lies quietly beneath them. To Rentaru's absolute relief, the trick works perfectly as Karen and Hikari passionately throw their arms around each other and begin kissing intensely, leaving Rentaru free to slip away. Rentaru explains that because they drank the drug that forces the user to kiss the one they love, and because Hikari and Karen are fellow lovers who a deep daily bond through their constant bickering, his plan to direct their love toward each other worked exactly as intended. Rentaru tearfully rejoices, recalling that their relationship is so close that they have even a three-way kiss before leading him to put his complete faith in them, although he is clearly confusing their friendship for something else. Hikari and Karen's kiss quickly becomes intensely passionate, leaving Rentaru to sweatily observe that things got incredibly serious real fast under the influence of the kissing zombie state. Rentaru snaps himself out of his shock and realizes he needs to take this opportunity to rush to the chemistry lab while the girls are completely distracted. Rentaru successfully arrives outside the chemistry lab, hoping that Kusuri has somehow made it there before him. Upon entering the lab, Rentaru is horrified to find Nano already waiting inside. Realizing she is also infected and chanting for a kiss, he instantly panics and bolts in the other direction. Nano slowly wanders down the empty school hallway, her heart-shaped eyes scanning the area as she mindlessly searches for Rentaru. Rentaru hides inside a nearby cleaning closet, realizing it is only a matter of time before Nano finds him, but holding on to hope that splitting up has given Kusuri a chance to enter the chemistry lab. Suddenly, he hears a strange rustling sound right beside him. To Rentaru's absolute shock, Kusuri pops up from the bottom of the cramped closet, gasping that she could barely breathe in there, which instantly crushes all of Rentaru's hopes of escaping. Rentaru frantically asks Kusuri what she is doing in the closet. Kusuri explains that she is hiding because Nano spotted her heading to the chemistry lab and chased her away, meaning Nano is now guarding the lab and blocking any chance of them entering. Rentaru is confused as to why the girls would target Kusuri instead of just him leading Kusuri, to suggest they must have recognized her as an ally. Rentaru realizes that even as kissing zombies, his girlfriends have not completely lost their tactical thinking. Looking through the closet vents, Rentaru spots Nano closing in on their position, realizing with dread that she will easily find and catch both of them if they stay put. Kusuri suggests that Rentaru should run out to draw Nano away so she can slip into the lab, but Rentaru points out that bursting out of hiding so suddenly would make their distraction way too obvious. Rentaru explains that running out blindly is useless, because Nano is faster than him and would easily see through the feint, which would immediately give away Kusuri's hiding spot. Rentaru grows desperate, tearing up as he fears they will run out of time to stop the drug from permanently taking hold of his girlfriends. However, he is caught off guard when Kusuri sadly remarks that things have ended up like this once again. Tears stream down Kusuri's face as she confesses that her obsession with developing drugs always causes terrible trouble for the people around her, revealing that this was the exact reason why all the previous chemistry club members abandoned her and quit. Kusuri trembles as she admits that she would utterly despise herself if Rentaru grew to hate her because of her mistakes, leaving Rentaru in stunned silence as she struggles to find her words. Sobbing heavily, Kusuri declares that she will completely stop developing drugs for good as she tearfully apologizes to Rentaru, leaving him absolutely heartbroken and stunned by her painful decision. Kusuri suddenly cheers up and reassures Rentaru that everything will be fine because she always carries a backup solution for exactly this type of emergency, leaving Rentaru quite confused. Kusuri quickly reaches inside her lab coat to retrieve her backup item. Kusuri proudly presents a single dose of her neutralization drug, explaining that while they originally needed enough for 4 people, they now only need this single dose to return Nano to normal, so they can safely enter the chemistry lab. To Rentaru's absolute horror, Kusuri suddenly drinks the single dose herself, causing him to scream in panic and desperately try to stop her. Kusuri throws the empty test tube to the floor, shattering it completely as a frantic Rentaru demands to know why she drank the antidote that was meant for Nano. Kusuri suddenly realizes her mistake and laments that giving the antidote directly to Nano would have also worked, leaving a dumbfounded Rentaru to ask if they actually had other options. Kusuri transforms into her mature 18-year-old form, explaining her plan was to use her adult appearance to slip past Nano since Nano does not recognize her in this state. She then notices Rentaro blushing intensely and asks why his face is so red. Rentaro is completely flustered as Kusuri's mature body presses tightly against him in the cramped closet. Kusuri explains that she only took a sip of the antidote to trigger her transformation and plans to tie Nano up with a vinyl rope, urging that they must act before her transformation wears off. Adult Kusuri steps out of the closet to execute her plan, but Nano immediately spots her and turns around to target her with a chant for a kiss. Kusuri looks back nervously as Nano stares directly at her with a heavily blushing face. Nano dismisses the adult Kusuri as insignificant and turns away, giving Rentaro hope that their plan might actually work as Kusuri nervously prepares her vinyl rope. In her extreme nervousness, Kusuri accidentally speaks in her usual third-person style, prompting Rentaro to internally scream in panic that she should have used first-person pronouns to keep her cover. The plan fails completely as Nano easily overpowers Kusuri and ties her up with her own vinyl rope instead. Rentaro panics from his hiding spot, realizing they are doomed since they cannot make any more antidote with Kusuri captured, while a bound Kusuri struggles to understand how Nano recognized her. To save Kusuri, Rentaro runs out of the closet and sprints down the hallway with Nano immediately giving chase while chanting relentlessly for a kiss. Knowing his opponent is a kissing zombie with her physical limiters removed, Rentaro resolves to remove his own limiters, using the sheer power of overflowing love to boost his speed. Rentaro manages to slip into a storage room and close the door, heavily panting and gasping for air as he desperately tries to hide from Nano. Unfortunately, Nano easily tracks Rentaro down, corners him in the storage room, and passionately kisses him on the floor while he gasps for air. As Nano kisses him, Rentaro calls her name while her eyes stay locked on him with an intense heart-filled gaze. Rentaro takes advantage of the close contact to pour the remaining neutralization drug directly into Nano's mouth, catching her completely by surprise. Nano collapses unconsciously onto Rentaro's body on the floor right after drinking the antidote. Kusuri, holding the empty test tube, reassures Rentaro that Nano will be back to normal once she wakes up. Rentaro cradles Nano in his arms, expressing intense relief and thanking Kusuri for arriving just in the nick of time. Kusuri asks if everything was within his calculations. Rentaro confesses that instead of a calculated plan, he was simply gambling everything, playing a waiting game to lead Nano away and buy enough time for Kusuri's small sip of the neutralization drug to take effect. Kusuri explains that she only had to wait for the transformation to wear off as her shrinking back to her small form naturally caused the vinyl ropes to slide right off her body. Rentaro is surprised, asking if she truly did not realize that was how she escaped. Kusuri sheepishly admits she thought Rentaro had developed some chemical to melt the ropes. Rentaro suggests they head straight into the infirmary to administer the remaining antidote to the other three girls, just as Nano begins to stir and open her eyes. Inside the infirmary, Shizuka, Karen, and Hikari finally wake up in their beds, feeling completely dazed and confused about what happened. While Karen defensively insists she is not half asleep, Hikari tries to recall why she behaved so aggressively toward Rentaro, who watches them with immense relief. Hikari starts to apologize to Rentaro, but as she suddenly recalls the passionate kiss she did with Karen under the drug's influence, she freezes in absolute wide-eyed shock. Panicking, Hikari frantically claims that she cannot remember a single thing that happened. Karen quickly plays along and loudly demands confirmation that Hikari has completely lost her memory, even as Nano mentions that she, Hikari, and Shizuka actually remember everything. Karen is utterly mortified as her own memory of kissing Hikari flashes before her eyes, leaving her completely frozen. Karen and Hikari laugh hysterically and nervously together, desperately insisting to each other that they have no memory of the event whatsoever. While Rentaro and the others sweatily watch their awkward display, their secret ironically deepens their bond even further. Rentaro crosses his arms and stares sternly at Kusuri, who looks incredibly guilty as she accepts that all of this chaos was entirely her fault. Tears stream down Kusuri's face once more as she begs everyone for forgiveness, apologizing repeatedly for creating the drug that caused so much trouble. Instead of being angry, the girls look back at her warmly, softly calling out her name and accepting her apology without any resentment. Rentaro gently reassures Kusuri, pointing out that while her drug started the crisis, It was also another one of her creations that ultimately cured them and brought everyone back to normal, meaning everything has evened out. Tears of relief continue to fall from Kusura's eyes as Rentaro firmly promises her that no matter how much trouble her future inventions might cause, things will be fine. Rentaro smiles warmly and takes Kusura's hands, passionately promising that they will always face and resolve any future drug mishaps together as a team. Rentaro begs Kusuri never to say she will stop developing drugs again, declaring that he deeply loves her for being so incredibly passionate and devoted to her craft. Rentaro's heartwarming speech deeply touches his other girlfriends, who smile in warm approval as they watch from the background. The girls are completely overwhelmed by Rentaro's words, internally gushing over how amazing, cool, and attractive he is. Overwhelmed with happiness, Kusuri cries tears of joy and leaps forward to wrap Rentaro in a tight, passionate hug, loudly declaring that she absolutely loves both drugs and him. Kusuri leans up and plants a sudden kiss on Rentaro's lips as she continues to hold him tightly. Chapter 14 begins as the group heads out on a pleasant date together to a flower park in full bloom. Rentaro and the girls arrive at the popular Rabuzono flower park, with Rentaro praising Hakari's excellent choice in selecting the location as a perfect date spot. Hakari is pleased to see that everyone is thoroughly enjoying themselves. Shizuka types out that they can view a wide variety of plants efficiently, while Kusuri is excited about collecting nectar for her upcoming chemical experiments with the park's permission. A public announcement is broadcast across the park, inviting visitors to participate in a special monthly bouquet toss event where the winner gets to take a photo with their lover in a wedding dress. Rentaro and the girls enthusiastically resolve to join, excited by the prospect of taking a wedding photo together. For Shizuka, wearing a wedding dress has been her absolute dream since childhood, making her intensely determined to win the event and make her dream come true today. Arriving at the center field, Rentaro is astounded by the massive packed crowd of competitors, realizing how incredibly popular the event actually is. A fierce, muscular woman suddenly roars a command to her buff subordinates, aggressively ordering them to secure the photo op for her and her partner, even if it costs them their lives. Rentaro wonders who the aggressive group is, prompting Nano to provide a highly detailed dictionary-style explanation that they are a Japanese biker gang from the early 21st century. Facing this tough competition, Hakari suggests that the 6 of them should team up to secure the bouquet first and use a raffle afterward to decide who gets the photo op. Nano agrees that this is the most efficient strategy. Worried about Shizuka's small stature getting swallowed up by the rowdy crowd, Rentaro gently suggests she cheer from the sidelines instead, which she politely accepts. Meanwhile, Kusuri prepares to drink her antidote to return to her adult form for the competition. Karen expresses a wish to have a team banner just like the other alliance. Rentaro immediately pulls a towel and a permanent marker from his bag, explaining that he always carries everything imaginable to be prepared, before deciding to write a name that goes far beyond a mere team. Rentaro proudly displays the finished banner bearing the name Rentaro's family, leaving the girls deeply touched and blushing intensely at the realization that they are truly a family. Gathering in a circle, Rentaro and his girlfriends stack their hands together, loudly cheering to win the event as a united family. As the event finally begins, the massive crowd glares fiercely at the competitors, while Shizuka happily holds up the team's custom banner from the sidelines. The guest throwing the bouquet is revealed to be the school's vice principal, a former national shot put representative, who declares her hope that her throw breaks the atmosphere so that nobody gets to be happy. As Rentaro and the girls stand in absolute shock at her inhuman presence, the countdown concludes and the throw begins. The vice principal launches the bouquet high into the sky, prompting everyone to rush toward its landing zone. However, the biker gang immediately begins physically attacking and headbutting the other participants, leaving a horrified Rentaro to realize that the rules against violence are completely ignored. The biker gang leader aggressively sweeps through the competition, sending multiple participants flying through the air while loudly asserting that her gang is simply engaged in a training session. The leader continues her rampage, laughing that nobody can blame her if they get hit by her training, while the announcer weakly tries to protest that it is against the rules. Rentaro panics as he realizes Hakari is directly in the path of the onslaught. Suddenly, Karen lunges forward and forcefully grabs the biker gang leader, completely shutting down her advance while angrily questioning if she really thought her ridiculous logic would work on her. Karen strips the coat off the biker leader and wears it herself, proudly declaring that she is now a part of the Gorira Alliance, which leaves Rentaru and the girls looking on in absolute awe at how cool she is. Karen challenges the gang leader to bring on her training as they aggressively lock hands and clash. The gang leader is stunned by Karen's immense gorilla-like strength. Karen retorts that she doesn't want to hear that from her, yelling at Rentaru and the other girls to go secure the bouquet while she holds the leader down. The pinned leader bellows a command to her subordinates, ordering them to execute their special team move immediately. The biker gang members spin their flags and banners with incredible speed, unleashing their signature move to create a massive windstorm called the Gorira Storm. The powerful windstorm blows the bouquet high into the air, far out of reach, leaving Rentaru in despair as the bikers celebrate their impending victory. Suddenly, members of the crowd point toward the sky, wondering if something is flying alongside the bouquet as they compare it to a bird or a plane, though Rentaru immediately realizes otherwise. Rentaru loudly screams Shizuka's name as she is shown floating high in the sky, holding tightly onto their custom family towel. Rentaru quickly deduces that because Shizuka was standing where the windstorm's updraft was strongest, her feather-light body combined with the towel acted like a perfect paraglider to carry her aloft, wondering to himself if she is actually a garden fairy. Shizuka bravely lunges forward and successfully grabs the falling bouquet, but in doing so she lets go of the towel and begins plummeting rapidly toward the ground, crying out through her phone that she does not want to die yet. As Hikari, Nano, and Kusuri gather below to catch Shizuka, a panicked Rentaru screams at them to stop, warning them that they will all get severely hurt if they try to catch her from such a high fall. Fortunately, Shizuka lands safely onto the soft, ample chests of Hikari, Kusuri, and Nano, who act as perfect natural airbags. However, Rentaru notices she still has enough forward momentum to hit her head against the brick pavement. Rentaru slides in at the absolute last second, throwing his own body onto the ground to cradle Shizuka and safely cushion her head with his hands. A relieved Shizuka hugs Rentaru tightly while her phone translates the defeated bikers' sudden admiration for Rentaru, with some of them even begging to marry him. Meanwhile, the biker gang leader tearfully praises Karen for her strength as she accepts defeat. Karen expresses immense relief that she was not involved in the bizarre display of affection from the bikers, while the crying gang leader proclaims that this intense rivalry is what female friendship is truly all about. Rentaru's family celebrates their hard-won victory as they raise their hands high, proudly declaring their triumph to the entire park. Hikari happily suggests they use some raffle chopsticks she brought along to decide who gets to take the wedding photo with Rentaru, prompting an annoyed Karen to ask why she is even carrying such a perverted item. Hikari mixes the raffle chopsticks and explains that whoever draws the breakable chopstick with a red mark at the tip is the winner. Internally, she smugly celebrates that everything has been going exactly according to her calculations, realizing that proposing the raffle before the bouquet toss was her master strategy. Hikari knows that the winning chopstick is marked with a tiny cut. Since she set up the raffle herself, she plans to avoid drawing first so the others do not get suspicious, choosing to let someone else take the first turn before she draws the winning chopstick next. Hikari targets Nano to draw first, confidently relying on her daily observations of Nano's behavior, knowing that Nano always follows a highly predictable pattern when participating in lotteries. Hikari knows Nano will always choose the item closest to her without any hesitation, because she considers it the most efficient option. Hikari calculates that shuffling the winning chopstick to the far end makes it impossible for Nano to draw it, internally apologizing for her selfishness, but resolving to make her wedding dream come true. She then invites Nano to make the first draw. To Hikari's absolute horror, Nano calmly suggests that having everyone draw at the exact same time is much more efficient, completely shattering Hikari's carefully laid plan. Before Hikari can react, the other girls immediately reach in and grab their chopsticks all at once. Hikari screams in utter despair, realizing she completely underestimated Nano's extreme drive for efficiency. Nano, Karen, Kusuri, and Shizuka look at their drawn chopsticks and realize they all failed to get the winning mark, while a stunned Hikari looks down to see that she is left holding the winning chopstick with the red tip. Hikari is so overwhelmed with joy that she begins babbling, incoherently prompting Nano to point out that her thoughts and words are completely reversed out of sheerness of happiness. A deeply blushing Hikari rejoices that her dream is finally coming true. Kusuri immediately throws a massive childish tantrum on the ground, crying out that she wanted to take a wedding picture with Rentaro too, which Rentaro notes is the absolute epitome of a stubborn refusal. Rentaro tries to comfort Kusuri by promising that they will return next month for another chance, but she stubbornly refuses to leave without her photo. Meanwhile, Hikari looks over her shoulder, quietly reflecting on the situation. Hikari realizes that there are others who might desire this memory even more than she does, wishing for the photo to become a truly precious moment for them instead. Hikari kindly offers her winning chopstick to Kusuri, inviting her to take her place for the wedding photo. Kusuri gasps in shock while a highly suspicious Karen asks Hikari if she is feeling sick. Overjoyed, Kusuri leaps up and hugs Hikari tightly, crying as she loudly declares her love for her. However, adult Kusuri suddenly changes her mind and steps back, telling a confused Hikari that it is not necessary. Kusuri explains that because she deeply loves both Rentaro and Hikari, seeing her two favorite people take the photo together will make her incredibly happy. She then sweetly apologizes for having been so selfish earlier. Hikari agrees to proceed but asks if they can take a group wedding photo together instead of just her. Although Karen points out they take group photos all the time, Hikari insists on sharing this special moment with everyone as a family, and the camera countdown begins. As they wait for the photo to be developed, Kusuri expresses her excitement to see the final result. Nearby, a deeply grateful Hikari quietly thanks Rentaro for the wonderful day. Hikari softly confesses that taking a wedding photo with her beloved has been her longest dream, and that, ever since meeting Rentaro, her life has felt like an unbelievably happy dream every single day. Rentaro smiles warmly, telling her that those should be his lines instead, and thanking her for everything. Hikari then hesitantly asks if she can make just one more selfish request, which Rentaro happily encourages her to ask without hesitation. Looking at him with a beautifully sweet smile, Hikari shockingly asks Rentaro if he will break up with her, concluding the chapter on a massive cliffhanger. Chapter 15 begins with Hikari repeating her shocking request, leaving Rentaro standing in completely stunned silence as her words hang in the air. Before Rentaro can press Hikari for an explanation, staff members suddenly interrupt them, asking Hikari to return the wedding dress to the women's dressing room and directing Rentaro to the men's changing area. Hikari cheerfully agrees and walks away, leaving a deeply confused Rentaro behind. Inside the changing room, Rentaro changes back into his normal clothes while desperately trying to understand what Hikari meant. He resolves to confront her immediately and have a serious conversation to figure things out. Rentaro emerges to find the other girls, but notices Hikari is nowhere to be seen. A staff member informs them that Hikari claimed to have urgent business to attend to and left in a car as soon as she received the developed photo, leaving Rentaro deeply alarmed, while Kusuri humorously guesses she might have just needed a restroom. While the girls bicker and express growing concern for Hikari, Rentaro decides not to worry them unnecessarily since he does not have the full story yet. He reassures them that everything is likely fine and tries calling her on his phone. Rentaro gets no answer from Hikari's phone while the girls continue their silly argument in the background. Realizing she is not picking up, he decides on his next course of action. Rentaro suddenly remembers the address written on the back of an envelope containing some suggestive swimsuit photos Hikari had sent him recently. Rentaro travels to the address and is left utterly astounded when he arrives outside a massive, breathtaking mansion that looks like it belongs in a painting. Looking through the grand iron gates, Rentaro marvels at the massive garden fountain while trying to find a doorbell, before suddenly spotting Hikari staring out from a high window. Rentaro loudly calls out to her, causing a startled Hikari to desperately gesture for him to be quiet and hush. While Rentaro stands confused by her frantic gestures, a security guard suddenly shouts out to demand who is there, immediately running toward him. Rentaro quickly ducks out of sight, leaving the guard to assume it was just his imagination. Astounded that a private household has its own security patrol, Rentaro is suddenly startled when his phone begins to buzz. Rentaro answers the call to find Hikari on the other end speaking urgently and asking him to keep it quick because she does not have much time. Rentaro is confused to hear her calling from a regular cordless landline instead of her smartphone. Rentaro firmly declares that he will never accept a sudden breakup without a proper explanation because his love for her is completely genuine. Hikari cold-heartedly claims that she simply fell out of love with him and tells him to accept it like a man. Rentaro tells her not to lie, asserting that he can see right through her expression and declaring that he refuses to leave her gates until she tells him the absolute truth. Hikari remains completely silent, sweating and looking away in deep conflict. Staring up at her window through the iron bars, Rentaro listens. As a quiet, Hikari finally confesses that her mother has found out about their multi-girlfriend relationship. Rentaro stands in shock as Hikari explains that her mother now knows he is dating multiple girls at the same time. Hikari adds that she tried to explain Rentaro's complete sincerity and how everyone is genuinely happy with the arrangement, but her explanation was not enough. Hikari, crying, reveals on the phone that her mother took her smartphone away and made immediate arrangements for her to transfer schools. She adds that she is going to be forced out of the house by tomorrow with no idea where she will end up. Rentaro angrily exclaims that this situation is completely ridiculous, but Hikari sadly notes that this is simply how her mother operates, using the sheer power of money to force her unreasonable demands. She laments that even if they miraculously met again, her mother would relentlessly break them apart over and over. From her window, Hikari tells Rentaro that the happy days they spent together are gone for good and will never return, as Rentaro stands silently outside the massive iron fence. As Rentaro desperately tries to argue, Hikari quietly begs him to leave now that she has told him the real reason. Suddenly, she flinches in fear as a hand reaches from the darkness to grab her shoulder. Rentaro hears a cold, unfamiliar voice coming from the line, strictly warning him to never appear in front of Hikari ever again. The voice threatens that a mere high school pest like him can be easily crushed whenever she pleases. Recognizing the mature voice of Hikari's mother, Rentaro tries to reply, but the call is abruptly disconnected. He desperately grips the iron bars of the gate, screaming for her mother to let him speak with her as the security guard runs over to intervene. The guard aggressively pulls Rentaro away from the gate, warning him to stop causing a disturbance. Upon recognizing Rentaro from detective agency photos, the guard explains that the lady of the house explicitly ordered them to keep him out, threatening to report him to the police if he does not leave immediately. Rentaro is left gritting his teeth in deep frustration as the guard unsympathetically tells him to just give up, stating that life is full of things beyond his control, especially for a mere high school kid. Inside the luxurious mansion room, Hikari prostrates herself on the floor, desperately crying and begging her mother for forgiveness. Her mother coldly reminds her of her previous warning to never get involved with Rentaro again, warning that failing to obey her orders carries severe consequences. Sitting elegantly, her mother asserts that the only logical step left is to ensure that Hikari is taken to a place where she can absolutely never see Rentaro again. Hikari desperately presses her forehead to the floor, swearing that she will never disobey her mother's commands again if she just promises not to do anything to harm Rentaro. Her mother gently holds her weeping daughter, assuring her that she cares about her more than anyone else. However, her inner thoughts remain fiercely hostile, resolving that she would rather die than hand her precious daughter over to a five-timing maggot who will only bring her misery. Back on the streets, a devastated Rentaro walks slowly and aimlessly down a quiet residential road as the sun begins to set. Rentaro stands frozen on the street, his mind completely flooded by the harsh, mocking warnings of Hikari's mother and the security guard telling him that he is powerless to stop them. Overwhelmed by a surge of helpless fury, Rentaro punches the concrete wall of the alleyway with all his might, screaming out in absolute rage. Tears stream down Rentaro's face as he is gripped by intense self-loathing, cursing his own weakness, lack of intelligence, money, and power. He bitterly thinks that his grand declarations of love and happiness are nothing but a pathetic joke for a mere high school brat. He slumps heavily against the wall, weeping in complete despair and wondering if there is truly absolutely nothing he can do to save his girlfriend. Nearby in the dark gutter, a rare four-leaf clover suddenly catches the light shining brightly in the quiet alleyway. Rentaro stares down at the rare clover, which instantly triggers a rush of beautiful happy memories with each of his loving girlfriends reminding him of what he is fighting for. Rentaro raises his head, wiping his tears as his gaze suddenly shifts from complete despair to a fierce, burning determination to fight back. Rentaro gathers the other girls at a park late at night to apologize and explain the urgent situation. Karen is shocked to learn that Hikari's mother has forced Hikari to break up with him. Karen angrily asks why he did not say anything sooner since Hikari is moving tomorrow. Shizuka laments that adults always play dirty while Nano logically deduces that the problem is theoretically unsolvable. A panicked Kusuri demands to know what they are going to do, leaving Rentaro struggling to find the words. Rentaro reveals his plan to sneak into Hikari's mansion tonight to rescue her. Kusuri realizes that Rentaro wants to elope, but Shizuka's phone warns him that the world is not so simple. Karen and Nano point out that escaping from a family with an absurd amount of money is impossible since they can easily hire detective agencies. Rentaro admits that he has no idea where they would run or how they would survive. Rentaro declares that his only option right now is to use everything in his power to make Hikari happy, choosing to bet everything he has on doing his absolute best. Rentaro tearfully asserts that after seeing the absolute despair on Hikari's face, he simply cannot abandon her even if it kills him. The girls watch him in stunned silence. Rentaro explains that he plans to take Hikari out of town tonight even though he has no idea where they will go or for how long. He promises they will eventually return to the others and begs them to wait for their return. The girls look deeply conflicted and silent, absorbing Rentaro's heavy proposal. Karen snaps back in anger, asking why she should wait forever for a guy who does not even know when or if they will ever meet again. Rentaro looks down, sadly admitting that such a cold response is only natural. In a sudden turn of events, Karen walks up to Rentaro and declares that she is actually going along with him, leaving him completely startled. Karen fiercely repeats that she's going to help him rescue that idiot Hikari, demanding to make sure he understands her resolve. Kusuri enthusiastically joins, declaring she wants to elope as well, while Nano logically notes that having more collaborators increases their chances of success, even if only by a fraction. Shizuka's phone chimes in with a romantic proposal to join their escape journey. A flustered Rentaro tries to stop them, arguing that they should not make such a life-altering decision on the spot. Nano and Kusuri calmly counter that they already fully understand the consequences, including being unable to return to school, their homes, or ever seeing their families again. The four girls stare back at Rentaro with unwavering, fierce determination, showing they have absolutely no regrets. Overwhelmed by their incredible loyalty, Rentaro feels tears of gratitude welling up as he realizes they the exact same feelings. Rentaro realizes he is not alone in his love for Hikari and that everyone here feels exactly the same way. Rentaro and the girls stand united with fierce determination as Karen rallies them to rescue a member of Rentaro's family. Rentaro boldly declares it is time to bring Hikari back, bringing the chapter to a triumphant close. Chapter 16 begins as Rentaro and his girlfriends arrive at the heavily guarded mansion gates to launch their rescue mission. Kusuri and Shizuka marvel at the massive estate and its garden fountain, while Nano logically notes that they can use the loud fountain noise to mask their infiltration. Rentaro warns everyone to stay alert due to the security patrols before they all stack their hands together and enthusiastically launch the rescue mission. Rentaro points out a high window where he saw Hikari earlier, guessing it must be her bedroom. He then examines a rope and a rubber ball he is holding, which Karen confirms is for the rescue. Since they cannot call her on her phone, Rentaro decides to throw the rubber ball at the window to grab her attention so she can use the rope to climb down. However, his throw misses, slightly hitting the wall instead, prompting Kusuri to cheer him on. Rentaro prepares for a second higher throw but suddenly realizes the ball has completely vanished in the dark. Kusuri and Shizuka look around, trying to spot where the ball went. They find a large, grumpy-looking cat holding their ball. Karen and Kusuri chase after it while Nano calmly suggests that kicking the animal to weaken it would be the most efficient way to retrieve the ball. Rentaro panics and warns Nano that animal protection groups will blacklist her right as they hear a guard shouting nearby. The security guard finds the cat playing with the ball and assumes it was the only source of the noise, allowing the hidden group to remain unnoticed. While Karen and Kusuri struggle to retrieve the ball from the fleeing cat, Rentaru decides they must enter the mansion directly instead, prompting Nano to suggest that, because they raise a cat, they likely have a specific entry point. Nano's theory is proven correct as she and Rentaru spot a pet door installed near the bottom of a mansion window. Nano tests the flap and confirms it is unlocked, though she notes that only a very small person could fit through. Karen asks Kusuri if she has any shrinking drugs on hand, prompting a grumbling Kusuri to ask if they think she is some sort of cartoon gadget. Though Rentaru points out her inventions are already on that level. While Karen laments not having Kusuri's hair manipulation drug, to reach through she notices Nano gathering a handful of small pebbles from the garden. Nano continuously and rapidly flicks the rocks at the pet door lock with pinpoint precision, until they hear a satisfying click. Nano easily opens the window to the group's absolute shock and bewilderment, as they demand to know how she accomplished such a feat. Nano calmly explains that she calculated the lock's position based on the window's shape, programmed the required force into her arm, and fired the pebbles with pinpoint accuracy. Karen internally notes that this is exactly how an android would behave. Nano urges the group to enter immediately to keep the plan's failure rate from rising. However, Rentaru's attention is caught by her hand and he asks if something is wrong. Rentaru gasps upon seeing that Nano has broken her nails and her fingertips are bleeding from flicking the stones. As Rentaru rushes to pull out disinfectant and bandages, a shocked Karen asks how she could be so reckless with her fingers, but Nano calmly explains that using her nails was the only way to achieve the necessary speed and power. While Rentaru and Karen insist she was too reckless, Nano quietly admits she did it because she owes Hikari. She recalls a flashback of the pool date where Hikari boldly stepped up to defend both her and Karen from the aggressive men. Nano looks down, softly correcting her own thoughts as she reflects on her true motivation. With soft, earnest determination, Nano declares that she simply wants to help her friend Hikari, and that is her true reason for going so far. The group quietly slips inside the dark mansion lobby with Rentaru advising everyone to watch their step. Suddenly, they are frozen by a low, menacing growl echoing from the shadows. A small, glowing, fluffy white animal emerges from the darkness, prompting a terrified Kusuri to scream that it is a bear while Karen frantically tries to correct her. The shadow reveals a massive, terrifyingly fierce guard dog. The group runs for their lives back outside, heavily panting and gasping for breath. While Karen complains that Kusuri accidentally peed herself out of sheer terror, Rentaru suddenly looks around in a panic and asks where Shizuka went. Back inside the mansion, Shizuka is left cornered by the giant drooling guard dog. She tearfully holds up her phone to warn the beast that she is not tasty at all right, as Rentaru screams her name in absolute horror. Karen wonders if Shizuka is too paralyzed with fear to move. As Rentaru panics and tries to charge back inside to save her, Nano grabs his arm and firmly tells him to wait. Cornered by the dog, Shizuka is filled with deep regret and self-loathing, thinking that she has been entirely useless and has only ended up getting in everyone's way by choosing to follow them. Shizuka remembers how Rentaru promised to do everything in his power to help. She resolves that she also chose to come tonight because she wanted to do the same thing and help her friend Hikari. Tears stream down Shizuka's face as she realizes that letting herself be cornered to protect the others is the only thing she can do using everything she has got. Showing a tearful but proud smile, Shizuka types out on her phone that the beast will only get to the others over her dead body. Rentaru screams her name in absolute horror at her self-sacrifice. To everyone's absolute shock, instead of attacking her, the massive dog gently leans down and begins licking Shizuka's face with affection while she trembles in confusion. Nano calmly notes that she expected this outcome, explaining that dogs possess a natural instinct to protect weaker creatures like infants. Karen points out that Shizuka is still an intruder, prompting Nano to offer her theory. Nano explains that Shizuka's unparalleled extreme frailty completely overwhelmed the dog's territorial instinct. As Rentaru and the girls loudly praise Shizuka for being so incredibly weak that she successfully defied the laws of nature, Shizuka is compared to the weakest water flea bunny. Rentaru wonders how they will sneak past the dog since it remains wary of them, leading Nano to suggest that Shizuka should strike the dog's eyes when she sees an opening. Karen immediately scolds them, pointing out that these animals are actually Hikaru's beloved pets. Kusuri suddenly rolls a test tube through the pet door, explaining that she threw her a powerful sleeping drug designed to immediately knock out any living creature. Rentaro realizes they can use it to safely put the dog to sleep. While the dog continues to lick her, the test tube rolls to Shizuka's feet, prompting Kusuri to yell out for her to use the drug immediately. To everyone's absolute bewilderment, Shizuka mistakenly drinks the sleeping drug herself and instantly falls fast asleep right on the floor. Karen furiously scolds Kusuri for failing to specify that the dog was supposed to drink it, leaving a crying Kusuri to admit her mistake. Rentaro panics about what they should do now that Shizuka is unconscious, while the dog begins to drool over her sleeping form. Surprisingly, the giant dog lies down next to Shizuka, resting its head on her and drifting off to sleep as well. Relieved by this absolute godsend, Rentaro tells the group to keep moving while Kusuri prepares her neutralization drug to wake Shizuka up. Sneaking inside the massive hallway, they marvel at its size before suddenly hearing a meow nearby. Karen panics upon seeing the wealthy family's cat again and demands to know where the ball is, but Rentaro tells her to ignore the cat so they can keep moving. The group suddenly freezes in absolute shock and terror as they sense someone approaching. Hearing the heavy footsteps of security guards approaching, Rentaro realizes they are trapped and cannot escape. He frantically weighs his options, knowing that charging through won't work with Shizuka and Kusuri, with them leaving him completely panicked. The guards slam the doors open to check the noise, but they only find the chubby cat sitting innocently in the middle of the hallway, leading them to sigh in relief that it was just the cat again. High above Rentaro, and the girls use their physical strength to hold themselves flat against the door frame, their hearts pounding in terror as the guards talk to the cat. The guards offer the cat a cookie and complain about it constantly tripping the hallway's infrared sensors before closing the door and locking it. After dropping down, Rentaro panics upon hearing about the infrared sensors, realizing that they will trip the alarm if they advance. Karen grumbles that they cannot pass normally, while Nano notes that traversing the hallway without infrared goggles is virtually impossible, prompting Kusuri to tear open a packet as she announces she has just the thing. Kusuri presents her special eye drops designed to let the user temporarily see infrared light, prompting an internal comment about how shamelessly convenient this development is. Rentaro complains about how absurdly specific the item is, fearing that the audience will criticize them for such a convenient coincidence. Kusuri defends herself, explaining she just happened to have them on her way to the convenience store when he called. While Nano notes they do not have to use them, a desperate Karen insists they absolutely will. Nano logically argues that when considering astronomical odds like the birth of the universe, their very presence together is already highly improbable. Kusuri warns Rentaro to be extremely careful because there are only 2 drops left, causing a nervous Rentaro to tell her to stop jinxing him. Kusuri casually adds that once the drops are administered, the user will only be able to see infrared light until the effect wears off, prompting an outraged shout from Rentaro for not telling him sooner. As Rentaro closes his eyes to let the drops take effect, Karen notices an envelope fall out of Kusuri's pocket. Nano is instantly startled upon recognizing the address written on it. A flustered Kusuri tries to hide the letter and brush it off, but Shizuka and Karen ask what she is concealing, with Karen noting that the address is written in English. Nano reveals that the address belongs to a highly prestigious overseas pharmaceutical research institute. Karen realizes this is the famous research team Kusuri has been talking about recently, which is currently recruiting new members who submit their custom drugs before the deadline. Nano pieces together that Kusuri was carrying her drug to the convenience store to mail it out, while Karen points out that if she does not mail it today, she will miss the crucial deadline. Shizuka translates that joining this elite research team has always been Kusuri's lifelong ambition. With his eyes still closed, Rentaro gently asks Kusuri if she is truly sure about sacrificing her dream, recalling how Hikaru chose to remain her friend despite all the trouble her drugs caused. Kusuri passionately declares that a research team can never replace a super important friend like Hikaru, choosing her friendship over her career dream without any hesitation. Rentaro announces that the eye drops are starting to take effect. He asserts that they all the exact same desire to save their beloved Hikaru. Rentaro opens his eyes, which are now glowing as he can see only infrared light, and fiercely resolves to save Hikari. Rentaro is instantly shocked as he looks at the hallway, screaming internally that crossing this room is impossible even for Tom Cruise. Chapter 16 continues as Rentaro observes that the wealthy family's security system consists of incredibly dense, tightly packed rows of parallel infrared lasers stretching from the floor to the ceiling. Rentaro suddenly squints at the ceiling, noticing a detail that might help them bypass the security system. Rentaro notes that with his vision restricted to only infrared light, the ceiling feels much lower than expected. Nano comments that the ceiling is actually incredibly high, while Kusuri notes that they have massive chandeliers hanging up there. Rentaro suddenly has an epiphany, realizing that the security system cannot have infrared sensors in the high areas where the massive chandeliers would block them, meaning there are absolutely no lasers set up near the ceiling. Karen raises a logical counter-argument, asking how they are supposed to traverse the hallway from such a high height. Rentaro agrees, noting that, while one can normally shimmy across a narrow hallway by bracing their limbs against the walls, this hallway is far too wide for that technique. Nano suggests that logically 2 humans with strong builds working together could climb the wide hallway, but points out that besides Rentaro, everyone else is female. She then stops mid-sentence and blankly stares at Karen, prompting Karen to ask why she is looking at her. Karen is tied tightly back to back, with Rentaro screaming in outrage that she is also a girl, while Nano insists that Karen will easily be able to pull this off. Nano demonstrates the positioning, explaining that tying them together with a rope allows them to brace their feet properly against opposite walls. While Shizuka finds the plan logical, Karen angrily protests that there is no way this ridiculous setup is going to work. Nano warns that the probability of success is 0 unless the 2 people perfect synchronization, but Rentaro smiles warmly and says they have nothing to worry about since he is paired with Karen. Overwhelmed by his trust, a deeply blushing Karen screams to just get on with it, coordinating their movements by chanting the count of 1 and 2 Rentaro, and Karen successfully shimmy up the wide walls near the ceiling as Kusuri and Shizuka call out to tell them to keep their wits and be careful. Once they successfully rise above the highest infrared sensors, Rentaro signals that it is time to move forward, continuing their synchronized crawl along the high walls. As they continue their rhythmic movement, their tightly bound bodies slide heavily against each other, causing Rentaro's eyes to widen in sudden panic. Rentaro innocently notes that Karen's clothes are starting to feel incredibly smooth, prompting a flustered Karen to stutter that it is just how the material is supposed to feel. Rentaro apologizes and asks her to brace herself, but as they continue their count, an embarrassed Karen screams at him to stop pressing his cheek so hard against her. Karen completely loses her composure, her face turning bright red as she groans and screams in absolute embarrassment from the close physical contact. They drop down safely on the other side of the corridor, with an exhausted Rentaro celebrating their success, while Kusuri and Shizuka cheer and praise their effort. Meanwhile, a heavily panting Karen glares in absolute fury as Kusuri teases them that the hallway is now covered in the smell of a dumb pervert. Rentaro instructs Shizuka, Kusuri, and Nano to head back outside to hide and prepare for their escape, while he and Karen proceed alone. Shizuka politely accepts the instruction. Rentaro and Karen arrive outside a door labeled Hikari. While Karen expresses relief that her temporary blindness did not slow them down, Rentaro reassures her that there should be no more security past this point, and he reaches out to turn the door handle. As the door opens, Hikari turns around with tears in her eyes, leaving a shocked Karen completely speechless. Inside her room, Hikari is kneeling on the floor by her bed, clutching an album close to her. Karen steps into the room and softly calls out her name. Hikari's open album reveals the group wedding photo they took at the park earlier that day, proving how much she treasures her memories with them. Suddenly, a loud security alarm blares throughout the mansion, announcing that Hikari has escaped. Rentaro is outraged that her mother went so far as to install an escape alarm on her own child's door, but he copycat urges a startled Hikari to run away with them, though she tells him to forget it. Their escape is instantly cut off as several beefy security guards surround the doorway, blocking any chance of them leaving. Hikari's mother walks elegantly into the room, flanked by guards. As Hikari trembles in fear, a guard reports that the intruders came to take Hikari, prompting her mother to coldly order Rentaro and Karen to follow her to her room. Hikari is locked back inside her room, collapsing on her knees against the door as she weeps in complete despair. Rentaro looks back with a desperate expression, reaching his hand out in a final futile attempt to save her. Locked inside her room, Hikari tearfully clutches her hands, knowing that Rentaro will never give up on bringing her happiness. However, she despairs, because no matter how many times they fight or where they try to escape, her mother will always find them and never let them get away. She weeps bitterly, terrified that Rentaro will remain permanently trapped in the shackles of her family's wealth and influence, ultimately wasting away a precious life that should have been filled with happiness. Overwhelmed by grief and the desire to protect him, Hikari covers her face and sobs uncontrollably. Her tears fall and splash onto the floor as she heavily contemplates the painful idea that her own existence is the source of his misery, and that her life will only keep his heart permanently chained. In the grand parlor, Rentaro and Karen sit formally on their knees on the carpet before Hikari's mother, while several security guards keep watch by the entrance. Hikari's mother elegantly welcomes them, formally introducing herself as Hanazono Hahari. Rentaro and Karen look back at her with serious, tense expressions. Hahari explains that she chose not to bind them because they are Hikari's friends, though she warns that any sudden movements will result in their immediate restraint. Under her breath, she coldly adds that she would have already crushed Rentaro if she did not fear making Hikari sad. Hahari suddenly asks Rentaro what is wrong with his glowing eyes and questions if he has invoked some sort of magic, adding that she is not trying to give him a curse. Both Rentaro and Karen are left sweating and speechless. With his vision still limited by the eye drops, Rentaro can sense they are surrounded by many guards and notices that Karen is choosing not to resist. Realizing this is his only chance, Rentaro bows his head to plead his case. Rentaro bows deeply in prostration, passionately begging Hahari to accept his love for Hikari and allow him to convey his genuine feelings to her face, promising to bring her absolute happiness. Resting on her hand, Hahari looks completely bored and unimpressed, coldly asking if he honestly believes such sugar-coated promises will affect her. As Rentaro tries to defend himself, Hahari interrupts by revealing that she was only 13 and in middle school when she gave birth to Hikari. Rentaro is left completely dumbfounded by this revelation as she asks why he thinks she did such a thing. Hahari corrects Rentaro's assumptions, explaining that her middle school lover was terminally ill and destined to die shortly, which drove her to make her extreme choice. Rentaro remains entirely frozen in shock as Hahari explains that she loved him so deeply that she desperately wanted to leave behind a permanent proof of his existence before he passed away. A flashback shows a young Hahari in a hospital room making arrangements with medical authorities to undergo artificial insemination at just 13, risking the immense dangers of childbirth. Looking back, she admits her actions were incredibly reckless. A flashback displays a pregnant young Hahari smiling warmly with her terminally ill lover. She explains that both she and Hikari are exactly the same, as falling in love blinds them to their surroundings and drives them to believe that their love is the only source of happiness in life. The flashback transitions to show a young Hahari dressed in black holding a baby as she walks away from a graveyard. She explains that after he passed away, she was left entirely alone as a young mother, forcing her to dedicate her entire life to raising Hikari. Hahari recalls holding her baby daughter, admitting that she loves Hikari dearly and was saved by her presence many times. However, she confesses that her daughter could never replace her lost lover, leaving a void in her heart that remains completely empty. Staring at her reflection, Hahari reveals that since his death, not a single day has passed where she has not questioned if this is truly the happy life she was meant to have. Staring coldly at Rentaro, Hahari declares with absolute resolve that she will never allow her daughter Hikari to experience the same agonizing, soul-crushing regret that she had to endure. Hahari explains that since Hikari will never realize this truth on her own, she will use any means necessary to separate them from her. She wants to make her daughter open her eyes before it is too late and understand that a happy life can never come from loving a five-timing man. Hahari states that she is not stopping their relationship based on sentimental judgment, but rather a decision based on actual lived experience that cannot be overturned by sugar-coated words. In the corner, a trembling Rentaro grits his teeth as Karen looks at him worriedly. Rentaro suddenly bursts into heavy, uncontrolled tears, sobbing loudly and catching Karen completely off guard as she screams his name in shock. Karen aggressively shakes him, yelling that being moved by Hahari's tragic story will not help them impress her. Rentaro tearfully explains that he simply couldn't help but cry when thinking about how much pain and hardship both Hahari and Hakari had to endure to get here. While Hahari watches him in silence, Rentaro wipes his tears and firmly states that they actually want the same thing because he also never wants Hakari to experience any regret. Staring back with fierce, glowing eyes, Rentaro declares that even if it costs him his life, he will never let Hakari suffer through that kind of pain. A close-up of Rentaro's eye shows the glowing effect starting to fade. Rentaro suddenly notices his normal vision is rapidly returning, realizing that his heavy tears have washed away the chemical eye drops. Hahari is shown staring back at him in complete frozen silence. As Rentaro's eyes fully clear, he and Hahari lock eyes, directly triggering the undeniable shocking spark of soulmates that leaves both of them completely frozen in disbelief. The next chapter begins with Rentaro and Hahari remaining completely paralyzed under the weight of their fated eye contact, realizing their destiny. The narration reveals that for the 29-year-old Hahari, this is her very first spark of love in nearly 16 years since her middle school lover passed away. Although she had once vowed never to succumb to this blind, forbidden impulse again, fate has struck her regardless. Hahari is left completely breathless as she faces this undeniable fated impulse once again. Completely blinded by her fated love, just like her daughter, Hahari blushes furiously with heart-shaped eyes and suddenly screams for Rentaro to go out with her, officially kicking off Chapter 18. Karen reacts in absolute screaming horror, demanding to know what is wrong with Hahari's head for confessing to her own daughter's boyfriend out of nowhere. Meanwhile, a completely stunned Rentaro is left speechless. While Rentaro stutters in a daze, Karen continues to shake Hahari and scream, asking if she has gone completely mental. Hearing Karen scream that she is her girlfriend's mother, Hahari tries to play it off by nervously laughing and claiming it was just a motherly joke. Even the bikers watching in the background are left completely bewildered by her erratic behavior. Hahari clears her throat to regain her composure and quickly tries to redirect the conversation back to business, firmly reiterating that she will still never accept the relationship between him and Hakari. Rentaro passionately declares that he will never give up on Hakari and swears to bring her absolute happiness, but Hahari dismisses his declaration as nothing more than endless, sugar-coated words. A strange high-tech machine is wheeled into the room, leaving Rentaro completely confused, as Hahari explains that she specially ordered this lie detector to expose even the smallest lie. Hahari states that the test will determine if his sincerity is genuine, and if he fails, he must man up and walk away from Hakari. She adds that the entire session is being recorded by security cameras so Hakari can see his true colors exposed and finally understand the truth. Rentaro is secretly thrilled about the lie detector, believing it is the perfect tool to prove his feelings are genuine, though he aloud questions how they can trust the machine without any proof of its accuracy. Finding his point reasonable, Hahari unexpectedly turns to Karen and politely asks her to sit on the lie detector first to test its accuracy, sending Karen into an absolute panic as she screams in protest. Karen reluctantly sits on the machine, blushing furiously and insisting she is absolutely not doing this for Rentaro's sake. Hahari accepts this and prepares to ask the first question to test the device. Hahari bluntly asks Karen what her cup size is, causing an outraged Karen to scream in embarrassment. Hahari calmly explains that the test requires an easily verifiable truth, prompting Karen to desperately beg for multiple choices instead. Told to answer seriously, a deeply blushing Karen stammers that she is a B cup bordering on a C cup. However, the machine immediately blares a loud beep and flashes a giant lie sign, leaving her in complete shock. Hahari reminds her that the machine catches even the slightest exaggeration. Karen furiously backtracks, screaming that she is just a B cup, but the machine still indicates that she is telling a minor lie. Pushed past her limit, Karen violently punches the machine, screaming that she is actually a B cup bordering on a cup. While a panicked Rentaro yells that the machine is probably incredibly expensive, the damaged device happily chimes a correct ding and flashes truth. Karen proudly boasts of her power while Rentaro reminds her that the lie detector is not a punching bag. Hahari then moves on to the next question, directly asking Karen if she likes Rentaru. While Rentaru stutters in a daze, Karen continues to shake Hahari and scream, asking if she has gone completely mental. To everyone's utter shock, the machine immediately beeps and flashes lie in response to Karen's confession. Because of their soulmate bond, the shock of this apparent rejection causes Rentaru to dramatically collapse flat onto the floor. Rentaru weakly mutters that this must be a terrible nightmare and begs to be woken up, while Karen angrily tells him not to escape from reality. Karen fiercely protests, demanding to know what kind of nonsense the machine is spouting, because she genuinely loves him, while Rentaru looks up in sudden realization of why the device is still registering a lie. Blushing deeply, Karen tries to state her feelings more directly by confessing that she seriously likes him, but the machine still relentlessly registers a lie. Karen screams that she loves him, and then shouts that she really loves him like crazy, but the machine still continuously flashes lie in her face. Rentaru's soul practically leaves his body as he weakly hallucinates his grandmother blowing kisses to him from across the river of the afterlife, leaving Karen in a state of absolute sweating despair. Crying out with tears in her eyes, Karen finally screams her ultimate raw feelings, declaring that she loves him more than anything in the entire world, which instantly dings a correct truth on the device. Upon hearing her genuine declaration of ultimate love, Rentaru instantly revives with tears of joy and leaps forward with open arms to embrace her. Exhausted from her embarrassing confession, Karen grumbles that the machine is going to destroy someone's self-esteem. As Rentaru asks if she is all right, he suddenly leaps onto the lie detector chair himself, loudly declaring that he also loves Karen more than anything in the world, which the machine immediately confirms as absolute truth, leaving Hahari completely startled. Rentaru apologizes, stating that his overflowing love was simply too much to contain, while Karen yells in embarrassment in the background. Hahari, trying to regain her composure, points out that they can both agree the lie detector is highly accurate. Hahari declares that the test will officially begin to evaluate his true feelings for her daughter. A narrating box explains that since everyone knows how this long trial is going to go, they will proceed with an abridged version. Rentaru fires off continuous passionate declarations of his willingness to die for Hahari's happiness. The machine repeatedly flashes truth to all his statements, causing Hahari to scream and clutch her head in sheer agony at his undeniable honesty, while Karen proudly reminds her that it is nothing but the truth. Hahari collapses onto the floor in complete defeat, grumbling that a 5-timing monster with such absolute honesty shouldn't even exist. Rentaru looks down and calmly asks if she finally believes his feelings for Hahari are entirely sincere. Still trying to deny the outcome, Hahari weakly stammers that a lie detector is just a machine and can never be truly trusted. This sends Karen into a total fury as she calls Hahari a nutcase and demands her broken self-esteem and all the wasted manga pages back. Suddenly, a panicked maid slams the double doors open, screaming that something terrible has happened, catching Hahari completely off guard. The maid frantically reports that Hahari is about to throw herself out of her bedroom window, leaving everyone in the room frozen. Rentaru, Hahari, Karen, and the guards stare in absolute wide-eyed horror at the terrifying news. Karen instantly charges forward and sprints out of the room at full speed to save her friend. To everyone's absolute shock, Karen runs over to Hahari and locks her in a tight hostage grip, loudly warning the security guards that nobody must move or she will snap Hahari's neck. The guards panic, warning everyone not to budge because Karen's legendary strength could easily snap Hahari's neck like a biscuit. Karen orders Rentaru to take this opportunity to rescue Hahari and escape as far as possible, brushing off his concern by confidently adding that she knows he will eventually come back to rescue her too. Karen smiles warmly, thinking that it should be obvious she would wait for him forever. Rentaru tearfully thanks her and sprints away to the bedroom, while Karen struggles to hold down a thrashing Hahari, warning her not to move if she wants to keep her neck intact. Hahari screams back with fierce determination, daring Karen to snap her neck and warning her never to underestimate the absolute depth of a mother's love. Karen's eyes widen in sheer shock at Hahari's intense, unyielding maternal resolve. Karen internally questions why she is suddenly feeling so incredibly intimidated by Hahari's words. Hahari reflects on her fear of losing her daughter forever if she allows the escape, angrily asserting that she is doing all of this to protect Hahari from eventual misery rather than neglecting her feelings. Blushing furiously, Karen roars back that Hahari is the one who shouldn't dare to look down on the absolute power of friendship. The room fills with the sounds of their intense physical struggle as they continue to lock horns. Back at the bedroom, Hikari stands precariously on the balcony ledge, tearfully warning the guards to stay back. Terrified that she might jump, the guards frantically tell everyone to back away from the door. Rentaro charges down the hallway, shoving the guards out of his way while Hikari looks back in surprise. Hikari's eyes widen as she spots Rentaro rushing toward her. Arriving just in time, Rentaro reaches out his hand to her, warmly promising that everything is going to be okay and that he is here to bring her back. Chapter 19 begins as Hikari looks at him in shock, prompting Rentaro to reassure her that he and the others came together to rescue her. Rentaro tells Hikari that she does not need to worry anymore because Karen has her mother completely restrained, assuring her that nobody will stop them as they escape the mansion together. Staring out the window, Hikari despairs that even if they manage to escape tonight, her mother will hunt them down, forever lamenting that as long as she lives, Rentaro will be permanently shackled by her and her mother. Tears stream down Hikari's face as she screams in agony, asking how she could ever accept letting her beloved Rentaro live such a miserable, despair-filled life because of her. Seeing her despair, Rentaro steps closer and firmly tells her that if she truly feels that way, she must not go through with what she is planning to do. With tears welling up in his eyes, Rentaro softly confesses that he cannot imagine any life worse than one where she is not around. Rentaro reassures her that as long as they are together, no matter where life takes them, things will be fine. Rentaro passionately declares that he knows they will be happy together, causing a heavily blushing Hikari to turn away and complain that saying such sweet things is cheating. Rentaro holds out his hand to her with ultimate sincerity, confessing his eternal love and asking her to spend the rest of her life with him. Staring at him under the moonlight, Hikari is deeply moved, her eyes filled with tears of love and relief. Hikari collapses to her knees, happily weeping into her hands as she thinks that saying such incredibly romantic things is truly playing dirty. Wiping her tears, Hikari happily accepts his proposal, declaring that she loves him too and wants to be together forever. A relieved Rentaro smiles and invites her back inside the room, but Hikari's eye suddenly widens in terror. Having calmed down from her emotional trance, Hikari is suddenly gripped by a sudden fear of heights, causing her feet to slip on the narrow ledge as she falls backward off the balcony, prompting a terrified Rentaro to scream her name and lunge forward. Rentaro dives out of the high window without hesitation, desperately reaching out to catch her as she plummets toward the ground. Rentaro successfully catches Hikari's hand in mid-air, but the momentum drags him out the window, leaving them both dangling precariously from the ledge. Having finally overpowered Hikari's motherly strength, Karen rushes into the room and grabs Rentaro to pull them both back up, while the guards below watch in sheer shock. Rentaro tightly grips Hikari, insisting that he will not let go after finally catching her. A panicked Hikari urges him to release her so they do not both fall, but Rentaro fiercely screams that he will never let go of her again. Karen and Hikari sprint toward the window, desperately reaching out their hands and screaming for Rentaro and Hikari. The security guards also rush forward, frantically reaching out as Rentaro and Hikari plunge from the window. As they plummet downward, Rentaro pulls Hikari close, wrapping his arms securely around her to shield her, while repeatedly screaming that he will protect her no matter what. They crash into the courtyard fountain below, with Rentaro taking the brunt of the impact to keep Hikari safe. Karen, Kusuri, and Nano sprint outside toward the courtyard, frantically calling out for Hikari and Rentaro. The girls immediately dive into the fountain water to retrieve them. The group successfully pulls Hikari and Rentaro out of the water and onto the pavement. Kusuri, panting, heavily scolds them for their reckless actions. Hikari cries and tightly embraces Rentaro, expressing immense relief that they survived, while Nano, Karen, and Kusuri catch their breath nearby. Kusuri breathes a sigh of relief as Hikari runs outside, calling out for Rentaro and Hikari, catching their attention. Suddenly, Karen steps forward and slaps Hikari forcefully across the face. Tears streaming down her face, Karen screams at Hikari, calling her an idiot for taking such a drastic risk. Hikari touches her struck cheek, completely stunned by the sudden hit. Overwhelmed by emotion, Hikari bursts into heavy tears. Hikari wraps her arms around Karen in a tight hug, and they both cry together on the ground while an exhausted Rentaro sits nearby. Hahari drops to her knees in profound relief, realizing the tragic outcome that would have occurred if they hadn't landed in the fountain. Nearby Kusuri points out that Karen struck Hikari on impulse, and Nano notes that Karen made Hikari cry. Hahari looks over at Rentaro. Wet and exhausted Rentaro reminds her of his earlier promise stating that he will make Hikari happy even if it costs him his life. Hahari quietly acknowledges his words. Rentaro intensely asserts that he meant every single word and is fully willing to sacrifice his life for Hikari's happiness. He then bows formally on the ground, passionately asking Hahari to accept their love and his genuine feelings. Hahari places her hands flat on the ground in preparation for a deep, formal bow. Hahari bows her head deeply to the floor, formally asking Rentaro to take good care of Hikari. Rentaro and Hikari look back at her in complete surprise. Rentaro reflects on Hahari's extreme actions, realizing that everything she did, including sacrificing her own image and forcing the breakup, was entirely for Hikari's sake. He notes her immense bravery and beauty before reaffirming his promise to bring true happiness. Rentaro gently holds Hahari's hands in his own, warmly vowing that he will bring happiness not only to Hikari, but to Hahari as well. Hahari stares back at him in complete shock, softly uttering a confused sound at his unexpected statement. Rentaro passionately declares that he wants to make Hahari happy too, expressing his earnest desire to walk down this path with her and continue the happy life she once dreamed about. Hahari's eyes instantly well up with tears as she is deeply moved by his sincere words. Hahari nervously stammers, asking if this is his official answer to her earlier confession. Rentaro warmly accepts, thanking her and stating that he looks forward to their relationship. Realizing what just happened, a completely bewildered Hikari instantly panics and screams at her mother, demanding to know when she confessed to her boyfriend. Overjoyed, Hahari tightly embraces Rentaro, aggressively rubbing her cheek against his head, while loudly declaring that he is an absolute cutie pie. Karen, Shizuka, Kusuri, and Hikari stare in absolute shock and horror at the scene, struggling to process the chaotic reality that Rentaro is now officially dating his girlfriend's widowed mother. Noting the late hour beaming, Hahari formally invites all the girls to stay the night at her mansion. The narration enthusiastically announces the start of a heart-racing pajama party and maturity arc at the Hanazono residence. Chapter 20 officially begins as a reward chapter showing Rentaro's girlfriends enveloped in steam and bubbles as they enjoy the wealthy family's massive bath together. Shizuka uses her app to praise the grand bathtub, comparing its vastness to the sea. Kusuri also marvels at the sheer size of the wealthy family's bath. Kusuri bluntly compliments the impressive size of Hahari's chest. Hahari warmly accepts the praise and notes that Hikari is just as impressive, causing a flustered Hikari to deny the comparison. Despite her denial, Hikari smiles shyly, secretly pleased by the compliment. Kusuri transforms into her adult form and proudly boasts that her chest is also large, explaining that she normally stays in her smaller form because a large chest gets in the way of her experiments. She then points out that Nano also has an impressive figure despite her thin frame. Shizuka stares in complete awe at Nano's figure, using her app to dramatically ask if she has stumbled upon the site of a goddess descent. Back in the guest bedroom, Rentaro notes that Karen finished her bath early as she walks in wearing pajamas. Karen grumbles defensively, claiming that having a large chest is nothing but a severe handicap in hand-to-hand combat. Karen states that the bath was easy to get through, striking a pose. Rentaro points out that her stomach is completely exposed due to her short top. Karen realizes her mistake and explains she dressed in a rush, then notices Rentaro blushing heavily and asks why a simple belly is making his face turn red. Rentaro turns his blushing face away in silence, prompting a flustered Karen to accuse him of remembering the intense physical contact they did when they were tightly tied together to bypass the infrared security lasers. Karen points accusingly and screams that she knew he was fully aware he had planted his face right on her belly. Rentaro flinches as Karen yells at him, calling him a pervert for pushing up against her so hard while playing dumb about it just being her clothes. Rentaro frantically explains that he had no other choice and had to hug her tighter to adjust their position, terrified that they were going to fall if he did not. Rentaro desperately insists that he was just trying to make sure she did not get hurt. Karen furiously tells him to shut up, asking if he realizes how embarrassed she was. She announces that it is time for some payback, so she can finally live this down, prompting a panicked Rentaru to tell her to wait. Karen pins Rentaru down and rubs her bare stomach against his face, asking if he finds the payback embarrassing. However, Rentaru internally praises her squishy cheeks, smooth skin, and silky hair, cheerfully deciding that this is actually a straight-up reward. At the same time, Karen finds herself flustered by the warmth and hardness of Rentaru's abs, while he nervously asks if she is taking the payback a bit too far. Hiding her deeply flushed face against her arm, Karen tells him to stay quiet, asserting that if anyone messes with her, she will hit them back with double the payback. Rentaru questions her dramatic phrasing, comparing her to a famous television banker. Karen continues her payback by pressing and nuzzling herself closely against Rentaru's neck. An incredibly flustered Rentaru stammers that the close physical contact is highly embarrassing and begs her to stop, but she continues to rub against him, causing him to groan in overwhelmed submission. Rentaru weakly calls out Karen's name and pleads with her to stop as he lies exhausted on the futon. However, Karen has completely lost her composure, staring down at him with a heavily flushed, dazed expression as she crawls closer to continue her teasing. The bedroom door suddenly slides open as Kusuri happily returns from her bath, announcing how refreshing it was. Rentaru and Karen instantly panic and violently scramble away from each other across the room in a desperate bid to hide their compromising position. Kusuri stares at them in shock, directly asking what they were doing together on the futon. While Karen collapses face down on the floor in absolute shame, a deeply blushing Rentaru frantically waves his hands and stammers a chaotic denial, desperately trying to explain that she has the wrong idea. To their relief, Kusuri innocently concludes that they were just playing sumo wrestling and happily offers to join in. Rentaru quickly plays along with the excuse to save them from embarrassment, while a mortified Karen covers her blushing face and curses the perverted atmosphere of the household. Hahari enthusiastically announces that since they are finally out of the bath, they will now begin the long-awaited pajama party, presenting a wardrobe full of clothes to the girls. Hikari explains that her mother has a profound love for extremely cute things, especially cute clothes, while Hahari laughs and aggressively commands the girls to dress up in her selections. Outside, Rentaru listens to the girls' frantic protests and screams as Nano dryly observes that the probability of this chaotic outcome was 99%. Hahari tells Rentaru that it is still too early to scream, though Rentaru points out that she was screaming just as loud. Presenting her work, Hahari proudly reveals the primary attraction of the night, showing off Karen, Nano, and Shizuka dressed in highly stylish pajamas, which sends both Hahari and Rentaru into an absolute state of blushing ecstasy. Screaming in absolute chaotic delight, Hahari and Rentaru collapse to the floor in front of a sweating Hikari. The source of their intense excitement is Shizuka and Kusuri wearing adorable fluffy animal-themed kigurumi pajamas. As Kusuri playfully asks if they are really that cute, an overwhelmed Rentaru lies on the floor thinking that their cuteness easily rivals that of a Sanrio affiliate. When Kusuri cheekily offers to have both herself and Shizuka give him a kiss, Rentaru is left completely flustered while Shizuka quietly records the moment on her phone. Kusuri and Shizuka both plant a sweet kiss on Rentaru's cheeks at the same time. The sudden double kiss from the cute duo completely overloads Rentaru, causing him to internally scream in overwhelming excitement and joy. Hahari, wanting in on the affection, eagerly asks Kusuri to give mommy a kiss on the cheek too, but Kusuri desperately tries to push her away and keep her at bay. Meanwhile, the intense cuteness of the double kiss causes Rentaru to faint, his soul literally leaving his body as a floating ghost, muttering that the great beyond is calling for him. In the grand mansion, Hahari gets a nosebleed from the sheer excitement of seeing the girls in their cute pajamas, admitting she got too excited. As Kusuri points out her nosebleed, Hahari decides to go to the kitchen to get some water, prompting Rentaru to kindly offer to lend her his shoulder to support her as she walks. As Rentaru supports Hahari down the quiet hallway and asks if she is okay, she begins to blush intensely, her face completely flushed under her long hair as she weakly whispers his name and says she can't hold back. Genuinely overwhelmed by her faded feelings, Hahari holds Rentaru close, blushing deeply with tears in her eyes as she confesses that she can no longer hold herself back. Staring intensely at him, she asks if he can come to her bedroom, leaving a startled Rentaru completely speechless as he registers her direct request. The sounds of heavy exhausted panting echo down the long, quiet hallway of the mansion coming directly from behind Hahari's closed bedroom doors. Inside the bedroom, a bare-chested and heavily sweating Rentaru desperately pleads with Hahari, telling her that he simply cannot go through with this. Meanwhile, an incredibly excited and blushing Hahari pants heavily praising him and urging him to keep going. Rentaru screams out in absolute embarrassment and exhaustion, begging Hahari to stop because he cannot handle the situation anymore. Swept away by her intense excitement, Hahari screams in sheer ecstasy, begging Rentaru to give her even more as she continues to force the cute girl's clothes onto him. While waiting in the guest room, the girls play a game of cards to pass the time. Karen grows impatient and questions why a simple trip to the kitchen for water is taking so long, and Kusuri agrees that Rentaru and Hahari are taking an unusually long time. Suddenly, an ecstatic scream filled with passion echoes from down the hallway, leaving all the girls completely startled. Hahari begins to tremble in a panic, desperately hoping that her mother is not doing something highly inappropriate with Rentaru, while Nano tries to calm her down by pointing out how unlikely that would be. Unable to contain herself, Hahari charges out of the room, shouting that her mother is not allowed to get a head start. Kusuri runs right behind her, loudly claiming Rentaru's virginity for herself, while Nano joins the chase to make her own claim. Although Karen screams at them to stop talking nonsense, she is forced to chase after them as they sprint down the hallway to confront her mother. The girls burst into the room only to find Rentaru dressed in girls' clothing and standing in complete embarrassment, while Hahari rolls on the floor in absolute bliss, gushing over how he is the cutest thing in the world. Caught completely off guard by their sudden intrusion, a mortified Rentaru yells at them in surprise. The sight of Rentaru cross-dressing hits the girls with an overwhelming shockwave of cuteness, leaving them completely paralyzed and speechless, as they process the reality of their boyfriend dressed as a girl. Instead of being repulsed, the girls are so profoundly moved by Rentaru's adorable cross-dressed look that they begin weeping tears of joy and shower Hahari with overwhelming praise. Hahari cries out that she is incredibly happy to be Hahari's daughter, while Kusuri begs to call her Hahari-1 and Karen declares she will follow her for the rest of her life. Shizuka and Nano join in the dramatic praise, calling her a historical genius and declaring her to be their true lord for creating such an absolute masterpiece. Meanwhile, Rentaru stands completely frozen in horror as he processes the fact that his girlfriends are staring directly at him. He stammers in an absolute panic, utterly mortified that they have seen him dressed in this highly embarrassing outfit. The sheer weight of the embarrassment quickly becomes too much to bear, causing Rentaru's head to metaphorically explode as he flushes red and collapses backward onto the floor. Seeing him faint, Kusuri frantically waves her arms and screams for Rentaru to stay strong and not die from absolute shame. Finding Rentaru completely unresponsive on the floor, the girls panic in absolute despair. While Hahari trembles in denial at Rentaru's unconscious state, Hahari weeps uncontrollably over his body, screaming that he promised they would be together forever. Clutching her phone, a tearful Shizuka desperately begs him to wake up, pleading that this has to be a joke. 5 minutes later, Hahari refuses to give up hope and resolves to wake Rentaru back up. She takes Nano by the hand and passionately asks for her assistance to bring him back to his senses, leaving a confused Nano wondering what she has planned. Shortly after, Hahari loudly announces to the waiting group that the wait is finally over. Hahari proudly presents Nano dressed in a highly elegant, dashing prince's suit, dramatically declaring that she has brought the prince who will wake their sleeping princess. The sight of Nano's incredibly cool and handsome look instantly sends Hahari, Kusuri, Karen, and Shizuka into absolute screaming fits of fangirl excitement. Hahari reasons that the only logical way to wake the sleeping princess Rentaru is with a kiss from a prince, while Karen frantically reminds everyone that Rentaru is literally unconscious and that they shouldn't be enjoying this. A swooning Hahari eagerly demands to see the kiss. Nearby, an extremely excited Shizuka rapidly takes photos on her phone, completely swept away by the romantic fantasy. Bending down over the unconscious Rentaru, Nano leans in and gently plants a romantic kiss on his lips amidst a dramatic background of blooming lilies. The direct physical contact of the faded kiss instantly shocks Rentaru's system, causing his eyes to snap wide open as he is jolted back to consciousness. Nano remarks that reviving someone through a kiss is completely ridiculous, and questions the logic of their world, causing Hikari to look over in surprise. Meanwhile, Hikari is completely mesmerized by the romantic kiss, calling it a sacred scene. Hikari notices her mother is drooling and tells her to stop being vulgar, but Karen quickly points out that Hikari is also drooling. Shizuka then accuses Karen of doing the exact same thing, prompting Kusuri to joke that they are all drooling in a chain like a set of nesting dolls. Still incredibly embarrassed by the entire situation, Rentaro loudly announces that he is going to take his bath now that the girls are finished and storms out of the room. Watching him leave, Karen and Kusuri find his sulking behavior to be extremely cute. Once he is out in the hallway, Rentaro clutches his blushing face in sheer embarrassment, unable to cope with the chaotic turn of events. Karen looks over suspiciously and demands to know what Nano and Hikari are planning with the strange items they have collected. Meanwhile, Hikari receives a thick bundle of rope from a passing maid and quietly thanks her, leaving the others wondering what they intend to do next. Hikari and Hikari hold a smartphone and a coil of rope as they prepare to head out, with Hikari boldly announcing that they are going to peep on Rentaro taking a bath to evaluate him with unclouded eyes. In the foreground, Karen looks on with a completely horrified and sweat-drenched expression at the mother-daughter duo's perverted scheme, while the narrator questions if they will succeed in seeing Rentaro's privates in the next chapter. Chapter 21 opens by recapping the perverted mother and daughter's desire to see Rentaro's privates. Holding her face, Hikari sighs and wonders which part of his body Rentaro is washing in the bath at this very moment, prompting Hikari to blush and reply in playful agreement. An outraged Karen yells at Hikari and Kusuri, demanding to know why they are trying to peep on Rentaro in the bath, and asking if they are permanently in mating season mode, while Kusuri tries to think of a justification. Kusuri excitedly declares that she has never seen a man's privates before, and loudly announces that she wants to see Rentaro's too. Nano calmly agrees with the plan, explaining that analyzing a partner's body is highly logical to prepare for their inevitable first night together, leaving everyone else completely flabbergasted. Karen suddenly changes her mind and blushes deeply, loudly proclaiming that she will join the group as well, though she insists it is not because she is interested in his body, but because she refuses to let them one-up her. Her instant turnaround leaves the others staring in silent, wide-eyed disbelief at how easily she was swayed. Hikari announces that the girls' side of Rentaro's family is ready, prompting Hikari to enthusiastically order everyone to move out. Shizuka stands in front of the door to block their path, using her text-to-speech app to demand they stop and ask if they care about how much they will disappoint Rentaro. However, Nano walks up to Shizuka, placing her hands on her shoulders and telling her to listen carefully. Nano stares down at Shizuka with a deeply serious expression, arguing that as long as Rentaro never finds out, there will theoretically be no victims. A trembling Shizuka desperately tries to protest, but her voice trails off under Nano's intense reasoning. Hikari dramatically argues that they cannot allow a girl as pure and innocent as Shizuka to carry the weight of such a sin. Karen flatly asks if she is implying the rest of the girls are fine with it, dryly questioning if the manga is completely flying off the rails. Hikari directs Hikari to take action, and Hikari quickly complies, picking up a limp Shizuka to carry her off. To prevent her from getting involved, they wrap Shizuka tightly inside a futon, but she refuses to be left behind and begins determinedly rolling herself across the floor like a sleeping bag cocoon. Upon seeing Shizuka wrapped up, Hikari and Kusuri happily dub her as a cute sushi roll. As Shizuka desperately rolls away, Hikari and Hikari wave to her, telling her to wait right there until they return with some souvenir pictures. Meanwhile, Rentaro sits alone in the quiet bath, his mind immediately drifting to thoughts of Hikari and Hikari. He knows that, when it comes to those two, they are highly likely to orchestrate some sort of mischievous plan. Rentaro deduces that the mother and daughter might try to set up a secret camera to take peeping photos, or even charge inside under the pretext of washing his back. Having anticipated their plan, Rentaro happily wraps a towel securely around his waist to prevent any indecency, earning high praise from the narrator, who dubs him the king of decency. Outside, Kusuri is lowered down from a second-floor window on a rope by the other girls, but she quickly complains that the heavy bath steam makes everything too foggy to see. Hearing a sudden clunk against the window, a startled Rentaru looks up and wonders what made the noise. Looking through the steam-covered window, Rentaru is met with a terrifying shadowy face pressed flat against the glass, staring directly at him with dark, wide-open eyes. The horrifying sight completely shocks his system, causing him to let out an absolute scream of panic. Outside, a panicked Kusuri reports that Rentaru suddenly screamed and might have discovered her, prompting Hahari and Hakari to frantically yell to pull her back up. Inside, a heavily sweating and trembling Rentaru cowers on the floor, desperately trying to convince himself that what he saw couldn't possibly be real. Trying to calm his racing heart, Rentaru nervously laughs to himself, reminding himself that they are on the second floor. He reasons that seeing a face at the window is physically impossible, unless the person is Ninja Hattori or Tom Cruise, desperately trying to rationalize the situation. Suddenly, a mysterious plinking noise echoes through the quiet bathroom, instantly sending Rentaru back into a state of sheer panic as he lets out another loud scream. Shaking in fear, he frantically decides to wash up as quickly as possible so he can escape the room. Back in the bedroom, Shizuka desperately thrashes on the floor inside her tight futon cocoon, panting and wheezing as she finds herself completely unable to undo the knots. Looking on in tearful panic, she realizes that if she does not break free soon, a catastrophic event will unfold. Shizuka's overactive imagination takes over, envisioning a scenario where Hahari and Hakari successfully break into the bathroom with perverted grins, while Rentaru is left weeping in absolute naked shame. In her dramatic fantasy, she imagines Rentaru being so utterly devastated by the loss of his decency that he demands to be dragged across the city streets and executed as punishment. In the vision, a tearful Hakari and Hahari look on in complete shock as a bound Rentaru is hauled away to his execution. Shizuka's imagination grows even darker, envisioning all the girlfriends being dragged alongside Rentaru in ropes, as they tearfully repent for letting their lust get the better of them, begging to be executed together for their sinful behavior. The fantasy culminates with Shizuka standing alone in black mourning clothes, weeping uncontrollably, as she clutches a massive gravestone dedicated to Rentaru's entire deceased family. Terrified by her own dark daydream, a crying Shizuka declares that she will never let such a tragedy occur and realizes she is the only one who can stop it. She violently rolls and thrashes across the floor, desperately begging the futon to loosen up as she lets out strained grunts of effort. With a look of ultimate determination, Shizuka begins rolling down the long corridors of the mansion at high speed. She rolls right past the doorway and bounces down the stairs, continuing her relentless rolling journey to save Rentaru. Meanwhile, Hahari reveals that they have a second route to the bath through the attic, prompting Nano to question her. As Hakari climbs up the ladder, Hahari explains that they can access the ceiling directly above the bath, while a delighted Kusuri realizes they can easily peep on Rentaru by simply removing the ceiling cover. Nano climbs up the ladder as well, logically pointing out that the rising steam will not obstruct their view from above, making the probability of success incredibly high. The loyal maid bows politely at the bottom of the ladder, wishing them safety on their mission. Crawling through the dark, dusty attic with her phone light, an annoyed Karen demands to know why she has been forced to lead the vanguard. Behind her, a smiling Hahari and Hakari bluntly reply that they made her go first simply because the dark attic is scary. Karen nervously asks if there are any mice in the attic, but Hahari reassures her that their servants clean every corner of the mansion without fail. However, a massive fluffy white cat with a grumpy expression suddenly struts right past them in the darkness. Feeling the cat's furry tail brush against her skin, Karen mistakes it for a mouse and lets out an ear-splitting scream of terror. When a startled Hahari asks what is wrong, a panicked Karen screams that a mouse touched her foot, prompting a trembling Hakari to tell her not to lose her composure as their vanguard, while Karen furiously protests that she was forced into this. Hakari tries to calm Karen down by saying there is no way a mouse would be in the attic, but she is suddenly cut off as the grumpy white cat brushes past her. Both Karen and Hakari let out loud, panicked screams, with Hakari yelling that something fuzzy just touched her too. Hahari joins in the panic, screaming about the imaginary mouse and asking where it went, while Kusuri shrieks in terror as the cat climbs onto her neck. Swept up in the chaos, Kusuri frantically declares she will spread poison to kill it, prompting Hahari to scream that she will kill them all instead. While Karen desperately cries that she cannot see anything in the dark, A completely unfazed Nano lies flat on the floor and calmly recites the digits of pi to keep her composure. Downstairs in the bath, Renteru hears the loud, distorted screams of the girls echoing through the ceiling. Completely terrified, he mistakes the chaotic sounds for angry ghosts trying to communicate with him, causing him to burst into tears and scream at the top of his lungs, begging the spirits to forgive him. Meanwhile, Shizuka arrives at the top of the grand, massive staircase of the mansion, still tightly bound in her futon cocoon. Telling herself that it is time to be brave for everyone's sake, she stares down the steep flight of stairs, preparing herself for the terrifying descent. Shizuka swallows hard and decides to roll down the stairs on the count of 3, her heart pounding violently in her chest with intense anxiety as she begins her countdown. Tears welling up in her eyes, Shizuka confesses to herself that her heart feels like it is about to explode from fear. She nervously decides to delay the jump, telling herself she needs more time to prepare and will count to 30, instead completely unaware of a 4-legged animal standing directly behind her. Suddenly, a large dog walks up behind Shizuka, letting out a bark and demanding that she get out of its way. Before she can react, the dog nudges her forward, sending a screaming Shizuka plunging down the stairs at high speed. The dog watches calmly from the top of the stairs as Shizuka rolls down like a barrel, internally thinking that she did not need to be so dramatic since it only wanted her to move. Meanwhile, Shizuka crashes violently through the double doors at the bottom of the staircase with a loud thud. Having busted through the doors, Shizuka's momentum carries her sliding and rolling at extreme speed across the smooth, tiled floor of the bathhouse's changing room, heading directly toward the main bathing area. Still standing in the water, Renteru is suddenly startled by a massive splash as Shizuka rolls straight off the edge and plunges directly into the hot bathwater. The sudden intrusion shocks Renteru, causing him to let out another horrified, ear-splitting scream. Cowering on the edge of the bath and shaking in fear, a heavily sweating Renteru covers his head, completely bewildered and unable to comprehend what has just splashed into the water. Suddenly, a figure with soaking wet, long black hair completely covering her face rises slowly out of the bathwater, looking exactly like a terrifying ghost. Renteru is pushed past his absolute limit, letting out his loudest scream of terror, yet as he stares at the apparent specter. Completely terrified, Renteru attempts to scramble backward, but slips on the wet tile floor, falling flat on his back with a painful thud. As he lies dazed on the ground, he looks over at the figure and suddenly blinks in realization. The wet hair parts to reveal a crying, shivering Shizuka, prompting Renteru to scream her name in relief and concern. Renteru frantically asks if she is all right and why she is there, while Shizuka tearfully whispers how relieved she is that he is safe. As they talk, Shizuka looks down and suddenly realizes that Renteru's towel has completely slipped off during his fall, exposing his body. Both of them freeze in absolute wide-eyed horror as they realize the situation, their faces turning completely red in sheer embarrassment. The overwhelming shock of seeing him completely exposed causes Shizuka to suffer a massive comical nosebleed, and she faints, splashing backward into the bathwater. A panicked Renteru screams her name in absolute terror. Renteru quickly scoops Shizuka out of the water, carrying her out to get her onto an ice pillow immediately. Just then, the bedroom door opens, and the rest of the girls walk in, with Karen furiously pointing at the grumpy cat that caused their attic panic while Hahari holds it. The girls freeze, their eyes widening as they spot Renteru holding a fainted Shizuka. Standing before the group, Renteru demands to know what they were doing, prompting the girls to sweat drop and offer a string of ridiculous excuses. While Hikari and Hahari claim they were just playing hide and seek in the ceiling, Nano logically asserts that hiding in the dark is efficient. Kusuri cheerfully agrees, and a nervous Karen stammers in agreement to hide their shame. Flustered by his gaze, Karen suddenly yells out that they definitely were not trying to peep on him taking a bath, completely exposing their entire plan. Behind her, Hikari, Hahari, Kusuri, and Nano all cover their faces in absolute sweat-drenched shame at her massive blunder. With their perverted scheme fully exposed, the mother-daughter duo and their accomplices are forced to sit on the floor while Renteru severely lectures them on decency. Meanwhile, Shizuka sleeps peacefully on a futon nearby with an ice pillow on her head, dreaming of elephants and giraffes, as the narrator concludes that good boys and girls should never peep. During their card game, Hahari and Renteru's hands touch as they reach for the cards, causing them to lock eyes and blush deeply in a classic romantic moment. While they stammer and apologize to each other in embarrassment, a furious Karen yells at them to stop acting like they are in a rom-com and just pick a card already, while Shizuka quietly remarks that the manga itself should be acting more like a rom-com. Hahari looks down with a melancholic expression and quietly announces that she has just remembered something she needs to take care of, wishing everyone fun playing cards as she exits the room. Rentaro looks at her in surprise, noticing her lingering sadness as she departs. Karen grows impatient, wondering what is taking Hahari so long to return from the restroom, but Kusuri points out that Hahari never actually said she was going to use the restroom. Sensing that something might be wrong, a concerned Rentaro excuses himself to go look for her. Rentaro walks down the quiet corridors, realizing that the massive mansion makes searching for her highly difficult. Suddenly, a sweet, familiar floral scent catches his attention, leading him to follow it and peek through a sliding screen door. Inside, Hahari is quietly kneeling on a cushion in front of a grand family altar, her eyes closed and hands clasped together in a silent, solemn prayer, as thick incense smoke rises into the air. Recognizing the memorial altar as the one dedicated to Hahari's late father, Rentaro quietly decides to slide the door closed to avoid interrupting her. However, Hahari softly calls out that she cannot tell him why she chose this path, admitting she cannot say it to Rentaro of all people. Rentaro steps into the room and asks if she would mind if he offered some incense, as well, catching Hahari completely off guard as she gasps his name. At the same time, Rentaro notices a photo on the altar of a middle school boy and wonders who he is, prompting Hahari to softly explain that the boy was her former lover and Hahari's father, which leaves a completely stunned Rentaro speechless. Rentaro awkwardly apologizes, admitting he had assumed Hahari's father would be an adult, but Hahari softly explains that she absolutely adores cute things. She notes that she has always preferred younger cute boys, which is why she finds Rentaro so incredibly cute as well. Rentaro bows in prayer alongside Hahari, then looks over at her and asks if he can ask her something. He recalls that she once mentioned ending up alone and regretting it, but points out how beautiful she is, and that she owns a mansion, admitting he would have thought she would have countless men lined up begging to date her. Hahari smiles gently and tells him there is no need to tease her with flattery, prompting Rentaro to frantically explain that he is not trying to flatter her at all, internally wondering if she genuinely does not understand how beautiful she is. Rentaro continues, pointing out that it is highly strange that she kept choosing this path of loneliness. Looking down sadly, Hahari tearfully states that she cannot tell him why she did it, admitting she cannot say it to Rentaro. Rentaro looks at her with absolute sincerity, stating that while he is just a high school student, he is also her boyfriend, and begs her to let him hear the truth so they can get through this together. Hahari looks down in silence as they sit before the altar, quietly whispering his name. She clasps her hands tightly together in her lap, trembling as she struggles to contain her overwhelming emotions. Crying out with tears in her eyes, Hahari finally breaks down and confesses that she still cannot bring herself to forget about her late lover. With tears streaming down her face, Hahari confesses that even after his death, she continued to love him from the bottom of her heart, and feels that she has absolutely no right to love another man. Sobbing uncontrollably, she admits that despite all of that, she has fallen deeply in love with Rentaro as well, desperately crying out to know if she can ever be forgiven for her feelings. Moved by her raw pain, Rentaro pulls Hahari into a tight, warm embrace and loudly demands to know why she has to forget about him in the first place. Rentaro passionately asks if it is truly so wrong to keep loving Hahari's father while also falling in love with him, leaving a startled Hahari completely speechless. Rentaro asks who made the rules that say a person cannot love two people from the bottom of their heart, and who is to say that the love for one of them is fake. Staring at Hahari, he proudly asserts that if she believes her feelings are genuine, then what she is giving him is absolute genuine love. Rentaro explains that it is not up to him to decide whether the love he gives his girlfriends is genuine, but rather up to them to decide. He adds that when you love someone, you should love them from the bottom of your heart, so they can trust your feelings are genuine, concluding that this is all that truly matters. Rentaro promises Hahari that if she ever feels like his feelings are fake, she must tell him, and swears that he will always be completely honest and tell her if he feels the same. Hahari holds Rentaru's hand and gently urges him not to hold back, telling him to let himself love. Rentaru embraces Hahari tightly and declares his love for her, prompting Hahari to express her love in return and ask him if he could kiss her. Rentaru recalls Hahari's late father urging him to never let Hahari be alone again. Meanwhile, Hahari remembers her late lover telling her to save her precious first kiss for the person who swears to never let her be alone again, reflecting sadly that they never did a kiss, and she was unable to make him happy for the rest of his life. Hahari suddenly steps back and apologizes for the heavy conversation, explaining that she became too emotional and suggesting they return to the others. Rentaru immediately leans in and kisses Hahari. As Rentaru and Hahari kiss, the spirit of Hahari's late father smiles peacefully and fades away into a bright light. The exterior of the mansion is quiet under the night sky. Rentaru and all his girlfriends sleep side by side in a massive bed, while Hahari sleep talks about being completely stuffed. While Rentaru sleeps, someone quietly steps across the floor nearby. Hahari leans over Rentaru in bed, but Karen suddenly wakes up and furiously yells at her, accusing her of being a night crawler trying to sneak a kiss and one-up the rest of the girls. Rentaru wakes up and asks Hahari what is wrong. Hahari apologizes for waking him and explains she just wanted to sleep next to him, prompting Rentaru to remind her that it is late and she should be sleeping. Hahari begins to explain her feelings to Rentaru. Hahari hugs Rentaru tightly and cries, admitting that she genuinely thought they would never be able to see each other ever again. Rentaru looks on silently. Rentaru gently touches Hahari's tearful face. Rentaru and Hahari a deep kiss. Hahari tearfully calls Rentaru's name, and he softly reassures her that she does not need to worry because he is right there with her. Hahari asks Rentaru if he can hold her in his arms until morning, and he agrees. Nearby, Karen pretends to be asleep and secretly decides she will let this slide, but only for today. Hahari continuously peppers Rentaru with kisses throughout the night, leaving an overwhelmed Rentaru wide awake as he notes how incredibly close they are. Exhausted and unable to sleep, Rentaru walks down the hallway in the morning light, deciding to use the bathroom since he is already awake. As Rentaru rubs his tired eyes while walking down the hallway, he suddenly stops in shock when he spots a translucent figure standing by the windows. Recognizing the figure, Rentaru asks if he is Hahari's father. The ghost casually greets him before suddenly screaming in a terrifying rage, demanding to know how Rentaru dares to take his beloved Hahari and Hahari away from him. Glaring with intense dark eyes, the ghost furiously declares that he has a whole lot of things he wants to say to him. Unfazed by the terrifying display, Rentaru calmly notes that it is a coincidence because he also has things he wants to discuss with his father-in-law. The ghost completely loses his intimidating aura, shrieking that Rentaru has no right to call him that. The ghost looks confused and asks why Rentaru is not afraid, pointing out that he was terrified earlier when he mistook the girls peeping for a spiritual phenomenon. Rentaru admits that ghosts are indeed scary, but calmly holds his ground. Rentaru smiles warmly and explains that since the ghost is related to Hahari by blood and is so deeply cherished by Hahari, he can easily tell that the man must be a warm and kind person. The ghost playfully complains, admitting he wanted to dramatically threaten to curse Rentaru to death if he failed to bring them happiness. Rentaru confidently responds that such threats are unnecessary because he will risk absolutely everything he has to make them happy. The ghost agrees and reveals that he has been watching over Hahari and Hahari since his death 16 years ago. He notes that Hahari has been chased by countless men over the years, but admits that Rentaru is the first one he has seen who is genuinely sincere. Looking at Rentaru with deep gratitude and tears in his eyes, the ghost sincerely thanks him for finally freeing Hahari's heart from the lingering shackle of his memory. The ghost smiles and admits he only wants the people he loves to be happy, praising Rentaru's genuine heart. He extends his hand, offering to watch over Hahari and Hahari together, and hopes that seeing them with Rentaru will allow him to finally move on from his regrets. Rentaru accepts the handshake, softly calling him his father-in-law again. As the moment settles, the ghost playfully asks if Rentaru's earlier comment about wanting to talk was just some nonsense declaration about taking Hahari away from him. Rentaru corrects him, stating that he actually wanted to thank him instead. Rentaru places a hand over his heart and expresses his deep gratitude to the ghost for Hahari's birth and for giving Hahari times of true happiness long before Rentaru ever had the chance to do anything for her. The ghost listens in stunned, emotional silence. Overwhelmed by Renteru's incredibly kind words, the ghost suddenly bursts into absolute screaming tears. He wails that Renteru is way too kind, and that he feels so at ease leaving his loved ones in Renteru's hands that his lingering regrets about dying are being completely blown away. The ghost rapidly ascends into the sky, screaming that he cannot stop himself from crossing over and moving on to the afterlife. A panicked Renteru reaches out and reminds him of their promise to watch over the girls together, but the ghost apologizes as he vanishes into the light, leaving Renteru to scream for his father-in-law in despair. Renteru suddenly jolts awake on the floor, screaming out for his father-in-law. Startled, he realizes he had fallen asleep and wonders if the entire encounter was just a highly realistic dream, suddenly noticing the grumpy, fluffy white cat sitting right beside him. Outside the grand mansion, Hikari notes that the night that felt like a dream has come to an end. She asks Renteru and the girls why they are leaving so early, and Renteru explains that they need to head home to change into their school uniforms before classes begin. Hikari softly asks Renteru to come by and see her again, and Renteru promises that he will, adding that he is sure they will see each other again right away. The group waves goodbye, preparing to return to their normal everyday lives. At the school assembly, Hikari confidently stands at the podium and announces herself as the new chairwoman. She winks and casually admits she bought the entire school just because she wanted to see Renteru so badly, leaving Hikari stuttering in absolute shock, while the narrator jokes about expecting normalcy in their world. Meanwhile, a heavily panting Renteru stands at the mansion's intercom, having run there during break time to see Hikari right away. The maid informs him that the madam has already left for school, revealing that the two lovers ran as fast as they could to see each other, but completely passed each other by. Chapter 23 begins with a title card parodying a famous body-swapping movie showing the 6 girlfriends standing together under a bright sky. On the school rooftop, Hikari gathers the other 5 girlfriends and thanks them for coming, stating they have business to discuss that Renteru cannot hear about. Hikari adopts a serious expression and explains that under normal circumstances, couples enter the fatigue stage of their relationship about 3 months after they start dating. Karen agrees, pointing out they have been dating Renteru since the first chapter of Volume 1. Nano adds that they are currently at the end of Volume 3, while Shizuka wonders which volume Chapter 23 will be placed in. Shizuka calculates they have been dating him for 5 chapters, but Nano corrects her, stating it has been over 6 months of publication. Hikari fiercely argues that 3 volumes is essentially the same as 3 months, meaning they have definitely hit the fatigue stage of their relationship. Nano agrees that they must provide a new appeal so their lover does not get tired of them. Hikari dramatically warns that the day Renteru gives them the cold shoulder will strike fear into all of them, leaving Karen sweating nervously. Hikari explains this is why she asked Kusuri to develop a brand new drug for them. Kusuri confidently holds up a beaker, announcing that her new drug will blow the fatigue stage away, but immediately follows up with a casual apology as a massive explosion blasts the rooftop. Renteru bursts through the rooftop door, coughing from the thick smoke. He frantically asks what happened, explaining he heard the explosion and came running. Amidst the smoke, the girls cough and confusedly ask why they sound different or feel so heavy. As the smoke clears, Karen, Hikari, and Nano look down at themselves in absolute shock as they collectively state that they have all swapped. Kusuri and Shizuka also stare blankly in utter disbelief, confirming that a complete body swap has occurred. Renteru realizes they swapped bodies and compares the situation to a famous movie. A girl in Hikari's body frantically waves her arms, begging the universe to stop playing the movie's theme song in the background before they get sued for copyright infringement. Renteru is completely overwhelmed as the girls' chaotic voices erupt around him. One voice demands to know who just spoke using her original voice. Another logically notes that getting used to living in the new body would be more efficient. A third stammers nervously, and another furiously yells about the drug being dangerous, while Kusuri's verbal tic explains that her soul's separating effect went bonkers. Renteru desperately asks everyone to hold on, stating that the situation is getting out of hand. He looks at the confused group and asks them to clarify exactly who is currently inside whose body. The girl in Karen's body thinks aggressively, hoping Renteru will figure out who she is. The girl in Nano's body mischievously realizes that any naughty stuff she does now will be in someone else's body. Suddenly, the girl in Shizuka's body trips and falls, apologizing that she is not used to her new frame. Rentaro immediately catches the girl in Shizuka's body and asks if Hikari is okay. The girl in Shizuka's body blushes deeply and immediately begins sniffing Rentaro's jacket, letting out a flustered squeak that confirms her true identity as Hikari. Rentaro dryly notes that Hikari completely gave herself away. The girl in Hikari's body enthusiastically jumps up and uses Kusura's verbal tick to ask if Rentaro can tell who she is. Meanwhile, the girl in Nano's body angrily glares and asks if Rentaro learned nothing from the previous kissing zombie incident. Kusuri, currently in Hikari's body, casually announces she has the urge to pee and decides to just use her diaper. The girl in Karen's body furiously screams at her to stop, revealing that Hikari's body is not wearing a diaper right now. As the girl in Karen's body desperately drags Kusuri away to the bathroom, Rentaro deduces that if Kusuri is in Hikari's body, he needs to find out who is in Kusura's body. The girl in Kusura's body suddenly screams in absolute delight, announcing her identity as Hahari, while squishing her cheeks and obsessing over how young she is. Hahari happily frolics around in Kusura's small body, marveling at her lightness and kissing her reflection in a hand mirror to praise her cute face. Rentaro dryly points out that she used to do that often in her original body too, before wondering aloud who is currently inside Hahari's body. Rentaro spits in absolute shock as the girl in Hahari's body suddenly begins aggressively grabbing and squeezing her large chest. Recognizing her distinct defensive attitude, Rentaro confirms she is Karen as she aggressively yells that she was simply trying to massage the chest to burn fat and make it smaller. Rentaro immediately scolds Karen for sitting improperly on the floor with her legs crossed, but she angrily complains about the immense weight on her chest and wonders how she is supposed to even stand up. Moving on to the next person, Rentaro observes the girl in Nano's body standing with her hands politely clasped, noting that she is smiling brightly and acting unusually cheerful. The girl in Nano's body politely hands a smartphone to the girl in Shizuka's body, while apologizing for not noticing her need for it sooner. Seeing Nano's body act so incredibly polite and expressive leaves Rentaro completely horrified, and he internally panics over his mental image of Nano being destroyed. The girl in Karen's body coldly remarks that her previous behavior was inefficient, causing Rentaro to scream in absolute horror over how utterly lifeless her eyes have become. The girl in Shizuka's body notices that she smells like the gentle scent of old books and Nano, while the girl in Nano's body types on her phone that she feels powerful enough to fight a dragon bare-handed. Observing her typing, Rentaro realizes that Shizuka is the one currently inside Nano's body. Rentaro asks the group how they are supposed to return to normal, to which the girl in Hikari's body admits she is completely out of supplies to make a reversal drug. The girl in Nano's body then reads from her phone that ancient books dictate headbutting each other as the standard solution, prompting the girl in Hikari's body to enthusiastically agree with the plan. Following a disastrous attempt at headbutting each other, the girls cry out in intense pain while nursing massive bumps on their foreheads. The girl in Hikari's body furiously complains about potentially making Hikari dumber, while the girl in Shizuka's body angrily worries about making Karen even stupider than before. The girl in Hikari's body happily concludes that the only remaining way to trigger a miracle is by kissing Rentaro. Beside her, the girl in Karen's body deadpans that there is an absolute probability that she simply wants an excuse to kiss him. Hahari, currently in Kusura's body, opens her arms and coos for Rentaro to come to her. She coaxes him into a lap pillow and gently strokes his hair, warmly praising him as an adorable good boy. Rentaro lies in her lap, completely speechless and blushing at the overwhelming maternal energy radiating from Kusura's small body. Hahari cups Rentaro's face and tells him he deserves a reward for being such a good boy, leaning in to give him a tender kiss. As their lips meet, Rentaro's heart beats wildly in sheer shock, unable to process the powerful, overwhelming feeling of motherhood coming from Kusura's young body. To everyone's absolute shock, a miracle actually occurs as the kiss causes Hahari's soul to slip right out of Kusura's body. The chibai-like spirit of Hahari floats away into the air with a happy smile, leaving Kusura's physical body completely lifeless and empty. The sudden supernatural event leaves the surrounding girls looking on with expressions of pure jaw-dropping horror. Reeling from the kiss, Rentaro covers his blushing face and notes how powerful that motherly affection was. Meanwhile, Kusuri, who is currently inside Hakara's body, analyzes the situation and explains that because their souls are in an unstable state, a kiss makes them so lightheaded that their spirits slip out of their bodies. A text box aggressively mocks the manga for relying on such childish dream-like logic. Nano, currently in Karen's body, logically concludes that if kissing is the trigger, then having all of the girls kiss Rentaro to restore their souls to their correct bodies is the most efficient course of action. She walks up to a flustered Rentaro and coolly commands him to lower his head so they can proceed, leaving him stammering in nervous agreement. Hakari, currently residing in Shizuka's body, tells a flustered Rentaro not to get embarrassed because this is not the time for it. She quickly loses her stern composure and nervously stammers an apology, leaving a heavily blushing Rentaro to internally scream in excitement over witnessing a cool version of Shizuka. Rentaro gently lifts her chin and immediately leans in for a deep kiss, his face completely flushed red from the sudden intimacy. The kiss successfully causes Hakara's soul to slip right out of Shizuka's body, floating away into the air with a highly satisfied expression. Immediately after, Kusuri, who is currently inside Hakara's body, calls out to Rentaro and cheerfully declares that she is up next. Kusuri enthusiastically hugs Rentaro from behind and asks for a kiss, noting that Hakara's body is suddenly starting to feel strange. Rentaro is caught entirely off guard by the contrast, internally screaming in shock over encountering a childlike version of Hakari. Pressing her large chest tightly against Rentaro's back, a flushed and panting Kusuri casually notes that her breasts feel incredibly good when touching him. The intense physical contact completely awakens the body's natural sexual impulses, leaving Kusuri drooling in a heavy daze. Trembling inside Hakara's highly sensitive body, Kusuri panics as she feels an overwhelming sensation building up, nervously noting that she is sure it is not pee. Declaring that she will not let Rentaro get a thrill out of this situation, she frantically demands they kiss immediately. She quickly leans in and presses her lips to Rentaro's, initiating a sudden deep kiss. The kiss successfully causes Kusuri's soul to slip out of Hakara's body, leaving the empty physical frame to slump forward. Clinging to the limp body, a heavily sweating Rentaro feels like his brain is being cooked, desperately urging his head to hold out until everyone is back to normal, as he weakly asks who is up next. Standing nearby, Karen, currently residing inside Hakara's body, flatly remarks on how lewd Hakara's body is. Meanwhile, Shizuka, who is currently inside Nano's body, blushes intensely and stammers that she is just a bit sensitive. Shizuka, who is currently inside Karen's body, clutches her phone to her chest and shyly tells Rentaro that she will be in his care. Rentaro is completely overwhelmed by her sweet demeanor, thinking to himself that she is like a little animal version of Karen. Rentaro frantically explains to Shizuka that his brain is sweating and about to take things to another level. Shizuka looks on in bewilderment before nodding and trying to steer the conversation back on track. Rentaro and Shizuka a kiss, which successfully triggers Shizuka's soul to slip out of Karen's body. Her spirit floats away into the air as she quietly announces that the next person should go, leaving Karen's empty physical frame resting in Rentaro's arms. Karen, who is currently inside Hakara's body, crosses her arms and huffs, demanding that they get the kiss over with as quickly as possible. Rentaro is struck by her tsundere attitude, noting that she has completely transformed Hakara's sweet image into a spicy one. When Rentaro casually mentions how cute she is, Karen is caught completely off guard and blushes intensely in embarrassment. She quickly walks away while yelling at him to shut up, leaving a blushing Rentaro to quietly remark on how adorable she is. Karen, who is currently inside Hakara's body, gets frustrated and blushes, huffing that she will head back to class if they are not going to do this quickly. She points out how shocking it would be for the school's chairwoman to be seen sitting in a student's seat. Rentaro apologizes and places his hands on her shoulders, asking her to wait just a moment as he thinks to himself how incredibly cute she is. Rentaro leans in and kisses Karen, causing her soul to immediately slip out of Hakara's body. As her spirit happily floats away, she notes that only the last girl remains. Rentaro holds her empty physical body as he catches his breath on the rooftop. Hakari, who is currently inside Nano's body, hugs Rentaro tightly from behind and lovingly whispers that it is finally just the two of them. Rentaro's heart races at the sight of an incredibly lovey-dovey version of Nano. Together they look up at the sky where they can see the floating translucent souls of the other girls shining. Hikari steps in front of Rentaro and stares deeply into his eyes, asking him what is wrong before shyly confessing her deep love for him. Staring at her sweet expressive face, Rentaro's heart pounds in overwhelming excitement. Rentaro and Hikari close their eyes and a deep, romantic kiss. The kiss successfully triggers Hikari's soul to slip out of Nano's body, floating away with a peaceful smile. Below, the empty physical bodies of all 6 girls lie scattered across the rooftop floor. Hikari's eyes slowly blink open as her soul finally returns to her own body. The girls cheer in relief as they successfully return to their own correct bodies, happily declaring that they are all back to normal, and that their original bodies still feel the absolute best. Meanwhile, Rentaro clutches his chest in a happy daze, overwhelmed by experiencing so much happiness all at once. Hikari asks Rentaro how he liked them when they were acting like different versions of themselves. Rentaro shyly covers his mouth, admitting that while the sudden changes definitely made his heart go crazy, he still has a strong preference. Rentaro smiles warmly and honestly explains that in the end, he still prefers all of them as their usual wonderful selves. His sweet words catch Hikari completely off guard, causing her to blush deeply. All of the girls blush intensely and look on in adoration, touched by Rentaro's sincere declaration of love. Cheered up by getting their original bodies back, Hikari enthusiastically suggests they all have another kiss. The other girls eagerly agree, crowding around Rentaro on the school rooftop as they pepper him with countless kisses, while the narrator notes that his destiny of happiness is only just beginning. The next chapter begins with the girls gathered around for lunch, only for Kusuri to realize she has completely forgotten her bento box. Seeing her distress, Rentaro cheerfully dashes off to the school store to buy something for her, while the maid politely delivers a fresh teapot of tea to the group. Arriving at the school store, Rentaro pushes through the crowded hallway, noticing a delicious-looking fried egg on toast on display for 200 yen. He reaches out his hand to grab it, but someone else's hand simultaneously reaches for the exact same piece of toast. Rentaro turns around and realizes the other hand belongs to a girl wearing a hooded jacket. Looking closely at her, Rentaro asks if she is a student from the middle school side because of her uniform, catching the girl completely off guard as she gasps in surprise. The girl glares at Rentaro with intense dark eyes and an annoyed expression, demanding to know if he has some kind of problem with that. Rentaro raises his hands in a friendly gesture and assures her there is no rule stopping middle schoolers from visiting the high school store. Unfazed, the girl coldly commands him to move his hand. Rentaro steps aside to let her pay, internally wondering if she is simply in a bad mood, but she suddenly realizes she does not have her wallet and decides to walk away without the toast. Having bought the fried egg on toast, Rentaro chases after the girl and calls out to her, offering to the meal and split the toast in half. The girl stops and turns back to look at Rentaro, completely startled by his sudden kindness. The girl is taken aback, accusing Rentaro of acting gross and asking what his deal is. Rentaro rubs the back of his neck with a friendly laugh, explaining that he wants to try some other food items as well, so half a piece of toast is more than enough for him. Kurumi's stomach rumbles loudly, causing her to blush in intense embarrassment as she desperately tries to argue that they barely know each other. Rentaro gently insists that she take the food, suggesting that she would be doing him a huge favor by helping him out. Reluctantly, Kurumi clicks her tongue and finally accepts the half piece of toast. Kurumi clasps her hands together and politely thanks Rentaro for the food before sitting down on a nearby bench. She immediately takes a large, eager bite out of the fried egg on toast and happily begins to chew on it. Kurumi's face completely lights up with absolute bliss as she enthusiastically declares how incredibly delicious the toast is. Rentaro looks on in utter shock at her sudden drastic shift into a joyful personality. Kurumi joyfully continues devouring her food, happily explaining that this was exactly the fried egg on toast she had been craving. When Rentaro asks if it is a favorite of hers, she explains that she only started craving it after hearing some nearby boys mention a movie, prompting Rentaro to remark on how easily such talk can spark an appetite. Kurumi looks down as her bangs obscure her eyes, quietly explaining that her body digests food incredibly fast, leaving her constantly hungry and easily irritated. She admits that she cannot control her mood swings whenever she starts craving a specific kind of food. Blushing, Kurumi sincerely apologizes to Rentaro in case her earlier hostile behavior made him feel uncomfortable. Rentaro warmly reassures her that she does not need to apologize, kindly telling her not to worry about things she cannot help. Kurumi continues her explanation, stating that food is always the only thing on her mind, and that everything she sees or hears turns into a giant word association game where a specific food instantly pops into her head. She lists various daily triggers, noting that looking at a chalkboard makes her crave ramen, hearing a classmate's name makes her want bread, and seeing an Apple logo makes her want to eat fast food. Rentaru's sweat drops as he realizes how exhausting her daily life must be. Kurumi explains that this constant association is the reason why she always wears her hoodie and headphones to obscure her sight and hearing as much as possible. When Rentaro points out that she is not wearing them currently, she replies that it is simply because she is in the middle of eating. With a serious expression, Kurumi explains that food must be savored with both body and soul by letting its aroma flow freely and listening to the texture of every bite, warning that doing otherwise would be completely disrespectful to the meal. Rentaro stares at her in quiet admiration. After finishing her food, Kurumi clasps her hands to thank Rentaro for the meal and prepares to leave. Rentaro waves goodbye, but before she can depart, he asks if she would mind sharing her name with him. Kurumi's face instantly turns red, and she angrily accuses Rentaro of trying to hit on her, calling him disgusting before quickly running away. Rentaro is left standing by the bench, completely stunned by her sudden departure, while she clicks her tongue and covers her face with her hood in the corridor. As Kurumi walks away, she clutches her pounding chest in complete confusion, wondering why her heart is racing so violently for Rentaro and unable to comprehend what is happening to her. Back with the other girlfriends, Kusuri happily praises Rentaro's delicious bento. The other girls eagerly offer to trade their own lunch items ranging from fried chicken and tamagoyaki to onigiri supplements and shark fin soup, just to get a single bite of his food. During lunch the following day, Kurumi walks down the school corridor in a furious huff, loudly declaring her intense craving for a menchai katsu sandwich. Walking nearby, Rentaro spots her and hears her angry grunts. Kurumi explains to herself that her craving was triggered by everyone in her class talking about a popular TV drama that featured the sandwich. She reassures herself that she can easily purchase one at the school store. At the counter, the store clerk apologetically informs a devastated Kurumi that they are completely sold out of the sandwiches due to a sudden surge in demand. As Kurumi fumes in anger, Rentaro suddenly waves and greets her, causing a startled Kurumi to demand what a high schooler is doing on the middle school side. Rentaro calmly points out that there is no school rule preventing high school students from visiting the middle school store. He notices the sold-out sign and remarks that those particular sandwiches are incredibly popular and sold out on the high school side as well. Kurumi huffs and decides she will just walk to a convenience store outside of school to find one instead. Rentaro looks at the remaining inventory on the counter and suggests that she try a regular katsu sandwich since they are highly similar. The comparison completely outrages Kurumi, who angrily grabs her head and yells that they are as different as smooth and chunky peanut butter. Rentaro is left sweat-dropping, genuinely wondering if the two sandwiches are truly that different. Kurumi angrily runs off to get a sandwich from outside the campus. Rentaro grabs her arm to stop her, pointing out that middle school students are prohibited from leaving school during breaks, and offers to go get one for her instead. Outraged by his interference, Kurumi aggressively slaps his hand away and yells at him, demanding to know who asked him to do that for her and calling him incredibly annoying. Both Kurumi and Rentaro gasp and freeze in absolute shock as they lock eyes, feeling a sudden intense spark pass between them. Kurumi quickly grinds her teeth in frustration and turns away, clicking her tongue as she leaves Rentaro standing there. Kurumi sprints down the school corridor at full speed to escape the situation, leaving a bewildered Rentaro watching her run off. Kurumi runs all the way to a nearby convenience store, heavily panting and catching her breath outside the entrance. Dejected and exhausted, Kurumi stands outside the store and realizes that every single place is completely sold out of the sandwich. Her stomach rumbles loudly, once again intensifying her hunger. Overwhelmed by extreme hunger and frustration, Kurumi collapses onto her knees and clutches her head, screaming out in absolute fury about how angry she is. Crying in anger, Kurumi turns her frustration inward, furious at herself for always lashing out and pushing away anyone who shows her kindness, believing she will always end up alone. Suddenly, Rentaro appears before her, smiling warmly as he holds a wrapped item. Kurumi huddles on the ground and tearfully laments that her stomach is always running on empty and making her angry, concluding that there is absolutely nothing good about her. With her stomach still rumbling, completely defeated, Kurumi slowly trudges her way back toward the school building. Rentaro spots Kurumi and happily calls out to her, grabbing her arm and pulling a startled Kurumi along with him toward the school's kitchen as the lunch period continues. Rentaro proudly presents a freshly prepared menchai katsu sandwich on a plate, enthusiastically telling a stunned Kurumi to go ahead and eat it. Kurumi blushes and gulps, weakly protesting that she did not ask him to do this, but Rentaro cheerfully cuts her off and suggests they split it in half just like they did the previous day. With her stomach rumbling, Kurumi takes a bite of the sandwich while Rentaro eagerly watches. Kurumi's face instantly lights up with pure bliss as she cries tears of joy, loudly declaring how incredibly delicious the sandwich is while Rentaro smiles happily beside her. Kurumi happily agrees that it is delicious, but turns to Rentaro in confusion to ask where he got the ingredients and time to make it in the kitchen. Rentaro explains that he did not actually make it from scratch, but instead bought a hamburger and a katsu sandwich from the school store first. Rentaro explains his cooking process, detailing how he got permission to use the kitchen, took the meat patty from the hamburger to fry it, and assembled it with the bread and cabbage from the katsu sandwich. He adds that since hamburger patties and menchai katsu similar ingredients, he figured she would have no problem eating his custom creation. Kurumi notices several bandages on Rentaro's face and hands, prompting him to awkwardly explain that he got burned when he tried to wash the ketchup off the patty with water, before frying it, admitting his life briefly flashed before his eyes during the splattering grease. Kurumi looks at him in complete stunned silence. Gripping the sandwich, Kurumi tearfully asks Rentaro why he is being so incredibly kind to her when he does not even know her name, pointing out that she is rude and has no redeeming qualities. Rentaro casually states that she does indeed have good qualities, catching Kurumi off guard. She immediately gets defensive and accuses him of lying just to make her feel better, but Rentaro firmly asserts that he is being completely serious. Rentaro softly explains to Kurumi that he finds it highly charming how she cherishes the food she eats from the bottom of her heart, with a look of pure bliss on her face. Kurumi bashfully claims she is not doing anything out of the ordinary, but Rentaro insists that she naturally makes everything she eats look like the most delicious thing in the world, which is a wonderful quality. Rentaro continues, pointing out that even though she gets hungry easily, it is precisely because of this that she is able to love food so intensely. He adds that eating alongside someone who truly enjoys food makes the meal taste even better. Rentaro completes his thought, declaring that her love for food brings true happiness to the people around her, which is incredibly charming. Kurumi stares back at Rentaro in stunned silence, her face turning completely red from his deeply sincere and kind words. Kurumi remains completely speechless, unable to find any words as her heart pounds rapidly in her chest. Kurumi quietly stammers that in that case she has something to say. Kurumi softly suggests that they should eat together, murmuring that she feels her food would taste even better if she ate with him. Rentaro looks at her in surprise. Blushing furiously, Kurumi asks if they can eat together from now on, awkwardly confessing that she wants him to be her boyfriend. Rentaro smiles warmly and happily accepts her request, thanking her and declaring that he feels the exact same way, since he could wish for nothing better than to eat with her. Blushing as she holds her sandwich, Kurumi firmly tells Rentaro that her name is not Yu, before introducing herself as Haraga Kurumi, a third-year student from the middle school side. Rentaro happily introduces himself as Eiju Rentaro, a first-year student from the high school side, and calls her Kurumi-chan. With her stomach rumbling again, Kurumi irritatedly snaps at him not to add chan to her name. As the lunch period concludes, Rentaro internally notes that this is the first time he has met a girl who dislikes having chan added to her name. Meanwhile, Kurumi's word association game triggers once again, and she suddenly declares an intense hunger for chanko nabe. Rentaro gathers his girlfriends on the rooftop and nervously asks if they would mind accepting Haraga Kurumi as his newest girlfriend. Hahari sighs and jokingly asks what kind of unique person she is, this time wondering if she is another mad scientist or someone who has already given birth. Rentaro introduces Kurumi as the hungry type, explaining that she gets irritated easily when her stomach is empty. However, Kurumi immediately crosses her arms and coldly declares that she has no intention of getting along with any of them, as she only cares about Rentaro. Karen deadpans at Kurumi's bold introduction, while Hikari and Shizuka nervously wonder if she is actually a terrifying person. Kusuri optimistically points out that many of their current members started out as rivals or enemies, so she is sure they will all get along eventually. Nano calmly agrees with Kurumi, stating that although they the same boyfriend, interacting with one another without a logical reason is highly inefficient. Her cold statement completely shocks the other girls, with a tearful Kusuri crying out in disbelief that she thought they were already close friends. Nano explains to the group that she does not spend time with them out of a sense of obligation as Rentaro's girlfriend, but simply because she genuinely likes them. Touched by her words, the other girls instantly tear up and pile onto Nano in a massive group hug, emotional over how close they are. Kurumi looks on, completely bewildered by what is happening. Kurumi mutters to herself about their bizarre behavior, while Rentaro realizes that getting her to integrate with the others will not be as easy as before. He thinks to himself that forcing people to mingle does not work, but he still wants to resolve the awkwardness between them, prompting him to find a solution. Rentaro presents a flyer to the girls asking if they have seen the upcoming Food Fight Festival next Sunday. The flyer details a massive cash prize along with a special dessert prepared by a renowned 3-star pastry chef. The mention of the special dessert instantly gets the girls excited, with Kusuri and Hahari declaring they must participate, while Kurumi's stomach rumbles at the thought. Rentaro looks at his phone and explains that the tournament features a team format of up to 10 people, meaning they can easily participate together as a single team. Kurumi immediately rejects the idea of a joint team, declaring that she will participate separately because she can easily win on her own. She reasons to herself that she would likely end up fighting with them anyway, and that teaming up with people who cannot eat a lot would be a massive disadvantage. Hahari points out that they have a better chance of winning as a team and notes that the rules require middle schoolers to be accompanied by a guardian. Kurumi, desperate to eat the dessert, even if it kills her, learns that her parents are busy working on Sunday and asks Hahari if she would mind pretending to be her mother, just so she can register separately. Hahari blushes and promises to help only if Kurumi calls her mommy. Kurumi furiously rejects the embarrassing condition, leaving them with no choice but to participate together as a single team. On the day of the tournament, a massive crowd gathers inside the stadium for the Food Fight Festival. The energetic announcer takes the stage and cheerfully declares that there is no need to explain the rules. The announcer shouts that the rules are simple, since they just have to keep eating as much as possible to win. Standing in the crowd with the others, Kurumi sweat drops and mutters about the immense amount of calories they are about to consume. Immediately contradicting her previous statement, the announcer happily asks the crowd to let her explain the rules, prompting a deadpan response from the audience pointing out her hypocrisy. As the rules are described, the visual layout uses a highly suggestive drawing of Nano in a wet shirt to explain the team-based point system across 5 rounds, highlighting that teams can choose how many members to send out each round to accumulate the highest score. Karen furiously demands to know why such an inappropriate background is being used for the rules, while a text box explains that the creators chose sexy drawings over boring diagrams for the audience's enjoyment. Meanwhile, the announcer reveals that they will begin with a preliminary round before the main event. The announcer dramatically holds up a giant bowl, declaring that the food for the preliminary round is plain white rice. She adds that the venue is also fully stocked with a wide variety of delicious side dishes. She eats a bowl of rice and explains that, while the competitors are free to eat as many side dishes as they want, none of those dishes will count toward their score, as only the amount of consumed white rice determines their standing. Rentaro notes that eating only plain white rice will be a difficult challenge, while Nano logically points out that eating side dishes would be highly inefficient, as they would only take up valuable space in their stomachs. Rentaro asks the group whom they should send out to compete in the preliminary round. Kusuri enthusiastically suggests they should send absolutely everyone to maximize their total consumption. Rentaro disagrees, explaining that they cannot afford to have everyone get full before the main rounds, and predicting that other teams will also limit their preliminary participants. Kurumi coldly interrupts, declaring that she will participate in the preliminary round as well as all 5 main rounds by herself, claiming it makes no difference if the rest of them join or not. Karen angrily snaps at Kurumi for underestimating them, asking if she thinks they are useless. Rentaro frantically jumps in between them and begs Karen to hit him instead if she is going to hit anyone, but a sweating Karen retorts that she is not that short-tempered. Rentaro internally reminds himself that his main goal is to get the girls to work together and bond, but decides he must first focus on keeping everyone calm. He confidently announces that he and Kurumi will tackle the preliminary round together, advising the other girls to save their stomachs for the upcoming rounds. The event staff begins handing out containers of rice to each team, instructing them to request a fresh batch as soon as they finish one. With a loud strike of the gong, the announcer officially starts the preliminary round. Hikari Hand delivers a freshly filled bowl of rice to Rentaro, who politely thanks her and prepares to dig in. At the same time, Hikari hands a bowl to Kurumi while acting maternal, prompting Kurumi to bluntly reply that she does not recall asking her to act like her mother. Rentaro happily encourages Kurumi to eat and takes a bite of his own rice. He turns to check on her only to find her quietly chewing on her food. Before she has even taken a single bite of her white rice, Kurumi completely freezes and begins drooling, completely mesmerized by the nearby plates of grilled meat and tonkatsu. Rentaro reminds Kurumi that eating the side dishes is completely pointless in this round, but Kurumi quickly thanks the food and reaches for them anyway. As she prepares to eat, sweating, Rentaro realizes exactly what she is doing. Suddenly, Rentaro runs off at high speed toward the food line, catching a plate of side dishes and delivering it directly to Kurumi, enthusiastically telling her to eat up. Kurumi looks at him in complete disbelief, while the other girls watch in confusion, with some wondering if Rentaro simply had to run to the restroom. Kurumi's overwhelming desire for food completely overtakes her logic as she violently devours the tonkatsu on her rice. Hikari playfully advises Kurumi to choose between eating and talking, while Rentaro pantingly tries to catch his breath. Kurumi continues to happily gorge herself on the side dishes, entirely focused on eating. Seeing this, the surrounding contestants look on and whisper in mockery, questioning if she is stupid or simply fails to understand the tournament's rules. Rentaro furiously explodes in anger, demanding that whoever called Kurumi stupid step forward and show themselves. As Karen asks what Rentaro's actual plan is, he tells her to just take a close look at the surrounding crowd. Kurumi continues to eat with an expression of pure infectious bliss, causing a nearby girl to blush and comment on how delicious the food looks. Karen stares in absolute shock as she begins to understand Rentaro's strategy. The opposing contestants are completely captivated by Kurumi's blissful expression, gulping in hunger and remarking on how delicious she makes the food look. They look down at their own plain white rice, suddenly finding it incredibly dry and unappealing. Unable to resist the temptation, the other contestants begin rising from their seats, frantically rushing toward the side dishes to get some for themselves before it all runs out. Hikari asks in awe if this was all part of Rentaro's calculated plan, to which he proudly agrees. While Kurumi happily continues her feast, Kusuri cheerfully heaps another pile of rice into Rentaro's bowl. Rentaro reasons that because Kurumi digests food incredibly fast, eating the side dishes will not affect her capacity at all, whereas the other contestants will quickly fill their stomachs with them. He notes that to successfully lure everyone into eating the heavy side dishes, Kurumi must keep leading the pack. Rentaro swallows his food and asks for another serving, prompting a smiling Hikari to happily hand him a freshly filled bowl. Rentaro continues eating at a steady pace and requests another bowl, which Shizuka politely delivers to him while using her phone to express her support. Rentaro continues to call for more rice, proudly stacking a large pile of empty bowls next to him. Watching his relentless pace, an astonished Karen loudly demands to know how he is able to consume so much plain white rice without getting sick of it. While Nano points out that he logically should have been full a long time ago, and Shizuka begs him not to force himself, Rentaro quickly reassures them that he is completely fine, declaring that he actually cannot stop moving his chopsticks. Rentaro stares at the massive stack of bowls reflecting on how each one was lovingly filled for him by Hikari, Karen, Shizuka, Nano, Kusuri, and Hahari. Rentaro realizes that because each bowl was served with the unique love and care of his different girlfriends, every single portion tastes completely distinct and absolutely wonderful to him, proving that his immense love for them is what truly drives his appetite. It is a mutual feeling, as the other girls are also deeply moved and feel their hearts overflowing with love as they watch Rentaro eat. The girls eagerly stack up more bowls of rice for Rentaro, with Hikari and Kusuri happily promising to fill them to the very top, while Shizuka uses her phone to remark that love is the ultimate seasoning. Rentaro continues to devour his food at a frightening speed while shouting about how great the rice tastes. The neighboring contestants look on in absolute terror, sweating as they wonder what is wrong with him and if he thinks he is fighting in a war. As the announcer calls out that the preliminary round is coming to a close, the stuffed contestants groan in pain, completely unable to take another bite and wishing they did not have to look at food for a long time. Suddenly, a nearby participant points in absolute shock at the leading table. Kurumi and Rentaro continue to enthusiastically gorge themselves on their food, happily stacking dozens of empty bowls next to them. The surrounding contestants look on in sheer horror, screaming that the pair are complete monsters who have invaded the tournament. With a triumphant strike of the gong, the announcer loudly declares that the preliminary round has officially come to an end. The announcer cheerfully suggests skipping the boring math and jumping straight to the results, which Nano commends as a highly logical decision. The announcer then announces that only 3 teams survived the preliminary round, starting with the third-place team. The announcer reveals that Rentaro's family has taken third place, sparking a mix of cheers and complaints from the girls who are frustrated that the protagonist's team is being announced so early in the standings. As Hahari attempts to pet a highly annoyed Kurumi to praise her efforts, Kusuri happily credits Rentaro for their success. The announcer reveals that the second-place spot goes to the Guerrilla Alliance, composed of 5 intimidating adult women who loudly beat their chests in excitement. As the announcer prepares to name the first-place winner, noting that it is a single individual, Shizuka and Hikari are shocked to see a familiar and terrifying presence. The announcer dramatically introduces the first-place contestant as Takiko Super Deluxe, a colossal woman who steps forward with a heavy thud. Staring up at her massive frame, Rentaro, and the girls sweat in pure shock, with Karen remarking that her gigantic size makes her look like a character from another world. Nano calmly explains that the massive woman is the current world champion and top prize money earner in competitive eating. Rentaro is left completely speechless by the revelation, while Kurumi gulps in heavy anxiety. The ultimate rival looms over the group like a giant wall as they stand before her in the stadium, leaving the narrator to wonder if Rentaro's family can somehow overcome this monstrous champion and claim the special dessert. The announcer calls for the crowd's attention as she prepares to kick off the first round of the Food Fight Festival, while Rentaro internally strategizes, guessing that the first round will feature standard eating contest foods like ramen or hot dogs. To Rentaro's absolute bewilderment, the announcer holds up a cup of bubble tea and declares it as the food for the first round. Rentaro's sweat drops in a deadpan stare, thinking to himself that the tournament is simply trying to pander to modern trend culture. As Rentaro sits recovering from the preliminary round, Hahari lovingly strokes his hair and praises his efforts, asking who wants to step up for the first round. Kurumi crosses her arms and flatly repeats that she intends to participate in every single round, prompting Kusuri to compare her stomach to a famous robotic cat, while Shizuka quietly texts a correction. Rentaro warns Kurumi that participating in every round is too reckless, and suggests she let the others help, but Kurumi tells him to stop being annoying and scoffs that the other girls look far too weak to eat much anyway. As Nano and Karen suggest starting with a careful wait-and-see strategy to observe the opponents, Shizuka suddenly steps forward and uses her phone to announce that she will go. With another loud strike of the gong, the announcer officially starts the first round, and Shizuka and Kurumi stand alongside the muscular Guerrilla Alliance members, ready to face the challenge with their bubble tea. As the first round begins, Takiko pours the entire cup of bubble tea straight down her throat, while Kurumi chews happily on her drink and comments on how delicious it is. Beside them, The Guerrilla Alliance members drink aggressively through their straws. The announcer excitedly reports that the contestants are rapidly demanding second helpings one after another as they finish their drinks. 10 minutes into the event, Takiko establishes a massive lead over everyone else. Meanwhile, the Guerrilla Alliance and Renterus family strain themselves to swallow as much as they can to catch up. Takiko continues to gulp down her cups without hesitation, while Kurumi and the Guerrilla Alliance members begin to struggle, sweating as they chew laboriously. The contestants are suddenly hit with severe pain, with Kurumi complaining that her jaw is starting to lock up, while the Guerrilla Alliance members sweat and cry out in agony over how much it hurts. Kurumi realizes that the tough elasticity of the high-quality tapioca pearls is rapidly exhausting her jaw muscles. Beside her, a sweating Guerrilla Alliance member grunts that this has turned into a battle of jaw strength rather than stomach capacity. The pace of the competition slows to a crawl as Kurumi and her opponents are reduced to chewing their boba pearls at an incredibly slow rate. Suddenly, Shizuka begins rapidly chewing and swallowing her bubble tea with puffed cheeks, leaving both Kurumi and the Guerrilla Alliance leader staring at her in absolute sweating shock. Staring in sheer disbelief, Kurumi wonders how Shizuka is somehow able to keep chewing and swallowing without stopping. On the sidelines, Karen points out that while everyone else has ground to a halt, Shizuka is still going strong. Rentaru passionately declares that Shizuka's secret advantage is her tiny mouth. Rentaru explains that because Shizuka naturally takes tiny bites, she is forced to chew significantly more than an average person during every normal meal. Kusuri eagerly agrees, noting that, because Shizuka regularly trains her jaw muscles this way, chewing through the tough tapioca is incredibly easy for her. The group watches in awe as Shizuka continues slurping down her drink, proving to be their unexpected savior. Chewing happily like an adorable squirrel, Shizuka remains determined to do her best so she does not drag Kurumi or the others down. Thanks to her unexpected performance, Renterus family secures second place behind Takiko, earning 2 crucial points as the announcer outlines the tournament's scoring system. The announcer introduces the second round, which challenges each team to see who can finish 10 pieces of sushi the fastest, with only the time of each team's quickest member deciding the score. Standing before the giant platter of sushi, Nano confidently declares her speed, while a determined Kurumi asserts that she is fast too. The announcer kicks off the second round, and Nano immediately begins eating with quiet efficiency while Kurumi stuffs her mouth with sushi. Kurumi is instantly overcome by the delicious flavor of the sushi, tearing up in pure bliss as she stops to savor it. Rentaru panics from the sidelines, frantically yelling at her that this is a speed round and not the time to be enjoying her food. On the other tables, Takiko aggressively devours her sushi in the blink of an eye, while Kurumi continues her slow chewing, grumbling that swallowing food without savoring its flavor is an absolute insult to eating. To everyone's shock, Nano manages to keep pace with the world champion by swallowing her sushi whole with lightning speed. A sweating Kurumi watches her in complete disbelief, asking her if she is even chewing her food. Nano calmly responds that chewing is simply inefficient, prompting a shocked Kurumi to ask if her throat is made of a special metal alloy. Just then, the announcer reports that the contestants have reached their 10th and final piece of sushi, with both Nano and Takiko reaching for theirs at the exact same moment. In a tense split-second finish, both Nano and Takiko slide their final pieces of sushi into their mouths at the exact same instant. The announcer loudly reports that Takiko has taken first place in the second round as Nano suddenly stops eating right in her tracks. Rentaru and the rest of his family look on in shock and concern. Sweating heavily, Nano admits that she ate too much and feels like she is going to throw up, leaving the others completely baffled since she only had 9 pieces of sushi. Kusuri explains that Nano's reliance on highly efficient nutritional supplements has made her a very light eater with an incredibly tiny stomach. Meanwhile, the announcer reports that the Guerrilla Alliance is rapidly catching up as they consume more pieces. Determined to finish, Nano grabs her remaining piece of sushi and suddenly runs off at full speed. Rentaru frantically reaches out to ask where she is going with the food, while Karen yells that running away with food is terrible manners. As Nano continues her sprint, the narrator explains that when a living being faces extreme danger, basic survival instincts kick in to preserve its life, with appetite being one of the most powerful and common urges. Nano sprints up a massive flight of stairs as the narrator explains that a life-threatening situation forces the body into a state where it can consume much more food than usual as the brain panics to store as many nutrients as possible to prevent certain death. Standing at the very top of a towering structure in the stadium, a terrified Nano utilizes her extreme fear of heights to trick her body into survival mode, successfully eating the final piece of sushi. The spectacle leaves the audience completely captivated by her beauty, comparing her to Rapunzel on top of a tower. After winning second place for the team, a paralyzed Nano admits she cannot get back down, prompting Rentaro to carry her down the stairs as the jealous crowd jeers at him. The tournament moves on to the third round, which features insanely spicy mapo tofu. Karen confidently boasts that she is highly skilled with spicy food, while Kusuri cheerfully agrees that she will be fine too, and Kurumi prepares to participate once again. The competitors begin eating the mapo tofu the moment the round starts, but the extreme spiciness immediately goes beyond their wildest imaginations, running through their mouths and leaving them in pure agony. Karen screams in pain, questioning if some idiot created the recipe as a sick joke, while Kurumi sweats and pants heavily. The heat is so severe that even the world champion Takiko drops her spoon and forfeits the round, calling the dish an insult to food. Meanwhile, the Guerrilla Alliance members display their courage and continue eating due to their bizarre training history, and a sweating Kusuri tries to blow on her food to cool it down. Kusuri eats the mapo tofu completely unfazed, cheerfully telling herself to just think of it as regular curry. When an outraged Karen demands to know how she is tolerating the spice, Kusuri explains that she is completely used to it because she constantly drinks failed and dangerous chemical formulas. Kusuri adds that she wants to do her absolute best to repay everyone's efforts, prompting a sweating Karen to feel deeply ashamed of her own weakness. In the background, Hikari and Hahari whisper to each other about how smug Karen had acted before the round, which only fuels Karen's embarrassment. Suffering a blow to her pride that hurts far deeper than the spice, Karen screams at the top of her lungs and begins violently stuffing the mapo tofu into her mouth, completely overriding her physical pain. Her desperate effort wins them first place in the round, securing them a total of 7 points. The fourth round is announced as cake, prompting a confident Hikari to declare that sweets are her absolute specialty. Along with Hahari and Kurumi, they prepare to compete, but the world champion Takiko immediately takes an overwhelming lead right from the start. Rentaro's family members begin eating their cakes at an incredibly fast pace, smiling in pure delight and commenting on how delicious they taste. Suddenly, Kurumi lets out a gasp and freezes mid-bite as her expression changes, while Hahari continues to eat happily beside her. Meanwhile, the Guerrilla Alliance members eat furiously to show off their raw power as Kurumi looks on in absolute shock. Hikari suddenly sighs and mentions her worry about gaining too much weight from eating so many sweets, executing an accidental psychological attack that works on all the girls. Hearing this, a Guerrilla Alliance member is instantly stunned, and the comment acts like a stray bullet that completely freezes Hahari in her tracks. Tragedy strikes the stadium as the weight comment completely ricochets back onto Hikari herself, leaving her sweating and depressed, as she realizes she has actually gained weight recently. All of the female competitors collapse in despair over their weight, worries leaving an annoyed Karen to demand to know what is wrong with them. Karen loudly yells that fat can help make their breasts grow, which instantly revitalizes Hahari and Hikari. Imagining how their larger figures could seduce Rentaro, they eagerly resume eating. Thanks to Karen's sudden advice, Rentaro's family finishes second in the round, bringing their total to 9 points, just behind Takiko. Following their hard-fought performance, Rentaro proudly pats each of his girlfriends on the head, congratulating them on their incredible teamwork, as they blush and smile happily under his touch. Rentaro continues to praise the girls for combining cuteness and talent, while Kurumi watches them in absolute disbelief, sweat dropping, as she wonders how they can eat so much when she initially assumed they would be completely useless. The leader of the Guerrilla Alliance confronts Rentaro, demanding to know how they manage to consume so much food and how much they are forcing themselves to get through it. Rentaro calmly explains that they are not forcing themselves at all, stating that when they do something for the sake of everyone else, they can easily push past their absolute limits. Rentaro and the girls strike a dramatic pose, proudly declaring that their strength comes from the power of love. Kurumi watches them in complete sweat-drenched bewilderment, wondering what on earth they are even talking about. Rentaro turns to Kurumi with a warm smile to ask if she agrees, but she immediately shies away, telling him that she has no idea and begging him not to drag her into their embarrassing antics. As the announcer calls for all final round contestants to make their way to the stage, an annoyed Kurumi demands to know how much longer Rentaro is going to keep petting the other girls. Rentaro nervously hesitates before preparing to tell her the truth. Rentaro sweatily confesses that he has to keep petting them because if he stops, they will all immediately throw up. Looking down at the collapsed, nauseous girls, Kurumi deadpans that they clearly were forcing themselves after all, mockingly asking where their boastful power of love went. Kurumi points out that Rentaro's own nausea is not going to improve by doing this, but Rentaro sweatily insists that his own stomach will only feel better once his girlfriend's stomachs feel better. When Kurumi asks what possible scientific principle, explains that he confidently replies that it is the power of love, as the narrator warns that the girls remain in danger of throwing up. The next chapter begins with a heavily nauseous Rentaro apologizing to Kurumi on the rooftop for not being able to help her in the final round. Kurumi calmly crosses her arms and reassures him, repeating that she never had any intention of relying on them in the first place. The announcer holds up a steaming bowl and proclaims that the final round is ramen, adding that since the points are doubled in this round, the overall winner of the festival is still completely undecided. As the announcer officially kicks off the final round, Kurumi immediately starts happily devouring her ramen with immense focus. Beside her, the Guerrilla Alliance leader eats just as furiously, while a text box highlights Kurumi's massive appetite. Neither Kurumi's nor Takiko's momentum slows down as they swallow bowl after bowl of ramen at an unbelievable speed. The announcer marvels at their performance, comparing them to high-powered vacuum cleaners, which prompts a dry question from the audience. Meanwhile, the Guerrilla Alliance's strategy of sending all members to compete in every round completely backfires, leaving their bloated leader to struggle alone as she groans in nausea. Rentaro looks on in concern for her. The underlings tearfully apologize to their leader for reaching their limits, but she kindly thanks them for supporting her stupid plan. Determined to make them proud, the leader rallies herself and begins stuffing more food into her mouth to display the true willpower of the alliance. Touched by her incredible resolve, the underlings and the announcer burst into absolute screaming tears of admiration. Watching from the sidelines, Rentaro is also deeply moved, tears welling up in his eyes as his heart is touched. The crying underlings declare that they will join the fight and die together if they must. The announcer enthusiastically points out that the rules allow any team member to jump back into a round at any point as long as it is within the time limit. The underlings stand proudly together, prompting their leader to call them fools with deep affection. The announcer reports that the entire team is back on their feet due to their unwavering dedication to their leader, leaving the narrator to wonder how the final round will conclude. Reinvigorated, the members of the Guerrilla Alliance shout in unison and begin aggressively scarfing down their ramen to show off the true power of their alliance. The announcer waves goodbye as an ambulance drives away with its sirens blaring, shouting that they hope to see the departed contestants again. Rentaro and Kurumi silently watch it go from behind. Inside the ambulance, the bandaged Guerrilla Alliance leader weakly gasps her gratitude to her lover Yu-kun, who tearfully begs her not to speak as if she is dying. The paramedic dryly reassures Yu-kun that his girlfriend will survive. The announcer declares that the final round has officially become a one-on-one duel between Takiko Super Deluxe and Rentaro's family. As both competitors prepare to eat their 10th bowl of ramen, the announcer notes that their expressions remain completely unchanged. In truth, Takiko's expression remains static because she has not actually eaten a single bowl of ramen. The narrator reveals that the skin covering half of her face and throat is actually comprised of specialized papier-mâché makeup. Beneath the papier-mâché disguise, Takiko hides a large hose and tank. She merely pretends to chew the ramen before spitting it directly down the hose, silently laughing to herself that she will easily steal the prize money from Kurumi. The intense eating match continues rapidly, with the bowl count steadily climbing past 16, 18, 20, and eventually reaching 22 bowls. Suddenly, Kurumi stops moving her chopsticks, her face covered in sweat as she hits her limit. The announcer loudly reports her sudden halt, while the disguised Takiko silently observes. Takiko coldly mocks Kurumi, telling her that participating in every single round without rest was completely reckless and meaningless, which is why she has failed. Kurumi grits her teeth in silent frustration and exhaustion. Kurumi reflects on her journey throughout the tournament, realizing that all of Renteru's girlfriends actually managed to eat far more than she had initially assumed. She admits to herself that Renteru was completely right, and that if she had simply trusted the others and let them handle the rounds they were suited for, they would have been in a much better position to win. Clenching her fists in frustration, Kurumi tearfully realizes that if she had not stubbornly forced herself through every single round, her usual self would have easily been able to devour many more bowls of the delicious ramen. Suddenly, a collective shout rings out as Renteru and the rest of his family stand up together, loudly demanding more servings as Kurumi stares at them in absolute shock. When Kurumi guiltily points out that she has been incredibly mean to them, Renteru and the girls warmly remind her that they are all allowed to participate, just like the Guerrilla Alliance. The girls take turns expressing their deep bond, with Nano calling them companions, Shizuka thanking Kurumi for her support, Hahari declaring that mothers always rush to help, and Karen huffing that she will help anyway, while Kusuri enthusiastically joins in the eating. Renteru turns to Kurumi and reassures her that her efforts were not meaningless, gently explaining that she has actually been fighting alongside everyone this entire time. Listening to his words, Kurumi reflects on their concept of the power of love and teamwork, thinking to ourselves that she would normally brush off such sentimental ideas without a second thought. However, as she takes another bite of her ramen with tears of gratitude welling in her eyes, she realizes that having everyone by her side has given her the strength and desire to keep on fighting. Arrogantly dismissing their teamwork, Takiko prepares to swallow more ramen, but her hidden tube suddenly suffers a massive blockage. She sweats in sheer panic as the hose swells and begins to leak liquid onto her chest. The narrator explains that Renteru's family's massive consumption throughout the entire tournament forced Takiko to accumulate an equal amount of food to maintain her lead. This relentless pace ultimately filled her hidden storage tank to its absolute limit, completely backfiring on her. Desperate, Takiko resolves to use her actual stomach to finish the round, telling herself that she cannot possibly lose with an empty stomach against their full ones. Meanwhile, Renteru and Kurumi continue to devour their ramen at high speed. The announcer gasps in surprise, calling out that the final round's time limit is rapidly approaching. Both teams lie collapsed across the floor in absolute grueling exhaustion, completely spent from their relentless eating efforts. The announcer reports that both teams have eaten the exact same number of bowls, and now only have one final bite of noodles left, meaning whoever finishes first will be the winner. Kurumi lies on her stomach, sweating and groaning that she is at her absolute limit and will vomit if she eats another bite, but she firmly reminds herself that throwing up is an insult to food and she must hold it in. Tears streaming down her face, Kurumi overrides her physical limits and prepares to eat, desperately declaring that she wants to win this together with everyone. Renteru, barely conscious on the floor, slides his hand over hers and weakly begs Kurumi to let him take this last bite for her. The announcer begins the final 5-second countdown, prompting everyone to shout the remaining seconds. Meanwhile, Yu-kun desperately begs his girlfriend to push through, promising to let her eat whatever she wants afterward, which catches Karen's attention. Kurumi tells Renteru to open wide, feeding him the final bite of ramen. Renteru blushes deeply and happily swallows the noodles. Both Takiko and Renteru swallow their final bites of ramen at the exact same moment as the announcer screams that the match is over. As the buzzer sounds, the competitors wait in tense silence to see who managed to secure the victory. While Renteru struggles but successfully gulps down his last bite, Takiko's overfilled tank finally gives out, causing her to comically throw up in a massive pixelated spray. The announcer declares Renteru the winner, as he is the only one who successfully finished his bowl. A stunned Kurumi realizes that Renteru must have been at his absolute limit as well, while Renteru quietly admits to himself that he normally would have thrown up too. The announcer officially declares Team Renteru's family the victors of the tournament. Clutching his chest, Renteru passionately screams that he would rather die than throw up food that his precious girlfriend lovingly fed him. The 3-star pastry chef proudly presents his specially made gelato to the winners, calling out to the crowd. Kurumi, Hikari, and Shizuka happily dig in and comment on how delicious it is, prompting Hikari to tease them for losing their vocabulary over how good it tastes. Hikari happily notes that there is always room for dessert while Karen eats her in the corner. Kurumi is left staring in complete silent disbelief at how quickly the girls recovered their appetites. Holding her gelato, Kurumi looks down bashfully and sincerely apologizes to the other girls, admitting she was incredibly rude to every single one of them. Karen blushes and huffs, asking why she is suddenly being so polite. Hikari playfully translates Karen's tsundere comment, explaining that she really means Kurumi should just be her usual self, which prompts Kurumi to dryly ask her to stop making up random translations. Nano calmly points out that she has not been particularly friendly either, while Kusuri cheerfully asks Kurumi how she is able to eat so much. Shizuka uses her phone to jokingly compare Kurumi's stomach to a legendary beast, leaving Kurumi looking completely startled. The girls happily hold out spoonfuls of their different gelato flavors, suggesting they can try every flavor. While Nano points out the efficiency of sharing, Hikari and Kusuri playfully offer her bites of theirs, leaving Kurumi completely overwhelmed with blushing shock. Kurumi happily accepts a bite of the gelato, savoring the delicious flavor. Beside her, Kusuri and Hikari happily continue eating their sweets. The rest of Renteru's family members happily dig into their own gelato, savoring the delicious flavor with peaceful, smiling faces. Standing together in a warm circle, the group watches happily as Kurumi eats her dessert with a peaceful smile, fully accepting her as one of them. After the tournament, Kurumi calls Renteru aside privately before they leave. She bashfully thanks him for inviting her, admitting that she feels like she has successfully grown closer to everyone, before suddenly declaring that she wants pair halves. Kurumi reminds Renteru of his promise during the finals to let her eat whatever she wanted. Although Renteru is shocked that she is already thinking about food after the grueling tournament, he agrees to keep his promise only for Kurumi to suddenly step forward, wrap her arms around him, and stand on her tiptoes. Kurumi leans in and presses her lips against Renteru's, sharing a deep romantic kiss under the evening sky. As she pulls back, Kurumi lightly licks her lip with a heavily flushed face, leaving Renteru completely stunned. Covering her mouth as her face turns bright red, Kurumi tearfully whispers that she finally knows what his kiss tastes like. Kurumi softly admits that she might not hate the taste of his kiss. When she shyly reminds him that she is not actually a pair, Renteru warmly assures her that he is not thinking about pairs at all right now. The next chapter begins with Hikari reflecting on her mother, Hikari describing her as a strong, dignified, and beautiful woman who raised her with a perfect balance of strict authority and kind love. However, Hikari dryly notes that her mother has completely changed from the person she once knew, as Hikari ecstatically holds up a bear-themed baby onesie and begs everyone to try on the baby clothes she made for them. Renteru frantically struggles as Hikari tries to force him into the tiny baby clothes, warning her that she is going to tear them. Meanwhile, Hikari asks Kusuri if she has a drug that turns people into babies, prompting a cheerful Kusuri to reveal her formula and call it a perfectly safe experiment, which immediately raises Karen's suspicions. Kusuri casually warns them that trying to neutralize the drug within 1 hour of taking it will cause fatal stress to the body, making Karen scream in terror at how incredibly risky the experiment is. Kurumi also chimes in from behind, questioning who would even want to wear Hikari's baby clothes anyway. Hikari suddenly bursts into absolute hysterical tears, wailing that she desperately wants to play mommy. Watching her dramatic breakdown, Nano notes that the probability of her having a psychological issue is highly likely, while Karen furiously yells at her to stop. Karen and Nano demand to know why Hikari is acting so childishly, pleading with her to consider her own daughter's feelings. Hearing this, Hikari remorsefully looks at Hikari and agrees that she must think of her feelings. Hikari tenderly reassures Hikari that even though she is everyone's mommy, Hikari will always be her #1 child. Karen immediately deadpans, pointing out that Hikari was definitely not acting out of jealousy. Desperate to ease the awkward tension in the room, Kusuri spots a cat and decides to play fetch, tossing the baby drug vial toward it. The vial misses and shatters violently on the floor as the cat leaps out of the way. The shattered vial instantly triggers a massive explosive smoke cloud that rapidly engulfs the room. As Kusuri screams at the cat for not fetching it, Rentaro dives forward to shield Hikari from the blast. When the thick smoke finally clears, Rentaro looks down to find that all 6 of his girlfriends have been completely transformed into naked crying babies. Rentaro frantically covers his blushing face, declaring that they must immediately put Hahara's baby clothes on them, since looking at his girlfriends in their birthday suits is completely immoral. Hikari coos in admiration at his gentlemanly behavior, while Karen dryly comments on the severe lack of a sensible straight man role in their group. Hahari breathes heavily with flushed cheeks, fantasizing that taking care of so many infants feels as though she and Rentaro have engaged in a massive amount of baby-making. Meanwhile, on a playmat nearby, Rentaro and Hikari tend to the baby-fied girls, with Hikari playfully noting that they look like everyone's parents. Rentaro gasps in shock as he lifts baby Hikari into the air. He is instantly overwhelmed by how adorable she is, admiring her like a pure angel as she peacefully sucks on her thumb. The adorable transformations continue as baby Karen waves her hands with a pouty expression, and baby Kurumi looks over her shoulder with puffed cheeks. Baby Kusuri crawls around on the mat while sucking her thumb, and baby Nano quietly rests against a cushion in her star-patterned onesie. Baby Shizuka happily rolls on her back while flapping her arms. The sheer cuteness of the infants prompts Hahari to point out that they are even more angelic than the literal angels she imagines floating around Rentaro. Hahari explains that the girls cannot take the neutralization drug for another hour, meaning they will have to take care of the babies until then. She sweetly adds that it is no problem at all, leaving a confused baby Hikari staring blankly. Rentaro gently warns baby Shizuka that the rooftop is dangerous and asks her to stay close to him. However, he suddenly panics and shouts her name as she abruptly dashes away across the floor at blinding speed. Rentaro desperately tries to calm down a terrified, trembling baby Shizuka, repeatedly promising her that he is not going to eat her. While Rentaro pats Shizuka in the background to reassure her, Hikari is startled by the loud rumbling of baby Kurumi's empty stomach. Suddenly, Kurumi latches directly onto Hikari's chest and begins to bite down, leaving a shocked Hikari to stammer out her name in confusion. Baby Kurumi begins aggressively suckling on Hikari, causing Hikari to blush deeply and let out a highly flustered moan. Noticing her strange reaction, a panicked Rentaro frantically calls out to ask what is wrong with her. Rentaro frantically yells at baby Nano not to head toward the exit as she crawls toward a door. He quickly picks her up, worrying about her getting her hand caught, but baby Nano suddenly pokes him right in the eye, calmly stating that this is an efficient method for repelling sexual harassers. Holding baby Shizuka and baby Nano, Rentaro sighs that he cannot catch a break as baby Karen dashes past him. She aggressively shoves a pair of stuffed frogs away, firmly crossing her arms and drinking from her baby bottle as she boldly declares, "Absolutely not." A heavily flushed and drooling Hikari moans as both baby Kurumi and baby Karen eagerly latch onto her chest to suckle. Overwhelmed, Hikari deliriously tells herself she is in a dream and begs Karen to stop, reminding her that they promised to stay as friends. Baby Kurumi spots baby Karen encroaching on her territory and exclaims in surprise. The two babies begin aggressively suckling and pulling Hikari's chest in opposite directions, engaging in a fierce tug of war. Hikari cries out in a mix of pain and extreme fluster, pleading with the two babies to get along and stop fighting. Rentaro rushes over to intervene frantically, telling them to stop as the babies continue their loud struggle. Hikari suddenly gasps in shock as Kurumi and Karen pause their squabbling. The two babies stare blankly in surprise as a loud, continuous screaming sound begins to echo through the room. The screaming turns out to be coming from baby Shizuka, who is wailing at the top of her lungs while holding a toy, prompting Rentaro to ask what is wrong. Hikari nervously smiles and tries to soothe the crying infant, repeatedly assuring Shizuka that she is not actually mad at her. As Shizuka continues to cry, Hikari lifts her chest and offers it to calm her down, boasting that they are the finest in the world. Watching this, Rentaro sweats heavily and wonders if comforting a child is supposed to be this difficult. Swarmed by the babies, Hikari mutters out to her mother in sudden realization as baby Kusuri latches onto her back. Hikari cries out in pain and begs her to stop pulling her hair, while Rentaro frantically announces that his hands are completely full with the two he is already holding. Meanwhile, Shizuka continues to wail loudly. Completely overwhelmed by the loud screaming and the babies aggressively pulling at her clothes, Hikari tilts her head back and desperately begs them to please listen to her. Hikari looks down with tears in her eyes as baby Hahari affectionately clings to her and coos. Deeply moved by the sight, Hikari softly calls out to her mother. Hikari gently holds baby Hahari, but the infant suddenly begins to scream and thrash wildly in her arms. The abrupt squirming violently knocks another baby out of Hikari's grasp, leaving her startled as the infant falls. Seeing the baby falling, a desperate Rentaro dives dramatically across the room and screams out in panic as he reaches to catch her. Rentaro successfully slides his hand under the baby's head just a split second before she hits the floor, safely breaking her fall as the infant babbles in surprise. Rentaro lies frozen on the floor, panting and sweating heavily from the adrenaline rush. He looks down to see the babies resting safely in his protective grasp. Sitting safely on the floor, Rentaro and Hikari watch as the babies gather around them. The infants look up at them with bright, happy expressions and begin to giggle and coo playfully. Hikari smiles warmly as she holds the happy infants while a completely exhausted Rentaro lies face planted on the floor in the background. Shortly after, the babies peacefully fall asleep together in a soft pile on the play mat. Hikari softly notes that the babies tired themselves out from laughing and calls them cute. Rentaro sits up, his face and clothes completely battered, torn, and pixelated from the chaos, prompting a concerned Hikari to suggest they get him fixed up before worrying about anything else. Hikari affectionately holds the sleeping babies close to her. Now patched up with bandages on his face, Rentaro holds a sleeping baby Nano and softly admits that being a father is not as easy as it seems, but warmly smiles and calls them absolute angels. Staring down at the infant in her arms, Hikari adopts a thoughtful expression and wonders aloud if Hahari felt this exact same way. When a confused Rentaro asks what she means, Hikari explains that her mother had to raise her at a very young age and wonders if she went through similar grueling hardships. Rentaro gently corrects Hikari, explaining that her mother actually told him Hikari was the reason she was saved. Hearing this, Hikari looks down at the sleeping baby in her arms, warmly concluding that her mother must have been an absolute angel when she was a baby as well. Hikari tears up as she repeats Rentaro's words, deeply moved by the revelation that her mother considered her a savior. Hikari reflects on the immense difficulty her mother faced raising a child while still in middle school, realizing that despite all those hardships, her mother still chose to go through with it just to raise her. Hikari's sentimental thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a loud, desperate wail coming from nearby. A devastated Hahari violently sobs into her hands, wailing that she was turned into a baby and completely missed her chance to see everyone else as babies. Watching her dramatic breakdown, a sweating Rentaro notes that Hahari is the only one whose mental age did not revert, though a deadpan Hikari points out that this is simply how she has always acted. Hahari suddenly calms down and turns around with a deeply flushed, tearful expression, sincerely apologizing to Hikari for what she had said earlier. Hikari immediately shakes her head and tells her mother that she should be the one apologizing, admitting that she has been reflecting on her own over-the-top behavior as well. In the background, Kurumi dryly questions the sudden shift in mood. Hikari warmly reassures her mother that it is completely fine, declaring that no matter how Hahari acts or feels about things, she is still her mother, and the person she holds in the absolute highest regard. Hikari reflects that she has never actually seen her mother so full of life, until recently realizing that meeting Rentaro finally allowed Hahari to love herself, find someone to trust, and let her guard down. Hikari happily notes that her mother is finally making up for all the youthful excitement she missed out on while raising her. Blushing with a warm smile, Hikari lovingly tells Hahari not to hold herself back anymore, declaring that she wants her mother to stay exactly the way she is. Deeply touched by her daughter's unconditional love and acceptance, a tearful Hahari tenderly cups Hikari's cheek and softly calls out her name. As Hahari warmly holds Hikari's hands and begins to express how grateful she is to have her as a daughter, Kusuri suddenly chimes in to announce that she has backup baby drug vials hidden inside her spare diapers. Hahari's emotional composure instantly shatters as she devolves into a drooling, deranged state with heart-shaped pupils. She violently screams for them to use the drug right away, passionately declaring her desperate desire to change everyone's diapers. Completely exasperated by the immediate reversal, Hikari screams at her mother to get some self-control back. Hahari shamelessly shoots back that cool-down periods do not apply to her, because she is a lifetime guarantee mommy, officially ending the touching moment. A television broadcast enthusiastically reports the daily horoscope declaring that Aries is in first place and will have an unbelievably lucky day. The announcer promises a chance to gain enormous wealth and a kiss of absolute happiness, noting that the lucky item for the day is a flightless bird decoration. A nearby radio suddenly issues an urgent news alert warning the public that an ostrich has managed to escape from the local zoo. Ignoring the radio's warning about the dangerous animal, an aggressively muscular woman identified as an Aries violently chases the escaped ostrich down the street. Convinced that the bird is her lucky item, she screams that it is going to help her win the promised wealth and a kiss from a host club. The chapter title introduces the great adventure of Pentaro, depicting Rentaro as a brave hero on a heroic quest to save all 100 of his fated girlfriends alongside his adventuring party. Kusuri casually mentions that she is an Aries, prompting Hikari to ask why she is bringing it up out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Karen questions why Rentaro is sitting with them in nothing but his swim trunks, to which he calmly replies that there is no particular reason. A blushing Rentaro smiles warmly and repeats that he has no particular reason for wearing swim trunks, leading a confused Karen to ask if he has a fever or something. Kusuri reveals a small penguin figure, explaining that it is from a Channel 3 anime called Pepe Pentaro and that she got it from a gacha machine while out with her mom. Nano rationally calculates that Rentaro is simply trying too hard to please them with his swimwear and suggests they just leave him alone. Kusuri explains that she loves the toy because the penguin's thick eyebrows and name are very similar to Rentaro's. Hearing this, Rentaro smiles warmly while the rest of the girls blush heavily at the realization. Kusuri playfully taps the figure across the floor, officially declaring the start of Pentaro's adventure. A highly flushed Hikari watches the display and thinks about how nice it is. Kusuri makes the penguin figure climb up Shizuka's leg, calling her a giant mountain. Shizuka quietly reads her book and blushes playfully as Kusuri narrates the ascent. After placing Pentaro on top of Shizuka's head to mark the summit, Kusuri calls Shizuka a huge bird and tells the penguin figure to ride her. Playing along, Shizuka happily flaps her open book up and down to mimic a bird's wings as Kusuri excitedly cheers her on. Kusuri and Shizuka gleefully run across the room together, pretending to fly, leaving Rentaro and the others completely overwhelmed by their precious behavior. Kusuri suddenly shouts in mock panic that Pentaro fell off the bird. The figure drops down and lands squarely in Hikari's cleavage, making her blush. Kusuri remarks that the soft mountain safely broke his fall, teasingly adding that landing a little to the left would have been a lot worse. Karen angrily asks if Kusuri is calling her a plane, to which Kusuri defensively counters that she at least has shepherd's grass growing there and asks if she wants to see. As Kusuri slides the figure down Hikari's chest, Hikari playfully asks if she can look at Karen's shepherd's grass. Karen furiously tells Mount Everest to shut up and back off. Hikari observes that there is a tiny cave between her breasts. Her imagination suddenly runs wild as she pictures a tiny Rentaro climbing down her cleavage, prompting her to internally panic about the absolute limits of her fantasies. Karen steps in with crossed arms, prompting Kusuri to announce the arrival of the straight man monster Karagan, who destroys funny men. Karen dryly replies that it sounds like the monster is just trying to maintain order. Calling herself Genie Kusurin, Kusuri promises to defeat Karagan and save the kidnapped princess. Meanwhile, an annoyed Karen violently shakes Hikari and demands she put more spirit into her straight man routine instead of daydreaming. Kusuri playfully charges the figure at Karen's chest, complaining that it feels like going up against a literal wall. Karen tries to push her away, warning her to knock it off before she gets hurt. Kusuri loses her balance and trips backward, completely losing her composure as she flies through the air. Karen angrily yells at her, demanding to know which part of her resembles a wall. Holding up the Pentaro figure, Kusuri dramatically declares they must ask the World Administrator Mother, AI, Sen, how to defeat Karagan. Karen tells Kusuri not to give up on her fictional world's rules, complaining about the manga's absurd tropes and vehemently insisting her chest is completely real. Kusuri states that since Genie Kusurin was defeated, they must ask Genie Kurumin for help to reach Mother's place. Kurumi bluntly refuses to play dolls with her, prompting Kusuri to realize Kurumi is just in a bad mood because she is incredibly hungry. Kurumi abruptly bites down hard on the Pentaro toy, causing Kusuri to panic, as she realizes Kurumi is actually trying to eat the plastic figure. Kusuri frantically begs Kurumi not to eat Pentaro. Kurumi pulls back and angrily demands to know why Kusuri was trying to shove the toy into her mouth, vehemently denying that she would ever eat something like that. Kusuri pants heavily in relief that Pentaro managed to avoid being eaten while Kurumi continues to complain about having the toy pushed on her. Stepping in to help, Rentaru reaches into his pocket and offers Kurumi a piece of chewy candy. Karen skeptically questions if someone as famously stubborn as Kurumi would actually give in for just a single piece of candy. Kurumi immediately gives in to the bribe and gets down on all fours, allowing Kusuri to enthusiastically ride on her back as they charge forward. Watching the ridiculous display, Karen dryly asks if Kurumi is supposed to be some kind of modern-day Lady Knight. Hikari marvels at how easily Kusuri manages to turn people into the bad guys, prompting an annoyed Karen to yell out and demand to know what they are saying about her. Ignoring the complaints, Kusuri rides Kurumi over to Hikari, addressing her as Mother AI-san, and pleads for a way to defeat the monster Karagan. Nano casually suggests that Kusuri try targeting the monster's carotid artery. Kusuri excitedly agrees and strikes Karen directly in the neck, prompting a deadpan Karen to ask Nano if she is seriously trying to kill her. The attack ends up just tickling Karen, making her burst into genuine, uncontrollable laughter. Seeing this rare sight, Rentaru and Hikari immediately whip out their phones and frantically take pictures, excitedly declaring it top-quality footage of her smiling. Karen instantly snaps back to her usual self and furiously hits Rentaru and Hikari, screaming at them to stop being so annoying. Observing the chaos, Nano calmly notes that Karen is really getting accustomed to her monster role. Kusuri desperately asks if there is any other way to defeat the monster. Nano steps forward and offers to demonstrate a technique for blocking the respiratory system, but Karen quickly intercepts her hands and angrily refuses to let her try. Deciding to take matters into her own hands, Kusuri drinks a drug and undergoes a sudden stock footage-style transformation into her 18-year-old form, happily noting that it has been a while since she looked like this. Using her newfound mature figure, Kusuri forcefully smothers Karen's face in her large chest to block her breathing, taunting the monster while Karen frantically struggles to get air. A text box explains that Kusuri actually learned this specific attack by watching Hikari frequently give Rentaru the exact same smothering treatment. Meanwhile, a highly flustered Karen continues to struggle against Kusuri's chest, while Hikari watches with amusement. Completely overwhelmed, Karen screams out that she gives up as both her oxygen and her pride meters rapidly deplete to zero. Kusuri narrates that Pentaro has successfully defeated Karagan and saved the captured princess, though she clarifies that she saved both of them as Karen and Hikari lie defeated on the floor. A confused Rentaru asks if that was really Kusuri, while Karen secretly admits to herself that the smothering technique was surprisingly effective and resolves to try it on Rentaru later. Standing in her mature form, a heavily blushing Kusuri awkwardly holds the small Pentaro toy. Rentaru realizes that while in her original 18-year-old body, she actually feels deeply embarrassed to be caught playing with children's toys. Meanwhile, a text box specifically points out Shizuka, noting that, despite being 15 years old, she was incredibly enthusiastic about playing with the doll just moments prior. Returning to her smaller form, Kusuri happily reports to Hikari that Pentaro successfully defeated the monster and saved the princess. Flattered, Hikari acts surprised to be called a princess humbly, suggesting that there are much cuter girls on the rooftop who fit the role better. Kusuri tilts her head and innocently states that she genuinely feels Hikari is the most princess-like person among them. Hearing this pure compliment, Hikari gasps and immediately flushes with absolute heart-eyed ecstasy. The narrator clarifies that Kusuri only views Hikari as a princess because she wears fancy dresses inside her own home, though Hikari remains blissfully unaware of this reasoning. Suddenly, Mei appears beside Hikari holding a large metal briefcase. Playing into the royal fantasy, Hikari orders Mei to award Pentaro an extravagant reward for saving the princess. Mei opens the briefcase, revealing it is completely filled with stacks of cold, hard cash. Kusuri happily cheers as she places the Pentaro figure on top of the massive pile of cash, officially concluding his great adventure now that he is rich. However, a sudden, powerful gust of wind unexpectedly blows across the rooftop, scattering the money everywhere, as Rentaro cries out in dismay and Nano grimly notes that hopes and dreams do not exist. Completely ignoring the massive amount of money blowing away, all of the girls reach out and scream in absolute, unified panic as the tiny Pentaru figure is swept up by the wind, prompting a baffled Rentaro to yell at them for caring more about the toy than the cash. Without a second of hesitation, Kusuri leaps directly over the rooftop, railing into the open sky to catch the toy, leaving a terrified Rentaro to scream her name in horror. Kusuri successfully snatches the penguin figure out of the air and smiles in relief. However, she quickly looks down at the massive drop below her and realizes she is now plummeting to her death. Just in time, Rentaro manages to grab Kusuri by the ankle, leaving her dangling upside down high above the ground. As a panting, Rentaro expresses his relief at catching her. A surprised Kusuri thanks him and asks how he managed to reach her so quickly, while a text box cuts in referencing the morning's lucky horoscope for Aries. Rentaro nervously explains that the daily horoscope warned Tauruses like him that they might die from having too good of a day. Wanting to be prepared, he trusted the fortune-telling equipped his lucky item, which was a school-issued tight swimsuit, and kept a close eye on Kusuri since she is an Aries. Rentaro holds a terrified, crying Kusuri in his arms, explaining he kept the swimsuit a secret so she would not feel guilty for making him wear it. He gently tells her she needs to be more careful while noting that Kusuri peed herself from fear. Rentaro realizes that if he had been wearing his regular blazer, the wind would have blown him back just enough to miss catching her, and he mentally thanks the tight swimsuit for saving her. Kusuri suddenly leans in and kisses Rentaro on the cheek, happily narrating that Pentaru and the prince lived happily ever after. Karen furiously yells that Rentaro is not Pentaru, while Hikari angrily adds that the prince already has a lover named Fairy Hakarin. Kusuri hugs Rentaro, tightly pressing her cheek against his with a massive happy smile while holding the Pentaru toy. A narrator box reveals that the other Aries, the muscular woman who was chasing the ostrich, was actually kicked in the head by the bird and is currently on the verge of death while someone calls for an ambulance. Rentaro warmly states that he deeply loves all of his girlfriends, considering it his noblesse oblige, while May peacefully pours a cup of tea. The girls gather together on the rooftop for a tea party, happily chatting and eating snacks. Kusuri tells Kurumi that her eyes are really pretty when she eats, noting they glow in a turquoise color like emeralds. Kurumi stops eating, surprised and blushing, while Rentaro enthusiastically agrees from the background. Hikari happily compliments May, stating her eyes are really pretty too. While the other girls casually discuss their various eye colors and traits of blushing, May tries to humbly deny Hikari's compliment, but suddenly stops mid-sentence. May realizes that she is always just smiling, and no one has ever actually seen her open her eyes before. Hikari wonders what color May's eyes are, and Hikari admits that they are actually unknown to her. Karen angrily points out that Hikari lives in the same house as May, but Hikari defends herself by stating May is always smiling. Hikari realizes she has never seen May open her eyes either. Kusuri excitedly demands May stop smiling for a second to show them her eyes, guessing they are rainbow-colored. Hikari gives May permission, noting she wants to see them too since it has been a while. May respectfully agrees, leaving Hikari surprised by how much depth May has been hiding. May maintains her smile and bluntly states that her facial muscles are not responding to her, prompting Hikari to sarcastically congratulate her on doing a good job hiding her depth until now. May apologizes while trembling, slightly wondering aloud if her expression has become permanently stuck from constantly smiling. Kusuri asks if she is crying, while Karen dryly comments that she is not sure she would even call that a smile anymore. Desperate to obey, May forcefully pulls her eyelids open with her fingers, her face straining as she screams that her eyelids are not working. She desperately questions her worth as Hikari's maid if she cannot even obey a simple order, prompting a terrified Hikari to yell at her to stop before she causes nightmares. Hikari frantically tells May that she does not have to show them her eyes. However, May immediately declares she will fetch a scalpel and dashes away. Hikari panics and screams that May is trying to cut off her eyelids, while Hikari stands frozen in shock. Hikari nervously sweats and admits that May can occasionally be diligent to an outright dangerous degree. Kusuri asks May what she would do if asked to drink potassium cyanide, to which May calmly replies she would drink it down the hatch. Nano notes that May seems much like an android, prompting Karen to point out that Nano is not one to talk. Kurumi asks May how she can even see when her eyes are just straight lines. Mei calmly smiles and replies that the answer is obvious, admitting she actually cannot see anything at all. The sudden revelation completely shocks Hikari, Kusuri, and Shizuka, while Kurumi questions how she even functions. Kusuri insists she still wants to see her rainbow eyes. Attempting to catch her off guard, Kurumi, Shizuka, Kusuri, and Hikari quietly sneak up on Mei. The group suddenly throws their hands up and loudly shouts boo to try and scare her eyes open. Renteru's eyes widen in absolute panic terror as he reacts to the sudden shout. The loud noise startles Renteru so badly that he completely loses his balance and falls backward onto the floor. Hikari explains they were just trying to scare Mei into opening her eyes, while Kurumi dryly points out that Renteru was the only one who actually got scared. Kusuri casually holds up a vial of liquid and suggests using her skin-melting drug to force Mei's eyes open. Hikari immediately screams at her that they are absolutely not going to use that. Mei peacefully states that if Hikari commanded her to splash the dangerous drug on herself, she would gladly oblige. Hikari frantically insists she would never give such a terrifying order. Meanwhile, Nano pulls out a box cutter and calmly notes that warning Mei beforehand is completely inefficient. Declaring it much more efficient to catch her off guard, Nano suddenly thrusts the blade directly at Mei's stomach. Seeing the sudden attack, Hikari completely loses her mind and screams out in sheer, incoherent panic. Despite the blade stopping mere millimeters from her stomach, Mei remains completely unfazed. She calmly bows and thanks Hikari for everything, explaining it would be inexcusable to pass away without expressing her gratitude. Kurumi angrily declares that Mei's reaction goes far beyond loyalty and is just pure insanity. Nano calmly puts the box cutter away, explaining it was just an act and she retracted the blade before it could actually hit Mei. Behind them, Shizuka cries tears of absolute relief, completely overwhelmed by the terrifying stunt. Nano turns to a crying Shizuka and reassures her that she took the proper precautions into account. Frustrated by the failed attempts, Kurumi crosses her arms and mutters that getting Mei to open her eyes should be a pretty simple task. Kurumi aggressively shoves a packaged steamed bun directly into Mei's face and tells her to just try eating it. While Hikari angrily asks if Kurumi thinks Mei is a dog, Mei politely agrees to try it. Kurumi secretly hopes the spicy contents of the bun will force Mei's eyes wide open in shock. However, Mei casually finishes the food without any reaction at all, politely thanking her and calling it delicious. Kurumi instantly realizes the spicy trap failed completely. Renteru steps in and suggests that people's eyes naturally open wider when they are happy, prompting him to ask Mei what exactly makes her happy. Mei firmly answers that Hikari's happiness is her own happiness. Realizing how this connects, Hikari nervously nibbles on her finger and asks Hikari what brings her happiness. Hikari instantly flushes and drools happily, declaring that flirting with Renteru and all the girls is her greatest joy. Taking immediate action, Hikari forcefully shoves Karen forward and orders her to flirt with Hikari. An annoyed Karen fiercely resists the push and yells at Hikari to do it herself. Hikari innocently asks how far Karen expects them to take it, pointing out that flirting with her own mother would lead to incest. Frustrated by the absurd logic, Karen furiously yells at the family to shut up while Hikari pants eagerly in the background. Hikari continues to violently shove a struggling Karen directly toward Hikari. With her arms wide open and a heavily flushed face, Hikari eagerly welcomes Karen and puckers her lips for a kiss, completely ignoring Karen's angry demands to stop. The forceful shove sends Karen crashing face first directly into Hikari's large chest. As she hits the soft impact, Karen catches her scent and realizes that Hikari smells exactly like Hikari. Suddenly overcome with intense jealousy, Hikari grabs Karen and violently hurls her away. Karen crashes heavily into a nearby wall, furiously screaming at Hikari and demanding to know what she actually wanted her to do, since she was the one who pushed her in the first place. Renteru steps in and gently scolds Hikari, reminding her that she should not throw people around just because she gets jealous. Hikari wildly panics and tries to stammer out an excuse, while Hikari cries in the background about how cruel it was to stop right before they kissed. Shizuka and Kusuri press themselves into Hikari's chest to cheer her up, offering to flirt with her instead. Hikari immediately breaks down into absolute tears of joy as she celebrates the little girl's sandwich. Renteru furiously clenches his fist and realizes that it is his absolute duty as a boyfriend to show his girlfriends beautiful scenery when they ask. Meanwhile, Mei watches Hahari achieve complete salvation from the girls hugging her, noting that neither fear nor happiness is enough to make Mei open her eyes despite everyone's efforts. Rentaro suggests trying to make Mei laugh, reasoning that people sometimes laugh with their eyes open. Karen bluntly points out that only villains laugh like that and questions how making her laugh would actually get her to open her eyes. Karen asks how he plans to suddenly make her laugh anyway. Rentaro admits his idea is just a dumb story and explains that Kusuri recently gave him a 10 times quiz. Rentaro explains that Kusuri repeatedly made him say the word Totoro before asking what sticky white food is eaten on the 7th of January. When he incorrectly answered Tororo, Kusuri happily corrected him that it is actually Nanagusa-geyu. Rentaro complained that her trick just made him hungry and made him want to watch the movie again. Rentaro tells them that because of the quiz, he suddenly lost the ability to pronounce the movie title correctly, accidentally saying Tororo ro Tororo instead. Hearing Rentaro's silly mispronunciation, Mei covers her mouth and lets out a soft giggle. Rentaro reveals that the story did not actually happen to him, but rather to Hahari. As Rentaro and Mei continue to laugh about the silly phrase, Karen deadpans that laughing obviously failed to make Mei open her eyes. Suddenly, Mei's expression goes completely blank, and her eyes snap wide open, revealing striking rainbow-patterned irises. Rentaro stares in absolute shock as Mei stands completely motionless with her eyes locked open in a deep, intense stare. Karen panics and demands to know why Mei just opened her eyes. Rentaro explains that he used Mei's absolute loyalty against her, knowing she would instinctively force her face to stop smiling once she realized she was laughing at her master's embarrassing failure. Hikari complains about him sharing such an embarrassing story about her mother, while Kusuri and Shizuka celebrate his flawless plan and confirm her eyes are indeed rainbow-colored. Mei quickly closes her eyes and blushes heavily. Mei begins to steam and blush furiously, murmuring in utter shock. The other girls instantly realize that Mei just experienced love at first sight after laying her eyes on Rentaro's face, excitedly shouting out that they all know exactly how that feeling hits. Kusuri excitedly cheers that she would love for the super nice Mei to join their family, and the other girls happily agree while noting how much she already does for them. However, Hikari suddenly and bluntly shoots the idea down with a firm no. Mei calmly agrees with Hikari, firmly stating that developing feelings for the exact same person as her master is completely inexcusable. Mei formally declares that falling in love with Rentaro is absolutely impossible for her as long as she lives, leaving Rentaro deeply shocked by her absolute rejection. Hahari quickly intervenes, gently telling Mei that she needs to be honest with her feelings. Mei immediately accepts the order and politely asks for the honor of going out with Rentaro, leaving him completely flabbergasted by the instant reversal. The next chapter begins with Rentaro opening his front door after the doorbell rings. He is greeted by Mei, who formally announces that she is there to pick him up just like a VIP. Rentaro greets Mei with a polite good morning, looking slightly flustered as he steps outside. Riding in the passenger seat of a luxurious car driven by Mei, Rentaro thinks to himself that Hahari has given him a golden opportunity to get closer to Mei. Rentaro resolves to use this time to bond with her, recalling how Hahari arranged for Mei to act as his personal maid for the entire day immediately following her sudden confession on the rooftop. Rentaro asks Mei what kind of hobbies and places she likes so they can enjoy a trip tailored to her interests. Mei instantly replies that she likes Hahari and suggests they proceed straight to the Hanazono mansion, prompting a panicked Rentaro to internally scream for her to name something other than her master. Rentaro awkwardly asks her to pick something besides Hahari. Blushing softly, Mei admits that she also likes Rentaro and immediately suggests proceeding back to his house, instead leaving him to desperately wonder if they are just going on a real estate tour. When Rentaro asks if there is absolutely anything else she likes, Mei apologizes and admits that she has no favorite foods, games, or places. Rentaro quickly reassures her and suggests they head to Onabuzaki Park to see the cherry blossoms in bloom. The two arrive at the park, where the cherry blossoms are fully blooming and scattering delicate petals in the breeze near the food stalls. Rentaro looks around with a bright, fascinated expression as he admires the beautiful scenery. Mei walks quietly by his side under the falling petals, maintaining her usual peaceful smile as the wind rustles the trees. Rentaro notes that it is lunchtime and asks Mei what she wants to eat, but she immediately defers the choice back to him. Realizing she will only try to serve his interests, Renteru cleverly requests to eat her home cooking, secretly hoping this impossible request will force her to compromise and choose a nearby food stall for herself. Mei calmly accepts the request, prompting Renteru to bluntly tell her she clearly does not understand the situation. As Mei turns to leave and asks for a moment, Renteru desperately grabs her dress and dramatically claims he is so starving that he needs to eat within the next minute. Undeterred, Mei peacefully repeats her confirmation, causing Renteru to frantically yell again that she still does not understand the absolute impossibility of his demand. Exactly 40 seconds later, Mei completely defies logic and presents a beautifully arranged, fully cooked bento box. Renteru screams in absolute bewilderment, demanding to know if she just used a time machine to prepare it. Misunderstanding his shock, Mei politely clarifies that a time machine is not one of the ingredients in the lunch. Renteru aggressively corrects her and asks how she possibly prepared the food so quickly. Blushing deeply, Mei confesses that she was so excited that morning that she prepared the meal in advance, begging him to forgive her impertinence. Renteru realizes in awe that despite having cooked a full meal for him, she was fully prepared to let it go to waste just to let him pick whatever he wanted for lunch. Renteru's heart throbs violently as he is overwhelmed by her innocent and modest grace, internally declaring that she has truly earned her namesake as the ultimate maid. Mei smoothly lays out a picnic blanket for them to sit on under the trees. Renteru takes a bite of the food and happily praises how delicious it is, bringing a warm smile to Mei's face. Renteru eagerly devours the food, noticing that everything in the box is egg-based, which is one of his absolute favorites. Mei shyly reveals that Hahari told her about his preferences and offers him tea, making Renteru cry tears of gratitude for the incredible employee benefits of dating Hahari. Finishing his meal, Renteru leans back comfortably against his hands and thanks her for the tasty food, commenting that nothing beats eating under blooming cherry blossoms in such nice weather. Beside him, Mei politely expresses her gladness while nervously fidgeting with her hands. Renteru notices Mei fidgeting and asks if something is the matter. Mei nervously tries to deny it, but Renteru points out that she seems restless, prompting her to stutter out a confirmation. Mei blushes deeply and softly asks Renteru if there are any orders he would have for her. Renteru is surprised and repeats her phrasing to confirm. Mei eagerly drops to her knees and begs him to let her devote herself to him, promising that any order at all would be acceptable. A text box notes that if a beautiful woman told a typical teenage boy to give her any order he liked, an infinite flow of certain ideas would begin pouring into his head, while Renteru simply gulps nervously. A diagram shows a rough estimate of the boy's hypothetical thought process, completely filled with the word love and a single instance of desire. However, the narrator clarifies that since this is Renteru, he predictably just panics and frantically wonders what he should even say. Renteru realizes he has to give an order because that is what she desperately wants. Spotting a fallen cherry blossom branch nearby, he commands her to go bring it to him, and Mei instantly complies. Mei immediately turns and sprints away across the park to fetch the branch while Renteru watches her from the picnic blanket. Mei quickly returns, panting slightly, and presents the branch to a sweating Renteru. He thanks her but internally realizes that something about this dynamic feels completely wrong. With a heavily flushed face, Mei pants eagerly and asks which branch he would like her to fetch next as an imaginary tail wags behind her. Renteru realizes in horror that this is exactly how people play fetch with dogs. Renteru violently chucks the branch far away as Mei prepares for her next order. He furiously vows to himself that any scumbag who treats women like dogs deserves to perish. Instead of letting Mei fetch it, Renteru immediately dashes across the park to retrieve the thrown branch himself, while Mei quietly watches him go. Renteru runs back and proudly presents the branch to Mei, panting heavily, while internally celebrating that he managed to issue orders without treating her like a dog. Mei looks at the branch with absolute confusion and asks him to pardon her, leaving Renteru to mentally agonize over his completely failed plan. Mei desperately scoots closer to Renteru on her knees, pleading with him to give her more orders and allow her to devote herself even more. Renteru points out that while devoting herself to others is laudable, it is also important for her to take care of herself, asking why she is so focused on the former. Mei quietly replies that she does not see any value in taking care of herself. Mei firmly states that being of use and having worth to her masters is the absolute only thing she sees any value in. Hearing this, Rentaro looks at her seriously and announces that he has just one order to give her, making her perk up eagerly. Rentaro smiles warmly and specifically orders May not to do anything to help him at all from now on. May, with an imaginary tail wagging happily enthusiastically, accepts the command. May suddenly processes the actual meaning of the order and looks down in absolute dismay. Rentaro cheerfully thanks her for the non-help and May quietly confirms she understands. May slightly shifts her posture and sits completely still. Rentaro reassures her that when she just sits there doing nothing, it is really charming and makes his worries fly away, confirming she is still actively helping him. Following his order, May stands up on the picnic mat and remains completely motionless while Rentaro sits peacefully beside her under the falling cherry blossoms. Rentaro shyly admits that seeing her stand there all by her lonesome is actually really adorable, causing May to quietly repeat his words. Rentaro adds that having her stand behind him makes him feel like she has his back, which puts him completely at ease. Misunderstanding his compliment as a complaint about her presence, May quickly apologizes and dashes away to stay out of his sight, prompting Rentaro to panic. May stands far away in the background. Rentaro adapts to the situation and calls out that having her watch him from way over there gives him a profound sense of relief. Hearing this, May immediately rejects the idea and begins walking back toward him. Rentaro tries again, but May quickly hides behind a nearby tree to peek out at him. Rentaro bluntly points out that what she is doing now is just incredibly cute in every way, pushing May to desperately look for another solution. Refusing to be helpful or cute, May abruptly ties herself to the front grille of their luxury car and speeds away from the park. Meanwhile, back at the Hanazono mansion, Hikari is peacefully reading a baby rearing magazine when she suddenly notices something. Hikari spots May on a video call on a tablet resting on the table and asks if she was not supposed to be acting as Rentress maid for the day. May respectfully bows through the screen and explains that she is currently complying with his orders, just as Hikari picks up a ringing phone and notes the call is for May. May casually answers the phone call directly from the tablet. Through the phone, Rentaro nervously admits that wondering what she is currently up to has his heart completely throbbing. The unexpected romantic confession leaves May staring in absolute wide-eyed shock. May collapses onto the floor in utter defeat, desperately wondering how she is possibly supposed to obey Rentress' order. A completely confused Hikari admits she has no idea what they are doing, but advises May that running away will not solve anything and gently orders her to return to Rentaro. May nervously accepts the command. May drives back to the park and approaches Rentaro on the picnic mat. She expresses her deep frustration, admitting that no matter what she tries to do, she ultimately ends up being of use to him in some way, meaning she has completely failed to follow his order. May grimly concludes that there is only one possible option left for her to truly ensure she is of absolutely no use to him, suggesting that she must lay down her life. Rentaro calmly agrees that the only possible way she could be of absolutely no use to him is by dying. However, when May asks if he wants her to die, he immediately refuses. Rentaro gently explains that she is constantly helping him through the simple act of living. He points out that even when she goes out of her way to not help him, she is still ultimately defying his direct orders. Rentaro stands up and firmly declares that she is inherently valuable exactly the way she is, regardless of her usefulness to anyone else. He softly adds that all a loved one has to do is exist and keep living, and that alone makes him deeply grateful. Hearing this, May blushes heavily and stutters over his specific use of the term loved one. Rentaro boldly declares that he likes her too and passionately asks her to go out with him. May instantly perks up with a massive, overjoyed smile. Blushing furiously, she happily accepts his confession while pointing out that it was not phrased as a direct order. Rentaro nervously confirms her acceptance and requests that from now on she devote herself to him as his girlfriend rather than as his maid, promising to devote himself to her as a boyfriend in return. May happily agrees as her imaginary tail wags excitedly behind her. Rentaro asks the group if they would mind accepting May as his newest girlfriend given how things played out. The girls deadpan that they are experiencing a strong sense of déjà vu. Kusuri cheerfully welcomes May aboard, and May politely thanks her for the warm reception. Meanwhile, Kurumi calmly sips her tea and notes that this outcome was an absolute certainty. Hikari suddenly swoops in and suggests they all put on maid clothes. Karen questions the logic behind the idea, but Rentaro and Hikari both agree that wearing maid uniforms sounds incredibly cute. The girls quickly change into their new maid outfits and present themselves together. Seeing them all dressed up, Rentaro completely loses his composure and hoots in overwhelming excitement. The girls happily welcome Rentaro home as their master. Shizuka excitedly performs a cute beam attack pose, while Mei gently warns a running Kusuri that she will get her clothes dirty if she is not careful. Hikari playfully asks what would happen if a maid were to beautifully sully herself, noting how easily the white frills on her skirt could get dirty. Hikari eagerly agrees with her logic, though Mei formally insists that keeping clean is simply a matter of course for a maid. Hikari excitedly announces the start of a soaking maid party, explaining that they will play a maid's survival game using squirt guns. She states that anyone who gets their maid uniform wet will be instantly eliminated. Hikari reveals that the ultimate winner will receive a passionate embracing smooch from Rentaro. Rentaro frantically asks her to stop, but all the girls instantly get fired up with intense, flushed expressions. Rentaro nervously tells the girls they do not have to play if the prize sounds bad. However, Kusuri excitedly cheers that the game sounds like a lot of fun, prompting a blushing Rentaro to enthusiastically correct himself, declaring that a hug and kiss with any of them would never be a bad thing. Hikari decides that the only person who can properly referee the game is a butler. Rentaro immediately changes into a sharp butler suit and officially declares the start of the games, leaving Hikari and Hikari completely swooning over his handsome appearance. Rentaro calls out the starting signal, and the girls immediately scatter across the rooftop with their squirt guns drawn and ready. Karen aggressively takes the first shot, firing her squirt gun directly at Mei while confidently declaring that the first move is everything. Mei effortlessly slips past the stream of water with graceful movements. Karen watches in awe, realizing she completely underestimated the perfect poise of a professional maid. Mei politely excuses herself and immediately fires back with her own squirt gun. Karen quickly bends backward as far as she can to avoid the incoming attack, confidently smirking as she realizes the water will just barely graze her. Suddenly, a separate stream of water blasts Karen from behind, completely soaking her as her face drops into a blank stare of absolute shock. Rentaro blows his whistle and officially eliminates Karen from the game. Kusuri jumps for joy, celebrating her successful sneak attack on Karen's blind spot. Karen furiously threatens Kusuri while Hikari claps and praises Karen's earlier dodge. Kusuri's celebration is cut short as Rentaro blows his whistle again, announcing that she has also been eliminated. Hikari heavily pants and drools as she shamelessly admires the sight of the soaking wet maids. A text box explicitly announces a pure fan service shot as the completely soaked Karen and Kusuri sit defeated on the floor, blushing heavily in their wet uniforms. Hikari strikes a dramatic pose, passionately declaring that a beauty becomes even more beautiful when dripping wet. However, Kurumi quietly sneaks up behind her with a drawn squirt gun, bluntly pointing out that Hikari left herself completely wide open. Kurumi leaps into the air and desperately catches a luxury anpan after taking a hit to the head. Hikari playfully tells her not to lose her head over it, referencing how Kurumi loses all her energy when her head gets wet. Rentaro officially eliminates Kurumi from the game as she sits on the floor eating her anpan. Hikari continues to openly drool over the wet maids while Nano quietly readies her weapon and declares that the real battle is just beginning. Nano fiercely dashes forward across the rooftop, but Mei smoothly intercepts her path with a drawn squirt gun, formally stating that she cannot let her proceed. Facing off against Mei, Nano intensely focuses and begins rapidly calculating the air resistance, projected impact, time, distance, and the force of the water's propulsion. Mei fires a blast of water, but Nano perfectly predicts the trajectory and precisely dodges the shot. Nano and Mei engage in an incredibly high-speed, intense shootout across the rooftop, leaving Rentaro to marvel that their battle looks like it belongs in a completely different genre. Realizing that focusing solely on the strongest opponent is completely inefficient, Nano decides to change her tactics and quickly aims her weapon at a shivering, defenseless Shizuka nearby. Nano terrifyingly charges at Shizuka and requests her immediate elimination. A panicked Shizuka desperately points her squirt gun upward and blindly fires a rapid barrage of water into the sky. Nano rapidly closes the distance while maintaining her terrifyingly blank expression, leaving a terrified Shizuka completely frozen in place. Nano aims her squirt gun directly at Shizuka point blank and coldly bids her farewell. Nano maintains her firm stance preparing to pull the trigger while Shizuka looks up at her with wide, innocent eyes. Suddenly, a huge splash of water drops directly onto Nano's head, completely soaking her. Rentaro realizes that Nano intentionally ignored Shizuka's wildly inaccurate barrage because she deemed the initial threat non-existent, ultimately causing a critical lapse in her judgment. Rentaro officially eliminates Nano, explaining that she completely forgot to account for the water Shizuka blindly shot into the air, which gravity naturally brought back down on top of her. Nano humbly accepts her defeat due to negligence, while the other girls praise Shizuka for her accidental yet brilliant fluke. Shizuka smiles happily at her accidental victory, but Rentaro abruptly notices that she is also completely soaked. He officially eliminates her, as well as Kurumi points out that the falling water from her own squirt gun naturally hit her too. Nano gently embraces the soaking wet Shizuka as her elimination is confirmed. As the dust settles, Mei is suddenly interrupted by a stern command demanding she not move a muscle. Hikari successfully takes Hihari hostage by holding a squirt gun directly to her head. Hihari apologizes to Mei for her carelessness, explaining that she completely fell for Hikari's simple trick of asking for a hug from behind. Hikari proudly reveals that she hid from the very beginning just to let the others thin themselves out. Confident in her perfect plan to use Mei's absolute loyalty against her, Hikari orders the professional maid to eliminate herself to save her master. Without a single second of hesitation, Mei points her own squirt gun directly at her head to sacrifice herself for Hihari. However, Hihari suddenly orders her to stop. Hihari solemnly states that a master who only holds their maid back loses all qualification for their respect. To Hikari's absolute shock, Hihari suddenly raises her own squirt gun to her head, causing Mei to frantically beg her to stop. Ignoring the pleas, Hihari directly blasts herself in the face with her squirt gun to forcibly eliminate herself from the hostage situation. Hikari gasps in shock as Hihari pulls the trigger and directly blasts herself in the face with a stream of water. Mei immediately whips around in surprise, just in time to witness the impact. The water completely soaks Hihari's face, causing her to collapse backward in defeat as a horrified Mei screams out her master's name. Rentaro blows his whistle and officially announces Hikari's elimination after she is blasted with a stream of water, leaving her sitting on the floor completely soaked. Karen angrily yells at Hikari for trying to play off her defeat with a sexy pose, though Nano bluntly tells Karen to review her own earlier page before judging. Meanwhile, Kusuri realizes that since almost everyone is eliminated, there is only one person left standing. Kusuri notes that Mei is completely drenched as well because she rushed to embrace a soaked Hihari, meaning there are no survivors left in the game. Rentaro steps forward and gently corrects her, preparing to announce the true outcome. Rentaro passionately declares that because they all did their absolute best, every single one of them wins first prize. The group of soaking wet maids happily cheers in response as they eagerly line up to claim their reward. Claiming their hard-earned reward, Mei steps up and wraps her arms around Rentaro, pulling him into a tight, affectionate embrace as they both blush deeply. Rentaro and Mei lean in and a deep romantic kiss to celebrate the end of the maid's survival game. After sharing embraces and kisses with all of his soaking wet girlfriends, a completely exhausted Rentaro ends up totally drenched as well. Hihari and Hikari stare at the dripping wet Rentaro with intense heart-shaped eyes, managing to get even wetter than before from pure excitement. A tiny old man suddenly appears at the bottom of the frame to loudly complain about the terrible punchline. The next chapter begins with the girls relaxing in the clubroom. Suddenly, Hikari looks down at her body in absolute dread and realizes the gradual consequences of their recent eating contest have finally caught up with her. Seeking an excuse to exercise and burn off the extra weight without admitting they gained it, Hikari nervously announces to Rentaro that they will be doing secret cuteness training after school. Completely buying the excuse, Rentaro passionately praises them for striving for even greater heights when they are already the cutest girls in the world. While walking through the school courtyard, Rentaro notices a girl in a baseball uniform rapidly swinging a bat next to a recruitment sign. He notes that she has been out there recruiting for the girls' baseball club every single day. Rentaro stops and stares at her intense dedication. The girl pauses her powerful swings and nervously sweats as she notices him watching her. Desperate for members, the girl eagerly extends her hand toward Rentaro and asks him to join the girls' baseball club, prompting a baffled Rentaro to internally point out that he is actually a guy. Sudo Iku introduces herself as a first-year student in the girls' baseball club. Rentaro apologizes and asks to confirm she is really in the girls' club, prompting Iku to blush and awkwardly laugh at herself. Rentaro introduces himself as Eiju Rentaro from Class 4. Iku notes she is in Class 3 and admits this is the first time they have officially spoken despite him seeing her soliciting every day. She explains that she is recruiting because if they do not win next weekend's practice game, their club will be in trouble. Iku solemnly reveals that the girls' baseball club will be disbanded if they lose. Rentaro thinks to himself that this dramatic scenario is something straight out of a manga, not reality. Rentaro points out that a baseball team needs 9 members for a game and asks how many she is currently missing. Iku stoically answers that she is missing 8 people, leading Rentaro to realize she is the only person on the entire team. Rentaro asks how the club even got formed in the first place. Iku explains that they had a full roster of 9 members until half a month ago, and they all made a heartfelt vow to take home the national championship together. Iku reveals that the rest of her team suddenly left to study abroad in America for a year to learn real baseball in its home country. Rentaro dryly notes the absurdity of their extreme tunnel vision. Iku explains that she stayed behind because she gave her word to safeguard the club until they returned. She confidently declares that anyone can accomplish anything if they work their fingers to the bone. Rentaro admires her willpower but points out that she still does not have enough members to actually play the upcoming match. Iku agrees that since she is all alone, the most she can do is take practice swings. Rentaro asks why she is doing practice swings instead of the live demonstrations baseball clubs typically use to drum up interest. Iku, sweating heavily excitedly, counts her practice swings reaching past 10,000. Rentaro nervously asks if her count is glitching out due to the impossibly high number. Iku cheerfully explains that she has been swinging her bat since 4 in the morning and uses all her free periods to solicit members. When Rentaro asks if her arms hurt, Iku confirms they do, but eagerly notes that this method allows her to train and recruit simultaneously. Rentaro mentally remarks that there must be a limit to her stoicism. Rentaro awkwardly agrees with her reasoning. Iku enthusiastically elaborates that the harder the exercise gets, the more it feels like progress, making it incredibly fun. She eagerly describes the sharp pain running through her entire body, the throbbing aches in her arms, and the feeling of her fingers nearly falling off. Iku blushes heavily and pants with a wide, ecstatic smile, happily declaring how much it hurts. Rentaro nervously asks if a statement like that really warrants a heart symbol. Iku suddenly collapses to her hands and knees, dropping her bat as her body gives out from the intense strain. Rentaro panics and urges her to take it easy, but Iku desperately grunts that she needs to keep working even harder. Quivering on the ground with a heavily flushed face, Iku passionately declares her desire to hurt even more, right up to her absolute breaking point. Watching her intense reaction, Rentaro concludes that her behavior has crossed the line from stoicism into sheer masochism. Rentaro offers to help her with the demonstrations to drum up interest, noting that the task is too much for one person anyway. Iku instantly perks up and gratefully thanks him for his assistance. Iku blushes deeply and enthusiastically suggests that Rentaro should do his practice swings by hitting her directly in the stomach with the bat. Rentaro blankly wonders who in their right mind would ever join such a horrifying club. Rentaro quickly rejects the idea and suggests they play catch instead to properly demonstrate what baseball is actually like. Iku suddenly gets an idea. Iku passionately pitches the baseball directly at a nearby wall, allowing the ball to violently ricochet back and strike her own body while she yells out recruitment lines for the girls' baseball club. Iku repeatedly takes heavy hits from the ricocheting baseball, panting heavily with a flushed, ecstatic expression as she continues to ask for more punishment. After the recruitment session, Iku gently massages Rentaro's legs in the clubroom as he thanks her. He notes that he would have expected her to be much more tired after all her intense training. In the locker room, Iku thanks Rentaro for giving her the opportunity to make the most of her time, insisting that she is the one who should be grateful. Rentaro's heart beats fast when he realizes how much Iku truly loves baseball. When Iku happily points out how much more fun the sport is with other people, Rentaro offers to return the next day, and a thrilled Iku eagerly accepts. The following day, Iku walks down the school hallway, eagerly anticipating their after-school baseball session. However, she suddenly pauses as she wonders if she has actually fallen in love with Rentaro. Spotting Rentaro in the corridor, Iku waves and happily calls out to him. Iku stops in her tracks when she sees Rentaro walking down the hallway holding hands with Nano, and her excited smile slowly fades as she lowers her hand. The after-school bells chime across the building, signaling the end of classes. Rentaro runs out to the courtyard to meet Iku, apologizing for keeping her waiting and preparing to start their practice. Before they can begin a solemn, Iku interrupts him and states that she has something she needs to ask. Rentaro looks at her in quiet anticipation, waiting for her to speak. With a heavily flushed face, Iku clutches her chest and directly asks Rentaro to go out with her. A blushing Rentaro stands before her, silently preparing his response. Rentaro bows deeply and apologizes to her. Iku stands completely motionless, her eyes hidden in shadow, as she processes his rejection. Still bowing, Rentaro confesses that he already has 8 girlfriends, explaining that he does not believe he is capable of truly bringing happiness to any more girls. Rentaro adds that he cannot handle her feelings carelessly because doing so would only end up hurting her, which is something he absolutely refuses to let happen. Iku internally realizes that her very first love has already ended in a broken heart. Suddenly, Iku is overwhelmed by an intense rush of painful emotion, weeping hysterically as her heart throbs, and she ecstatically realizes how much a broken heart actually hurts. She covers her face and mentally thanks Rentaro for teaching her that such deep pain even existed. Suddenly, Rentaro violently vomits a massive geyser of blood, coughing and wheezing as a panicked Iku screams in terror and demands to know what is wrong with him. Rentaro suddenly flashes back to earlier in the hallway when he was holding hands with Nano, realizing Iku must have been shocked by the sight. Meanwhile, a heavily blushing Iku stands before him, panting and twitching with an ecstatic smile. Rentaro watches Iku with sweat dripping down his face, frantically wondering if she is actually deriving physical pleasure from the agonizing shock of having her heart broken. Rentaro points out that Iku confessed to him despite knowing he already had a girlfriend. He reasons that she saw right through him and simply wanted to experience the pain of rejection firsthand, which a blushing Iku admits is highly embarrassing to hear. Rentaro sheepishly explains that he put on an act of turning her down to fulfill her desire for rejection, but doing so was simply too painful for him, as evidenced by him coughing up blood. Iku is left stunned to learn that his rejection was merely an act. Rentaro looks at her with a warm, determined expression and reveals that his genuine answer to her confession is yes. A blushing Iku nervously brings up his 8 girlfriends, repeating her belief that he might not be able to make any more girls happy. Rentaro passionately shouts back, admitting there is no logical reason to think so, but declares that his only option is to make every single one of them happy, even if it kills him. Rentaro fiercely vows to remain completely dedicated to bringing his girlfriend's happiness for the rest of his life, even if he coughs up blood or has his limbs torn away. Watching his extreme self-sacrificing determination, Ika's eyes light up with heart symbols as she realizes he is even more masochistically devoted than she is. Back on the school rooftop, Rentaro introduces Iku to his girlfriends and asks if they would mind accepting her as his newest partner. The girls dryly comment on the incredibly fast pace of his additions, noting it has only been 2 chapters since May joined. Iku politely bows and introduces herself to the group. To establish her place, she eagerly offers to let her seniors paddle her with a baseball bat, prompting Rentaro to quickly intervene and explain her pain-loving personality to the slightly bewildered girls. Looking down, Iku expresses her deep insecurity, noting that everyone else is incredibly beautiful and ladylike, whereas she has a boyish appearance and might not fit in. The girls immediately blast her with a wave of support, loudly declaring that her boyish charm is a wonderful breath of fresh air. The girls crowd around Iku to warmly welcome her, asking about her favorite books, food, and other personal details, while Kusuri cheerfully holds up a bat and offers to give her a paddling. Kusuri delivers a loud thwack to Ika's rear, causing Iku to cry out in absolute delight, while Nano calmly notes that eccentric personalities tend to fit in perfectly. Rentaro watches them gel, before stepping forward to announce that he has an important topic he wants to discuss with everyone. Rentaro asks the girls how they would feel about playing some baseball together. Mei instantly accepts the suggestion as a direct command, prompting Rentaro to quickly clarify that it was not an order. Rentaro explains that the girls' baseball club will be permanently disbanded if they lose next weekend's practice game. Hikari suggests asking the school chairwoman to intervene, prompting Karen to mock Hikari as an irresponsible woman who just throws money around to get her way, which Hikari takes personal offense to. Hikari adopts a surprisingly mature professional tone, explaining that setting a precedent by saving one club would force her to turn away all other struggling students trying to avoid disbandment, which is a sorrow she cannot ignore. Hikari apologizes, adding that she does not want a tyrannical reputation to negatively affect their future careers, which leaves Rentaro deeply touched by her consideration. Kusuri and Shizuka break into tears of admiration and praise her as a model educator, though Hikari and Karen instantly shut the exaggerated compliments down. Rentaro explains that he does not intend on forcing anyone to participate in baseball since they might be busy or not very good at exercise. Shizuka softly asks if he will be with them, and Rentaro enthusiastically promises to support them all the way, which Hikari mentally celebrates as an absolute godsend. After finding their diet and monotonous running routine completely miserable, the girls realize that having a chance to exercise alongside Rentaro is a golden opportunity. All the girls instantly declare their participation, noting that while they cannot play in the actual game since they are not in the club, they can still help with practice. Kurumi happily comments that this kind of exercise is delicious enough to die for, while Hikari enthusiastically agrees. A tearful Iku gratefully thanks them all, noting that they now have a team of 6, and recruiting 3 more should be easy. When Karen questions how they will actually win against real sports clubs, Rentaro passionately declares that teamwork and love are the keys to sports, making them the absolute strongest team on that front. The entire group rallies together, letting out a loud battle cry and declaring that Rentaro's family will take the victory. Once everyone changes into their uniforms, Rentaro announces the start of practice. Iku explains that their club advisor exists in name only and asks Rentaro to act as their coach, pointing out that everyone will be much more motivated with him leading them. Iku adds that Rentaro is uniquely suited for the coaching role due to his sharp insight and deep knowledge of all his girlfriends. Accepting the responsibility for everyone's sake, Rentaro resolves to put his all into coaching and decides they will start with a basic game of catch, though he first has to instruct Kusuri to wear only 1 glove instead of 2. The group pairs up across the baseball field and bows to each other before beginning their warm-up throws. Karen aggressively fires a pitch over to Hikari, who successfully catches the ball in her glove. Rubbing her throbbing hand, Hikari asks Karen to throw the ball a bit more gently. Karen apologizes and tosses a very soft lob, but the ball ends up bouncing directly off Hikari's chest instead of landing in her glove. Hikari retaliates by furiously throwing the ball back with immense fiery power, causing Karen to yell about her definition of gentle, though a nearby Iku effortlessly catches the high-speed ball with a simple pop of her glove. Kusuri winds up and throws a slow, gentle lob, while in the background, Shizuka spins her arms wildly like a windmill and collapses onto the ground. Nano catches the ball effortlessly and advises Kusuri that spinning her arms to throw is highly inefficient, leaving Kusuri to pout about how much effort she put into her yell. When Kusuri hurls the ball back, Nano catches it with mechanical perfect efficiency without moving an inch, prompting Kusuri to complain that she behaves exactly like a pitching machine. Kurumi hurls a throw over to Hikari, who unexpectedly catches the ball directly between her breasts. Kurumi stares in absolute shock and sweat, demanding to know how she possibly caught the ball like that. Hikari tosses the ball back, but her weak throw drops short and bounces along the ground. Kurumi prepares to retrieve it, but she suddenly freezes with swirling eyes, locking her gaze intensely onto the rolling baseball as if it were food. Recalling the chocolate baseballs she used to eat as a child, an incredibly hungry Kurumi drops to her hands and knees and catches the rolling ball directly in her mouth, leaving Hikari to sweat drop and wonder how she caught it. Shizuka attempts to throw the ball to Mei, but the ball merely rolls slowly along the dirt, prompting a waiting Mei to gently tap her foot as she watches it approach. Mei insists that it is her distinct privilege to chase the ball down, but she suddenly drops to all fours and chases after the rolling baseball like a dog, leaving Shizuka to run behind her, and sweat drop at her extreme behavior. Mei gently rolls the ball back, but Shizuka stands completely petrified and quivers in fear as her heart beats rapidly. Rentaro steps in to tell Mei to stop practicing rollers on her own as Shizuka remains too terrified to move. Rentaro announces that the next fundamental exercise is practice swings, instructing everyone to get used to holding a bat. However, he quickly has to correct Kusuri again, telling her she is only supposed to use one bat instead of holding two like swords. Rentaro gently corrects Karen for holding her bat like a weapon, though Karen reacts defensively. He then turns to Kurumi and warns her that the bat is not a novelty chocolate treat, while a drooling Kurumi continues to stare at it hungrily. The girls begin their practice swings with wildly different techniques. While Shizuka makes tiny gentle motions, Kurumi spins rapidly like a top using centrifugal force, and Hahari swings with an exaggerated shaking movement. By the time night falls, the girls collapse onto the ground in sheer exhaustion from the intense training. Rentaro thanks everyone for their incredible effort and officially calls an end to the practice session for the day. As the rest of the exhausted girls groggily head home, with some dragging their completely limp friends along, Rentaro notices that Iku is still standing on the field. Iku cheerfully announces that she's going to stay behind to get in a little more practice. Rentaro offers to stay with her, but she tells him to see the other girls home because she is accustomed to practicing late, prompting the rest of the group to bid her a warm farewell. The next morning, Rentaro and the girls hobble toward the school building, completely crippled by severe muscle soreness and groaning in pain with every single step. Shizuka nervously asks if they will have to practice again today, while Hikari and Karen suddenly notice a loud, rhythmic sound echoing from the school sports field. They look over to find Iku still vigorously swinging her bat, heavily flushed, and counting past 100,000 swings, making them realize she must have been swinging literally all night. Rentaro and the girls run up to Iku to stop her. Completely dazed, Iku greets them by saying good evening, leaving Rentaro to scream that it is actually morning, and Kusuri to note that she is still living in yesterday. Clutching her bat as she sways unsteadily, a heavily flushed Iku complains that her vision is spinning so much that she sees Rentaro with 8 girlfriends, prompting Karen to dryly point out that that part is actually correct. Iku collapses flat on her back with an ecstatic smile, murmuring happily about how much her body hurts. Rentaro panics and declares that they must get her to the infirmary immediately, and the other girls offer to help carry her. Sometime later, Iku rests peacefully asleep in an infirmary bed. Standing at her bedside with his worried girlfriends, Rentaro quietly sighs and gently calls her an absolute idiot for training herself to exhaustion all night. Kusuri nervously wonders if Iku is on the lunatic end of masochism, but Rentaro notes that this extreme level of self-destruction is excessive even for her. Mei wonders if Iku would go this far if commanded by a master, which prompts Nano to dryly reply that it is highly worrying she would consider such extreme behavior acceptable even under orders. The morning school bells chime and a teacher calls out for everyone to head to their respective classes. Once the room falls quiet, Iku slowly peeks one eye open and weakly tries to lift herself out of the hospital bed, muttering that she still has to practice and train. Rentaro suddenly opens the door and catches her in the act of leaving, urging her to get back in bed and keep resting. When Iku stubbornly insists that she must keep training, Rentaro reassures her that he understands the baseball club is incredibly important to her, but she firmly cuts him off with a soft rejection. Iku explains that it is entirely thanks to everyone's kindness and hard work that they are even able to play in the game. She earnestly looks at Rentaro and declares that she absolutely cannot let their efforts go to waste, making victory an absolute necessity. Iku confidently points out that if she pitches a perfect game to deny their opponents any points and hits just one home run, they will win for sure, which is why she must continue her training. Rentaro looks at her with deep sympathy, but firmly tells her that no matter what she says, he cannot allow her to push herself any further. Rentaro seriously tells her that right now class is still in session, leaving a slightly deflated Iku quietly admitting that she does not know how to respond to that. Iku asks Rentaro why he is in the infirmary if class is still going. Rentaro admits he was so worried about her that he drank 2 liters of water between classes to make himself use the restroom every 5 minutes just to check on her. Touched by her unwavering dedication to win, Rentaro resolves to help her. After school bells ring, Iku tells the other girls to go home without her again, even though her legs are quivering violently from exhaustion. Rentaro watches her with shadowed, serious eyes and internally devises a strategy to push himself to the point of collapse in a loincloth to prevent her from doing the same. Suddenly, Rentaro strips off his clothes to reveal he is wearing only a traditional white loincloth. Instead of leaving, his girlfriends step forward in their baseball uniforms and firmly declare that they are going to keep training alongside them. Iku stands completely stunned and confused, staring blankly at them in absolute disbelief. Hahari explains that she heard the entire story of Iku's struggle because she was hiding underneath her infirmary bed to sneak photos of her sleeping face. Shizuka tearfully praises Hahari's deep compassion, though made dryly comments that it is actually the height of madness. Kurumi points out that they are also training for their own sakes because they have no choice but to win, while Karen Tsundere adds that she is only there to win and not for Iku's sake. Kusuri and Shizuka both agree, expressing their strong desire to do their best and keep training. The girls stand united, telling Iku that they are a team and will win the game together, while Kusuri tells her she can count on them. Iku's eyes well up with tears as she is deeply moved by their collective support. As she tearfully thanks everyone, Iku looks over at a completely bare-chested Rentaro and asks what the heck is up with his loincloth. Rentaro's sweat drops and dismisses his outfit as a trivial matter, prompting Nano to deadpan that treating this level of eccentricity as trivial proves that things are completely off the rails. Huddling together on the field, the team stacks their hands in the center as Rentaro shouts for them to do it once more. They let out a thunderous roar into the night sky, passionately cheering that Rentaro's family will definitely take the win. After 2 weeks of intense, grueling practice, Rentaro addresses the team on the empty baseball field and announces that the day has finally arrived for all their hard work to pay off. The 9 girls gather in a tight huddle, with Rentaro firmly stacking their hands and shouting in unison that they will take the win. Rentaro runs through the lineup of his 6 girlfriends plus the 3 extra girls they recruited to help out. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a message from the trio explaining that a cold swept through all of them and they cannot play, leaving a sweating Rentaro in a massive panic. The opposing team, a group of intimidating muscular players from the Jurassic Club, roars in excitement as their tiny giant-haired coach promises to treat them to yakiniku if they win. Rentaro awkwardly approaches the tiny coach to speak with her. Rentaro explains their situation to the opposing coach, admitting that some of their players fell ill, and asks if it would be all right to swap in some of the school supporters who came to cheer them on so they can actually play. The Jurassic coach grunts in approval, giving them permission to substitute the missing players. Rentaro bows and thanks her profusely for her understanding. The announcer calls out the matchup, noting that Jurassic High School will bat first, while Rentaro's school, Ohananamitsu, will bat second. The umpire yells to play ball, and Iku takes her place on the pitcher's mound, winding up for her first pitch. Iku fires a blistering fastball that snaps right into Hahari's catcher's mitt. The umpire bellows strike 1, prompting Karen and Shizuka to cheer in excitement for their veteran pitcher. Hahari catches another pitch for strike 2, causing the opposing batter to sweat nervously about losing their promised yakiniku feast. On the Jurassic bench, the catcher and another player shockingly recognize Iku, with one of them smirking maliciously as she recalls a certain event from their middle school days. The umpire calls strike 3, successfully registering 3 outs for the first inning. The teams prepare to change sides as the scoreboard shows a score of 0 for the Jurassic team. Jurassic introduces its formidable battery, consisting of third-year catcher Veloki Rapko and third-year pitcher Terano Soruko. Soruko unleashes her signature fastball, shouting out her attack name, which leaves a bewildered Karen to wonder if they are in a manga where athletes yell out their moves. Karen swings her bat, but the overwhelming impact of the ball violently blows the bat right out of her grip, sending her helmet flying. The ball thwacks into Rapko's glove as the umpire calls strike 1. A stunned Karen stares at her bat on the ground, unable to believe the pitch actually stripped the bat from her hands. Rapko smugly boasts that nobody alive can beat Saruko's immensely powerful fastballs, promising that she will never let a ball pass her catcher's mitt. Karen bluntly cuts off her gloating, telling her to stop giving themselves dramatic nicknames. Rapko and Saruko strike a dramatic pose together, declaring themselves the Double Dragon Battery, which Karen furiously rejects. Karen proceeds to strike out on the next 2 pitches, screaming in absolute frustration at how absurdly overpowered and unfair their opponents are. As the scoreless innings continue to drag on, Iku steps up to the batter's box, nervously gulping as Rapko welcomes her to the plate. Saruko immediately fires her devastating fastball down the line. While the opposing team's crowd loudly cheers them on with dinosaur-themed nicknames, Iku grips her bat tightly, but stands completely frozen in place, allowing the ball to thwack into the mitt for strike 1. Rapko smirks maliciously through her catcher's mask, triumphantly realizing that Iku still has not gotten over her past trauma. The umpire calls strike 2, prompting Rentaro and the girls in the dugout to worry as Kusuri shouts that she has to swing. Trembling with anxiety, Iku tries to force herself to overcome her fear, reminding herself that she must swing her bat to win. Gritting her teeth with determination, Iku prepares to swing just as Saruko unleashes an even more powerful full-burst variation of her fastball. Iku swings with all her might and successfully connects with the ball, creating a massive echoing clang across the field. The sheer impact of the hit severely strains Iku's arms, causing her to collapse to her knees in intense pain, though she still squeals in masochistic pleasure. While Rentaro and the girls frantically call for cooling spray, Rapko laughs, maliciously noting they successfully crushed Iku's arms to take her out of the pitcher's role. Without Iku on the pitcher's mound, the team loses their shot at a perfect defensive game, while Saruko's devastating fastballs continue to shut down their offense. Consequently, the score begins to drift heavily in favor of Jurassic. The scoreboard soon displays a daunting 6-0 lead for Jurassic, leaving Ohanamitsu completely deflated. The girls sit sweating in the dugout, quietly lamenting the massive gap in experience between themselves and the seasoned athletes. A quivering Iku blames herself for getting injured, but Mei quickly reassures her that it is not her fault. Rentaro steps up to passionately rally his team, reminding them of their hard work, and declaring it is too early to give up, though the girls gulp when they realize that allowing just 1 more run will trigger a 7-point mercy rule defeat. Rapko notices their opponent's fragile morale and maliciously instructs her team to focus all their attacks on Ohanamitsu's weakest link to quickly wrap up the match, pointing directly at a highly nervous Shizuka. Jurassic supporters cheer loudly as Rapko hits a powerful shot. She quickly sprints and slides safely into first base before Shizuka can catch the ball and tag her out. Rentaro calls out encouragement and prepares to switch their positions. However, on the field, Rapko lingers near first base and quietly whispers to Shizuka, maliciously mocking her as the leading queen of screw-ups, and telling her that she has been watching her fail. Rapko continues her cruel whisper campaign, asking Shizuka if she is aware that she is actively holding her entire team back, while a nearby Kusuri looks on in confusion at the whispering from afar. Shizuka's heart beats rapidly as she stares in absolute terror, completely frozen by Rapko's parting remarks about how much she pities the rest of the team for having to deal with someone so pathetic. A loud clang signals the next hit, jolting Shizuka, who stands completely paralyzed as the runner races past her base. Far in the outfield, Kusuri catches the ball, but Shizuka's complete lack of reaction leaves the team struggling to make the play. Kurumi retrieves the ball and throws a quick pass back to first base, calling out to her. However, a completely glazed-over Shizuka fails to catch the ball as it thumps off her glove, causing her to drop it. Hahari catches another throw near home plate and desperately tosses it over to Shizuka to try and secure an out, but the completely defeated Shizuka lets her arms fall, allowing yet another run to score. Shizuka slowly moves across the dirt, looking completely numb and blank as she aimlessly pursues the dropped ball. Another runner stomps on home plate to score, bringing the inning to an end as the umpire calls 3 outs and changes sides. Shizuka stands alone on the field, quivering and weeping in silence as her body trembles with despair. Rentaro screams for a timeout and immediately rushes onto the field with the other girls to comfort a sobbing Shizuka. From the opposing side, Rapko laughs, wickedly celebrating the 3 easy runs that have pushed their lead to 9-0. Shizuka repeatedly sobs out apologies to the team and the crushing weight of the score completely shatters the remaining fighting spirit of the other girls who stand silent and downcast. When Shizuka weeps that she is only holding everyone back, Renteru passionately objects and asks why she would think such a thing. Kusuri suddenly remembers seeing Rapko whispering to Shizuka on first base, allowing a shocked Renteru to realize that Rapko deliberately broke her spirit. As Shizuka continues to hiccup and cry, a terrifying dark shadow falls over the faces of Renteru and all his girlfriends who glare toward the opposing team with silent menacing rage. Karen steps up to the batter's box with a dark menacing look, while Rapko crouches behind the plate, silently snickering about how priceless the Ohananamitsu team's despair looks. Rapko confidently thinks that they will quickly put their opponents out of their misery just as Soruko winds up and unleashes another high-powered Tyranno cannon pitch. Karen swings her bat and directly connects with the high-speed ball. Gritting her teeth, she channels all her raw strength to hold her ground, her muscles quivering violently under the intense physical strain of resisting the heavy pitch. With a terrifying roar of pure rage, Karen swings her bat with astronomical force, screaming out her own attack as she completely overpowers the pitch and sends the ball screaming into the outfield. Rapko can only watch in absolute wide-eyed terror as the ball flies away. Following Renteru's strategic instructions, the other girls adapt their batting style using bunts to redirect the ball's forward momentum straight down into the dirt. Hakari celebrates Renteru's perfect plan as the team successfully begins to run the bases and turn the game around. Kurumi sprints across the field with a terrifying blank stare, leading the opposing players to scream that she is running bases like a Terminator. After sliding safely into first base, an incredibly hungry Kurumi literally begins to bite and chew on the rubber base pad, leaving her opponents completely bewildered. Mei and Hahari coordinate a high-speed outfield catch, with Mei firing a white-hot throw that Kusuri successfully catches. Meanwhile, Kusuri applies a special medicine to Ikka's injured arms, instantly healing her pain and leaving her fully recovered, much to the absolute horror and confusion of the Jurassic team. Rapko stares in terror, asking who they are and realizing they had been hiding immense power. She thinks to herself that nobody should ever touch Pandora's box, but she went ahead and kicked it wide open. Renteru and his girlfriends stand together, emitting an incredibly intense, menacing aura. Renteru notes that thanks to everyone's protective fury for Shizuka and Ikku returning to the game, they have narrowed the score down to a 3-point deficit. He observes the scoreboard showing 9-6, adding that it is the bottom of the 9th inning with 2 outs, making this their absolute final chance to win, as he quietly cheers them on. Someone cheers for Kusuri to do her best as she stands ready at the plate. The pitcher winds up and unleashes her Tyranno cannon pitch. Kusuri perfectly bunts the ball. The pitcher curses in frustration that they keep bunting her pitches perfectly, and her teammate points out that it is because she always throws the exact same fastball. Rapko successfully fields the bunted ball. Rapko throws the ball toward first base, confidently declaring that the game will be over as soon as she gets the tag out on the running Kusuri. Just as the ball reaches the base, Kusuri suddenly shrinks down into her 8-year-old form to completely avoid the tag, leaving the opposing player bewildered. The umpire calls Kusuri safe. An opposing player demands the umpire boot her for doping, but the umpire refuses. Kusuri explains that her drugs do not actually improve her athletic performance. Her teammates cheer that with Renteru's strategies they cannot lose, while the opponents complain about how dumb the situation is. Karen cheers for Hahari as she steps up to bat, and Hikari promises her mother a kiss on the cheek if she does her best. Highly motivated by Karen's cheer and Hikari's promise, Hahari swings and hits the ball. As Hahari runs toward first base, the others cheer that she is going to make it. However, Renteru and the girls cry out in panic as Hahari suddenly trips and falls forward because the heavy weight of her chest ruined her balance. The opposing player prepares to tag the base. Hahari slides headfirst into the dirt, but Renteru notes in panic that neither of her hands actually managed to touch the base. Hahari's massive chest squishes directly onto the base just in time, prompting the umpire to call her safe. The team cries out in relief for Hahari while someone dryly comments on the marvels of the human body. Shizuka nervously steps up to the batter's box. Rapko thinks to herself that this is the end because Shizuka is too weak to even successfully bunt the ball. Renteru watches Shizuka with deep concern. Shizuka grips her bat with a terrified expression as her heart pounds. Someone reassures her that she has not been holding them back, reminding her that everyone understands her feelings. Rentaro and the rest of the team stand united, telling Shizuka that they have been right there with her the entire time, and they know exactly how hard she has been working. The opposing pitcher winds up and throws another devastating Tyranno cannon pitch. Shizuka swings her bat with a fierce, determined expression, surprising the opposing team. The opposing pitcher is shocked and confused by Shizuka's stance, asking what she is looking at. Shizuka stands at the plate, tightly squeezing the bat in a hugging motion. The pitcher notes that it is difficult to hit the ball with the thin end of the bat. Rentaro realizes that by inverting the bat, Shizuka is holding onto the thicker end for a better grip, adding that embracing the bat rather than just holding it increases her stability tenfold. Rapko thinks that Shizuka is so slow she just needs to throw the ball to first base. Rentaro points out that if one knows exactly where the ball is going to be hitting, it is not a problem. Shizuka swings and successfully bunts the ball with a loud clang, immediately taking off towards first base. Panting heavily, Shizuka sprints towards first base with all her might, repeatedly telling herself that she has to make it. Rapko breaks down in tears, crying that she cannot see through her tears, because Shizuka's tiny body moving on her stubby legs reminds her exactly of her cute little dog that passed away the previous year. An opposing player yells at Rapko, demanding to know what she is doing. The opposing player fields the ball and throws it towards first base. Shizuka makes a desperate head-first leap towards the base as her teammates passionately cheer for her to go. The umpire declares Shizuka safe as she successfully reaches the base just in time. Rentaro and the girls celebrate her nice work, while Rapko continues to cry about her dog in the background. A panicked Jurassic player realizes that the bases are now loaded in the bottom of the ninth inning, demanding a break. Rapko confidently dismisses the threat, stating there is only a 1 in a million chance their opponents get a home run as the next batter is announced. Iku steps up to the plate. Rentaro, Kurumi, and Nano offer her words of encouragement and wish her luck, which she acknowledges as she heads out. In a flashback, Rentaro holds Ika's hand and asks her what is wrong, noting that she has always had a smile on her face while playing baseball for as long as he has known her. Rentaro points out that the only time she does not smile is when she is standing in the batter's box, recalling that she missed 2 clear fastballs before even getting hurt. Iku praises Rentaro for always being so perceptive. Iku explains that some time ago she hit a home run that accidentally injured a girl standing in the audience, prompting Rentaro to call the incident awful. She admits that whenever she stands in the batter's box, that traumatic scene comes to the front of her mind and causes her to completely freeze up. Iku turns back with a determined expression, declaring that it is okay now and promising that she will successfully hit the ball today. Iku takes a strong practice swing, stating that she has to hit the ball today for the sake of the baseball club she vowed to protect and for all of Rentaro's family who got her there in the first place. She adds that otherwise there would have been no point in dedicating so much of herself to baseball. Rentaro watches her nervously. Her teammates passionately encourage her, cheering that she will definitely hit the ball and telling her to knock it out of the park. Soruko unleashes another Tyranno cannon pitch. Iku stands ready with her bat. Rapko confidently thinks that they have nothing to worry about because Iku will not swing at anything, and even on the off chance she does, it will not matter. Iku surprises Rapko by stepping forward and swinging her bat with tremendous force, creating a massive swoosh through the air. The ball connects, but deflects backwards, crashing into the fence for a foul ball. A brief flash of the injured girl from her past crosses Ika's mind as she reacts to the hit. Rentaro's girlfriends watch the play unfold in tense silence. Iku pants heavily as she resets her stance. She swings at the next pitch, resulting in another loud foul ball as she continues to battle at the plate. Iku tells herself to hit the ball for the sake of the baseball club and Rentaro's family. She loudly slaps her own cheeks to snap herself out of her trauma, blushing deeply as she embraces the sharp sting. Soruko winds up and unleashes her devastating Tyranno cannon full burst pitch. Rapko laughs, maliciously confident that this third pitch will end the game since Iku has only managed to hit foul balls so far. Iku swings her bat and successfully connects with the incoming pitch. Her arms tremble violently from the immense strain, but she groans in ecstatic pleasure at the intense physical pressure. Iku struggles to push the heavy ball back with her bat. Rapko grins, wickedly explaining that the full burst is a desperate pitch limited to once a day to prevent shoulder damage, But since it is the final throw of the game, the risk does not matter. Iku screams in euphoric agony as her arms fiercely shake against the overwhelming power of the pitch. Rapko smirks, noting that just catching that pitch twice is enough to destroy a person, and confidently declares that her team will be feasting on yakiniku soon. The sheer wind pressure from the intense clash violently rips Iku's uniform right off her body. Standing in her sports bra and shorts, Iku excitedly compares the situation to Shaolin's soccer, while Rentaro and the girls desperately cheer for her to push through and hit it. Pushing through the immense strain, Iku swings with all her remaining strength and launches the ball high into the outfield. From the dugout, Rentaro urgently yells for her to hit it toward him, swearing that he will catch it. Rentaro sprints into the spectators' stands to intercept the flying ball, vowing that he will never let Iku suffer the trauma of injuring an audience member ever again. He reaches up and prepares to catch the incredibly high-speed ball directly in his mitt. A massive booming explosion rings out upon impact, causing a shocked Iku to scream Rentaro's name in sheer panic. As the smoke clears, Rentaro stands panting heavily, his clothes completely blown off by the force, revealing him in his underwear with the ball safely secured in his mitt. The umpire officially declares a home run, ending the game with a final score of 10-9 in favor of Ohanamitsu. Rapko and her teammates stand completely stunned in silent disbelief over their sudden defeat. Rentaro's girlfriends erupt into wild, joyous cheers, excitedly celebrating their miraculous victory as a team. A blushing, tearful Iku approaches an exhausted Rentaro, stammering out a flustered thank you, while noting that his underwear is completely visible. Rentaro weakly smiles and tells her that they finally did it and won the game. Iku suddenly grabs Rentaro's face and kisses him deeply on the lips. She explains that she does not know if a kiss will properly convey just how incredibly thankful she is for everything he did. Pulling back slightly, an affectionate Iku smiles warmly and softly thanks Rentaro again. With tears welling in her eyes and a heavy blush on her face, Iku gives Rentaro a beautiful, genuine smile and passionately declares her love for him. Iku recalls that they kissed, and she confessed her love to Rentaro. Up on the school rooftop, someone eagerly asks her what happened next. Iku continues her story, explaining that Rentaro held her close, returned her confession, and praised her hard work. As the rest of the girls excitedly celebrate the romance of her story, Kurumi quietly thinks to herself that every single one of their love stories is about the exact same guy. Shizuka suddenly realizes that she has not explicitly told Rentaro she loves him in quite a while, and Kusuri agrees that she has not either. Kurumi points out that since he is literally their boyfriend, it makes perfect sense, wondering if this is what it feels like to have a husband. Hakari mentions that she always thinks about expressing her feelings, but finds it easy to rely too much on conveying them without actually putting them into words. Karen relates to this, recalling a time Rentaro offered her a handkerchief, and she merely thought about how much she loved him instead of saying it out loud. Hahari chimes in, explaining that her love for Rentaro is not quite like her love for the rest of the girls. Kurumi bluntly retorts that Hahari outright harasses everyone with her declarations of love, recalling how Hahari constantly smothers her with kisses and unwanted affection. Hahari clarifies that her love for Rentaro makes her want to marry him, and her love for the girls makes her want to marry them as well. Kurumi furiously yells at her, demanding to know how those two feelings are any different. Nano states that statistics indicate many relationships fail because partners rely too much on conveying their feelings instead of saying them explicitly, and May agrees that it is indispensable to express love every single day. Kurumi stares in silence as Iku casually comments that she would hate a love solely based on stoically enduring pain. Rentaro suddenly opens the rooftop door and apologizes for the holdup, explaining that he was helping an elderly teacher carry an absurd number of boxes. He greets the girls, but pauses in confusion when he notices them all staring at him in complete silence. Kusuri immediately leaps forward and tackles Rentaro into a tight hug, enthusiastically declaring that she hopes he knows she loves him a lot, leaving Rentaro slightly bewildered. Kusuri affectionately nuzzles him, expressing her love for how he always pays full attention when she talks about developing new drugs. She adds that she loves how he acts as her test subject whenever she makes a mistake, prompting Hakari, Kurumi, and Iku to freak out and beg him to stop volunteering as a human guinea pig. Kusuri beams with a massive smile, thanking Rentaro for always bringing happiness into her life, and passionately telling him that she loves him. Rentaro is completely overwhelmed by the sudden and direct confession, violently blushing and sputtering as steam practically shoots out of his nose from the intense joy. Rentaro frantically waves his arms and stammers out incoherent noises, prompting Kurumi to ask if he is beatboxing while Kusuri happily hugs him. Nano then steps forward, announcing that she has something to say as well. Nano calmly praises the precise and accurate care Rentaro shows for their happiness, stating that she has been retaining the data he provides every single day. Karen dryly asks if Nano is running a self-diagnostic. Nano admits she is still uncertain about the scientific principle behind his highly efficient high-speed group head-patting technique. Rentaro sheepishly confesses that he actually made mannequins of all their heads to practice petting them every single night, making Nano reconsider that she might have severely underestimated his dedication. Nano looks at him with a soft, blushing expression and explicitly declares her love for him. She adds that she will never stop being grateful for the immense happiness he brings into her life. Rentaro covers his mouth and lets out a bizarre, strained hiccup as he struggles to contain his overwhelming emotion. Nano watches him curiously while Mei steps up, stating that his dedication to his girlfriend's happiness is an example she has learned a great deal from. Iku excitedly shivers, pointing out that Rentaro still helps her with club training, even though the practice game is already over. Mei notes that his behavior seems perfectly wholesome, but Karen quickly points out that it might be wholesome for a normal person, but definitely not for a masochist like Iku. Iku gives Rentaro a warm, tearful smile, calling him an amazing boyfriend. She thanks him for all the happiness he brings her and sincerely tells him that she loves him too. Rentaro completely breaks down, clutching his face and frantically yelling in absolute bliss, wondering if he is going to die from the overwhelming joy. Shizuka calmly reads from her phone, telling him not to die just yet because it would be troublesome, before gently expressing her appreciation for his kindness, like when he lets her sit in his lap. Shizuka types out that she also appreciates when he lets her sit on his shoulder. Karen yells from the background, demanding to know if Shizuka is just a little animal mascot and if she really needs to ask at this point. Shizuka continues typing, stating that Rentaro truly is a warm and gentle person. Rentaro looks deeply moved, tears welling up in his eyes as he waits for her conclusion. Shizuka looks directly at Rentaro with tearful eyes and a deep blush, explicitly declaring her love for him. She adds that meeting him has made her the absolute happiest she has ever been. Hikari chimes in, agreeing that Rentaro really is quite kind, though her comment causes Rentaro to suddenly spray another geyser of blood from his nose. Hikari looks closely at his clenched fist, noting that his hands are big and bony, truly the hands of a man. Hikari explains that Rentaro is always using those great big hands to pat her on the head or embrace her. Suddenly flushing deeply, Hikari aggressively gropes her own chest, and excitedly adds that she also loves it when he gropes her, panting heavily as she expresses her absolute delight. Karen violently dropkicks Hikari from behind, sending her crashing face first into the floor. Karen furiously demands to know what Hikari is doing when she is not looking, while Hikari cries out that she is innocent and simply misspoke about a dream she had by mistake. Rentaro gently pats both Hikari and Karen on the head, reassuring them that everything is okay and neither of them is at fault, instead blaming the author for being messed up in the head. Hikari blushes deeply as she leans into his touch, noting that his hands are always so big and gentle. Hikari gives Rentaro a warm, tearful smile, sincerely telling him that being his girlfriend has made her the happiest person in the entire world. She then passionately declares her love for him. Hikari watches the interaction and agrees that Rentaro is kind, manly, and very dreamy, but adds that there is more to him. Without warning, Hikari violently smothers Rentaro face first into her massive chest, squeezing him tightly as she squeals about how he is just the cutest little thing. Hikari gently strokes Rentaro's head, noting that he is perfectly fine with her petting him like that, though a heavily blushing Rentaro stammers that he is actually not fine with it at all. Hikari then turns to Karen, pointing out that the way she has been aggressively knocking him around recently makes her feel like Karen is not taking the relationship seriously enough. Karen furiously retorts, asking if Hikari wants her to straight up kill him next time. Hikari gives a warm, tearful smile with a deep blush across her face. She sincerely thanks Rentaru for coming into this world before explicitly declaring her love for him. Mei smiles and states that she believes Rentaru is a very wonderful person as well, while Hahari reacts dramatically in the background. Kurumi questions Mei, pointing out that Rentaru is not even the person she likes the most. Mei corrects her, explaining that Rentaru has been teaching her many new different forms of happiness, specifically noting how much happiness he brings to Hahari. Mei explains that up until recently, she considered it inexcusable for anyone else to do a favor for her. She then asks Rentaru for permission to rub his shoulders, immediately giving him a spontaneous shoulder massage. Mei continues, stating that whenever she is privileged enough to receive anything from Rentaru, it warms her heart like nothing else can, while someone dryly notes the bizarre difference in emotion between her stoic expression and her heartfelt dialogue. Mei slightly opens her eyes, revealing a deep blush across her face. She tells Rentaru that she would be incredibly happy to remain in his company exactly as she is, before softly declaring her love for him. Kurumi awkwardly looks away with a heavy blush as the other girls look at her expectantly, while Rentaru violently vomits another massive fountain of blood in the background from the sheer joy of Mei's confession. Kurumi continues to nervously avoid eye contact as the silent anticipation builds. Karen steps forward, crossing her arms and blushing heavily as she starts to stammer out a tsundere denial, but she abruptly stops herself. Kurumi glances sideways with a deep flush, looking incredibly flustered by the attention. Still looking away with a heavy blush, Kurumi finally speaks up, noting that Rentaru always does certain things for her. Trembling with intense embarrassment, Kurumi lists off the ways he takes care of her, mentioning how he always gets her delicious food to eat and finds great restaurants for them to go to. She adds that whenever a convenience store has a limited time snack, he always makes sure to grab one for her without fail, but states that there is something even more important than all of that. Kurumi covers her face, blushing furiously with tears welling up in her eyes. She stammers out how unbelievable it is to think that he could genuinely like someone like her, before completely breaking down and crying out that she loves him. Karen suddenly grabs Kurumi and violently shakes her back and forth, furiously yelling at her for breaking first. A dizzy Kurumi apologizes to Karen, weakly noting that it is a good thing she already ate. The intense romantic onslaught causes Rentaru to suffer such a massive nosebleed that he is reduced to a literal skeleton. Rentaru quickly recovers and smiles warmly at Karen, gently reassuring her that it is perfectly fine if she does not want to say anything, as he fully understands. He adds that he knows how she can be a little shy when everyone else is around. Karen blushes heavily at his consideration. Looking up at him with a deeply flushed face, Karen stammers out that it is exactly that consideration and everything else about him that makes her feel a certain way. Karen continues crying and blushing heavily as she passionately declares that she likes and loves absolutely everything about Rentaru. The other girls immediately protest, complaining that saying she loves everything is a cheap cop-out and completely unfair, while the sheer emotional force of Karen's confession causes Rentaru to gush another massive fountain of blood. Rentaru cries tears of pure joy, sincerely thanking all of them and expressing how incredibly happy they have made him, but he notes there is a catch. With intense shining eyes, Rentaru unleashes an impossibly massive rapid-fire speech, detailing absolutely everything he loves about every single one of his girlfriends, starting from the tops of their heads to the tips of their toes, and going into extreme obsessive detail for each of them. The overwhelming, concentrated barrage of pure affection instantly hits all the girls at once, making their hearts throb violently as they blush and groan under the extreme emotional impact. Rentaru happily finishes his incredibly long speech by loudly declaring his love for all of them. Completely exhausted from his massive speech, Rentaru staggers and sputters out a weird noise, prompting Nano to gently hold his hand and ask if he is all right. The group decides to spend their free time at a karaoke joint. Rentaru notes that their family has grown quite large, requiring them to rent a massive room for their date. Iku happily suggests doing practice swings in the extra space, but Karen quickly shuts the idea down while Kusuri celebrates the roomy environment. Rentaru asks who wants to sing first, but the girls nervously make excuses, feeling too shy to sing in front of everyone. Seeing their hesitation, Rentaru volunteers to go first to help break the ice. Rentaru immediately acts as a sacrifice to bear all the shame himself, enthusiastically belting out an ultra-hard high-pitch song, a cringy anime theme, and an intense rap back-to-back, in order to lower the bar for everyone else. Renteru's sacrifice works perfectly, encouraging all the girls to grab microphones and happily sing their hearts out while he cheers them on from the table. Iku sings a refreshing summer song, Hikari performs a cute, sweet melody, and Karen belts out an intense, cool rock track with Renteru passionately fanboying and cheering for each of their unique performances. Kusuri sings an adorable children's song, Kurumi performs a heavy track about devouring the world, and Hahari delivers a sultry, sexy ballad, leaving Renteru overwhelmed with affection for all of them. Shizuka struggles to choose from the massive songbook. Mei stylishly sings a song entirely in French, and Nano precisely sings an analytical track about galactic imbalance, keeping Renteru eagerly cheering for their diverse talents. The entire group has a fantastic time laughing, clapping, and shaking maracas and tambourines as they enjoy the lively karaoke session together. While Shizuka quietly hums a song to herself at the drink dispenser, an exhausted Renteru stumbles into the hallway behind her, desperately begging for water after singing so much. Startled, Shizuka turns around as Renteru apologizes for coming out to get a drink and accidentally overhearing her singing. He clutches his chest with a heavy blush, completely overwhelmed by how cute the unexpected surprise was. Shizuka types an apology on her phone, explaining that he had to show her extra consideration earlier, but assuring him that she has a fully realized functionality to sing. Renteru recalls asking if she was all right with karaoke and realizes he should have known he was putting her out, noting that people who are bad at conversation can still sing perfectly well. Shizuka continues typing, admitting that she has never had a need to sing in public. She explains that the thought of irreparably ruining the atmosphere if she cannot properly sing is deeply frightening to her. Renteru smiles and reassures her that it is perfectly all right, stating that the most important thing is that she enjoys herself. He explains that whether she is singing or just listening, she can still enjoy the songs with everyone else, and he promises that the others feel the exact same way, since singing is not a requirement to have a good time at karaoke. As they hold hands and walk back down the hallway together, Shizuka types another message, adding a hesitant thought. Renteru gently tells her that if she does end up wanting to sing something, she should not feel like she needs to hold back. He reminds her that karaoke is more about having fun than singing properly, noting that even just humming along is perfectly fine. Shizuka reflects on the idea of wanting to sing, realizing that the thought had not even crossed her mind. She notes that she spent the entire time debating whether she had to force herself to sing or not, when she really should have been focusing on what she actually wanted to do. Looking at the group happily singing and cheering together, Shizuka realizes that she is not just in front of anybody, but in front of Renteru's family, leading her to believe that maybe she really could sing. Kusuri asks who is taking the next song, then reacts in shock as Shizuka steps up to the monitor. Kusuri secretly smirks, noting to herself that the room must be packed to the brim with her special drug that makes people super sensitive to cuteness. Shizuka gently sings about walking hand in hand with everyone she loves. The overwhelming cuteness of her performance creates a massive shockwave that violently blows Renteru and the rest of the girls away, instantly knocking them completely out. As Shizuka continues her adorable song, the rest of the group remains incapacitated on the floor. Nano struggles to hold her ground against the sheer cuteness, groaning that the unbelievable loveliness is causing her consciousness to fade. Iku pulls out a baseball bat and tells Nano to stay alert, offering to paddle her rear to wake her up. Nano demands to know where she got the bat, and Iku explains that a true baseball club member always keeps one in her clothes to become one with her weapon, which Nano furiously rejects. Nano questions how she is even standing, and Iku credits her fighting spirit and hard work. Concluding that getting hit is more rational than passing out from silent cuteness, Nano accepts Iku's offer and tells her to proceed. Iku winds up and enthusiastically announces her attack as she swings the heavy bat directly toward Nano. Nano automatically dodges the swing, snatches the bat from Iku's hands, and swiftly strikes Iku with it instead. Iku cries out in pain and demands to know if Nano is running a fully automatic self-defense system. The intense strike sends Iku flying directly into the wall with a massive crash. Nano immediately apologizes, insisting she did not mean to do that, but a heavily damaged Iku happily praises her great swing. Shizuka continues singing sweetly into the microphone. Nano realizes her situation is bad and that withstanding the cuteness is functionally impossible. Barely able to keep her eyes open, she weakly calls out Shizuka's name. Completely overwhelmed by the adorable performance, Nano finally collapses and crashes heavily into the wall next to Iku, prompting Iku to cry out her name in defeat. Shizuka reaches the emotional peak of her song. Mei struggles against the adorable pressure, noting that, even with Hahari incapacitated, it is her duty as a maid to protect everyone. She warns the surviving group that the chorus is coming, and they must brace themselves against its destructive power. As Shizuka begins, the powerful chorus, Mei steps directly into the line of fire, spreading her arms wide to shield the remaining girls, while shouting that no single person can withstand the chorus alone. The girls watch in shock as she takes the full brunt of the cuteness. A close-up reveals Mei's eyes shooting wide open in absolute overwhelming shock as the sheer force of Shizuka's cuteness hits her directly. Mei stares in absolute awe, murmuring to herself that it cannot be true. Overwhelmed by the cuteness, Mei envisions a bright hallucinatory world filled with smiling flowers, clouds, and chibi versions of the girls dancing joyfully around a giant Hahari. Mei realizes in awe that this must be the sublime inner landscape that Hahari constantly sees. Mei enthusiastically embraces the sublime vision just as the sheer force of the cuteness violently blasts her backward, crashing her directly into the wall. Someone cries out her name in defeat. Kurumi angrily groans that the whole ordeal is just making her hungry. Hikari theorizes that being constantly irritated might lessen the effect of the cuteness, asking Karen if that is the case. Karen furiously snaps back, demanding to know why Hikari acts like she is irritated 24/7. Hikari notes how frightening she is, while a heavily annoyed Kurumi grumbles to herself. Kurumi angrily questions what is so cute about puny little animals anyway, deeply frustrated that everything Shizuka does is always exactly the same. With tears in her eyes and a heavy blush, Kurumi furiously yells that Shizuka's behavior always makes her want to give her head pats, admitting in frustration that cuteness absolutely dominates in this situation. Karen questions what the problem is, and Hikari points out that Shizuka probably would not mind head pats anyway. Kurumi argues that since she is the junior, giving Shizuka head pats would be disrespectful. Overcome by the adorable conflict and her own hunger, Kurumi is violently blasted into the wall as Karen screams her name. Seeing the dire situation, Kusuri pulls out a vial and tells the remaining girls to drink it. Hikari asks if it is a drug that deafens them, and Kusuri proudly confirms that it is, revealing it literally makes the user's ears rot and fall off. A horrified Hikari immediately tells her to use it on herself first. Kusuri looks down at her empty cup and realizes that this entire disaster is happening because of her cuteness-enhancing drug in the first place. She then suddenly remembers that they can all simply take her negation drug to cancel the effects, much to Hikari's exasperation. Kusuri points out that without her drugs, such crazy and unrealistic events would not even happen, which Hikari dryly notes has never actually been an issue for them. Kusuri apologizes and prepares to take the negation drug, but Karen suddenly grabs her in panic, sensing something bad is about to happen. Shizuka begins a variation of the chorus. The renewed wave of cuteness immediately blasts Kusuri directly into the wall, shattering her vial as Karen screams her name. Hikari notes in despair that they have lost almost everyone and are the only two left, while Karen angrily tells her to stop using her as a human shield. Hikari dramatizes that she will never have Renterous baby at this rate and will have to settle for birthing Karen's child instead, prompting Karen to fiercely declare that she would be the mother in that scenario. Hikari politely clarifies that she was simply joking and asks Karen not to loudly declare her desire to bear her child. A deeply flustered Karen furiously yells back that she meant she wanted to be the mother for Renterous child. Hikari joyfully calls out to the unconscious Renteru, teasingly announcing that Karen just admitted she wants to have his baby. Karen completely loses her composure, loudly sputtering in absolute embarrassment. Caught completely off guard by her own teasing, Hikari is violently blasted into the wall by the next wave of the chorus. As Hikari bids her a dramatic farewell, Karen braces herself, declaring that she has successfully held on until the final chorus. Shizuka immediately launches into yet another chorus. The unexpected continuation instantly blasts a completely defenseless Karen right into the wall. Shizuka continues singing her sweet lyrics. The rest of the girls lay completely unconscious, piled on top of each other against the back of the sofa. Rentaro trembles violently against the overwhelming cuteness, realizing that if Shizuka finishes her song and sees the absolute bedlam in the room, it would completely break her heart. He passionately resolves that a true boyfriend must take the full brunt of his girlfriend's singing without plugging his ears, leaving him with only one option to survive. Rentaro steps forward with a microphone and offers his hand to Shizuka, turning her solo into a duet. He strategically reasons that his own loud singing will echo in his head and deafen him just enough to withstand the paralyzing cuteness of her voice. Shizuka happily accepts his hand. Together, Rentaro and Shizuka sing the rest of the song side by side in a beautiful, harmonious duet. Rentaro and Shizuka sing their duet, envisioning a cheerful world where they happily dance together, holding hands amidst smiling flowers. The rest of the girls finally regain consciousness, immediately gasping in shock as they witness the overwhelming power of the duet. The combined force of Rentaro and Shizuka's singing violently blasts the girls completely out of the karaoke room, sending them flying through a massive hole in the side of the building. Rentaro stands inside a mall, admiring a large, majestic statue of a goddess and noting how breathtaking the sunlight reflecting off it looks. A mysterious girl suddenly appears next to him, agreeing with his praise, but stating that the statue simply could never measure up to her own beauty. Rentaro notes to himself that he is glad he scoped out the area in advance for a future date, while the girl sighs dramatically, wondering if this is all the beauty she can expect to find. Rentaro turns his head, completely shocked by her sudden appearance. The girl confidently asks if he is staring because he is enchanted by her beauty. Rentaro stares at her in confusion as she strikes a dramatic, elegant pose, confidently congratulating him. Rentaro experiences a sudden shock as he feels the familiar zing of a soulmate connection. Rentaro wonders what is up with her, while the girl smiles warmly, asking if he is not overwhelmed by the joy of having a lover of such beauty, and graciously grants him the exclusive right to court her. She introduces herself as Utsukashisugi Mimimi, a second-year high school student. Rentaro introduces himself as a first year, which surprises Mimimi as she realizes he is her underclassman. She then admits she feels a scant amount of envy towards him. Mimimi pulls out a hand mirror and admires her own reflection, explaining that she is envious he gets to date a being of beauty like herself, leaving Rentaro to realize she is a total narcissist. She adds that while fortune is smiling upon him, he is currently not suited to be her lover. Mimimi confidently declares that she will take it upon herself to beautify him, telling him not to worry and to leave all matters of beauty to her. She immediately marches off toward the fashion corner, completely ignoring Rentaro as he begs her to listen to him. Rentaro emerges from the dressing room in a stylish, sparkling new outfit. Mimimi excitedly praises his beautiful look, but a heavily sweating Rentaro points out the exorbitant price tag on the white clothes. Mimimi casually tells him to leave the bill to her, declaring that no price is too great for beauty. Later, they sit together at a cafe drinking boba tea. Mimimi explains that chewing boba naturally produces a smaller, more beautiful face. Rentaro remembers how Shizuka has to chew a lot and realizes that makes sense since her face was always small. Rentaro cheerfully offers Mimimi some of his chocolate syrup. Mimimi pauses and stares intently at him. Mimimi shudders in absolute horror, dramatically refusing the offer. She explains that spilling even a single drop on her clothes would sully them irreparably, comparing the potential mess to a wretched avatar of filth, which Rentaro questions. As she sips her drink, Mimimi calmly notes that everyone in the cafe is looking at them, stating it is a matter of course that beautiful people attract attention because humans are fascinated by beauty. Rentaro agrees, telling her that putting himself aside, she certainly is very beautiful. Mimimi blushes and smiles smugly, while Rentaro internally notes that her reaction is actually more plain cute than beautiful. Mimimi proudly boasts that her beauty is completely unrivaled, but suddenly pauses to correct herself, musing that her beauty is currently peerless instead. Rentaro looks at her in confusion, wondering what she means by currently peerless. Mimimi confesses that she was actually surpassed in beauty by one person in her past. This revelation shocks Rentaro, who wonders who could possibly be more beautiful than Mimimi, immediately wondering if she is referring to Nano. Nearby, an obnoxious couple loudly criticizes Mimimi, calling her shallow and claiming her look is just the result of expensive clothes and heavy makeup. The boy laughs along, adding that wealthy people can look however they want, though he reassures his girlfriend that she is still cute. Mimimi remains calm, suggesting that those people are simply green with envy. Rentaro, however, loses his temper and stands up from his seat preparing to confront the insulting couple. Mimimi stops him explaining that dealing with envy is just a natural burden that beautiful people must carry in life. She dramatically declares that she is beautiful and alive, quoting Princess Mononoke, while correcting Rentaro when he thinks she sounds like Nausicaa. Rentaro is still frustrated by the couple's insults, but Mimimi remains unfazed, questioning how such inaccurate statements could possibly upset her. She points out that she earns all her money herself, goes on morning runs, and cuts costs wherever possible to fund her beauty. She emphasizes that true beauty is not merely bought with money, illustrating her point by using a facial roller and practicing princess-like speech from a guidebook. She explains that beauty requires constant daily work and is accumulated step by step through rigorous effort. Mimimi smiles warmly at Rentaro, explaining that beauty is not something simply bestowed upon a person, but rather something one must create for themselves. Her genuine words leave Rentaro looking deeply touched. Mimimi dramatically boasts that envy is just the ultimate proof of admiration, welcoming everyone to gaze upon her with envy in their hearts. Rentaro is completely amazed by her incredibly high level of self-affirmation. Overhearing her proud declaration, the insulting boyfriend suddenly stands up in a rage, demanding to know if Mimimi is trying to pick a fight with them. Mimimi simply looks back in mild confusion. The angry boyfriend holds up his drink and mockingly asks Mimimi if she is wearing a super important outfit that she worked incredibly hard to acquire. Without warning, the boyfriend intentionally splashes his dark beverage directly at Mimimi, sarcastically claiming that he is just being clumsy. Rentaro instantly leaps in front of Mimimi, taking the full force of the spilled drink on the back of his brand new white jacket to protect her from getting dirty. A security guard spots the commotion and rushes over, shouting at the group for disturbing the other customers. The insulting boyfriend mockingly laughs at Rentaro's protective gesture, but panics when he sees the guard approaching. The troublemaker flees the scene with the security guard hot on his heels. Rentaro apologizes to Mimimi for grabbing her and wraps his clean outer jacket around her shoulders, leaving her to ask in confusion why he would do such a thing. Mimimi stares at Rentaro in absolute shock, realizing that he knowingly let his own expensive new clothes get ruined just to keep her safe and clean. As the troublemaker tries to run away, his foot slips directly on a puddle of spilled boba tea on the floor. He crashes hard, crying out about being hoisted by his own tea, which a nearby onlooker calls poetic justice. Rentaro rushes forward and grabs the falling boy, desperately straining to hold him up and prevent him from crashing face first into the dirty floor. The bewildered boy falls back and angrily asks Rentaro what he is doing. Rentaro pantingly explains that since his own clothes were already ruined while Mimimis remained perfectly fine, he did not want anyone else to get dirty. Overwhelmed by Rentaro's sheer selflessness, the troublemaker bursts into tears, calling him a true boyfriend among boyfriends. He tearfully apologizes to both Rentaro and Mimimi, offering to pay for the damaged clothes, but Rentaro kindly reassures him that his apology is more than enough. The security guard pardons the troublemaker, deciding that his soul is not completely rotten yet. Meanwhile, Mimimi removes Rentaro's jacket and notes that he is truly beautiful even without such adornments, realizing his very heart is beautiful. She confesses that she was previously humiliated by a former friend's rejection, which made her too terrified to hear his response to her feelings earlier. Blushing heavily with tears welling in her eyes, Mimimi looks directly at Rentaro and sincerely confesses that she truly likes him, asking him to go out with her. Rentaro immediately accepts her confession, stating that he would love to go out with her. Mimimi is thrilled, but she quickly interrupts to state that there is something important she must tell him about herself first. Rentaro bluntly confesses that he already has 9 other girlfriends. This unbelievable revelation completely shocks Mimimi, who frantically asks if he is playing a joke on her. When Mimimi asks if that number includes her, Rentaro confirms that it does not. Upon realizing that she would make 10, Mimimi enthusiastically declares that 10 is a perfect milestone number and readily accepts the arrangement. She is then surprised to learn Rentaro's full name, wondering if he is related to her family. Suddenly, Nano and Shizuka appear carrying shopping bags, prompting a surprised Rentaro to call out their names. Shizuka happily notes the coincidence, recalling that Rentaro had mentioned going book shopping, while Nano confirms that the bookstore was indeed their destination. Rentaro happily offers to introduce Mimimi to them, explaining that they are two of the girlfriends he was just talking about. However, Mimimi freezes in absolute shock upon seeing Nano's face. Confused by her reaction, Rentaro asks if she already knows Nano. Gritting her teeth, Mimimi sweatily confirms that she obviously knows her. Mimimi loudly points at Nano, declaring that she is the single person who disgraced her by besting her in beauty in the past. Hearing this, Rentaro sweatily realizes that Mimimi's previous story was indeed about Nano. Rentaro realizes in horror that his random guess earlier turned out to be an accidental spoiler, realizing that he constantly has his girlfriends on his mind. Rentaro directly apologizes to the readers for his massive blunder, desperately pleading with them to continue reading the series despite the spoiler. Mimimi proudly states that she refuses to be part of any community that Nano is involved in, but adds that she also refuses to simply hand Rentaro over to her. Nano stands there looking completely indifferent to the drama. Mimimi boldly challenges Nano to a beauty contest, demanding that they bet their standing in Rentaro's family and that the loser be exiled forever. Rentaro sweatily questions what kind of bizarre back alley bet she is trying to make. Rentaro internally questions why Nano would ever agree to such a ridiculous bet, while Shizuka quietly remarks that a beauty pageant would be an highly inefficient use of their time. To everyone's absolute shock, Nano calmly accepts the challenge, agreeing to bet her standing. Rentaro and Shizuka freak out over her sudden compliance, with Shizuka crying out in dramatic panic. A flashback reveals the junior high beauty pageant where Nano was announced as the winner. While Mimimi stood in shock at her defeat, Nano indifferently stated that she never wanted to join the pageant in the first place and requested to leave early, forcing a devastated Mimimi to accept that beauty does not lie. In the flashback, a young Mimimi politely offered a handshake to Nano, praising her excellent performance and suggesting they work together as friends to push their beauty to even greater heights. In the flashback, Nano coldly rejected Mimimi's handshake, declaring that friendship is completely meaningless and that squandering time on the meaningless is merely wasting it. She then walked away, leaving Mimimi stunned. Nano stepped directly out onto the brightly lit stage, leaving a devastated Mimimi standing in the shadows behind her. Mimimi questioned where that outstretched hand was, now reflecting on her painful memory of being rejected. Back in the present, Mimimi clenches her fist and intensely declares to Nano that she will defeat her without fail. She vows that this victory will finally wipe away the disgrace she was stained with all that time ago. Rentaro explains to the group that Mimimi and Nano are going to hold a beauty-seeking contest to decide who gets exiled from Rentaro's family, while the other girls watch in anxious concern. With both contestants ready and poised, Rentaro signals the official start of the match, telling them to call out their findings as they see them. Karen immediately halts the start, screaming in frustration at the lack of details and demanding more information about the rules. Mimimi explains that she and Nano will compete by seeking out and calling out the beautiful qualities of each of the 9 other girls in the family. Mimimi details that Rentaro will act as the judge, awarding a point whenever he agrees a called-out quality is beautiful. The contestant with the most points for a specific girl wins that round, and whoever has the most wins across all 9 girls will be declared the overall victor. Karen remains highly skeptical about betting exile on such a bizarre game, but Mimimi claims that the World Beauty Association formally recognizes these rules. She then announces that the competition has already begun, giving them a 6-minute time limit per subject, and prepares to name their first target. Mimimi points directly at Karen, identifying her as the first subject, which leaves Karen highly offended. Before Karen can finish complaining, Rentaro quickly calls for the start, prompting both competitors to spring into action. Mimimi quickly praises Karen's refusal to let nonsense slide and her constant readiness to put things back on track. Rentaro immediately agrees and awards a point to Mimimi, prompting a deeply flustered Karen to angrily yell at Rentaro about where he learned such referee calls. Rentaro signals the next turn, and Nano instantly calls out Karen's sharp almond-shaped eyes as beautiful. Rentaro immediately agrees and awards a point to Nano, leaving an increasingly embarrassed Karen screaming in protest. Mimimi next praises Karen's sparkling golden hair, and Nano counters by calling her slender figure beautiful. The relentless barrage of direct compliments leaves a heavily blushing Karen completely overwhelmed and unable to speak. Crossing her arms and blushing furiously, Karen weakly tells them to forget it, while Hikari teasingly points out that taking a compliment every once in a while is not such a bad thing. The beauty-seeking competition continues in full swing. Mimimi and Nano rain compliments on Hikari, praising her mature charm and love for others, before turning their attention to Kurumi, calling out her emerald eyes and table manners. They move on to Shizuka, praising her well-kept black hair and proper conduct, and then to Kusuri, complimenting her distinct cowlick and passion for pharmacology, demonstrating that humans ultimately love to be praised. The game rolls on with everyone happily enjoying the praise. Mimimi and Nano compliment Ikka's blindingly toothy smile and sporty sweat, and then praise Mei's bountiful figure and high-class behavior. Panting heavily from the intense effort, Mimimi notes the current score is 3 wins for herself and 4 wins for Nano. Mimimi sweatily praises Nano's incredible ability to perceive beauty, but a calm Nano simply replies that this is not that kind of contest. Mimimi sweatily resolves that achieving victory in Nano's home turf would be a win in the truest sense, but worries that losing would prove it was a massive miscalculation to challenge Nano to this match. Shizuka is announced as the next subject. Recognizing that Nano and Shizuka spend a massive amount of time together, the group realizes Nano has an immense advantage and is guaranteed victory if she wins this round. Shizuka tearfully begs Nano to win to avoid being exiled, while Mimimi grits her teeth and prepares to make the first move. Nano begins her turn but calls out Shizuka's compact gentleness as cute, which catches both Mimimi and Rentaru completely off guard. Rentaru immediately rejects Nano's claim, raising his hand to declare that cuteness is not beauty, resulting in 0 points. Nano looks utterly shocked by this ruling. Mimimi immediately seizes her opportunity, calling out Shizuka's perfect regulation skirt length. Rentaru eagerly awards Mimimi a point, leaving a frustrated Nano to realize that her previous cute-centric approach has given her rival the upper hand. Desperate to recover, Nano tries again by praising the way Shizuka expresses her feelings through gestures as cute. Rentaru immediately cuts her off, once again ruling that cuteness does not qualify for points in a beauty contest. Due to her logic glitching under the pressure of Shizuka's cuteness, Nano loses the round, making Mimimi the winner of the 8th subject. With the scores tied at 4-4, Rentaru realizes the 9th and final round with himself, as the subject will decide who gets exiled. Mei steps forward to act as the referee for the crucial final round, promising to remain perfectly impartial. Mimimi eagerly calls for the start, and Mei officially signals for the round to begin. Mimimi starts strong by praising Rentaru's thick and beautifully kept eyebrows. Mei is about to award a point to Mimimi when Nano suddenly interrupts, asking if Mei is absolutely certain about her observation. This prompts Mei to open her eyes wide and inspect Rentaru's face closely. To everyone's absolute horror, Rentaru's prominent eyebrows have completely vanished. Rentaru calmly holds up a razor and reveals that he has completely shaved off his eyebrows to prevent Mimimi from scoring. The girls instantly panic and scream in horror over his bizarre appearance, while Karen has to physically restrain Shizuka from trying to shave off her own eyebrows in solidarity. Mimimi is utterly flabbergasted by the sudden turn of events, while Mei tearfully denies the point, ruling that there are no points awarded for being funny. Rentaru, undeterred, calls for the next turn to start. To counter any further beauty claims, Rentaru suddenly rips his uniform shirt completely open, despite Nano and Mimimi trying to praise the proper way he wears his clothes. A sweating Mimimi questions Rentaru's extreme actions, while Mei rules that no points are awarded for crazy behavior. Regardless of the madness, both Mimimi and Nano realize they must win at all costs to avoid being forced to part with Rentaru's family. In a frantic bid to secure points, Nano grabs scissors and begins rapidly snipping away at Rentaru's hair while listing off his neat features, balanced posture, and pure soul. The extreme physical transformation leaves the remaining girls looking on in complete and utter dread. Mei calls for the clock to stop as the time limit runs out. Mimimi and Nano sweat profusely in tense silence as they await Mei's final verdict. Mei officially declares the contest a tie, as Rentaru has deformed himself into a bizarre mustachioed bald figure wearing a pervert sash, wings, and a giant censorship bar. Because the match ends in a draw, Mei announces that there are no losers and absolutely nobody is getting exiled. The girls stare blankly at Renteru's terrifying new appearance. Mimimi deeply misinterprets the situation, assuming Renteru transformed himself into a monster out of deep consideration to let them settle their grievances properly. A heavily sweating Renteru weakly mutters that this is not why he did it. Hahari is incredibly moved, tearfully weeping that she has never witnessed anything so beautiful. Shizuka and Karen stare at her in deadpan silence, bluntly suggesting that Hahari needs to get both her eyes and her brain checked. Mimimi declares that in any competition against Nano, a draw is no different from a loss. She bids Renteru farewell and walks away, wishing him happiness with Nano. As Renteru tries to stop her, Nano commands her to wait, while Karen wonders what exactly happened between them in the past to cause such a grudge. Nano openly apologizes to Mimimi for trampling on her feelings during the junior high beauty pageant. Although Mimimi is shocked by the sudden apology after all this time, Nano acknowledges that it may be too little too late. Nano explains that getting to know Renteru and his family taught her the value of spending time with others, showing her a warmth that cannot be expressed simply in words. Nano admits she now understands the gravity of how she dismissed Mimimi in the past. She reveals that she accepted this competition in the hope of getting a second chance to properly receive Mimimi's feelings, though she does not presume she can fully make up for her past mistake. Nano expresses that she wants to end the ill will between them. Acknowledging that it might be presumptuous after all this time, she begins to make a request. Nano reaches out and takes Mimimi's hand, offering a warm handshake. Nano tearfully asks Mimimi to be her friend, which completely overwhelms Mimimi and moves her to tears as she recalls her junior high rejection. Mimimi breaks down, completely crying out loud from the overwhelming release of her long-held emotions. A brief flashback shows young Mimimi staring at Nano's indifferent expression after the beauty pageant. The flashback reveals that young Mimimi actually considered Nano to be an incredibly beautiful specimen and desperately wanted to be friends with her, though she was too nervous and trembled behind walls whenever she saw her. The flashback shows that Mimimi had secretly signed Nano up for the beauty pageant in hopes of making Nano the runner-up, so she could finally have a chance to talk to her and become friends on the award stage. Back in the present, a tearful Mimimi laments how long it took Nano to finally ask. Mimimi proudly declares that Nano has finally recognized her true beauty and graciously grants Nano the privilege of her friendship, though Nano calmly corrects her. Renteru's bizarre form pops up to award 100 points for friendship, while the other girls happily celebrate their reconciliation. Renteru, back to his normal appearance, sweatily asks the group if they would mind accepting Mimimi as his newest girlfriend. Mimimi proudly tells everyone to offer her their warmest welcomes, prompting Karen to dryly question her choice of words. Karen admits that even if Mimimi is a bit of an idiot, she is not all bad, though Mimimi wonders who she is talking about. Still in a fantastic mood from the compliments they received during the contest, the girls warmly welcome Mimimi to the family. Kurumi comments that Mimimi's arrogance only works because she is incredibly pretty, which Mimimi enthusiastically accepts as a compliment. Mimimi then announces that she will take it upon herself to beautify the entire family so they can truly match her level of beauty. Mimimi starts by applying makeup to Kusuri. Kusuri giggles that it tickles, but is absolutely amazed when she looks in the mirror and sees her newly beautified face. Mimimi advises that a properly seductive expression is what truly draws out a woman's charm. Kusuri tries her best, but only manages to make a bizarre, scrunched-up face, prompting a deadpan Karen to ask what she is doing. Mimimi observes that all of the girls are already highly beautiful despite not fussing over their appearances, leading her to wonder about their secret. Kusuri runs up to Renteru asking if she looks super pretty, and Mimimi asks if the group makes it a regular habit to kiss him. Karen shyly admits she is unsure if she would call it regular, and Hahari eagerly asks Renteru for a kiss. Mimimi explains she heard a theory that kissing a lover releases critical beauty hormones like serotonin, oxytocin, endorphins, and estrogen, making it the most effective cosmetic in existence. Convinced, she loudly orders everyone to take turns kissing Renteru. Renteru frantically tries to halt the idea, but the other girls are already on board and eager to try it. Hahari and Hikari tease that they merely want to become more beautiful for him, but worry it might burden him, prompting Renteru to passionately declare that they could never be a burden. As the girls eagerly prepare, Kusuri rustles in her bag and produces a special lip balm designed to make kisses feel extraordinarily amazing, which Renteru immediately suspects is an aphrodisiac. Nano applies the lip balm, rationalizing that stimulating the brain with pleasure is a logical way to produce more beauty hormones, and declares that the fastest way to learn is by doing. She immediately kisses Rentaro, prompting Mimimi to praise her efficiency, while Karen compares her behavior to a runaway car with no brakes. Nano presses her lips firmly against Rentaro's, initiating the intense medicated kiss. Nano is instantly hit with an overwhelming wave of pleasure and euphoria that feels like it is being injected directly into her brain. She trembles violently as her heart thumps, and she passionately confesses her love to Rentaro in her dazed state. Nano collapses to her knees in exhaustion, making a soft, sighing noise that completely stuns Rentaro. While Rentaro dizzily wonders if the lip balm is starting to affect him too, Kusuri suddenly glomps onto him to claim her turn for a kiss. The intense kiss leaves Kusuri heavily flushed and panting as her heart races. She stammers that her body feels incredibly weird and itchy before crying out her passionate love for Rentaro. Kusuri fiercely locks lips with Rentaro again, releasing all of her built-up romantic energy as she continues the wet kiss. Kusuri happily declares that the kiss felt amazing, though Shizuka doubts it was actually the kiss that felt good. Hahari suddenly dashes away in a panic to change her diaper, while Hikari and Karen smirk knowingly at the situation. As the group bickers, Shizuka quietly worries about holding everyone up, but Rentaro gently pulls her in for a kiss. Shizuka is instantly overcome with blissful sensations, passionately declaring her love for Rentaro and praising the immense happiness he brings into her life. Shizuka drops to her knees in a daze, prompting Rentaro to ask if she just sat down from the intensity. Mei stands nearby, looking completely dazed herself, weakly mutters that she wants to wait for Hahari's turn, but can no longer find the strength to stand. Kusuri playfully pats Mei on her head, commenting that she is acting just like a doggy. Meanwhile, Hahari pulls Rentaro in for a passionate embrace and kisses him deeply, instantly breaking down into tearful, incoherent mumbles of absolute affection as she screams her love for him. Overcome by the heat, Hahari unzips her clothes to reveal her black lingerie, prompting a blushing Rentaro to call her a professional harlot as Karen and Nano drag her away. Iku then sheepishly steps up to ask for her turn, and Rentaro readily agrees. Rentaro leans in and locks lips with Iku to begin her turn. The medicated kiss immediately challenges Iku's masochistic endurance. Although her heart throbs violently and she is deeply dazed, she resolves to endure the intense pleasure as far as she possibly can, treating it like a match where she refuses to concede defeat. Iku's legs shake and creak violently under the extreme physical and mental strain, leading someone to remark that her athletic career is on its last legs. Mei quickly steps in to catch her, declaring that she has had quite enough as Iku collapses in a daze. Karen crosses her arms, and Tsundere denies caring about kissing, though Nano dryly points out that she has already applied the shiny lip balm to her lips. Mimimi and Shizuka watch the interaction, with Shizuka remarking on the burden of Karen's tsundere karma. Karen frantically protests before Rentaro suddenly kisses her warmly, telling her she is cute. The intense kiss instantly breaks her tsundere defenses, causing her to blush furiously and cry out that she wants to kiss him all day, every day. While Karen aggressively hugs Rentaro, Nano insists she is telling the truth about it being a pro-wrestling bear hug, but Hikari dismisses the claim as unbelievable. Iku decides she will judge the truth of the hug herself, as Hahari screams in horror that Karen is going to completely break Rentaro's spine with her crushing squeeze. Karen obliges and gives Iku a powerful bear hug, which a masochistic Iku painfully enjoys in the background. Meanwhile, Rentaro remains heavily dazed from the medicated kisses, apologizing to Kurumi for not noticing her and asking if she is all right, which causes Kurumi to become deeply flustered. Kurumi makes a grumbling noise before suddenly lunging forward to kiss Rentaro. With her heart racing, she passionately confesses that she absolutely loves his kisses and has deep feelings for him. Kurumi continues to kiss Rentaro deeply, even nibbling on his lips as she wants to keep tasting him. When Rentaro tries to get her to stop, she tells him to shut up, arguing that her younger age does not make her a little kid. Rentaro suddenly pulls away, loudly warning Kurumi that Shizuka is watching them. As Shizuka covers her face in embarrassment, Kurumi immediately panics and apologizes. Shizuka is overwhelmed by intense sensations, feeling like her entire body is floating away as she thinks only of her love for Rentaro. Rentaro pulls her close for a deep kiss, prompting her to passionately confess her feelings as her heart races. The sheer pleasure of the kiss causes Shizuka to literally float up into the air, rendering her completely unable to move. A panicked Rentaro desperately tries to reach out and catch her as she drifts away. Nano instantly leaps in to save Shizuka, catching her in a graceful princess carry. Shizuka clutches her phone in embarrassment as Nano asks her if she is unharmed. Hikari steps up next, eagerly requesting her turn to kiss Rentaro. As they lock lips, Hikari is hit with an overwhelming rush of pleasure, completely melting her brain and driving her to repeatedly stammer her intense love for Rentaro. The explosive force of the kiss triggers a massive nosebleed that launches Hikari directly into the air like a rocket. Rentaro and the onlookers watch in complete shock as Hikari flies upward with a dazed cry. Rentaro frantically calls out Hikari's name as she falls back down. Hikari blinks, slowly regaining consciousness in a completely dazed state. Nearby, Karen trembles and quivers in absolute paralysis, unable to move her body as a panicked Rentaro desperately asks if she is all right. Still heavily hallucinating from the intense kiss, a flushed Hikari stares at Karen and weakly mutters the combined name of Kuntaru-kun, leaving a highly offended Karen to demand to know who she is talking about. Hikari suddenly lunges forward and plants a deep, passionate kiss directly on Karen's lips. Karen freezes in absolute shock, her heart thumping and throbbing violently as she is caught completely defenseless. Hikari enthusiastically snaps photos of the unexpected kiss with her phone, unleashing a massive nosebleed that May frantically tries to catch. A furious Karen immediately puts Hikari in a tight headlock, sweatily demanding to know what they saw, prompting a panicking Hikari to quickly hide her phone and claim they saw absolutely nothing. With the other girls incapacitated, Mimimi steps up to Rentaro and asks if he is fully prepared to a truly beautiful kiss with her. As the two lean in close together, Rentaro's heart beats rapidly as he realizes just how astonishingly beautiful Mimimi is up close. Mimimi is overcome with intense emotion as she kisses Rentaro. She thinks to herself about how much she likes him and feels her brain releasing a massive wave of beautifying hormones, declaring that the kiss feels absolutely incredible. Mimimi glows with energy and declares she is becoming beautiful just as the school bell rings. Afterwards, Rentaro pants heavily and notes they have done enough kissing for today, while Kusuri wonders if they all became pretty, and the other girls complain about them treating hormones like gravy in a cooking manga. Rentaro turns around and screams in absolute shock as he realizes the girls' entire art style has transformed, giving them giant sparkly eyes and a classic shoujo appearance. Meanwhile, Rentaro's own body has transformed into a hyper-detailed statuesque appearance. Hikari reacts with intense admiration, prompting Karen to loudly shout that he is not even a drawing anymore. The scene transitions to an astronomical observatory where investigators examine photos of the sun and announce that its solar activity is reducing dramatically. The investigators discuss how the solar decline is causing abnormal weather throughout the country, humorously pointing out how seasons and time have abnormally stretched across the previous chapters. A researcher slams his hands on the frozen desk as ice begins to form, declaring that at this rate, it will only be a matter of months before the Earth falls into another ice age. Back at the school, Karen asks a brooding Rentaro if something is the matter. Rentaro looks back in confusion as Kusuri prepares to reveal the reason behind his mood. Kusuri suddenly yoinks a black wig off Rentaro's head, revealing his bald scalp from the earlier beauty contest. She then happily holds up a special hair growth drug she developed to fix his hair. Hikari attempts to narrate how they used the drug to experiment with new hairstyles, prompting Karen to tell her to shut up while May prepares to act as the designated hairstylist. The girls proudly present their new highly stylish haircuts. Rentaro is completely overwhelmed and dazed by the massive burst of wonderful charm from his girlfriends. Hikari is so captivated by how cute everyone looks that a waterfall of drool pours out of her mouth as she mutters her delight while May deadpans and the other girls chat in the background. Hikari asks Kusuri about her hair manipulation drug. Realizing that combining it with the hair growth drug will enable tentacle play, Hikari quickly drinks both vials, sending Kusuri into an immediate panic. Kusuri frantically screams at Hikari to vomit up the mixture because combining those drugs is highly dangerous. Hikari calmly dismisses the warning as her hair suddenly begins to move and swirl around her. Hahara's hair rapidly grows into thick, powerful tentacles that whip through the air and wrap around her, leaving the onlookers in absolute shock. As Hahara's hair forms, a giant cocoon, Kusuri warns everyone that they are in danger and need to run. Mei desperately leaps forward to save Hahari, but she is immediately hit and sent flying by a powerful whip of Hahara's hair. Rentaro leaps forward and successfully catches Mei as she is launched backward, though the force of the impact causes his foot to land awkwardly with a loud, painful crack. Mei frantically apologizes to Rentaro for causing him harm, while Rentaro winces in pain as his sprained ankle throbs violently, forcing him to ask Mei to lend him a shoulder. Behind them, Kusuri warns that Hahara's wild hair is still actively chasing them and urges Mei to run. The group runs toward the rooftop exit as the pursuing hair looms closely. Karen asks Kusuri what is happening, and Kusuri explains that the hair manipulation drug connects Hahara's brain to her hair, while the hair growth drug actively stimulates and strengthens it, creating a dangerous combination when taken together. Kusuri gravely warns that humanity is not ready for this level of power, explaining that Hahari can no longer control her hair because it has directly hijacked her brain. Kusuri details that since hair has no inherent intelligence, it can only operate via Hahara's base instincts, which Kurumi notes makes the outcome extremely obvious. The girls realize that Hahara's instinct will drive her hair tentacles to grab and stroke anything cute. As they flee down the stairs, Kusuri and Hakari note that they must keep moving since Hahari would likely capture them and never let go for the rest of their lives, leaving Mimimi to agree that fleeing is their only option. Mei helps Rentaro hobble down the stairs while the rest of the group races through a doorway, with Kurumi shutting the door behind them just as the hair tentacles squeeze through the gaps. Kurumi pushes Mei out of the way of an incoming hair tentacle, but the sudden movement causes Kurumi to lose her footing and tumble helplessly down the stairs. A hair tentacle suddenly wraps around Kurumi's waist and lifts her into the air. The hair begins to gently stroke her, leaving her heavily blushing and dazed as she quietly calls out Hahara's name. Kurumi is completely captured and suspended in the air, blushing intensely as the hair squeezes her. While Rentaro and Mei call out to her in panic, Karen yells insults at Hahari, but Nano grabs Karen to pull her away, warning that she will suffer the same fate if she turns back. Suddenly, the terrifying perverted vice principal charges down the hallway toward them, screaming that running is forbidden unless they want a kiss. Karen frantically screams that another threat is dead ahead as the group runs in terror. A massive wall of hair suddenly bursts into the hallway, cutting off their escape route. Karen and Mimimi scream in panic as they realize they are being completely flanked and must find a new way out immediately. Knowing this disaster is her fault, Kusuri hands several test tubes to the group and tells them to use them when necessary before turning to run. Kusuri is suddenly grabbed and lifted into the air by Hahara's hair tentacles. As she is squeezed, she desperately shouts for the others to run while there is still time, while Rentaro reaches out in panic. While Nano warns that more enemies are incoming, Karen forcefully shoves Rentaro and Mei forward to keep them moving. Hakari suddenly pushes Karen away, prompting a confused Karen to ask what she is doing. Hakari resolves that she must take responsibility and clean up her mother's mess herself. Hahara's hair immediately grabs Hakari, but Karen firmly grabs Hakari's hand and refuses to let go. Although Hakari begs her to release her, Karen stubbornly refuses, declaring that she will not let go even if it kills her. As Hahara's hair wraps around Karen's arm, Karen screams in pain that her arm is going to be torn off, prompting an apologetic Hakari to loosen her grip. Both Hakari and Karen are completely captured and squeezed by the hair, leaving them blushing and crying out in embarrassment. Rentaro looks back in despair, calling out their names as the remaining girls rush toward the exit, hoping to escape via a car. Upon reaching the school gate, Mimimi and Shizuka look on in absolute shock as they find the lobby completely filled with their captured classmates, all bound and suspended in the air by Hahara's hair, prompting Mimimi to remark that the scene looks like it is straight out of a classic harem manga. Mimimi remarks that the manga illustrator has been looking for an opportunity to draw such risque scenes, while Nano counters that the writer is just as eager to see it, leading Karen to declare that both creators are ultimately two peas in a pod. The group runs toward Hahara's black luxury sedan. Mimimi happily notes that the car is completely safe and untouched by the hair, while Shizuka and Nano agree that Hahari lacks the capacity to lust after an inorganic machine. However, as they pile inside, May grips the wheel in a sweat and announces that the vehicle will not move as the engine grinds in place. May notices that a massive clump of hair is tangled in the tires, preventing them from turning, while Rentaro frantically wonders if the manga has suddenly decided to care about realism. Suddenly, a loud thud on the car catches Rentaro's attention. Rentaro looks out the window to find Iku and Karen standing behind the car, pushing the heavy vehicle with all their might. Iku yells at May to put the pedal to the metal while Rentaro shouts their names in shock. Karen and Iku strain violently as they push the heavy car forward, forcing the tangled hair to yield. Sensing their determination, May closes her eyes in solemn understanding and prepares to accelerate. With a loud screech, the car speeds away, leaving Iku and Karen behind. Karen laughs that their move was a bit too showy, but Iku suddenly tells her to hand over her baseball bat and stick her butt out. May and the others inside the car look out the window in shock as a loud metal clang echoes. It is revealed that Iku used the bat to hit Karen like a baseball, launching her directly through the air toward the roof of the high-rise building. Karen is caught mid-flight by Hahara's hair tentacles. As she is squeezed, she blushes furiously and screams her usual tsundere complaints, crying out that the tight squeeze does not feel good at all. May notes that the hair has been laying in wait along the outer walls of the buildings as massive tentacles sweep toward their car. Outside, Iku leaps onto the car's hood with another bat, vowing to make an opening for them. Iku's arms are quickly grabbed and coiled by the hair tentacles, pulling her body in opposite directions. Despite her limbs being violently strained, she smiles and blushes as she calls out to Karen. Iku is completely captured and suspended in a wide split by the hair tentacles. Flush with masochistic ecstasy, she happily gasps that the intense stretching hurts incredibly, while Rentaro cries out her name in despair. The car speeds away from the school grounds, but Mimimi points out in horror that the hair has already spread far beyond the campus, completely blanketing the streets and capturing terrified pedestrians. A giant tidal wave of hair looms over the city streets. Faced with a massive wall of hair blocking their path, May is forced to slam on the brakes, bringing the car to a screeching halt. Shizuka warns that there are no longer any safe areas on the ground, prompting Mimimi to suggest escaping to the rooftop of a nearby high-rise building. May urges Rentaro and the others to run, declaring that she will stay behind to manage the vehicle. May and Shizuka look back with determined expressions as Shizuka consumes Cucerus rabbit drug, growing bunny ears, and leaping out of the car with May to act as a highly visible cute decoy. Rentaro calls out to them in panic as the car speeds off, drawing the hair tentacles away. The decoy car speeds away through the streets with Shizuka hanging out of the window to amplify her cuteness and lure the tentacles. Meanwhile, Nano explains the plan to Rentaro as they run, noting that Shizuka sacrificed herself to act as a distraction. Nano points out that the elevator lobby is completely clogged with captured civilians, leaving them with no choice but to take the stairs. Rentaro runs ahead in tears, declaring that they must keep moving so that everyone else's sacrifices do not go to waste. Rentaro, Nano, and Mimimi run up the endless staircase together, panting heavily and sweating from the extreme physical strain. The trio finally reaches the rooftop after climbing 48 floors. Rentaro collapses onto his knees in exhaustion, but freezes in absolute horror as he looks over the railing and sees a massive city-wide sea of hair tentacles completely blanketing the metropolis. The view pans out to outer space, revealing that the entire planet Earth has been completely enveloped and covered by a massive thick layer of Hahara's hair, leaving the narrative to wonder if this is truly the end. A news reporter reporting from a helicopter states that the entire world has been covered in a mysterious, pleasant-smelling substance, while the narrative wonders if the series is not over after all. Down on the streets, people desperately try to pull their friends out of the encroaching sea of hair as more individuals are swallowed up. The reporter watches from her helicopter window and laments that the world might end before she can release her debut single, while Mimimi notices a strand of hair heading toward them. Suddenly, the hair tentacles reach up and entangle the helicopter's propellers, causing the aircraft to grind to a halt and explode in mid-air. Nano readies a box cutter while Mimimi prepares a hairbrush, confidently declaring they will cut and comb through any approaching hair as they praise each other's beauty and skill. Rentaro crouches on the rooftop in pain, unable to move due to his sprained ankle, while a massive shadow of hair looms directly over him. Nano and Mimimi charge forward using the box cutter and brush to slice and deflect the incoming hair tentacles away from Rentaro. Both Nano and Mimimi are suddenly grabbed by the ankles and captured by the hair, leaving a panicked Rentaro to scream their names as they are pulled away. Mei and Shizuka suddenly arrive in a helicopter, dropping a rope ladder down to the rooftop to pick up Rentaro. Rentaro looks up in complete shock at the sudden arrival of Mei and Shizuka as they yell down to him from the ladder. Shizuka explains that her rabbit ears amplified her hearing to help locate him, while Mei reveals they retrieved the helicopter from the Hanazono residence, casually noting it is normally used to spy on Rentaro in open-air baths. Rentaro tries to reach out to Nano and Mimimi, but they urge him to escape before he gets caught declaring that he is the only one who can save the world as Hahara's lover. Nano and Mimimi are pulled into the air and tightly squeezed by the hair, leaving Rentaro to scream their names in despair as they succumb to the daze. As the helicopter flies out of the hair's reach, Rentaro resolves to fix the situation and tells Shizuka they must fly directly to the origin of the disaster. The helicopter flies over the city and approaches a massive rumbling whirlpool of hair at the center of the storm. At the center of the vortex, Hahari is suspended and bound by her own out-of-control hair, dizzily weeping and apologizing to Rentaro and everyone else for the disaster she caused. Having arrived at the rooftop where the hair vortex is located, Mei and Shizuka express their concern about Rentaro's plan, but Rentaro confidently declares that he will be fine as Hahara's boyfriend. He suddenly leaps out of the helicopter into the vortex, reasoning that since Hahara's instincts animate the hair, he can survive the fall and reach her if he is slowed down, gradually resolving to wake her up even if he breaks every bone in his body. Rentaro plummets directly into the thick cluster of hair, which suddenly shapes itself into a giant hand that catches him and breaks his fall. Rentaro drifts down into the pitch-black core of the massive hair vortex. Rentaro lies dazed in a dreamlike space as a gentle, familiar voice calls out to him. The spirit of Hahara's late husband appears in the dreamlike space, patting Rentaro's head and expressing how touched he is by Hahara's current happiness and Rentaro's willingness to risk his life to protect it. He tells Rentaro that he and Hahari are too precious to be ignored before sending him back on his way. Rentaro wakes up safely on a soft cushion of hair, and looking up, he spots Hahari suspended in the center of the vortex and weakly calls out her name. Rentaro stands up on the throbbing floor of hair and runs over to Hahari, shaking her and desperately begging her to wake up, but she remains completely still and asleep. Rentaro realizes that Hahari is not in an ordinary sleep, because the drug has whisked away her very consciousness, concluding that he must reach her heart and consciousness directly by pressing his hand against her. Rentaro pulls Hahari close and kisses her deeply, prompting Hahara's eyes to flutter open slightly as she dizzily mutters his name. Hahari wakes up completely and bursts into tears of absolute despair, lamenting that she has woken up too late because her hair has already enveloped the entire planet, and weeps over the disaster she has caused. Rentaro gently embraces the weeping Hahari, warmly reassuring her that everything is going to be all right. He then asks if she forgot that she drank another drug besides the hair growth drug, leaving Hahari completely confused. Kusari happily announces to Mei and Shizuka that the hair stopped moving a while ago now that Hahari is awake. Nearby, a quivering Hikari and Karen are still heavily flushed and dazed from the pleasure of being squeezed by the hair tentacles, with Hikari weakly begging her mother to stop already. Shizuka and Mei wonder what they should do with all the remaining hair, with Mei shooting down Shizuka's suggestion to burn it as a scorched earth tactic. They suddenly pause as they hear a rustling noise and watch the massive walls of hair begin to slide and shift. Hahari and Rentaro hold hands as the massive hair tentacles begin to pull back and ascend into the sky. Across the entire world, citizens look up in wonder as the hair retreats from major global landmarks. The massive layer of hair retracts completely from the earth, launching out into deep space like a giant swirling shadow. Rentaro and Hahari watch from the rooftop as the sky clears, leaving only a single hair follicle floating in the breeze. Sometime later, a hand knocks firmly on the front door of Hahari's massive mansion. Inside the mansion, Hahari lies depressed under her bed covers, gripping her sheets in guilt. Outside her door, Shizuka and Mei carry a tray of food, begging her to eat and reassuring her that everything has been taken care of. Rentaro enters the bedroom, telling Hahari that there is something she really needs to see on his phone. He sits by her bed and shows her a live news broadcast reporting on the hair-like substance that covered the planet the previous day. Hahari stares at the phone screen in shock as the news broadcast reveals that despite the unprecedented scale of the event, there were 0 casualties because the soft hair prevented any injuries, with citizens even praising its pleasant fragrance and comparing it to a warm mother's embrace. The news broadcast then transitions to a live feed from the Sun Observation Lab located at the North Pole, where the researcher from earlier stands ready to present his latest findings. The researcher explains that when Hahari's hair launched into the sun, it acted as firewood and sparked the sun's activity back up, effectively preventing the impending ice age. Rentaru gently points this out to Hahari. Rentaru tells Hahari that she saved the entire planet while looking back at his phone to recall how terrified they had been earlier when they first read about the impending ice age and wondered how to survive it. Rentaru and Hahari gently clasp each other's hands on the bed. Hahari tearfully thanks Rentaru, unable to believe her luck, while Rentaru smiles warmly as Hahari reflects that his brave solution didn't just save the planet and the sun, but also completely freed her from her immense guilt. Suddenly, the door slams open as Karen and all the other girls burst into the room to cheer Hahari up, offering various presents, workouts, and medications to help lift her spirits. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Hahari weeps tears of joy as she embraces her friends, with the narration concluding that Hahari has essentially become the mother of all humanity to end their bizarre hair-styling adventure. At school, Shizuka notices that Kurumi is absent from their usual lunch spot again, and Rentaru confirms she sent him a message saying she is eating in the cafeteria today as well. Kusuri despondently wonders if Kurumi no longer wants to eat with them, while Karen admits that the prolonged separation feels lonely, and Hikari dramatically claims that the distance is too painful to bear. While Hahari and Hikari lament that they cannot feed Kurumi or coerce her into a dress-up show, Karen furiously yells that Kurumi's absence is entirely their fault. Just then, they spot Kurumi walking nearby. Rentaru decides to approach Kurumi directly as the other girls watch from a distance, feeling increasingly worried about her well-being. Kurumi turns around with a deeply hostile glare, demanding to know if they have a problem with her, which reminds Rentaru of her standoffish behavior when they first met. As she walks away, insisting nothing is wrong, Karen admits she found the hostile thrill of her glare exciting. Rentaru stops her and gently explains that everyone is simply worried about her, causing a heavily blushing Kurumi to freeze in place. Kurumi shyly confesses that she has been constantly thinking about a certain flavor she cannot get out of her mind, prompting the other girls to immediately crowd around her and loudly promise to cook, order, or buy whatever she desires. Hiding her intensely blushing face under her hood, Kurumi sweatily whispers that the flavor she is craving is the taste of a French kiss. Rentaru and the entire group of girls instantly freeze in absolute wide-eyed shock at her unexpected romantic confession. Karen loudly protests that a kiss is not a food, prompting a deeply embarrassed Kurumi to explain that she watched a movie and hasn't been able to stop thinking about it, which is why she has been so hungry and irritated lately. Without warning, Hahari suddenly leaps in and scoops Kurumi up in a tight, affectionate hug. Kurumi explains that she kept her distance because she did not want to subject any of them to her irritation. Hearing this, Hahari deduces that Kurumi was avoiding them out of love rather than hatred, causing the other girls' hearts to throb at her sweet consideration. Kurumi states that she knows she cannot ask Rentaru for a French kiss because she understands he cares about all his girlfriends equally and wants to be fair to everyone, adding that they should wait until they are older to do anything thoughtlessly. Kurumi screams in embarrassment that such actions would not be very family-friendly, while Shizuka covers her face in sheer bashfulness. Kurumi explains that she does not want any special treatment or a head start compared to the other girls. However, she clenches her fist and grumbles that this decision means she will remain stuck with her constant irritation. Blushing heavily, Kurumi tearfully confesses that she really misses eating lunch with all of them. Hahari tearfully asks Kurumi if a French kiss from her would help soothe her, but Karen immediately shuts her down by screaming that Hahari is not even an option. To Hikari's absolute shock, Kurumi mutters that she would actually agree to Hahari's offer if it helped abate her irritation even slightly. Rentaru panics over how he can help Kurumi, while Kurumi eats a fresh tomato, only to find that even her favorite food cannot satisfy her craving, prompting Hahari to dramatically weep over Kurumi preferring tomatoes to her mother's affection. Hahari desperately begs Kurumi to sell her the tomato she kissed, only for Kurumi to bluntly reply that she already ate it. When a drooling Hahari asks if she would eat a tomato that has already been Frenched and increasingly irked, Kurumi tells her to be quiet. While Hikari dismisses Kurumi's irritation as a simple rebellious phase, Rentaro has a sudden realization and dramatically points at Kurumi, loudly asking her to go on a date with him. Kurumi initially tells Rentaro to take a hike, but when Rentaro explains they can get Italian food made with tomatoes, she immediately changes her mind and eagerly tells him to hurry up and go. As the other girls watch them secretly from around a corner, Rentaro and Kurumi arrive at an Italian restaurant where Kurumi asks to wash her hands while Rentaro goes to secure a table. When Kurumi returns, she is shocked to find their table already fully loaded with food. Rentaro cheerfully explains that he pre-ordered a tomato surprise using his phone so they could eat without waiting. Kurumi happily eats a slice of tomato pizza with absolute delight while Rentaro watches her with a warm, content smile. After their meal, Rentaro wins a stuffed toy for Kurumi from a crane game, and the two happily walk hand in hand down the street while Kurumi carries her new prize. They sit down on a bench to rest and eat soft-serve ice cream, with Kurumi happily enjoying her treat. Rentaro looks directly at Kurumi and softly offers to teach her the taste she is so curious about, leaving her blushing furiously in sheer surprise. Kurumi frantically protests that it would be unfair to the other girls, but Rentaro gently reassures her and promises that he will make sure her fears of unfair treatment never come to pass. When a flustered Kurumi points out that they cannot kiss on a public bench, Rentaro sweatily reveals that he has already booked a private room for them at a nearby hotel. Inside the quiet, dimly lit hotel room, Kurumi slowly slips her headphones off her neck as she and Rentaro lean in close together and a gentle, intimate kiss. Kurumi and Rentaro lean in close and a gentle, flushing kiss. The quiet moment is suddenly interrupted by a click as a power outage plunges the room into complete darkness. Rentaro checks if Kurumi is all right, and she assures him that she is fine. Once the power returns, Rentaro asks if they should continue, and a blushing Kurumi softly agrees. They lock lips once more, resuming their passionate kiss. Kurumi is instantly overwhelmed by the intensity of the sensation, blushing deeply as Rentaro holds her face and kisses her deeply. Kurumi is brought to tears of joy thinking about how much she loves the flavor of the French kiss. Her irritation completely vanishes as she detects a faint tang of tomato on his lips, thanking him in her mind. Rentaro gazes at her warmly, noting that her expression has become incredibly gentle as he successfully delivers peace to her. Suddenly, a sigh of relief echoes from the duplicate Rentaro, prompting the real Rentaro to peek out from behind the headrest in absolute shock and confusion. Rentaro screams in panic over a massive drawing mistake in the manga manuscript, pointing out that there are two Rentaros in the room. He notices a projector sitting nearby and wonders what it is doing there, realizing that Hahari had mentioned something about it earlier. The mystery is explained as projection mapping, where Rentaro's image is projected onto Hahari wearing full-body projection tights. To set this up, Rentaro had made a quick phone call while Kurumi was washing her hands, allowing the group to install projectors from the ceiling, floor, and sides to project his likeness onto her. To make the illusion seamless, Hahari ate the same tomato dish beforehand so their mouth tastes would match, and Rentaro spoke from behind his clone. Once the kissing started, the collaborators turned the lights off to allow Hahari to take Rentaro's place under the cover of darkness. The narrative concludes the detailed exposition, allowing the intense, passionate kiss to continue as the duplicate enjoys the deep sensation of the embrace. Kurumi opens her eyes in confusion as Hahari suddenly loses control, clattering out of the projection's range. Rentaro watches in shock as, a crying visible, Hahari declares her love and runs toward Kurumi. Hahari, completely unmasked in her full-body projection tights, aggressively lunges forward to kiss Kurumi while making wet, slurping noises, prompting Kurumi to scream in complete terror and shock. Kurumi collapses backward onto the floor, realizing with absolute dread that the sheer, perverted energy of the voice belongs to Hahari. Hahari blindly gropes around the room, making slurping noises as she wonders where Kurumi went. Kurumi realizes that Rentaro used a double to satisfy her craving for a French kiss without actually kissing her himself, keeping his promise to remain completely fair to everyone. She feels immense gratitude and tears up while Rentaro warmly reassures her. Suddenly, the room is thrown into a dramatic tension as the other girls arrive, prompting a shocked Kurumi to exclaim in surprise. Kurumi asks if they also suffered a similar kissing ordeal, and they reveal that every single one of them has the exact same emotional scar. They explain that after drinking Kusurus' sleeping drug, they all fell asleep in a row while a blindfolded Hahari picked one of them completely at random to French kiss, meaning none of them can claim to have escaped the ordeal cleanly. Kurumi frantically asks why they would go through such an irreversible ordeal just for her sake. Meanwhile, Hikari breaks the fourth wall, offering to reveal the identity of the chosen victim to the readers so they do not lose sleep over the mystery. It is revealed that the victim who received the French kiss from Hikari was Hikari. The narrative notes that Hikari was already heavily subjected to such motherly kisses during her infancy, meaning one more made absolutely no difference to her anyway. The girls warmly surround Kurumi, explaining that sharing happiness in a family also means sharing pain together, and that she will never have to carry her burdens alone. Tears well up in Kurumi's eyes as she looks at her supportive family while Rentaro happily observes their restored bond. The girls group up to warmly embrace Kurumi, celebrating their strong bond. Nearby, a blindfolded Hahari continues to crawl around on the floor in her projection suit, searching for someone to kiss. Rentaro tightly hugs Hahari in her projection suit, thanking her and praising her as the true MVP of the day, leaving her happily surprised as the chapter ends. The next chapter begins with Mimimi holding a makeup queen lecture for the other girls who gather around to learn and ask questions about skincare and anti-aging, while Rentaro bids them a safe trip home before jogging. On his way home, Rentaro spots his classmate Meme Kakure walking ahead. Though they have never spoken before, her striking character design with extremely long bangs covering her face makes her impossible to forget. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind sweeps through the street, followed by a loud scream. The strong wind completely blows Kakure's skirt and underwear away, but she is far more panicked about holding down her long bangs, frantically crying out to keep her face covered. Rentaro points out that her underwear has flown away, but Kakure is completely fixated on keeping her face covered, arguing that her bangs are far more important. Suddenly, a flying signboard comes hurtling toward her from behind. Rentaro screams a warning for Kakure to watch out as the heavy sign, seemingly aimed with maximum force, flies directly toward her head while she remains frozen in place. Rentaro dives forward, catching Kakure just in time as the heavy signboard flies past. Rentaro stands up with a sigh of relief, asking her if she is okay. Kakure lies on the ground, replying in a quiet, flustered voice that she is fine and thanking him for the help. The eye-obscuring sensor bar on Kakure's face suddenly zips off. Rentaro gets a shocking, extremely brief glimpse of her face, leaving him completely stunned as she reacts in absolute panic. Kakure immediately grabs her face, desperately holding her bangs down as she screams out that her face must remain covered, while Rentaro reminds her that life is more important than bangs. Kakure apologizes and tries to thank Rentaro while sitting on the floor, explaining that she is an incredibly shy individual who cannot bear to have anyone look at her face. Rentaro kneels down next to her, reassuring her that he is just glad she is safe. Rentaro mentions that her life should be her top priority, but Kakure weakly argues that keeping her bangs down comes right after in importance. Rentaro then addresses her by name, making Kakure realize that he can actually perceive her existence and prompting her to ask if he is some kind of supernatural being, since people usually do not notice her. Kakure explains that she tries very hard to blend in as a background character by hiding her face. Rentaro points out that her massive eye-covering bangs actually draw much more attention from people than they avoid. Kakure explains that she wanted to live as inconspicuously as possible, but hiding her face with other items when she was younger only made her stand out more. Rentaro offers her a hand to help her up, advising her to stop covering her face with her bangs, and realizing that this behavior has simply become her way of life. Rentaro admits that hiding her face strikes him as a bit of a waste, explaining that when her bangs flew back earlier, she looked incredibly cute to him. Hearing this, Kakyur blushes furiously and stammers in absolute embarrassment before running away. Rentaro is left completely bewildered as Kakyur literally vanishes into thin air, leaving behind only a stuffed toy on the pavement. He picks up the toy and sweatily wonders if she possesses actual abilities, pondering if he needs to find someone with dormant powers. The next day, Rentaro walks back to school as the morning class begins. Mimimi wears sunglasses and lectures the group of girls on preventing aging, noting that a lack of sleep is the greatest enemy of beauty. Rentaro listens and thinks about how fun it would be to imagine dormant abilities for everyone, matching Mimimi with photokinesis. Mimimi's sunglasses suddenly shine brightly as she strikes a pose, leading the girls to complain about the sudden blinding glare. Rentaro arrives at his shoe cubby and slides his shoes out, only to find another stuffed toy placed inside. Rentaro pulls out a hand-knitted stuffed penguin along with a folded letter from Kakyur. He reads the letter, in which Kakyur thanks him for saving her the previous day and explains that she knitted the toy for him as a thank-you gift, leaving Rentaro deeply touched and blushing. Rentaro spots Kakyur in the classroom holding a bunny toy and walks over to thank her for the gift. However, as soon as he calls out her name, she completely vanishes in an instant, leaving her chair empty as Rentaro and his classmates look on in bewilderment. Rentaro runs out of the room to search for Kakyur, but she keeps vanishing into thin air and dropping small stuffed animals behind her as she escapes down the hallway and stairs. Later in the classroom, Rentaro holds a stuffed toy and sweatily wonders why Kakyur is so actively avoiding him. He asks his girlfriends if they know anything about her and Karen Kusuri and Hakari the various rumors they have heard about her attractive parents and distinct figure. Hakari excitedly talks about Kakyur having a G-cup figure, prompting Karen to hit her over the head and scream at her to stop playing dumb. Meanwhile, Rentaro recalls the rumors of Kakyur's attractive parents and distinct figure, putting the pieces together. Rentaro realizes that having qualities that everyone would envy is likely the exact reason Kakyur hides herself, as possessing such a distinct and eye-catching figure must be torturous for an incredibly shy girl like her. The school bell rings, and the girls' aging prevention lecture continues as Rentaro spots Kakyur standing quietly near the classroom door. He resolves to get closer to her, but she rounds the corner and slips away as soon as he takes a step forward. Rentaro chases Kakyur down the hallway and calls out to her, apologizing for thoughtlessly calling her cute the previous day when she had explicitly told him she is incredibly shy. Kakyur stops, and while keeping her face turned away in embarrassment, explains that she is not upset with Rentaro at all, but is simply too embarrassed to speak with him face to face. Rentaro closes his eyes tightly and offers to shut his eyes so they can talk, explaining that he simply cannot stop thinking about how incredibly cute she is, which leaves Kakyur completely flustered. Kakyur hides behind the door frame, peeking out slightly as she blushes and confesses that she actually likes Rentaro. The confession leaves Rentaro completely stunned, while an overwhelmed Kakyur panics over having blurted out her feelings and immediately vanishes, leaving another stuffed toy behind. Rentaro is left completely baffled by her sudden disappearance, only for Kakyur to slide a nearby door open with a clack and quietly announce that she is actually still right there in the room. Kakyur shyly asks Rentaro if he knows about misdirection, explaining that it is a psychological manipulation technique similar to the magic tricks used by the main character of Kuroko's basketball. Kakyur explains that whenever she feels too embarrassed and wants to vanish, she unconsciously tosses a stuffed toy to redirect people's attention elsewhere, taking advantage of how eyes naturally lock onto something cute to quickly hide in that brief gap of time. She sadly tells Rentaro that because of her extreme shyness, she can never date, hold hands, or fall in love, since she would constantly vanish out of embarrassment, which is why she never intended to confess, and begs him to forget her. Rentaro firmly rejects her sad request, telling her not to say such heartbreaking things or ask him to forget her feelings. Looking directly at her, Rentaro warmly confesses that he likes her too. The confession immediately sends Kakyur into an absolute spiral of extreme embarrassment, causing her to instantly vanish with a loud whoosh. The narrative dramatically declares that it was the last time anyone would see Kakyur ever again, leaving Rentaro unable to save his classmate. Rentaro furiously rejects the tragic script, declaring he will absolutely flip it and find Kakyur no matter what, as he runs through the school building calling out her name. Rentaro pants heavily in exhaustion as he continues his relentless search across the school grounds late into the evening. After searching the school up and down, Rentaro realizes Kakure's indoor shoes are still in her cubby, meaning she must still be inside the building, actively changing her hiding spot. Rentaro realizes that there is only one place Kakure can hide, where she always knows his exact position, a place he can never see with his own eyes. Rentaro walks through the empty classroom and looks over his shoulder as a stuffed toy drops behind him, catching her in the middle of a misdirection. Rentaro realizes that Kakure has been using her misdirection to stay directly behind his back the entire time he was looking for her. Determined to win, Rentaro begins rapidly whipping his head side to side in a frantic endurance contest to catch Kakure before she can react, swearing that he will absolutely find her. Rentaro spins around rapidly in the center of the classroom, declaring that he will not let even a single misdirection slip his notice. Kakure quickly slips behind the window curtains to hide, panting heavily from the exhausting chase as she tries to catch her breath. Rentaro pulls the curtain aside and looks directly at a startled, blushing Kakure, quietly announcing that he has finally found her. A shocked Kakure asks how he managed to track her down, and Rentaro explains his strategy, noting that forcing her to change hiding spots so rapidly in a short time would inevitably cause her to run out of breath, allowing him to simply listen for her panting. Rentaro tells Kakure that while she is an incredibly shy person, he will always find her no matter where she hides or how long she stays hidden. Rentaro promises Kakure that he will always find her so that she can experience falling in love too. Kakure blushes deeply and asks if Rentaro is truly all right with someone like her who cannot even show her face properly, to which Rentaro replies that her shyness is one of the things he likes about her, prompting her to shyly respond before a sudden snapping sound interrupts them. Kakure's minimizing bra snaps from her running around, causing her chest to expand and her sweater to stretch. Rentaro realizes she was hiding her distinct figure just like her face, while Kakure screams in extreme embarrassment. As the narrative reveals Kakure's chest size actually surpasses G-cup, Karen tells a thoroughly defeated Hikari not to let it get to her. Meanwhile, Rentaro laments on the school roof that Kakure has vanished once again after all his hard work to find her. Rentaro introduces Kakure to his other girlfriends and asks them to accept her as his newest girlfriend, but since she is hiding, Karen points out that no one is there, prompting a shy Kakure to introduce her hobby of knitting from her hiding spot. Kakure presents personalized knitted toys she made for each of the girls based on what Rentaro told her about them, and the girls are absolutely delighted by the cute, thoughtful gifts. When Shizuka and Kusuri praise her knitting skills, Kakure becomes overwhelmed with embarrassment and vanishes, leaving a knitted ball on the floor in her place. Kakure apologizes as she hides directly behind Rentaro's back, while the others realize she instinctively hides herself whenever she gets embarrassed, and Hahari is immediately scolded for wanting to peek at her. Kakure softly explains that she cannot function unless her face is hidden and promises to try not to be a nuisance but Nano, and may immediately assure her that she is not a bother. To help Kakure feel more comfortable using her hiding specialty, Rentaro proposes a school-wide game of hide and seek where he will start as the seeker, with the ultimate winner receiving a kiss from him. Rentaro sets the game rules and tells Hahari to stop adding her own, while Nano asks if searching the entire school will be too difficult for him. Rentaro confidently declares that he will always find them no matter where they are, sending the girls into a romantic frenzy before shouting for the game to begin. Rentaro begins counting down from the rooftop, while Hahari tells Mei to hide as best as she can instead of acting as a decoy. Kusuri eagerly invites Mimimi to hide together in a perfect spot, which Mimimi dramatically accepts, while Karen dryly remarks that their chosen spot looks like it will be a total pain. Hikari and Karen end up in the same storage room and immediately start bickering over who got there first, while Shizuka decides to hide in the dimly lit library for maximum efficiency. Nano also begins searching for a suitable hiding spot in the library as Shizuka wishes her Godspeed from her hiding place. Kurumi angrily tells Hahari to shove off as Hahari chases her down the hallway, begging to hide together, while Kakure quietly slips away down the corridor. Rentaro finishes counting to 300 and announces that 5 minutes have passed, wondering where everyone is before deciding to check the PE storeroom first. Rentaro walks down the hallway, completely failing to notice Iku wedged horizontally between the walls high above his head. Iku silently praises her hiding spot, reasoning that nobody would look up in a typical passageway, and notes that holding herself up between the walls serves as excellent physical exercise as Rentaro walks away. Iku spots the vice principal pushing a heavy lost and found cart down the hallway and asks if she is all right, but the vice principal merely replies that her body feels a bit heavy while admitting to filching schoolboys' personal belongings. As the vice principal vows to find all dropped items on her patrol, May, who is also wedged up against the ceiling, quietly advises her not to work too hard, prompting the vice principal to walk away as Iku recognizes May's voice. Iku and May recognize each other wedged up near the ceiling, and May explains that Hahari ordered her to hide as best as she could, leading both to agree that maintaining this physically painful position is highly satisfying. Inside a cramped storage room, Hikari and Karen continue their furious whispering argument over who arrived first, but they freeze in panic when they hear Rentaru approach the door and ask if anyone is inside. Rentaru slides the door open with a loud clack, casting his shadow inside the storage room as he playfully asks where they are. Crammed tightly on top of each other inside a vaulting box, Hikari and Karen angrily ask each other why they both chose to hide in the exact same spot. Karen blushes furiously as her face is squished against Hikari's soft thighs, desperately trying to deny in her own mind that her heart is beating rapidly from the contact. When Karen squirms to try and escape the tight space, Hikari blushes deeply and tearfully asks why Karen is rubbing her face against her thighs while Karen is overwhelmed by the close physical contact. Karen begs Hikari to stop moving, prompting Hikari to gasp in a flush of embarrassment as Rentaru calls out to them from right outside the container. Overwhelmed by the tension, Hikari and Karen suddenly burst out of the top of the vaulting box, prompting Rentaru to remark that they popped out just like the characters in the Sazi-san opening theme. Rentaru enters the chemistry room and opens a large lower cabinet, finding Mimimi and Kusuri sleeping soundly snuggled together inside. Rentaru smiles warmly down at the sleeping pair while Hikari and Karen watch from behind. Rentaru notes that Mimimi and Kusuri are sleeping like logs as they snore softly together. Kusuri wakes up and explains that the dark cupboard made them drowsy, while Mimimi adds that sleep is beauty's greatest ally, leaving Karen to wonder why the upperclassmen in their group are like this. The group moves to the back archive of the library where Nano suggests Shizuka would hide due to her library committee role, though Kusuri wonders if Shizuka would be too scared to hide in the dark alone. Nano observes that the archive is exceptionally tidy, except for a stack of books left on the floor, leading Rentaru to inspect a nearby empty cardboard box and wonder what might be inside it now. Rentaru opens the cardboard box and finds Shizuka and Nano huddled tightly inside. Rentaru and Hahari tearfully praise the discovery, calling the container a priceless jewel box full of hidden gems. Hikari complains that Karen's rowdy behavior made their own hiding spot feel like a jack-in-the-box rather than a jewel box, while Karen yells that it was her fault too, and Rentaru weeps over the overwhelming cuteness of the situation. Rentaru and the girls hear clattering noises coming from the cafeteria where Hahari is tightly embracing and cuddling a struggling Kurumi. Rentaru enters the cafeteria to search for them, prompting Hahari to quiet Kurumi down by squishing her face directly into her chest. As Rentaru and the others search under the tables and prepare to leave, Kurumi's stomach rumbles from hunger, and she begins to dizzily find Hahari's chest tempting. Overcome by hunger, Kurumi begins to bite Hahari's chest. Hahari screams in shock that Kurumi is biting her, causing them to crash out of their hiding spot and allowing Rentaru to declare them found. Rentaru frantically asks if they are all right while Hahari smiles dizzily, and Kurumi hides her face in embarrassment, after which Rentaru notes that they have searched almost the entire school but still have not found Iku, Mei, or Kakure. The group stops when they notice a mysterious puddle on the indoor floor, with Kusuri quickly clarifying that it was not her doing. It is revealed that the puddle was caused by sweat dripping from Iku and Mei, who are both trembling from the physical exhaustion of holding themselves up against the ceiling for so long. Rentaru safely catches Iku and Mei as they collapse from exhaustion, leaving Kakure as the final hidden player, as the girls wonder where she could possibly be since they have already searched every room. As the vice principal struggles to push her lost and found cart down the hallway, Kusuri asks if she is all right, while Mei suddenly has a realization. Mei deduces that Kakure is hiding inside a mobile spot to stay within the rules without moving her body, prompting Rentaru to ask the vice principal for permission to look inside her cart. Rentaru looks inside the cart only to find a pile of stolen personal belongings and realizes that Kakure is not there. As the vice principal begins to walk away, Rentaro suddenly asks her to wait. Rentaro asks the vice principal if she ran into any students who got embarrassed and vanished, prompting Karen to joke about a ghost who died from a bad pun. Rentaro reveals that he found a freshly dropped stuffed toy on top of the lost and found cart, and by using the vice principal's memory of her vanishing, he was able to successfully locate Kakure as the ultimate winner of the game. The girls warmly crowd around Kakure to praise her incredible hiding and concealment skills, leaving her highly flattered. Overwhelmed by the sudden praise and attention, Kakure blushes furiously and instantly vanishes again, though her voice quietly apologizes as she remains right there next to them. Rentaro reflects on how Mime's complex habit of hiding her face made him slightly anxious about how she would fit in. But he feels reassured knowing his loving family naturally accepts her for who she is, helping her build a little bit of confidence. Iku and Hikari remind Mime that she is the ultimate winner and ask if she is going to claim her prize of a kiss, causing her to blush in panic as Hikari and may reminisce about Rentaro's incredible kisses, while Rentaro gently assures Mime she does not have to force herself. Mime shyly confesses that she would actually like a kiss, but fears she would get too embarrassed and instantly vanish, prompting Nano to suggest that Karen hold her down with her body, which only earns an angry retort from Karen. Mime explains that even if she were completely tied up, extreme embarrassment would make her so single-minded about escaping that she could dislocate her joints to slip away, leaving the others to wonder if she is actually an escape artist. Rentaro kindly suggests saving the kiss for later, since doing it in front of everyone is understandably embarrassing, while the other girls happily chatter about how much fun the game was. And Mime softly confirms that she had a wonderful time too. Rentaro suddenly leans in and kisses Mime, deeply explaining afterward that he had to do it swiftly before her mind could process the situation and trigger her vanishing reflex out of embarrassment. Rentaro's sudden move leaves Mime so completely dumbfounded that she instantly vanishes without making a single sound, leaving behind only a tiny toy frog on the empty hallway floor, as Chapter 46 ends. Chapter 47 begins with a close-up of May letting out a deep, melancholic sigh with her eyes closed. While the group enjoys an outdoor tea party on the rooftop, Karen notices May's sigh and asks what is wrong, prompting a flustered May to apologize, while the others warmly assure her it is fine all, while Rentaro wonders what is taking Hikari so long on her phone call. When the girls encourage May to speak her mind, she admits that lately she has been feeling incredibly happy leaving Rentaro, and the others confused as to why her happiness is causing her to sigh. May explains that since Hikari rescued her from being abandoned on the freezing streets, every bit of current happiness only increases her immense debt of gratitude, which has now grown so massive that she has no idea how she can possibly begin to repay it. Hikari, Kusuri, and Shizuka assure May that her daily hard work has already paid back her debt tenfold with interest, but Nano and Karen recognize that May's devotion means she still wants to do even more, prompting Rentaro to ponder a solution. Rentaro happily suggests that May channel all of her deep gratitude into picking out a special present for Hikari, which May immediately takes as a duty before Rentaro gently reminds her that it is just a friendly suggestion. Later on, Rentaro and May hold hands as they walk through a shopping mall, with May apologetically admitting that she has never given anyone a gift before, while Rentaro warmly reassures her that he is happy to help. When Rentaro asks where they should begin their shopping search, May takes her massive debt of gratitude literally, and suggests buying Hikari an entire apartment complex, leaving Rentaro slightly sweat dropped at her extreme scale. Rentaro guides her into a clothing boutique and holds up a coat to ask if it would suit Hikari, prompting May to immediately imagine her mistress wearing a highly revealing, tight-fitting outfit. May blushes furiously and covers her face in embarrassment at her own vivid imagination, while Rentaro matches her reaction as he finds her embarrassed fluster completely captivating. Rentaro suggests another outfit to see if it would suit Hikari, which immediately causes both him and May to yell in embarrassment. And when May tries to suggest a suit jacket next, they are both once again overcome by their imaginations and scream out loud. The shop manager looks on with tears of joy as Rentaro and May continue to blush and scream over the clothing rack, mistakenly believing they are deeply moved by her shop selection. Rentaro and May browse through several other departments in the mall, checking out lipsticks at a cosmetics counter, examining sparkling necklaces in a jewelry display case, and looking at white handbags together. Every single item they look at triggers another round of vivid imaginations, leaving both Rentaro and Mei to loudly scream in mutual embarrassment at every single counter they visit. Realizing she cannot decide, because everything they looked at seemed to suit Hahari, Mei asks Rentaro what he thinks she should pick, prompting him to put a hand to his chin and think it over. Rentaro gently tells Mei that whatever she thinks is best is ultimately what he believes she should choose, which leaves her momentarily surprised. Rentaro explains to Mei that her dedicated effort and feelings are the best gift Hahari could ever ask for, advising her not to overthink the decision since there are no right or wrong answers. Deeply moved, Mei happily declares that she will give Hahari her absolute all by selling her own organs, which Rentaro immediately points out is definitely a wrong answer. Mei is left slightly confused and asks why there is a wrong answer when he just said there were none, and Rentaro dryly responds that there are exceptions to everything. Rentaro points out that choosing to sell her organs is basically giving up on selecting a proper gift, but a thoroughly baffled Mei still insists on selling her organs to buy an apartment complex, prompting Rentaro to tell her that anything involving organ sales is a massive red flag. Mei argues that her organs belong to Hahari since she saved her life, but Rentaro counters that she cannot legally sell them without Hahari's permission, a technicality that leaves Mei completely stunned by its logic. As they walk past an ice cream shop, Rentaro spots a beautiful, delicate lace handkerchief and happily suggests it as a perfect present. Mei holds the handkerchief, hoping Hahari will like it, and Rentaro notes how lucky they were to get the last one imported from Belgium. But a child suddenly zooms past and accidentally splats a dripping ice cream cone directly onto the delicate fabric. The little girl falls flat onto the ground and tearfully apologizes, begging them to kill her as compensation if they want, prompting the narrative to note her extreme sense of accountability. Rentaro quickly reassures the child that such a drastic measure is unnecessary, while Mei gently asks her if she would have accepted death as compensation if the handkerchief already belonged to Hahari, before they both politely bid her farewell and walk away. Distraught that the perfect handkerchief they worked so hard to find has been ruined, Rentaro declares that he must run directly to Belgium to get another one, forcing a surprised Mei to call out and stop him. Mei softly reveals that there is actually one other gift she has in mind, which she believes Hahari would appreciate more than anything else in the world. Mei admits she is unsure if she has the right to give this specific gift to her mistress, but a highly determined Rentaro begs her to tell him what it is, promising to help her deliver it no matter what. The scene shifts back to Hahari's massive mansion as the evening sky begins to settle. Mei nervously enters Hahari's room to present her gift, prompting Hahari to compliment her cuteness and warmly state that just seeing Mei's cute face is already present enough, though she remains curious about what Mei has prepared. Mei points to Rentaro, who is standing next to her, completely wrapped in a giant gift ribbon, and presents him as her gift to Hahari. Hahari lowers her magazine and stares in absolute speechless shock at the sight. A heavy silence fills the room as Hahari remains completely frozen in her chair, staring intensely at Rentaro and Mei without saying a single word. Hahari suddenly screams out in disbelief to ask if this is actually for real, which the narrative confirms is indeed quite real. Mei explains that Rentaro has agreed to be Hahari's personal gift for exactly 1 hour, sending Hahari into a wild fit of celebration, as she immediately lunges toward him, only for Rentaro to tell her to wait just a moment. Hahari lifts Rentaro's ribbon to find a heavy metallic chastity belt underneath, which she remarks looks like Astro Boy's briefs, while Rentaro calmly explains that although he will do whatever she says for the next hour, his lower half is locked up with a key that is completely inaccessible. Frustrated by the tight security, Hahari hysterically calls for Chainsaw Man to break the lock, but Rentaro dryly points out that while they are both Shueisha properties, he is definitely not going to show up. When Hahari tries to pivot to acting like his mother instead, Rentaro warns her that his high-tech chastity belt is designed to shoot out countless needles and shred his groin the instant any swelling occurs, causing a horrified Hahari to immediately back off to protect him. Finding another way to enjoy her gift, Hahari excitedly orders Rentaro to cross-dress and put on an embarrassing private fashion show for her. 1 hour later, Hahari lies completely exhausted and blissful on her chair, weakly thanking Mei for the incredible gift, as Mei cradles her with deep concern. Seeing Hahari so immensely happy makes May tear up with joy, declaring it to be the single best present she has ever received in her entire life. Hahari admits that because May is her maid, there was something she could never ask of her without it feeling like an abuse of power, but asks if she can request it now simply as one dear friend to another, to which May warmly tells her to go ahead. Hahari softly asks May for a kiss, sending a deeply flustered May into a quiet, blushing spin of absolute joy. May quietly agrees to the request if it is what Hahari truly wants, prompting an excited Hahari to eagerly repeat how much she wants it. With a fast-beating heart, May leans in as Hahari gently holds her cheek, and the two a tender, warm kiss on the lips. Immediately after the kiss, May suddenly begins to gag and cough, throwing Hahari into a state of sheer confusion. May frantically explains that she is merely racked with immense guilt at the thought of soiling her mistress' honored lips, causing her stomach to painfully twist, though Rentaro loudly declares that he is actually extremely worried. Later in the hallway, May deeply thanks Rentaro for his assistance, but Rentaro humbly dismisses his role, pointing out that it was entirely her own thoughtful efforts that made Hahari so happy. May shyly confesses that she also prepared a surprise gift for Rentaro while they were shopping earlier, reaching into her bag to pull it out as a surprised Rentaro stammers that she didn't have to go through the trouble. Rentaro yells in absolute confusion when May proudly presents him with the clay Dogu figurine, explaining she chose it because he always praises closed eyes, unaware he was actually talking about her own beautiful closed eyes, as she tearfully thanks him for making her so happy. Rentaro and May end up playfully arguing down the hallway about who deserves to be more grateful to whom before both of them burst into warm laughter together. Rentaro and May slowly lean in close to one another, their faces flushing red in the quiet hallway. Rentaro gently clasps May's hand in his own. Rentaro and May a deep romantic kiss while Hahari watches secretly from behind a corner, weeping tears of pure joy at their happy ending. Rentaro gathers the girls on the rooftop to show them some rare heart-shaped shortbread cookies he bought online, explaining that sharing them with someone you love is said to guarantee happiness, while Kurumi and Karen curiously examine the packaging. Rentaro suggests dividing all 12 cookies into equal parts so everyone can them, sending the group into a happy cheer, while a tsundere Karen crosses her arms and claims she has no interest in such stupid things. The girls happily split into pairs on a blanket to feed each other the cookies, leaving a lonely Karen to stand by the railing staring down in quiet conflict with herself. Rentaro walks over to Karen and warmly holds out a piece of cookie for her, asking her to open wide, which sends her heart into a frantic, blushing flutter. Karen aggressively chomps the cookie out of Rentaro's hand while bluntly telling him that will have to do, leaving Rentaro to wonder if he is being mugged, while she inwardly tears up and regrets not being able to simply say thank you. In her extreme embarrassment, Karen forcefully shoves a cookie piece directly into Rentaro's face while calling his feeding attempt weak, prompting Shizuka and Nano to watch the chaotic but sweet interaction from afar. The rooftop gathering continues as Kurumi teaches Shizuka and Nano a crafting trick, while nearby Iku is heard shouting sumo wrestling referee chants. Karen and Kusuri engage in a playful sumo wrestling match, with May acting as the referee chanting sumo calls while the other girls cheer them on. Karen easily throws Kusuri to the floor, prompting a defeated Kusuri to pull out a negation drug to reveal her true form, which makes Karen feel a sudden wave of comedic gaming boss despair. Kusuri admits she accidentally grabbed her prototype tsundere unmaker drug instead, while Mimimi and Hahari casually chat about retro video games in the background. Kusuri charges forward to resume their wrestling match anyway, completely unaware that the spilled test tube of the tsundere unmaker drug has rolled right next to Karen's foot. Kusuri grapples with Karen once more while Hahari and Hakari continue to enthusiastically call the match. Karen is suddenly caught off guard and accidentally knocked over with a loud thump, sending Kusuri into a panicked frenzy, as she frantically quivers and begs Karen not to be angry at her. Kusuri panics from off-screen and wonders if she is going to be killed for knocking Karen down, but Karen sweetly waves her hand with a gentle smile and reassures Kusuri that everything is perfectly fine. Kusuri frantically asks if Karen drank her tsundere unmaker drug, leaving Rentaro and the others thoroughly confused. Kusuri explains that the drug targets and expels the brain's electrical signals that trigger tsundere behavior, prompting Rentaro to ask what kind of bizarre formula she has created. Rentaro nervously asks Karen if she is all right, and she replies in an ultra-sweet tone that leaves Shizuka amazed by her sparkling aura. Meanwhile, the other girls watch in absolute horror as Hikari frantically snaps photos. Nano remarks on how beautiful Karen has become, and Kurumi notes her complete lack of aggression. Karen softly apologizes to Kusuri for drinking the formula without asking first, which Kusuri finds weirdly awkward to handle. However, Kusuri quickly has an epiphany and realizes that with Karen in this gentle state, she can easily defeat her in a sumo match. Kusuri launches a sudden desperate tackle to push Karen out of bounds, catching her completely off guard. Despite Kusuri straining with all her might to force her back, Karen simply stands there in utter confusion, holding on to her opponent, while Mei continues her referee chants. Kusuri joyfully celebrates her sumo wrestling victory over Karen, while Hikari comments on how much Kusuri seems to love the sport. Kusuri explains that she has watched sumo with her grandmother since she was small, stating that wrestlers trade their humanity for monstrous strength. Meanwhile, Rentaro and Nano realize that Karen's legendary physical strength was entirely fueled by her raw tsundere willpower, which acted as a limiter removing process that made her a super soldier. To test this theory, Nano hands Karen a baseball bat and asks her to hit her on the backside as hard as she can. A hesitant Karen complies, but without her tsundere aggression, her swing is incredibly soft and weak, landing with a tiny pat and making her let out a gentle gasp. Karen stares blankly ahead with a completely gentle and vacant expression, her face entirely devoid of her usual fiery spirit and anger. Hikari excitedly suggests testing Karen with an intense kiss instead, though Hikari quickly questions the purpose of such a test. As a flustered Karen stammers in confusion, Nano intervenes to stop Hikari, arguing that harassing a completely normal, defenseless girl like the current Karen is crossing a line. Ignoring the warning, Hikari hugs Karen tightly from behind, pressing her chest against Karen's back in a soft squish. Rather than punching Hikari, as she usually would, a completely helpless Karen simply blushes and stammers in absolute embarrassment as she notes how closely they are touching. Hikari begins to grope Karen from behind, asking how it feels while noting that they are big, soft, squishy, and very lovely, which prompts someone to ask who is going too far and harassing her now as Nano snaps photos. Hikari smugly states she bets that is what Karen always thought about them, while Mimimi steps up and asks what Karen has to say about her beauty, to which Karen gently replies that she thinks she is very beautiful. Mimimi happily agrees that it is natural, while Nano remarks that this version of Karen is much less roundabout and significantly more efficient than the usual one. Nano intervenes and states that is enough since Karen is not a toy, while Shizuka and Mime ask the others not to bother her with so many questions, prompting Karen to gently address both of them. Karen admits that she would also like to learn how to knit and shyly asks if she can join them. The three girls sit together and peacefully knit, leaving Hikari to take photos and wonder if she has finally found paradise. Hikari observes that this gentle and cute Karen is much nicer than her usual self, which Kusuri agrees with, but Hikari admits that while she is undeniably cute, she really loved her old self. Hikari finishes her thought, reiterating that she really loved the original Karen too. The rest of the girlfriends look on in silent agreement with Hikari's sentiment. Hikari agrees that Karen's tsundere nature was intensely cute, while Shizuka adds that she was always a compassionate, kind soul. Nano states her futile struggling was her identity, and Mei expresses deep sadness at the thought of never seeing the original Karen again. Iku admits she could never replace Karen's role. Mimimi praises her beautiful reactions, and Kusuri tearfully cries out that she wants to hear Karen's classic retorts again. Hikari demands a tsundere maker drug immediately, though she adds that she thinks leaving her as she is would be fine too, but will go along with everyone else's wishes. Rentaro enthusiastically declares they should create the tsundere maker drug and asks if there is anything he can do to help, but Kusuri rejects his offer, stating it is far too dangerous for amateurs to assist with. Karen suddenly turns her back to the group and refuses to take the drug. The group is left completely bewildered by her sudden refusal. Karen tearfully explains that her former self was closed off, rude, and unsuited for calm activities like knitting, declaring that she does not want to go back to being that girl and wants to stay exactly as she is now. The other girls watch in sympathetic silence as Mei softly calls out her name. Karen looks directly at Rentaro with sad, pleading eyes. Rentaro gently takes Karen's hands in his own and asks if she will walk with him for a bit. Rentaro leads Karen down the quiet school hallway as they hold hands together. Karen blushes and tells Rentaro that his hand is incredibly warm, admitting that she absolutely loves holding his hand like this. Karen squeezes Rentaro's hand and softly admits that she had always wanted to tell him these kinds of sweet things, but could never bring herself to do so. Rentaro smiles warmly with his eyes closed and gently replies that he knows. Karen blushes quietly as they continue to stand close together in the silent hallway. Outside, a dense patch of clovers grows freely near the school building in the afternoon light. As they walk through the courtyard, Karen notices the pink clovers and points out the spot which Rentaro fondly remembers as the exact place where she confessed to him and their love officially began. Rentaro asks Karen why she thinks he agreed to date her on that day, leaving her momentarily confused, as she tries to come up with an answer before he states that the reason is very simple and exactly what he told her back then. Rentaro tells Karen that he agreed to date her simply because he loves her. Looking at the clovers, Rentaro lists all of her traits, noting that she was headstrong but very gentle, pretty shy, and not entirely honest, but emphasizing that even those contradictory qualities were incredibly cute to him. Rentaro earnestly declares that on that very day, in that exact spot, the person he fell deeply in love with was the tsundere Karen. Rentaro tells Karen that if her current gentle self is who she truly wants to be, he will support her and love her just as much as before, but firmly adds that he cannot accept this change if she is only doing it because she hates the person she used to be. Rentaro passionately vows that he will never let her disown her former tsundere self, declaring that nobody in the entire world loves that version of Karen more than he does. Overwhelmed by his heartfelt words, Karen tightly grips Rentaro's hand. Karen cries softly as she looks at him, while a single 4-leaf clover rests among the patches as the chapter concludes. Rentaro finishes telling Karen that he will never let her disown her past self, because he loves that version of her more than anyone else in the world, renewing their determination to recapture her tsundere nature. With tears streaming down her face, Karen passionately declares that she wants to go back to who she used to be and return to the exact version of herself that Rentaro fell in love with. Kyusuri holds up a test tube and joyfully announces that the tsundere maker drug is finally complete, while Nano and Kurumi dryly comment on how shockingly fast and efficient the creation process was. With the entire group watching her in tense anticipation, Karen raises the test tube and gulps down the newly created tsundere maker drug. Karen finishes absorbing the drug, her body glowing slightly as Kyusuri explains that the unmaker drug released the tsundere factor's electrical signals, and her body is now reabsorbing them. Karen sweetly thanks Kyusuri for turning her back, showing absolutely no tsundere change at all. Nano points out she hasn't reverted even a millimeter, leading Kyusuri to realize the dispersed tsundere factor must have completely vanished, making the others despair that she can never go back. Rentaro fiercely declares that there absolutely has to be some other way to fix her and swears that he will find it. Karen looks at Rentaro affectionately as Hahari interrupts, stating it is getting late and they should all head home for the day, though she brings up a concern. Hahari notes that Karen's parents might worry if she returns home devoid of her usual tsundere attitude. Kurumi questions if that is a pun on memory loss, while Nano suggests Karen try putting on a fake tsundere act. Karen excitedly asks Meme to compliment her to help trigger a reaction. A flustered Meme obliges, nervously praising Karen's confidence, beauty, golden hair, sharp eyes, and teeth. Karen attempts a classic tsundere response, but fails miserably, breaking into a happy giggle instead. Nano calls the attempt unimpressive, and Meme vanishes into thin air out of sheer embarrassment. Hahari offers to let Karen stay at her home for the night, noting she has stayed before so her parents won't be alarmed. Karen shyly asks if she may accept the offer. Rentaro questions if this is a good idea, as Nano bluntly points out Hahari's visible ulterior motives. Rentaro asks if he can stay over too, to which Kyusuri enthusiastically agrees. At Hahari's mansion, Hahari tries to drag Karen to the bath so they can wash each other all over. Rentaro steps in to block her path, declaring she will have to kill him first, leading a tearful Hahari to kiss him instead, since she cannot fight him. Rentaro, Karen, and Hikari sit together on a large bed. Hikari notes that being just the three of them like this takes her back, and Karen softly agrees. Rentaro looks warmly at Karen and reassures her that everything will be okay. Hikari softly notes that it all started with just the three of them. Rentaro firmly swears to Karen that they will set things right. Rentaro explains a strategy he devised based on Cusurus information, reasoning that since the tsundere factor exists in everyone, it must still be inside the current Karen, even if it is incredibly weak. Rentaro suggests that they can try bringing the tsundere factor back by repeatedly provoking it, aiming to recreate the response by boosting the weak signal through constant stimulation. Rentaro admits his idea is just throwing things at the wall to see what sticks and might get them nowhere, but asks Karen to humor him. She eagerly agrees to try. Rentaro takes a deep breath and decides to start by trying things that might directly stimulate her tsundere response. Rentaro loudly declares his immense love for Karen and bluntly asks if she likes him too, causing her to blush fiercely as she prepares to answer. Completely failing to act like a tsundere, Karen enthusiastically screams that she loves him too, more than anyone, mirroring Rentaro as they both yell out their love happily. Hikari immediately joins in on the affectionate shouting match, and she and Rentaro both loudly yell that they love each other more than anyone else as well. Karen screams in sudden panic for them to wait, desperately declaring that this current approach is not going to work. Rentaro pulls Karen into a tight squeeze, asking her exactly how this physical closeness makes her feel as her heart beats rapidly. Both of them find themselves overwhelmed with joy, happily admitting how incredibly glad they are to be hugging. Hikari suddenly pops into the embrace to join the affection, loudly shouting that she is really happy as well, as she forcefully grinds and snuggles up against the cuddling pair. Hikari secretly schemes to smoothly insert herself into their flirtatious interactions to get a clean taste of Rentaro, but Karen and Rentaro both object to the intrusion, realizing that this distracted method is definitely not going to work. Hikari looks serious as she explains that triggering Karen's tsundere response requires a much greater level of embarrassment, advising Rentaro to harden his heart and directly grope Karen's chest, since she secretly wants to be groped. Hikari turns to Karen and asks if she agrees with her plan, prompting a thoroughly flustered Karen to nervously say that she does. This sends Rentaro into a complete panic as he, waving his hands and screams for them to hold on, desperately declaring that this entire situation is far too difficult for everyone involved. Hikari tearfully argues that they have no other choice if they want Karen to ever go back to normal, passionately declaring that Karen simply wants to have her chest groped. Realizing she is right, Rentaro quickly apologizes and agrees to do what must be done, immediately rummaging through his bag to pull out a tool, while Hikari quietly celebrates. Rentaro triumphantly pulls out a pair of pixelated Iron Man gloves from his bag and confidently declares that he can use them, leaving the girls completely shocked by his unexpected solution. Rentaro tests his pixelated gloves on Karen, confirming he cannot feel anything and expressing relief that he brought them just in case. Karen nervously gives him permission to proceed, while a frustrated Hikari silently complains that his countermeasures against indecency are absolutely flawless. Rentaro begins to gently squeeze Karen's chest with the gloves, causing her to stutter heavily. Hikari smirks and teasingly asks Karen how it feels, taunting her that it must feel incredibly good. Karen dreamily confesses that Rentaro's touch makes her feel amazing and like she is going to float away. This prompts a shocked Rentaro to yell out and ask if she is a normal girl, to which Hikari flatly corrects him that Karen has always been a girl. Rentaro nervously justifies his actions by stating it is all necessary to return Karen to normal, while Karen shyly admits that it simply felt too good. Hikari scolds Karen for answering so honestly and tells her she should at least try to put up a fake tsundere act. Hikari claims that she unfortunately has no choice but to show Karen how it is done, eagerly pulling Rentaro's gloved hands directly onto her own chest. Rentaro bluntly points out that Hikari's reluctant words and her completely ecstatic expression do not match at all. Karen's body completely wobbles and shakes from the intense physical stimulation, causing her to blush deeply and dizzily cry out that the sensation feels incredibly good. Later on, Karen and Hikari wash off in the hot bath together, where Karen sits quietly and laments that absolutely none of their previous efforts worked to restore her personality, though she still turns back to warmly thank Hikari for trying so hard to help her. As they wash each other's backs, Hikari suddenly grows highly emotional and grabs Karen, tearfully questioning how Karen can possibly thank her when both she and Rentaro have been doing everything they can solely for her sake. Hikari fondly reminisces about Karen's classic aggressive tsundere reactions, vividly picturing her crossed arms, angry pointing, and loud declarations that nobody should ever assume she is grateful or anything of the sort. Overcome with deep love and affection for her dear friend, Hikari gently leans forward and rests her forehead against Karen's bare back in the warm, quiet steam of the bath. Hikari warmly reminds Karen of the last time she stayed at her house, and how desperately Karen fought, bit, and struggled against the guards to rescue her back, then acknowledging the immense love and support she received. With a highly determined expression, Hikari fiercely declares that this time she will be the one to save Karen and bring her former self back. Overwhelmed by Hikari's passionate dedication, Karen's eyes well up with tears as she softly calls out her friend's name. Hikari immediately launches an intense tickle and scrub session in the bath, playfully washing Karen's body and kissing her cheek to embarrass her, making a thoroughly tickled Karen squirm and squeal that it feels far too good. Meanwhile, Hikari lies collapsed on a tatami mat outside the bath, suffering a massive nosebleed from secretly watching their interactions, as Mei frantically tries to attend to her, while the girls continue to bicker through the bathroom door. Hikari's nosebleed is so severe that Mei calls for an emergency blood transfusion, prompting a frantic search among the maids for a donor, while a dazed Hikari weakly asks everyone to lend her their energy, and Rentaro watches in shock. As Rentaro stares in stunned silence, a sudden realization strikes him, and he begins to formulate a brilliant plan to utilize everyone's energy, concluding Chapter 49. Chapter 50 begins on the school rooftop with Rentaro presenting his new plan to restore Karen's tsundere personality, leaving the girls completely stunned by the sudden proposal. Rentaro explains that while the current Karen cannot generate her own tsundere factor, every person inherently possesses a minuscule amount of it, though the girls quickly suspect the plan will involve something highly suggestive. Rentaro outlines his idea of having all the girls generate their own tsundere factors to transfuse into Karen, prompting Kyusuri to agree with the theory, while Chiyo bluntly notes they have no actual proof it will work. Rentaro uses a diagram to illustrate that if the 10 of them drink the unmaker drug and each generate exactly 10% of a tsundere factor, the collective energy will perfectly equal a full 100% capacity. Rentaro continues his lecture warning that absorbing such disparate, disconnected forces directly into her system won't be easy and poses a major problem for Karen's physical state. Rentaro warns that the immense stress of conflicting energies could cause Karen's body to explode like dirty fireworks, sending a wave of panic and horror through the gathered girls. Rentaro explains his solution to the danger, revealing that he will personally drink both the maker and unmaker drugs to safely absorb and unify all of their separate factors inside his own body. Rentaro dramatically raises his hands and compares himself to Goku preparing a spirit bomb, prompting a flat, sarcastic retort from the girls as they raise their arms in unison. Rentaro concludes his explanation by noting that since Karen will play the role of the final receiver, the heavy task of generating the required energy will fall entirely on the other 10 girls. Shizuka expresses concern about whether Kurumi should participate. Nano agrees, noting that Kurumi's tsundere energy has a unique flavor. Kyusuri casually dismisses the worry, claiming that it will just result in a hangry factor and will be perfectly fine mixed in with all the other random concepts. Rentaro admits that generating the tsundere factor is easier said than done and warns that it will be an uphill battle. He asks the girls if they will help, and they all firmly agree without hesitation. The group officially begins their tsundere factor production plan, kicking off what they dub the Tsundere Festival. Hikari kicks things off by attempting a classic tsundere act, claiming that she does not desperately want to have Rentaro's babies. She quickly breaks character to apologize and confess her true desires, but Rentaro is overwhelmed and finds her unusual behavior insanely charming. Hikari suddenly emits a burst of energy from the effort and drops to her knees in exhaustion. She wonders if this is what producing the tsundere factor feels like, comparing the intense fatigue to having just run a full marathon. Shizuka uses her phone app to stutter out that she absolutely does not consider Rentaro her Prince Charming. Meanwhile, Kurumi angrily claims that the food she eats with him is not the best in the world. Both girls struggle heavily to maintain the act. A tearful Mei forces herself to state that she does not wish to completely devote herself to him. Next to her, a deeply embarrassed Meme stammers out that she does not want him to find her either. Iku aggressively declares that she does not want Rentaro to paddle her super hard with a baseball bat. Hahari follows up by claiming that she does not want to change his diaper, both visibly straining against their true natures. Kusuri holds up a test tube and insists that she did not whip it up just for him. Mimimi strikes a pose and claims that it is not as though she is truly beautiful, prompting Rentaro to immediately shout back that she absolutely is. Nano bluntly states that there is no real meaning to spending time with Rentaro, completely missing the affectionate side of the act. When corrected, she stiffly adds that she does not like him, then quickly apologizes and promises to try capturing the tsundere concept better next time. The grueling operation proves to be extremely difficult, but for Karen's sake, the girls keep up the act for 3 whole hours without faltering. The immense effort leaves them all completely collapsed on the floor in sheer exhaustion, as Rentaro watches in awe. Rentaro successfully gathers all of their generated energy into a massive sphere above his head, triumphantly celebrating that they made it. He notes that the sphere is the exact same size as the light Karen emitted the day before and prepares to give it to her, but he suddenly begins to struggle. Rentaro violently strains under the pressure, realizing he cannot control the chaotic mass of 10 different tsundere factors. He feels the girls' conflicting emotions rampaging in entirely different directions, and desperately tries to figure out how to unify the energy while Karen begs him not to push himself. In a desperate move to stabilize the erratic energy, Rentaro suddenly yells out his own tsundere line, forcefully claiming that he is not doing any of this for Karen. Rentaro immediately snaps back and apologizes to Karen, confused as to why his mouth just moved on its own. He quickly realizes that holding such a massive amount of raw tsundere factor is forcibly influencing his behavior. The sheer power of the collective tsundere factor begins to overwhelm him. Rentaro reflects on Karen's incredible strength as he feels the immense pressure. He realizes that despite constantly battling this overwhelming and unstoppable internal force her whole life, she still always managed to push through it and tell him face to face that she loved him. Rentaro's mind is completely flooded with memories of all the times Karen pushed past her aggressive tsundere nature to show him her true genuine feelings, filling him with profound love and appreciation. Empowered by his deep feelings for her, Rentaro successfully unifies the chaotic energy and unleashes the massive blast of tsundere factor directly toward Karen. The intense energy strikes Karen, enveloping her entirely as she braces herself against the impact. Kusuri notes that Karen's ability to absorb the power depends entirely on how strongly she wishes to return to her former self, while Rentaro watches anxiously and encourages her to push through. Rentaro screams for Karen to do her best, while Kusuri reiterates that accepting such a massive amount of tsundere factor into her body is no easy feat. Rentaro watches anxiously, calling out her name. Rentaro and all of the girlfriends unite in a loud, encouraging cheer, desperately yelling for Karen to push through and successfully absorb the energy. As the smoke begins to clear, the girls cry out for Karen to return to them, each listing the specific things they miss about her combative and aggressive nature. Rentaro watches the dispersing cloud and gently asks if she is finally back to being a tsundere. Karen emerges from the smoke with her arms crossed and a deep blush, aggressively declaring that she is absolutely not a tsundere or anything of the sort, confirming that her old personality has officially returned. Overjoyed by her return, the entire group of girls immediately dogpile onto Karen in a massive squeezing hug to welcome her back, leaving her completely shocked and overwhelmed by the sudden affection. True to her restored nature, Karen forcefully throws all the girls off of her in a single massive swing, angrily yelling at them to back off because they are being obnoxious. Rather than being upset by the rejection, Rentaro and the girls celebrate, wildly cheering for the great revival of their beloved tsundere, while Karen stands by with a fierce, embarrassed blush. Still deeply flustered, Karen struggles to speak as she looks away and awkwardly stutters out a quiet, hesitant thanks to everyone for bringing her back. Rentaro and the rest of the girls freeze, completely staring at Karen in absolute stunned silence after hearing her actually say thank you. The group bursts into dramatic tears of horror, believing that she is still partially stuck in her overly nice state, and that their victory was false, prompting a furiously embarrassed Karen to scream that she will never act nice to them ever again. A massive montage displays the countless times Karen has aggressively but affectionately shouted her love for Rentaro, highlighting the deep bond and classic tsundere reactions she is shown throughout their relationship. Rentaro arrives outside a residential home, noting that it is his uncle Hiro's house. He reflects that he used to visit all the time because it was so close right up until his uncle became too busy after the birth of his daughter. Rentaro rings the doorbell and notes that his uncle always thought highly of him, which is why he was suddenly asked to come over and look after his cousin while his uncle is away, despite Rentaro having never actually met her before. As he waits at the door, Rentaro recalls that he earned his uncle's profound trust by once saving him from a speeding truck. He confidently assures himself that since this girl is his younger cousin who just started junior high, he definitely does not need to worry about any soulmate zings happening today. The door opens to reveal a young girl with glasses and braids, and the moment they make eye contact, a massive soulmate zing strikes them both, leaving Rentaro in a state of sheer absolute disbelief. Rentaro begins sweating profusely, internally panicking as he nervously questions if the publisher is truly okay with a romantic development involving his own younger cousin. The girl politely introduces herself as Chio and says it is nice to meet him. A deeply flustered Rentaro instinctively tells her to please come in, temporarily forgetting that he is the one visiting her house. Realizing his mistake, Rentaro apologizes and frantically leaps backward down the hallway to give her space. However, he accidentally steps on a small marble, causing him to slip and violently crash down directly on top of Chio. Chio hesitatingly gets Rentaro's attention, prompting him to ask what is wrong. She apologetically explains that she cannot stand seeing anything out of place or untidy, pointing out that the hem of his shirt is messy. Rentaro looks at her in confusion, wondering why a slightly messed up shirt hem would cause her to make such a grim face and groan in physical agony. Rentaro frantically tells Chio that he can fix the shirt himself when she starts fumbling around with his waist. He tries to pull down and straighten out the shirt hem himself and asks her if it is any better, but Chio continues to shake and groan in pain, making Rentaro realize that his quick fix did not solve her distress at all. Chio takes matters into her own hands and smooths out the crease on Rentaro's shirt, sighing in relief once the fabric is completely neat. She quickly realizes what she has done and gasps in embarrassment, frantically apologizing to him for being so forward, but Rentaro warmly reassures her that everything is fine and thanks her. Chio prepares a bowl of fresh onigiri alongside glasses of iced tea to serve Rentaro on the table. Rentaro warmly thanks Chio for the tea and compliments her for doing her homework, which makes him admire her diligence. Chio humbly replies that she is only acting as a model for her classmates because she is the class president, cementing Rentaro's belief that she is incredibly hardworking. A sudden spill drenches Rentaro's shirt in tea, sending Chio into a state of extreme panic and distress because of the untidy mess. She clutches her head and groans in deep discomfort, frantically apologizing for her reaction. Unwilling to let the mess remain, Chio drags Rentaro by his hand straight into the bathroom. She immediately turns on the shower head to wash the spilled tea off his clothes while continuing to groan from the stress of the untidiness. Rentaro stands under the running water, feeling thoroughly confused as Chio announces that she will leave a towel for him. He reflects on the irony of the situation, realizing he originally came over to take care of his younger cousin, yet she is the one who has been taking care of him instead. Chio apologizes to Rentaro for causing trouble when she is only a junior high school first year. She explains that because she is an only child living with a single father, she feels she has to stay strong and firm, while Rentaro listens silently. The shower water suddenly turns freezing cold, causing Rentaro to shiver and scream in shock. Outside, Chio realizes with alarm that the hot water is out. Chio offers to check on the water heater, but she suddenly stops in surprise when she tries to open the bathroom door. Chio frantically rattles the door knob and reveals that they are locked in. Seeing Rentaro shivering from the cold, she desperately tells him to quickly put his clothes back on to stay warm, while warning him not to hurt himself. Rentaro gets dressed, but continues to shiver intensely because of the freezing temperature, raising Chio's anxiety that he will catch a cold. She commands herself to remain strong and stay in control of the situation. Chio repeatedly tells herself that she must stay firm under the immense pressure of the emergency. Chio suddenly jumps forward and hugs Rentaro tightly, begging for his forgiveness because she feels she has no other choice to warm him up. Rentaro is struck by how small Chio is and how hard she is trying to keep him warm despite her own distress. He recalls how others always praised her for being proper, and put together realizing this has put a heavy burden on her. Rentaro gently pats Chiyo on the head and reassures her that she does not need to act so strong and firm all the time, reminding her that she is still just a young girl in junior high. Rentaro gently tells Chiyo that it feels like she is forcing herself to stand taller than she actually can simply because of her roles as class president and an only child, which catches her completely off guard. As Rentaro holds Chiyo close and tells her that she is still so small, Chiyo flashes back to her childhood, remembering how the constant praise for being proper and firm pressured her into believing she always had to act that way. Chiyo squeezes Rentaro back as her heart beats rapidly, deeply moved and wondering how someone she met only minutes ago could understand the secret burden she had been carrying for so long. Rentaro feels his own heart beat rapidly as he continues to hold his cousin close in the quiet bathroom. Both Rentaro and Chiyo are overwhelmed by the sudden romantic tension, internally panicking that their developing feelings are completely forbidden since they are cousins. Chiyo's glasses suddenly slip off her face and clatter onto the floor, sending her into a dazed and anxious panic. Deprived of her glasses, a deeply panicked Chiyo begins to hiccup uncontrollably. Chiyo completely breaks down and bursts into loud, frantic tears, wailing in despair about what she is supposed to do and sending Rentaro into a panic. Through her heavy sobs, Chiyo loudly and passionately confesses her love for Rentaro, catching him entirely off guard. Rentaro desperately tries to soothe Chiyo, realizing that losing her glasses makes her completely blind and triggers an extreme wave of anxiety that turns her into a blubbering crybaby. Suddenly, the bathroom door clicks open. Uncle Hiro dramatically appears in the doorway holding a fishing rod and proudly reveals that he orchestrated everything, explaining that he turned off the water heater, placed the marble, jammed the door, tipped the cup, and even knocked off Chiyo's glasses. Rentaro demands to know why his uncle would orchestrate such a convoluted plan. Hiro explains that because Chiyo is so incredibly straight-laced, she never would have confessed her feelings to her own cousin under normal circumstances, and declares that he will never hand his precious daughter over to any man lesser than Rentaro. Hiro adds that he originally wanted to keep them apart until they were adults to avoid them seeing each other as siblings, but since Rentaro has recently been surrounded by so many girls, he panicked and decided he could not wait any longer to set them up. Rentaro bluntly corrects his uncle by explaining that all of those girls are actually his current girlfriends. Although thoroughly confused by the revelation, Hiro quickly rationalizes that adding a relative to Rentaro's massive group of girlfriends should be completely fine. Hiro cries alongside Chiyo and begs Rentaro to date his daughter, prompting Rentaro to wonder if their dramatic crying is a family trait. Rentaro then calmly asks his uncle to hand over Chiyo's glasses first. Chiyo puts her glasses back on and is instantly hit with a wave of embarrassment upon realizing she just confessed her love to her cousin, prompting her to apologize profusely to her father. Rentaro bows on the floor and apologizes, stating that all things considered he cannot accept Chiyo's confession. When Hiro asks if Rentaro means they should wait until she is older, Rentaro clarifies that he refuses to accept a confession that was manipulated by her father's schemes, arguing that a person's romantic life should never be predetermined by someone else. Rentaro passionately declares that true love must be entirely free and uninfluenced by outsiders, stating that genuine affection is a precious feeling that can only be experienced firsthand. Chiyo listens to his words in quiet contemplation, while a weeping Hiro aggressively tells Rentaro to shut up while repeating his beautiful speech. Chiyo steps forward and confesses her feelings once more, explaining that her love is not because of her father's schemes, but because Rentaro is the person who finally told her what she had always longed to hear. Chiyo acknowledges that they are cousins and admits she knows her confession might make her look completely foolish or out of her mind to him. Tears fill Chiyo's eyes as she directly reiterates her deep love for Rentaro despite everything. Chiyo earnestly asks Rentaro if he will go out with her, while Rentaro internally realizes that he is the one who is actually carrying too many heavy obligations, not her. Rentaro happily accepts her confession, declaring that their relationship as cousins does not matter as long as they love each other, while a jubilant Hiro jumps for joy in the background. Hiro loudly celebrates the success of his plan, cheering about a clutch comeback and declaring that they must throw a massive celebration. Rentaro introduces Chiyo as his newest girlfriend to the group, explaining the bizarre situation. Chiyo politely introduces herself, mentioning her grade and school, while Karen reacts with loud shock to Chiyo's young age and her familial relation to Rentaro. Karen points out the sheer absurdity of the situation, while Hahari casually gives thanks for the development. Rentaro nervously tries to ease the tension by claiming that they should be fine as long as their story is still being published. Karen warns Rentaro about facing backlash from the Parent-Teacher Association, but Hahari seriously advises that Rentaro should get Chiyo's parents' permission before proceeding. Rentaro confidently declares that he is prepared to face them directly if necessary. Rentaro reveals that Chiyo's own father was actually the one who orchestrated the entire setup, prompting an outraged Hahari to furiously question his worth as a parent, while the other girlfriends look on in surprise. Chiyo politely bows and promises to do her best not to cause trouble, earning admiration from Hahari and a warm greeting from Shizuka, who notes that she is indeed a very diligent class president. Chiyo suddenly groans in immense distress, which Hahari mistakes for a stomach ache. In reality, Chiyo is triggered by Hahari's short skirt and aggressively tugs at it to lengthen it, causing a panicked Hahari to beg her to stop before she gets pulled down. Hahari laments that her lengthened skirt prevents her from showing off her appeal, so she runs over and dramatically clings to Rentaro, claiming her long skirt tangled around her legs, while Kurumi dryly questions why she was even running. Chiyo turns her attention to Karen, groaning at her lack of a ribbon and her loose socks. A bewildered Karen offers to adjust her skirt, but Chiyo forcefully begins fixing her uniform on the spot. Once Chiyo finishes fixing her clothes, Karen stands completely frozen and uncomfortable in her perfectly adjusted uniform, looking like a forcibly dressed-up cat. Chiyo then targets Mimimi, aggressively pulling at her fake eyelashes, while Mimimi desperately pleads with her to stop, explaining that eyelashes are the most crucial part of her makeup. Chiyo ruthlessly rips off the fake eyelashes, causing Mimimi to scream in agony, though Kusuri casually notes that she doesn't actually look any different. A thoroughly embarrassed Mimimi runs away at incredible speed, while begging everyone not to look at her, leaving Mime and Nano to remark on her impressive running pace. Chiyo corners Mime next, complaining that her bangs are far too long and pinning them back with a hair clip, which exposes Mime's face and sends her into an absolute panic. Mime frantically shields her exposed eyes with her hands in dramatic agony, prompting Shizuka to quickly hold out a pair of sunglasses she borrowed from Mimimi for her to use. With the sunglasses on over her pinned bangs, Mime stands silently, while Shizuka's app remarks that she now looks exactly like a hoodlum. Chiyo points out Shizuka's messy hair, labeling it bedhead, while Shizuka desperately tries to explain through her app that it is just naturally curly. Shizuka frantically pats down the stray strands of hair as they keep popping back up. Despite Shizuka's best efforts, her curly hair keeps popping back up like a game of whack-a-mole, prompting Karen to point this out to a frustrated Chiyo. Chiyo immediately turns on Karen for her slang, aggressively ordering her to clean up her language and reminding her that there are seniors and adults present, which a thoroughly annoyed Karen tells her to shut up about. Chiyo continues to correct Karen's grammar, insisting she say isn't instead of ain't, while Karen defends her vocabulary and begs her to stop chanting her obsessive corrections. Karen collapses in exhaustion from Chiyo's relentless nagging, while Nano looks on and dryly observes that Chiyo's extremely strict and obsessive approach is a horribly inefficient way to live. Nano presents a leftover sausage from her lunch, prompting Chiyo to insist she eat it by herself without sharing. When Kurumi complains that eating more is useless, Chiyo demands she show gratitude to the animals. It was made of telling her that her thankfulness will reach them in heaven. Nano dismisses heaven as an unscientific concept that does not exist, but Chiyo quickly flips through a manga volume and points at a specific page to counter her argument. Chiyo points out canonical proof of angels in their own manga volume, completely defeating Nano in the argument and leaving her to shiver on the floor in despair over the world's severe lack of realism. Nano forces herself to finish her food while thanking the pigs, even though she is so full she might throw up, leading Kusuri to offer a drug that makes vomit look super sparkly, while Karen dryly points out that the illustrator already uses that trick. Chiyo confronts Kusuri for carrying dangerous drugs and aggressively confiscates her test tubes, ordering her to forfeit them immediately. Chiyo commands Kusuri to jump, which causes a massive stash of hidden test tubes to spill out of her lab coat, leaving Kusuri to wail on the floor as Chiyo guards the confiscated stash. Denied her potions, Kusuri falls into a state of dramatic withdrawal, clutching her head and frantically begging for her drugs. Mei immediately dashes off to get medicine from a pharmacy to save Kusuri, with Hahari promising that a car ride will make it quick. However, Chiyo quickly steps in to block Mei's path, leaving Rentaro to wonder what could possibly be out of order with a perfect maid. Chiyo furiously lectures Mei for driving with her eyes closed, which Rentaro sweatingly realizes is easily the most dangerous thing they have encountered yet. Mei strains in vain to force her eyes open, prompting Chiyo to worry. To resolve the situation, Iku suggests playing a game of rock, paper, scissors, with Hahari confident that the physical pain of losing will snap Mei back to normal. Hahari and Iku play a round of the game, resulting in Hahari losing and happily preparing to receive a hit with a plastic bat, as Iku enthusiastically steps up to bat. Hahari bends over to present her target, while a highly focused Iku prepares her swing. Iku lands a heavy slap on Hahari's backside, which Hahari thoroughly enjoys, blushing with excitement and asking if they can keep going, which a calm Iku happily agrees to. Iku rapidly and repeatedly slaps Hahari's backside, sending both of them into a state of sheer blushing ecstasy. Iku proudly declares a full combo as she continues the intense slapping session, while a thoroughly horrified Chiyo watches the bizarre display. Chiyo furiously points her finger and declares that Hahari and Iku's very existence is a problem, leaving the two of them to stare blankly in silent agreement. Chiyo tightly binds Hahari and Iku with ropes to restrain them, though Hahari only finds it exciting and begs Chiyo to teach her more. Rentaro frantically tries to intervene, pointing out that it is only their first offense and asking Chiyo to calm down. Chiyo turns her anger toward Rentaro, groaning as she points a stick at him. Rentaro is initially shocked, but quickly corrects his posture, earnestly asking Chiyo to point out his own flaws so he can do everything in his power to correct them and be a proper boyfriend. Chiyo bluntly points her finger at Rentaro and accuses him of 12-timing his girlfriends, leaving him in a state of absolute petrified shock. Rentaro bursts into dramatic tears, wailing that he loves every single one of his girlfriends too much to choose just one, and has no idea how to fix such a problem. Meanwhile, a relieved Chiyo wipes her brow and celebrates having fixed every issue, only to suddenly freeze as a realization strikes her. The rooftop falls into absolute chaos. As Hahari and Iku enjoy being bound, Mei tries to open her eyes, Nano gets embarrassed, while eating Mimimi Flea's meme tries to act normal, and Kusuri suffers from withdrawal. Rentaro trips and falls on the floor while begging to be split into 12 equal parts, leaving Chiyo overwhelmed and wishing Karen was there to help maintain order. Standing amidst the chaos, Chiyo wonders if this mess is truly what she wanted to see, recalling how she initially hoped to see everyone happy and acting as a normal group of friends. Mimimi accidentally bumps into Chiyo while trying to run away, sending Chiyo's glasses flying. Deprived of her sight, Chiyo begins to panic and trembles with guilt, crying out that everything is her fault. Chiyo breaks down completely and wails that she created a hellscape full of weirdos, sending Rentaro scrambling over to help her. Rentaro gently places Chiyo's glasses back on her face to calm her down, and Chiyo immediately stops crying and tries to apologize. The entire group immediately gathers around Chiyo to express their deep concern, offering help and asking if she is okay or has a stomach ache, completely forgetting their own issues. Rentaro explains to the group that Chiyo's panic was triggered by her losing her glasses. Chiyo is deeply touched, realizing that despite the mess they are in, everyone instantly prioritized her well-being the moment she began crying. Chiyo bows deeply to the group and tearfully apologizes, admitting that none of them were actually in disarray and that they are all perfect just the way they are. Karen and Hikari sheepishly confess that they are indeed a complete mess, but they say it with a warm, caring smile. The girlfriends and Rentaro happily welcome Chiyo to the family, celebrating their chaotic but loving bond as a total mess of friends to conclude the chapter. Rentaro excitedly announces to the girls that their official merchandise went on sale this month, realizing that this entire chapter is going to be a blatant advertisement. Rentaro presents the new items, including acrylic keychains, square pin badges, and wooden tag straps, while Karen and Chiyo try to interrupt him to make sense of the sudden promotion. Rentaro continues pitching the stress relief benefits of the cute designs, prompting Karen to yell at him to stop and demand to know if he is getting kickbacks from the manufacturer, which Rentaro denies, by claiming he is doing this of his own free will. Rentaro passionately screams that he is promoting the merchandise because several of his newer girlfriends do not have any official goods made of them yet. Rentaro declares that if this round of merchandise sells well enough, the company will have to produce more, vowing to promote it as much as possible so that every single one of his girlfriends eventually gets her own merchandise. The girlfriends are instantly won over when they realize a successful sales run might lead to official Rentaro merchandise, prompting the entire group to eagerly unite in support of the advertisement campaign. Rentaro suggests that the best way to promote the items is by actively using them, prompting Mimimi to confidently step forward to demonstrate a highly practical and elegant way to wear a pin badge. Hahari shows off a pin placed directly on her chest, swaying to direct Rentaro's gaze exactly where she wants it. Rentaro gets flustered while Chiyo notes that this trick could be highly effective for a distraction. Nano suggests that the most efficient way to view a badge's design is by pinning it onto someone you see daily, leading Shizuka to place one on Nano's chest in agreement. Nano and Shizuka show off their badges to each other, prompting a weeping Hahari to furiously snap pictures while squealing about couples wearing each other's name tags. Chiyo demonstrates that pinning a badge on a backpack is a practical way to show it off clearly, which Kusuri enthusiastically agrees with, noting it leaves plenty of room to experiment. Kusuri proudly reveals her briefcase, which is completely cluttered with miscellaneous badges, instantly sending a neat, obsessed Chiyo into a state of sheer panic. Chiyo aggressively rearranges all the badges into an orderly pattern, ignoring Kusuri's panicked pleas to stop, and then fumbles with Rentaro as she continues to fret. Kusuri happily admits that the backpack looks much cooler now that it is neatly organized, thanking Chiyo. Meanwhile, Karen acts dismissive of the merchandise, crossing her arms and claiming she has nothing on her backpack. Hikari distracts Karen by shouting about a breast-enhancing bra, using the opportunity to quickly unzip Karen's backpack as a shocked Karen catches her. Hikari uncovers a complete set of Karen's own merchandise hidden inside the backpack, causing a deeply embarrassed Karen to grab her bag and run away. Karen aggressively shoves her backpack directly onto Hikari's face, while Hahari comments on how Karen is clearly thirsty for attention since all she can see is Karen merchandise. Karen shows off her phone covered in charms, admitting she put more on it than intended because she loves them. Next to her, Iku holds up her own phone, which is also heavy with jangling keychains. Iku notes that the massive bundle of keychains acts as a great arm workout, while Karen reminds her that the keychains are not meant to be used for weight training. Mimimi wears the keychains as earrings and claims they look beautiful, but she immediately groans as the heavy weight stretches her earlobes, leading Karen to remark that she has the mentality of a grade schooler. While Chiyo attends to Iku, she notices Mei kneeling on the floor to pick up scattered square pin badges and asks her what she is doing. Mei explains that she is arranging the pin badges to admire how happy Hahari looks when surrounded by everyone, but Chiyo remarks that the setup looks much more like a hostile military siege. Meme suggests attaching the badges to the heads of stuffed toys to play make-believe, showing off dolls representing Karen and Hahari. Mei tearfully celebrates Hahari becoming human, while Nino dryly points out that Hahari has actually always been human. This prompts Hahari herself to run over in excitement and beg to play with the dolls. Hahari aggressively plays with the dolls, speaking in Karen's tsundere voice before aggressively forcing the two dolls to kiss each other with loud smooching noises. An outraged Karen and Hikari forcefully tackle Hahari to the ground to punish her, screaming that she is an absolute disgrace to her family. Hahari lies collapsed and defeated on the rooftop floor, weakly gasping as Mei cradles her. With her final breaths, Hahari mutters a plea for Rentaro to keep her official merchandise as close to him as possible. Mei covers her entire uniform in Hahari merchandise, letting them jangle as she stands proudly. Rentaro realizes with a sweat that the items can also be used as protective charms or keepsakes, noting that he had not even considered that. Rentaro imagines a dramatic scenario where an assassin shoots him directly in the chest, leaving the shooter shocked that Rentaro survived a direct hit to the heart. In his delusion, Rentaro reveals that he survived because a stack of 7 wooden tags representing his girlfriends in his breast pocket acted as a shield to block the bullet. Rentaro continues his imaginary victory, explaining that he actually moved the precious tags out of the way right before the bullet hit his chest. Karen and Chiyo look on in complete disbelief, with Karen questioning his absurd logic. Rentaro passionately declares that even in a completely imaginary scenario, he could never bear to let any harm come to their merchandise, which leaves several of the girls sweating in awkward confusion. Kyusuri introduces a game using the pin badges on the floor, explaining that they can flick them around while using erasers and pencils, as hazards losing the game if a badge gets knocked off the tile. Kyusuri demonstrates a badge slamfist match on the floor, adding that players can even set up intense one-on-one fights directly on top of a textbook with no items. Hahari eagerly watches her badge land right next to Kurumi's, using it as an excuse to run over and try to kiss Kurumi while Kurumi angrily questions her logic. Kyusuri tosses keychains to scare Hahari away, noting that the merchandise is highly effective as Hahari repellent. While Chiyo warns her to check under her bed tonight, Karen angrily objects to being treated like a monster. Mei suggests a new game where players close their eyes and try to identify each girlfriend's badge simply by touch, which Hahari eagerly invites Rentaro to try. Meme easily identifies Karen's keychain by touch, prompting Kyusuri to dryly note that it is impossible to tell whether Meme's eyes are actually closed or not because of her long bangs. Meme is forced to wear a sleep mask over her bangs to play fairly, while Mei accurately identifies Hahari's keychain. Karen notes that closed eye games make absolutely no difference for Mei since her eyes are always closed anyway. Rentaro closes his eyes and carefully touches Karen's badge to identify it, sending her into a blushing flutter as he hesitates. Rentaro successfully identifies Shizuka's flat badge, explaining that even though there was barely any shape to discern, he could feel it based on the warm feeling in his chest when he touched it. Rentaro continues to correctly identify Mei and Nano's badges, using only the warm, peaceful feelings in his chest, sending the gathered girlfriends into a happy cheer. Realizing his immense joy is entirely fueled by their official merchandise, Rentaro resolves to convey his true feelings directly to the readers using a dramatic manga technique to portray his heart. Rentaro envisions a grand pool scene where he and all of his swimsuit-clad girlfriends happily splash around in a pool completely filled with their official merchandise. Both Rentaro and Hahari hold their heads as they get lost in their own vivid matching fantasies of playing with the cute merchandise. Karen loudly yells at Rentaro, correcting him that his wild fantasy is not a vivid imagination, but a complete delusion. Rentaro collapses in exhaustion, lamenting that he cannot possibly defeat Hahari in an imagination battle, while a dramatic Hahari proudly vows to the readers that there will be no shortage of bare flesh in their manga. Rentaro's outer clothes suddenly burst apart in a series of loud rips as he screams that he is about to break and cannot hold back any longer. The girls watch in absolute bewilderment as his clothing tears away, prompting a stunned Karen to ask if he had actually been wearing whatever was underneath all day. A heavily blushing Rentaro shamefully explains his secret, admitting that he originally started by wearing just a few pieces of merchandise. However, the happiness they brought him made him unable to stop putting on more, forcing him to keep the growing collection hidden under his normal clothes so nobody would notice. Rentaro clenches his fist as he prepares to fully reveal the massive hoard of merchandise he has been keeping close to his body. With tears of overwhelming emotion streaming down his face, Rentaro stands proudly under the bright sunlight as he finally reveals the countless girlfriend pin badges he has layered around his neck and shoulders. The full scale of his secret is revealed as Rentaro stands completely covered in a massive solid suit of armor made entirely of hundreds of girlfriend badges, demonstrating the ultimate result of collecting enough official merchandise. In her room, Chiyo curls up on her bed, reflecting on how she never expected to fall in love during her first year of junior high. She looks up information on her phone regarding junior high school romance and gets flustered by the search results mentioning kissing at school. Her panic is suddenly interrupted when she spots a stink bug nearby and frantically calls out for help. At school, Chiyo walks down the stairs while reflecting on the lack of propriety in couples who would dare kiss on campus. She reassures herself that a man as sincere and honest as Rentaro would never engage in such vulgar behavior before smiling and sliding open a classroom door to apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Chiyo's jaw drops in horror as she is greeted by the sight of Rentaro pinned to the rooftop floor, surrounded by a chaotic pile of his girlfriends, who are enthusiastically kissing him and arguing over whose turn it is. Faced with the massive breach of propriety, Chiyo clenches her teeth and growls in absolute uncontrollable rage and frustration. Chiyo launches herself across the rooftop like a bowling ball, knocking all the girls aside in a powerful strike, and bringing an immediate end to the Renteru family's on-campus kissing sessions. Some days later at school, Karen fidgets restlessly at her desk, sweating profusely, as she struggles to cope with the severe lack of physical affection, realizing that being forbidden from kissing is far harder than she ever anticipated. The ban on kissing takes a severe toll on the other girlfriends, as well, with Karen and Hakari expressing their desperate desire to kiss Renteru, while Shizuka sits at her desk in a daze, unable to focus on reading her book, because her mind is entirely consumed by kissing. Overwhelmed by the deprivation, Shizuka desperately presses her book against her mouth to simulate a kiss, while a heavily blushing Hakari clutches her own chest and pouts in severe frustration. Shizuka seeks refuge under her desk, while muttering random words, prompting Chiyo to watch her in concern. Nearby, Karen stares blankly into space while Mimimi mindlessly scratches her desk in frustration, and Hakari tries to get Nano's attention. Hakari leans over to inspect Nano's notebook, only to find that Nano has written equations that all solve to the word kiss. Nano internally commands herself to get a grip, sweating, as she realizes she has made highly embarrassing mathematical miscalculations. Nano desperately tries to regain her composure by reciting the digits of pi, but she completely loses concentration, blushing deeply, as she accidentally says the number 3 with a puckered face. Karen loudly points out that Nano has glitched out and written the number 3 repeatedly in her notebook. Karen acts as if everyone else is overreacting about kissing, completely unaware that she is trying to write with her pencil upside down, while May stands in the background aggressively wiping a teacup. In the clubroom, May's dazed state causes her to pour water directly onto Hahari's chest instead of into a cup, leading Hahari to joke about the mistake. A completely unresponsive May listlessly walks toward the open window to throw herself out, but Hahari grabs her and pleads with her to choose life. May blushes deeply and tearfully admits that she is also desperate to kiss Renteru. Hahari, who has been drooling heavily since that morning, sweatily expresses her concern and suggests that she might need to go to a hospital for her uncontrollable drooling. Iku knocks and slides the door open to deliver a message from her teacher, only to notice Hahari and May drooling. Iku advises Hahari to visit a hospital, but Hahari quickly tells her to look who is talking after noticing that Iku has also been drooling non-stop. Mimimi holds her face in distress, crying that her skin has lost its beautiful gloss due to the lack of affection, while Mime's envious reflection in a glass pane terrifies a nearby student who mistakes her for a school ghost. In the science lab, Kusuri tries to synthesize a drug that mimics the feeling of kissing Renteru, but she ends up crying and whining over her constant failures, desperately stating that she just wants to kiss him. Chiyo sits at her desk during class, clutching her chest, as a sudden twinge of romantic longing for Renteru causes her physical discomfort and distraction. Hakari passionately declares to the other girlfriends that they have only one option left, which is to get Chiyo to kiss Renteru. The other girls cheer in frantic agreement, noting that once Chiyo experiences that bliss, she won't be able to resist kissing him either. The desperate girlfriends surround Chiyo in a wild circle, running around her and chanting absurd slogans to pressure her into kissing Renteru, leaving Chiyo sweating under the intense pressure. Chiyo strongly resists, shouting that kissing is strictly for adults, and she absolutely cannot do it. Hearing this, Hahari sweatily urges Renteru to talk some sense into Chiyo, warning him that he will not be able to kiss her until she is all grown up. Renteru smiles warmly and reassures everyone that if Chiyo wants to wait, he is willing to wait even until their next life, prompting Karen to tearfully praise him as a wonderful boyfriend. Suddenly, Kusuri rushes in with a potion, shouting that she has a drug that forces people to kiss the one they love. Kusuri suddenly trips and falls, sending her test tube flying through the air. The container lands directly in Chiyo's mouth, causing her to accidentally gulp down the chemical liquid, while Renteru yells out in shock. Chiyo's head immediately slumps forward as the drug begins to take effect. Karen panics as she realizes the terrifying implications of a girl drinking that specific potion, while Hakari and Kusuri watch in horror. Chiyo stands up with dazed eyes and begins chanting for kisses, having completely transformed into a kissing zombie. Kusuri frantically explains that she is entirely out of the neutralizing medicine and must return to the lab to make more, while the others realize they are trapped in a repeat of a past disaster. In her mindless state, Chio grabs the metal doorknob and completely crushes it, ripping it off the door to trap everyone on the rooftop and raising the stakes of the emergency. Mei notes that Rentaro is now unable to leave the rooftop without a doorknob, though Hahari offers to take care of the damage. Meanwhile, Chio slowly drags herself forward while whispering for kisses, desperately trying to fight her own sense of school propriety, but finding herself completely unable to resist the drug's influence. Chio stomps her foot hard against the ground to launch herself forward. She flies through the air directly toward Rentaro, relentlessly shouting for a kiss. The other girlfriends immediately leap in and dogpile on top of Chio to restrain her, frantically calling out her name as they struggle to keep her pinned. Karen and the other girls furiously yell at Chio, calling her a moron, and reminding her that she was the one who insisted kissing was only for adults, while Chio can only make muffled, choking sounds as she tries to break free. Realizing the girls are buying him precious time, but are rapidly losing their grip on Chio, Rentaro repeatedly slams his body against the door, determined to bust it open for the sake of his girlfriend. Hikari suggests that she should give Chio a friend kiss, arguing that because Chio loves them, it should help satisfy her urges. She insists she has absolutely no hidden motives, but Karen dryly tells her to make that suggestion without drooling first. Hahari desperately begs Hikari to believe her, crying out that she has been in this drooling state since the morning and is actually being serious this time. Hikari simply covers her ears and dismisses her mother, noting that this behavior completely matches her usual style anyway. Hikari decides that she cannot let her mother's inappropriate desires ruin Chio, so she resolves to sacrifice her own lips. After chugging down some water, she ignores Karen's shouting about her just being thirsty and turns to Kusuri, demanding some of the love drug. Karen promises to hold Chio back so Hikari's sacrifice will not be in vain, while Kusuri nervously hands over the drug. Hikari drinks the potion and immediately falls into a dazed state, puckering her lips and repeatedly chanting for kisses. Instead of kissing Chio, Hikari suddenly grabs Karen and plants a passionate kiss directly on her mouth. The kiss is so intense that Karen accidentally swallows some of the drug remaining in Hikari's mouth, leaving her completely shocked and panicked as the others watch in surprise. Chio is caught right in the middle of Hikari, and Karen's intense kiss completely unable to move as they sandwich her between them. Rentaro finally smashes the door open, but ends up covered in blood from the effort, shocking Shizuka, while Mei snaps photos of Hikari and Karen's kiss, as the others note that Karen is completely sober. Chio finally comes to her senses and immediately apologizes to everyone, prompting a relieved Rentaro to celebrate her recovery. Chio asks the group why they stopped her if their original goal was to get her to kiss Rentaro, but Kusuri and Kurumi tell her she does not need to apologize since they are not angry. Hikari and the other girls gently explain that they only wanted her to experience the genuine happiness of kissing someone she loves, rather than being forced into a coerced kiss. Chio quietly reflects on their words, realizing that she was the only one who viewed kissing as something improper, and that she was wrong to judge them without any personal experience of her own. Chio squeezes her hands and blushes deeply, admitting that her strict way of thinking was selfish, and shyly confessing that she wants to kiss Rentaro as well. Rentaro gently cups Chio's face with his hand and leans in to give her a soft, romantic kiss. Chio covers her face in deep embarrassment, whispering that she is not upset by the kiss, while Karen clears her throat to transition the conversation. Karen asks if they can finally lift the kissing ban, and when a blushing Chio agrees, the entire group bursts into loud, ecstatic cheers of celebration. Chio shyly admits to herself that she was secretly hoping this would happen too, while Rentaro and Hahari throw their hands up in triumph. The entire group of girlfriends leaps forward in a massive wave, eagerly rushing to plant their kisses on Rentaro. Rentaro's a deep, loving kiss with Hikari. Rentaro goes down the line, kissing Karen, Nano, and Shizuka in rapid succession. Rentaro continues his kissing streak, kissing Kurumi, Mei, Hahari, and Mimimi one after another. Rentaro finishes the round by kissing Mime, Iku, and Kusuri in her adult form. Finally, Rentaro kisses Chio once more. Chio is left completely overwhelmed and breathless, clutching her chest in sheer shock after witnessing 12 intense kisses in a row from point-blank range. Chapter 55 begins on a beach where Mime stands in a white sundress and a large hat, her long bangs completely concealing her blushing face, while her classmates play in the water behind her. Mime and Mimimi walk through the school hallway together when they suddenly stop. Mimimi greets Meme warmly in the hallway and Meme shyly asks if she is on her way to the rooftop. Mimimi confirms this as other students whisper and gossip in the background. The surrounding students murmur with admiration about Mimimi's beauty and popularity, which makes a highly self-conscious Meme sweat with anxiety from all the eyes lingering in their direction. Mimimi proudly accepts the compliments as completely natural, while Meme admits that she finds it incredible how Mimimi remains entirely unfazed by being the center of attention. Mimimi declares that she simply lives with absolute self-confidence, believing it is only right for someone of her beauty to be seen. Meme is left completely bewildered by how anyone could possess such bottomless confidence. Meme notes that such confidence is completely beyond her own capabilities, which prompts Mimimi to turn and look at Meme with a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, Kijinta Toraru, the head of the newspaper club, dramatically leaps into the hallway with her camera to introduce herself, causing Meme to jolt in fright, while Mimimi accidentally mispronounces her name. Meme frantically explains to Mimimi that Toraru wants to write a school newspaper article about her, which she tried to refuse. Toraru enthusiastically details her investigations into Meme's background, including her hand-knit sweater claiming her reporter's spirit has been ignited. Meme timidly explains that having her picture taken is too embarrassing for her, before using her misdirection to vanish, leaving only a plush toy behind and frustrating Toraru, who complains that club rules prevent her from using secretly taken photos. Determined to get her scoop, Toraru reveals that she underwent rigorous training inspired by a trending topic and targets Meme through her camera's viewfinder, vowing to finally capture her photo today. Meme dashes down the hallway at high speed to escape, but Toraru uses her newly trained reporter breathing technique to instantly focus and snap a clear photo before Meme can vanish. Meme and the other girlfriends look at the printed school newspaper in absolute distress, mortified by Toraru's article featuring a clear, full-body photo of Meme running away. Rentaro arrives on the rooftop, and Karen frantically informs him that Meme is in serious trouble while Meme trembles in embarrassment nearby. Rentaro apologizes and reveals a giant bag containing all 299 other copies of the school paper that he successfully confiscated. He declares that publishing articles against someone's will is equivalent to terrorism and deserves to be met with total eradication, though Chio points out a line promising to expose Meme's face next time. Rentaro ominously prepares a burning torch and plans to march down to the newspaper club, calmly claiming it is just for negotiations while the other girlfriends worry about his extreme methods. Hahari steps in and stops Rentaro, stating that, as the school's chairwoman, she should be the one to handle the newspaper club's breach of school rules. Hahari enters her office to address the issue of the school paper. Hahari strictly reprimands Toraru, warning her that writing articles against students' wishes is forbidden and threatening to suspend the newspaper club indefinitely. Unfazed, Toraru steps forward and slips a mysterious photo across the desk, claiming she has something the chairwoman will want to see. Toraru slams down several incriminating photos on the desk, showing Rentaro kissing different girls, including the school chairwoman herself, Hikari and Karen. Toraru calmly warns Hahari about the massive public scandal that would erupt if her father in the meteor received those photos, pointing out that both Hahari and the students involved would face extreme societal consequences and potential expulsion for their relationship. Toraru insists she is not blackmailing Hahari, but simply acting as a dedicated professional journalist, demanding that the chairwoman respect the freedom of the press and let the newspaper club continue its work without interference. Back on the rooftop, Hahari tearfully displays a scroll announcing their total defeat, prompting an annoyed Chio to scold her for failing to use her absolute authority as the school chairwoman to handle the situation. With their hands tied regarding the newspaper club, Rentaro declares that he will personally escort Meme every hour of the day to keep her safe from cameras, while the other girls try to comfort a completely despondent Hahari in the background. Rentaro clenches his fist and vows to smash the newspaper club's equipment to bits, prompting Karen to note that his reaction is a bit too extreme, even if it is for his girlfriend. In response, the other girls eagerly pipe up, with Iku volunteering to act as a physical shield, while the rest declare their full support in protecting Meme. Deeply touched by their support, Meme clutches her collar and quietly whispers their names as she blushes behind her long bangs. Meme hesitates to accept their help, feeling guilty that her personal problem is causing so much trouble for everyone else, when they all have their own duties to attend to. Remembering Toror's mention of undergoing rigorous training to capture her meme decides she needs to train as well to improve her misdirection technique and escape the camera. Karen eagerly encourages her to dive into intense practice, while Kusuri pipes up to offer a special item that can assist with her training. Kusuri dresses Meme in a highly revealing bunny suit, explaining that harsher and more embarrassing conditions will force her to improve her misdirection speed by leaps and bounds. While the sight shocks the group and sends Meme into a panic, Iku looks on in excitement and expresses her own desire to wear a similar outfit. Embarrassed by her outfit, Meme frantically begs everyone not to look at her as she attempts to run away, but Shizuka easily spots her and flips her bunny ears down, noting that Meme cannot fool her eyes. Shizuka's text-to-speech app remarks on Meme's incredible speed as a hand lifts May's maid skirt, revealing that the blushing target has actually used her misdirection to hide directly underneath May's clothes. Shizuka lifts the back of May's skirt to expose Meme hiding underneath, leaving May completely embarrassed. Nearby, Kusuri begins twisting her antenna in excitement, while Nano watches the bizarre hiding spot. Nano lifts the back of Kusuri's lab coat only to find a blushing Hahari hiding underneath instead of Meme, with Hahari shamelessly admitting she wanted to use the game as an excuse to sneak under everyone's clothes. Nano dryly points out that they found the wrong life form under Kusuri's coat, while Karen yells in annoyance when Hikari hugs her from behind, mistaking her reaction as an attempt to find Meme. Meme takes her training to extreme lengths, hiding flat on the rooftop floor behind Iku, and even dangling precariously from the building's outer ledge, prompting Karen to ask if she is actually a ninja. Despite her impressive physical feats, Meme gasps for breath in exhaustion as the grueling training begins to take a heavy toll on her body. Exhausted and discouraged, Meme sighs that her misdirection hasn't improved at all and that she will never escape Toror's camera. She tearfully apologizes to everyone for wasting their help and says she will just let her face be photographed, but Mimimi fiercely steps in and tells her she cannot give up. Mimimi puts on Meme's oversized sweater and asks Meme how she would describe her now, prompting a confused Meme to hesitate before offering that she looks beautiful. Mimimi confirms that Meme's description of her as beautiful is absolutely correct. Mimimi clutches the sweater and reminds Meme that she was the one who knitted it, declaring that Meme's own hard work and talent are what created the beauty standing right before her. Hearing Mimimi's heartfelt praise, Meme stands silently, deeply moved by the reminder of her own worth and the value of her talent. The next day at school, Toru bursts back into the hallway with her camera raised, loudly announcing her return to capture her next scoop on Meme. As Toru prepares to snap a photo, she hesitates, noticing through her viewfinder that Meme's posture and overall expression feel completely different than before. Toru tries to create a sudden gust of wind to blow Meme's bangs back, but Meme quickly dashes forward as Toru activates her reporter breathing to capture the shot. Smiling confidently, Meme remains unfazed as Toru's camera clicks, repeatedly setting up the ultimate showdown between the photographer and her target. Toru looks at her camera screen in utter disbelief, panicking as she realizes she did not capture Meme's face at all, but rather a beautifully posed picture of Mimimi. Mimimi confidently announces her presence, prompting Toru to desperately try for one more shot, using her reporter breathing only for Meme to swiftly dash away and leave a plush toy in her wake. Toru checks her camera screen once more, only to find another elegant photo of Mimimi posing instead of her intended target. Although frustrated, Toru grumbles that a minor setback will not shatter her reporter's spirit, and decides she will use the gorgeous photos of Mimimi for an article instead, which is exactly what Mimimi wanted. Meme is so overwhelmed with gratitude that she hugs Mimimi tightly, thanking her for the help, which leaves a weeping Mimimi complaining that she cannot see through her own tears. Rentaro walks down the hallway and congratulates them on their success, explaining that Meme's skill at hiding things paired perfectly with Mimimi's natural ability to stand out and draw attention away from others. Meme marvels at the realization that she could use Mimimi herself as the ultimate misdirection tool, rather than just stuffed toys, which Mimimi proudly notes is only natural given her attention-grabbing presence. Mimimi dramatically names their technique the misdirection beauty flow, while a grateful Meme thanks her again, though Rentaro gently points out that it was Meme's own growing confidence that made it work. Rentaro suddenly gets a massive nosebleed and collapses, leaving both Meme and Mimimi staring in absolute shock and concern. As Meme covers her face in deep embarrassment, Mimimi is so struck by Meme's beauty that she begins shaking and shouting in awe, declaring that Meme is unthinkably gorgeous. Meme suddenly vanishes out of sheer embarrassment, leaving Mimimi searching the empty hallway and pleading for Meme to return and her beauty secrets. On a warm and peaceful afternoon at school, the quiet scene sets the stage for a new day. Up on the school rooftop, the girls sit together on a blanket, with Shizuka remarking on how warm the weather is, and Kurumi admitting that the heat is starting to make her feel drowsy. The girls notice that Rentaro has actually begun nodding off, while sitting straight up, prompting them to squeal in adoration over his cute sleeping face and admire his immense willpower. Nano points out that Rentaro frequently sacrifices his sleep to keep them happy, while Shizuka, Karen, and Kurumi list his recent efforts, from transcribing books and researching food spots to taking wakefulness drugs just to spend time with them. Deeply grateful for everything Rentaro does, Shizuka, and may wonder how they can possibly repay him, prompting Hikari to enthusiastically offer her lap as a pillow, which a blushing Karen quickly claims she was about to suggest as well. The remaining girls immediately join in shouting that they also want Rentaro to sleep on their laps, leaving a completely bewildered Rentaro to wonder what is suddenly going on. With all 12 girls demanding a turn, they decide to organize a formal playoff to determine the ultimate lap pillow champion. Rentaro desperately clutches his head, wishing he were an 8-headed mythical serpent so he could satisfy everyone at once, but Chio quickly points out that even with 8 heads, he would still be 4 heads short. Mimimi steps forward as the first competitor, confidently inviting Rentaro to lie down on her beautiful lap, which Rentaro nervously does as his heart begins to race. With Rentaro's heart pounding wildly, he wonders how he can possibly fall asleep under such intense nerve-wracking conditions. Despite his initial nervousness, Rentaro's extreme exhaustion catches up with him, and he immediately falls fast asleep on Mimimi's lap, quickly slipping into a deep dream. In his dream, Rentaro finds himself standing at the massive Tokyo Dome. The arena is filled with a roaring crowd chanting about Paris fashion. Inside the dream, Mimimi gently squeezes Rentaro's hand and passionately declares to him that he is true Paris fashion through and through. The crowd erupts into wild cheers, declaring Mimimi as the ultimate champion and praising the two of them as the true definition of Paris fashion. Rentaro's phone alarm rings to end the time limit, waking him up as he rubs his eyes and tells Mimimi about his dream where she was crowned the Paris fashion champion, which she smugly accepts as only natural. Nano steps up as the second contestant, calmly commanding Rentaro to come lay on her lap, which immediately sends him back into a deep dream state. In his dream with Nano, Rentaro finds himself lying hand in hand with her on a massive conveyor belt, moving through a quiet, starry night. Nano dryly notes how highly efficient their conveyor belt date is as they speed along right before Rentaro's alarm rings to wake him up from the dream. Iku takes her turn as the third entrant, inviting Rentaro to use her lap, which quickly triggers a dream about an intense training session with a baseball coach shouting at them to run. In the dream, the coach aggressively hits 1,000 practice balls at them while Iku dives to catch them, dragging a tied-up Rentaro along like a spinning top. The dream training culminates in Rentaro getting rapidly hit with paddles as Iku screams in ecstatic delight, ending only when his phone alarm finally buzzes to wake him. Mei steps forward as the fourth competitor, gently offering her lap to Rentaro, who quickly falls asleep and dreams of her helping him find a lost key. When Rentaro complains in the dream that he is running late, Mei suddenly transforms into a loyal dog and sprints down the street at incredible speed to help him. Mei's dog form suddenly sprouts jet wings, launching them high into the sky as Rentaro proudly praises her as a wonderful dog right before his phone alarm buzzes to wake him. Karen steps up as the fifth entrant, crossing her arms and crossly demanding that Rentaro get over to her lap, which quickly sends Rentaro back into a dream where they declare their love for each other. In the dream, Karen shyly asks Rentaro to hold her tight and stroke her head, and Rentaro happily complies while embracing her gently on a bed of clouds. After the two, a sweet kiss in the cloud dream, the alarm rings and Rentaro wakes up to find Karen screaming at him for having such a normal, sweet dream, and calling him an idiot while Hikari smirks in the background. Shizuka takes her turn as the sixth entrant, inviting Rentaro to her lap, and instantly sending him into a dream where he is a handsome prince arriving to rescue Princess Shizuka. The dream proceeds to their grand royal wedding ceremony and transitions to their romantic bedroom, where Princess Shizuka gazes up at Prince Rentaro with adoring eyes. Rentaro suddenly bolts upright as his alarm rings, shouting a loud morning greeting and leaving Shizuka and the others curious and a bit flustered about what kind of dream he was having. Hahari kneels as the 8th contestant, inviting Rentaro to her lap for breast time, which instantly plunges him into a deep dream. In his dream, a gentle Hahari leans over him lovingly, whispering reassuring words and promising to be very gentle with him. Rentaro suddenly leaps backward in a panic as his alarm rings, shouting about how quickly the situation escalated, while a tearful Hahari asks why he got up so fast, and Chiyo scolds her for turning a lap pillow into something improper. Hikari steps up as the 8th entrant and invites Rentaro to her lap, immediately sending him into a dream of a luxurious bedroom filled with suggestive gasps. Rentaro immediately bolts upright in terror before even a second can pass, leaving Hikari crying in frustration, while Hahari dryly observes his rapid awakening. Kusuri happily sits down as the 9th competitor, inviting Rentaro to her lap, which sends him into a dream where she presents her newly synthesized immortality drug. The dream skips 1 billion years into the future, where Earth is gone, showing Rentaro and Kusuri kissing as immortal beings in outer space, while a terrifying alien watches them in surprise. The giant alien squeals and blushes in embarrassment as Rentaro and Kusuri embrace to become the Adam and Eve of a brand new human race, just as his phone alarm rings to wake him. Kurumi steps up as the 10th contestant, calling Rentaro over to her lap, which quickly sends him into a dream where he is feeding her a large baguette. In the dream, Kurumi happily munches on the baguette, repeating how incredibly good it tastes. The dream takes a dark turn, showing a tearful Kurumi standing before Rentaro's memorial altar, while Rentaro's spirit smilingly reassures her that he will always be inside her body, ending with his alarm waking him. Chiyo takes her turn as the 11th contestant, inviting Rentaro to her small lap, where he immediately falls asleep and dreams of Chiyo furiously lecturing him about his asymmetrical character design. In the dream, Rentaro tries to make his hair perfectly symmetrical down the middle and even shaves his head completely bald to please Chiyo, but she only grows more frustrated. Finally, Rentaro transforms himself into a perfectly symmetrical wooden stick figure, but Chiyo angrily shouts that it is completely wrong just as his phone alarm rings to wake him up. Meme steps forward as the 12th and final contestant, nervously inviting Rentaro to use her lap, which quickly sends him into a dream where global media organizations are desperately trying to expose Meme's face to the world. In the dream, Rentaro holds Meme close to protect her from the swarming paparazzi, but as the whirring of their cameras grows louder, he quickly realizes that just hiding her is not going to work. To solve the crisis, Rentaro transforms in the dream into a giant mecha called cybernetic life form Evangeltaru to completely shield Meme, successfully preventing the frustrated photographers from getting a shot of her face before his alarm wakes him up. Back in reality, Rentaro lies on the rooftop floor in a daze, completely unable to choose a winner, because every single one of his girlfriends was wonderful in her own unique way. To resolve the issue and let Rentaro rest properly, the girls decide to form a massive circle together and create a single continuous lap bed for him to sleep on. Rentaro lies down across all of his girlfriend's laps at once, sighing in pure comfort and quickly drifting into a peaceful, restful sleep under the open sky. The girls look down at him lovingly as he rests with Kusuri, happily noting that he looks incredibly comfy. The other girls watch his peaceful face with Hahari, wondering what wonderful dreams he must be having right now. Rentaro mumbles in his sleep, expressing his deep gratitude to everyone and promising to protect them all, which brings warm smiles to all of their faces. Lying happily in the center of a spiral of his loving girlfriend's laps, Rentaro enjoys a perfect, well-deserved nap to conclude the chapter. The next day at school, Rentaro looks at his classroom door and wonders what kind of person their brand new teacher will turn out to be. Inside the classroom, the girls sit at their desks and discuss their hopes for the new educator, with Shizuka wishing for a fellow book lover and Kurumi hoping for someone kind and gentle, while Nano prefers a straightforward, no-nonsense teacher. The girls continue speculating on the new teacher's background and teaching style when Karen suddenly bursts through the door to announce that the new teacher has finally arrived. Dressed in a striking cowgirl outfit complete with an American flag bandana, the new Japanese language teacher introduces herself as Miss Natty, loudly claiming to have come all the way from the United States. Miss Natty calls out to Karen as Lil Miss Pigtails, and when a confused Karen introduces herself, Miss Natty playfully asks if Karen thinks she would be better suited for teaching English given her flashy American outfit. Miss Natty enthusiastically declares that people should not get caught up in stereotypes about where teachers come from, explaining that she is here to teach freedom, and that teachers do not have to dress formally, while Karen reminds her that she is actually supposed to be teaching them Japanese. Miss Natty playfully notes that Karen is reacting strongly to her style and claims her version of freedom is the best, prompting a frustrated Karen to complain that this is the absolute messiest English she has ever heard. Miss Natty casually dismisses the criticism, claiming she is barely using a fraction of her true power, which only infuriates Karen further, while Rentaro desperately tries to calm everyone down as class begins. Miss Natty zeroes in on Rentaro, calling him Eyebrow Boy, and though Rentaro politely introduces himself by his real name, she grabs his collar and demands his full attention. Miss Natty commands Rentaro to meet her after class for supplementary lessons under the excuse that his eyebrows are disrupting the class, leaving a highly confused Rentaro questioning her logic, while Karen angrily demands she go back where she came from. The school bell rings to signal the end of class. During their one-on-one session in the classroom, Rentaro tries to focus on his work, but he becomes incredibly flustered and blushing as Miss Natty sits uncomfortably close to him at his desk. When Rentaro points out how close she is, Miss Natty grabs his arm and dismisses his concern, happily claiming that such close proximity is perfectly ordinary where she comes from. Rentaro nervously reminds her that they are in Japan, but a relaxed Miss Natty leans in closer and softly asks if being all alone with her is making him uncomfortable. Miss Natty suddenly pulls Rentaro into a tight hug, cooing over how cute he is, and when a startled Rentaro pulls back in shock, she breezily explains that hugs are just a normal way of greeting people where she is from. Miss Natty reaches out and gently places her hand on Rentaro's cheek. As she holds his chin, Miss Natty comments on how incredibly shy he is, gazing at him with a sudden soft look. Without warning, Miss Natty leans in close and presses her lips directly against Rentaro's. The two a quiet, passionate kiss in the empty classroom. Miss Natty leans completely over his desk, pulling him close for an intense kiss as Rentaro's heart pounds furiously against his chest. Miss Natty finally pulls away and bashfully offers her hand, trying to brush it off, by claiming that kisses are also just a plain old greeting back home, leaving a heavily blushing Rentaro completely speechless. Her playful facade drops as Miss Natty clutches her bandana, quietly confessing that what she just did was not actually a greeting at all, and shyly admits that she has fallen in love with him. While Rentaro stares at her in absolute wide-eyed shock, Miss Natty quickly notes that she already knows exactly what he is about to say in response. Miss Natty acknowledges the obvious boundary, pointing out that since he is a student and she is a teacher, their love is technically not supposed to be right. However, she immediately throws her arms up and proudly declares that she does not care about rules, insisting that people should be free to live how they want, and that love felt deep in the heart should be completely unrestricted. Miss Natty gets down on one knee and asks Rentaro to go out with her, leaving him in a state of absolute shock. Instead of answering her proposal, Rentaro quietly observes that Miss Natty is actually entirely Japanese. Miss Natty's confident demeanor instantly crumbles as she looks at Rentaro in complete surprise. Sweating nervously, Miss Natty tries to play innocent acting as though she has no idea what he is talking about. Rentaro begins laying out his deduction, explaining that someone who knows enough Japanese to teach the language would naturally have to study the culture intently rather than ignoring it, and that her unique use of English was a dead giveaway. Rentaro continues, suggesting she might have acted this way out of consideration for him, or because she loves American culture so much that she intentionally deviates from standard Japanese customs. Rentaro points out that Japan is one of the few countries where a formal confession of love is customary before starting a relationship, noting that Americans do not typically confess their feelings in the exact manner she just did. Flustered Miss Natty admits that since this is her first love, she did not pay attention to cultural details, like that, prompting Rentaro to earnestly ask for her real name as she realizes her secret has been completely exposed. Miss Natty finally confesses her true identity as Yamato Nadeshiko, a 24-year-old Japanese woman born and raised in Japan, who went to America for only 5 minutes the previous day to avoid technically lying about coming from America. In a flashback to her childhood, Nadeshiko recalls being strictly locked in a warehouse by her family for failing to master the traditional koto, leaving her to bitterly reflect on how much she despised wearing kimonos and being forced into unwanted lessons. While sitting in the dark warehouse, Nadeshiko noticed scattered boxes and discovered an American film on a video cassette tape. Despite being raised to handle everything with quiet Japanese grace, Nadeshiko inserted the tape into the VCR to see what lay on the recording. She watched in absolute awe as the video showed a group of American children freely watching television while eating food. Nadeshiko was mesmerized by how they freely guzzled massive bottles of cola, ate pizza, and stuffed their faces with popcorn. In her memory, the realization of their complete freedom struck her with immense force, prompting her to slam her hands down in excitement. The young Nadeshiko stared at the screen with tearful eyes, utterly shocked that people could live so freely and even wear their shoes inside the house. As she grew older and began wearing American-themed clothes and dyeing her hair, her strict family furiously scolded her for bringing shame upon their household and the entire nation of Japan. Her family slammed the door and banished her from the house, forever prompting Nadeshiko to timidly try out her very first English curse as she quivered in tears. Back in the classroom, Nadeshiko sadly reflects on how her hard-fought identity has been completely exposed. Nadeshiko tearfully wonders how anyone could ever accept such a shameful disgrace as their lover, while a panicked Rentaro frantically apologizes for prying into her painful past. Rentaro explains that if they are going to be in a relationship, he wants to know everything about her apologizing for prying. This leaves Nadeshiko completely stunned. Nadeshiko asks Rentaro if he is absolutely sure, questioning if it is not embarrassing for him to date a Japanese person who simply pretends to be American. Rentaro gently counters her, asking why she thinks any of that would be embarrassing. Rentaro praises her dedication to being exactly who she wants to be and expressing it, openly calling it a wonderful quality, before enthusiastically accepting her proposal, which moves her to tears of joy. Nadeshiko tearfully thanks Rentaro and declares her love, but Rentaro interrupts to correct how she addresses him, telling her to call him by his first name instead, which catches her completely off guard. Swirling in her emotions, Nadeshiko internally marvels at how incredibly sweet Rentaro is, finding him greater than the vast plains of America and the absolute peak of what a person can be. Back to her cheerful, energetic self, Miss Natty proudly strikes a pose and declares that she is Captain America. Back on the school rooftop, Rentaro introduces Miss Natty to his other girlfriends and asks them to accept her as his newest partner, prompting an enthusiastic cheer from a highly impressed Miss Natty as the girls gasp in recognition. Miss Natty marvels at their polygamous relationship, praising their absolute freedom and declaring that they practically wrote the book on love, which Mimimi proudly agrees is worthy of high praise. Miss Natty laments seeing such a free-spirited group confined to identical school uniforms, explaining that the true American way of expressing love is through one's entire body. She offers to purchase any clothes they would like to wear, prompting an excited cheer from Hahari. The girls immediately gather on the rooftop blanket with paper and pens to sketch out their ideal outfits, while Shizuka marvels at Nano's incredible speed as she draws a perfectly straight mechanical stick figure. Miss Natty excitedly inspects Nano's sketch, only to immediately scream that it is trash and demand she scrap it, prompting a defensive Karen to argue against her harsh critique. When May and Meme suggest keeping their respective outfits to blend in and hide, Miss Natty loudly rejects their ideas, insisting that their choices do not represent true freedom and urging them to search deep within their hearts. When Hahari presents a highly traditional outfit, Miss Natty screams at her to scrap it too boldly, declaring that her only true boss is freedom. Undeterred, Iku confidently steps forward with a grin and presents her own design. Having all of their designs systematically rejected by Miss Natty, the rooftop descends into existential confusion, with Chiyo sobbing over her ruined drawing and Shizuka trying to comprehend the true meaning of freedom, while Kurumi quietly returns Chiyo's dropped glasses. Later that evening, the girls walk down the school hallway in exhaustion, with Karen grumbling about how difficult it was to finally get Miss Natty's approval on an outfit, while Hikari and Shizuka wonder if they will truly be able to get along with their eccentric new teacher. The very next day, Hahari and Mei arrive at school triumphantly carrying a massive oversized bundle containing all of their newly ordered custom outfits for everyone to try. Hahari smiles and smugly explains that the power of capital is enough to make any ridiculous demand trivial, while the narrator dryly remarks on her antagonistic tendencies and whether her development has truly been an improvement. The dress-up session begins in complete chaos as Hahari aggressively tries to undress the screaming girls while Rentaru covers his eyes in embarrassment and Miss Natty watches in bewilderment. The girls draw lots to decide the order of their reveals, with Mei stepping forward to go first, despite a towering figure in the background humorously complaining that she cannot reach. Mei reveals her outfit as a walking Sanrio puppy Kigurumi that wags its tail in sync with her pulse, leaving Hahari and Rentaru completely overwhelmed by her adorable appearance. Rentaru proudly asks Miss Natty if she recognizes Mei's puppy Kigurumi as her true form of freedom, leaving the teacher completely frozen in speechless awe, before Kurumi steps up for her turn. Kurumi steps out dressed as a beautiful walking princess, causing Rentaru to blush intensely in admiration, while Nano dryly asks Karen if she is acting like Kurumi's mother, as Chiyo prepares for her turn. Chiyo reveals her custom outfit as a mini policewoman, prompting Hahari to squeal that she would gladly let herself be arrested, while Rentaru prepares for the next reveal. Kurumi reveals her true custom outfit as a macaron fairy, explaining that she chose it because an ad for detergent made her crave macarons, prompting Rentaru to joke that he is glad it did not make her want to eat the detergent itself. Kurumi eagerly munches on the actual macarons attached to her dress, while Mimimi confidently steps forward to announce her own turn as the next unveil. The next group reveals their outfits, with Mimimi appearing in a massive extravagant dress, Hikari wearing a highly suggestive heart-themed outfit, Nano choosing a simple and elegant swim racing suit, and Iku wearing a heavy physical training harness. Kusuri reveals herself floating inside a large jar of harmless fluid that resembles formalin, leaving the group completely incredulous as Meme nervously prepares to show her own outfit. Meme steps out wearing an exact copy of Mimimi's school uniform, shyly admitting she wanted to be confident like her senpai, which deeply moves Mimimi to tears of proud understanding. As Mimimi smugly basks in the compliment, a highly embarrassed Meme uses her misdirection to vanish into thin air, leaving Rentaru to step forward for his own turn. Rentaru proudly reveals himself dressed as Luffy from One Piece, prompting a collective gasp and intense blushing from all of his girlfriends. Iku asks Rentaru why he did not choose the post-timeskip design, to which Rentaru humorously replies that he cannot use Haki yet, though Hikari and Kurumi confidently bet that he will learn it someday. Karen desperately tries to make an excuse to flee the rooftop to avoid her turn, but the other girls block her escape and drag her back. Karen is forced to reveal her outfit, exposing herself in an incredibly soft and girly frilly dress that leaves Rentaru and the girls screaming in absolute adoration, while a blushing Karen angrily tells them to shut up. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Karen lands a heavy punch on Rentaru while shouting at him to step off, leaving the other girls to dryly observe that Rentaru's sense of physical pain has completely vanished. Karen aggressively points to Hahari, demanding it is her turn next, while a blushing Hahari tries to back out by claiming that just seeing everyone else's cute outfits was more than enough for her. Hahari shyly reveals her custom outfit as her old high school uniform, explaining that her ultimate freedom was the desire to simply return to being a high schooler alongside all of them, which leaves Rentaru and the girls blushing deeply in warm admiration. When Hahari worries that wearing her old high school uniform is embarrassing, Rentaru warmly reassures her that she looks incredibly cute, which Kusuri enthusiastically agrees with by noting she looks exactly like a real high schooler. While the girls happily celebrate how well Hahari fits in with them, Hikari internally thinks her mother looks like a hostess, but quickly reads the room and enthusiastically mimics the others' warm praise. With the fashion show finally complete, the group turns to Miss Natty to ask for her verdict on whether at least one of their custom outfits successfully embodies the true spirit of freedom. Miss Natty bursts into tears of overwhelming emotion, declaring that seeing them out of their school uniforms shows they are as free as anyone can be, and proudly dubs them the Freedom Avengers. Deeply touched by Miss Nada's recognition of their hard work, Iku admits she had to hold back her tears while Miss Natty proudly commends their effort and thanks them as their teacher. The girls warmly thank Miss Natty for helping them discover the outfits they truly wanted to wear, with Kusuri playfully comparing the whole event to a classic television costume contest she watches with her grandmother. Nano and Shizuka reflect on how difficult it is to be honest with their true feelings, realizing they have unconsciously spent years hiding behind social conformity as an automatic reflex. While Miss Natty gets emotional over their kind words, Kusuri suddenly slips a piece of paper forward, revealing Miss Natty's old driver's license, showing her original traditional Japanese identity. When Karen and Chio realize this document reveals her closely guarded secret of being Japanese, Miss Natty bashfully explains that their displayed freedom has inspired her to her own truth with them. With tears streaming down her face, Miss Natty sincerely confesses that she would love to formally join their family. The girls eagerly welcome Miss Natty into their family with loud cheers, and the entire group relaxes on the rooftop together to enjoy their snacks and celebrate their new bond. Later, Miss Natty walks alongside Rentaru on the roof, admitting that she never expected to open up about her closely guarded secret of being Japanese, but feels freer than ever now that the weight is off her shoulders. Neichiko warmly thanks Rentaru for seeing right through her facade and reassuring her that her true self was not embarrassing at all. Neichiko leans in and asks a tender kiss, with Rentaru admitting that she has to tip her hat to him as their hearts beat in sync to conclude the chapter. Chapter 59 begins with Rentaru and his entire group of girlfriends squeezing tightly inside a small arcade photo booth to snap a giant group picture. The girls celebrate how much fun their arcade date has been as the photo booth finishes taking the pictures and invites them to customize their printed sticker sheets. Rentaru warmly thanks the girls for making the day so amazing, though he sheepishly admits he is currently at a loss on how they are going to get out of the cramped space. The chapter title page reveals the entire group of 14 people hilariously packed like canned sardines inside the tiny booth, completely trapped and grinding against each other with no way to escape. The girls grumble about being packed so tightly with absolutely zero room to move, with Karen blaming adult Kusuri's sudden growth spurt for worsening the squeeze, while a suffocating Miss Natty weakly begs for some space. Stuck face to face, Karen and Hikari aggressively bicker and order each other to step back, even though neither of them has any room to budge. Rentaru desperately tries to focus on finding a way out of the jam, while the girls around him moan about the tight squeeze, with Hikari noting how nice it smells, Miss Natty singing incoherently, and Kurumi's stomach loudly rumbling from the pressure. Karen suddenly panics and demands to know who just groped and stroked her backside, immediately accusing Hikari, while Nano quickly denies any involvement. A heavily blushing Meme frantically apologizes and explains she was only trying to stretch her arm, prompting Karen to instantly forgive her, which leaves an outraged Mimimi questioning why Meme gets a free pass. Adult Kusuri suddenly shivers as her backside is also squeezed, realizing that Meme's flailing arms have accidentally struck her as well. While Neichiko claims she was not moving her hand, Hahari slyly thanks someone in Chinese for a squishy handful, prompting a furious Karen to vow revenge the moment they escape. The tense atmosphere is suddenly pierced by the distinct metallic sounds of a zipper and buttons being undone, sending a shiver of panic through Rentaru, Karen, Hikari, and Neichiko. Rentaru calmly announces that he has successfully caught the hand of the person trying to pull down his pants, immediately identifying the culprit as Hikari, much to her embarrassment and Karen's outrage. Kurumi suddenly warns everyone that Shizuka is on the verge of being crushed to death by the intense pressure, prompting a panicked Rentaru to search for any way to move his locked arms to save her. Rentaru forcefully slams his own head against the wall of the booth to brace himself, creating a protective pocket of space around Shizuka and leaving her heart racing in deep gratitude. Rentaru instructs everyone to tightly pair up and hug each other to maximize their collective space and keep Shizuka safe, prompting Miss Natty to immediately pull a highly receptive Mimimi into a tight embrace. Karen and Hikari begrudgingly embrace while insisting it is strictly to save Shizuka, while a deeply touched Shizuka finds safety and warmth as she tightly hugs Nano. Hahari squeals in absolute ecstasy as she tightly squeezes her maid Mei, while Iku and Rentaru a warm, tight embrace that leaves both of their hearts thumping in deep embarrassment. Mime gently hugs a small Kurumi while Kurumi's focus drifts to Mime's large chest as Kusuri happily embraces Chiyo and comments on how small and cute she is. With everyone securely paired up, and the danger of crushing averted, Chiyo decides they must call for help from the outside and loudly screams through the cracks of the booth to get anyone's attention. Outside the photo booth, the arcade is completely filled with the deafening, chaotic noise of roaring games, clashing machines, and bustling crowds. Karen grumbles about the overwhelming noise of the arcade drowning out Chiyo's screams, while Hahari dramatically speculates about players facing life or death matches nearby. When Rentaru suggests they simply wait for the crowd to thin out, Kusuri notes they would have to wait for her negation drug to wear off so she can shrink, but Hikari frantically points out they just came from a soft drink bar and do not have the luxury of waiting. Hikari horrifically warns them that they will all be drowned in a massive, unstoppable flood if they do not escape, soon sending a wave of absolute terror through the entire group. Adult Kusuri cheerfully mentions she is wearing a diaper and offers to drink a metabolism-boosting drug to help her negation drug wear off sooner, prompting a disgusted Karen to yell that they are not wearing diapers, while Miss Natty shivers in growing panic. Kusuri explains that her metabolism drug is in her breast pocket, but she cannot reach it with her hands, asking Chiyo to retrieve it with her mouth. A highly flustered Chiyo reluctantly buries her face into Kusuri's chest to grab the vial, struggling against her own sense of propriety. The physical contact with Kusuri's warm chest suddenly triggers Chiyo's deep emotional longing for her deceased mother, causing her to tearfully cry out as she desperately struggles to keep her composure. As Chiyo's head quivers, Kusuri laughs and says that shaking her head is tickling her, causing Chiyo to panic, as her movement accidentally launches the test tube into the air. The test tube bounces off Mime and Mimimis' chests as they panic about it breaking on the floor, but Nano quickly tilts her head and deftly catches the vial directly in her mouth. With the test tube securely held in her teeth, Nano tries to speak, but only lets out a series of muffled, incomprehensible sounds that leave Rentaru completely confused. Rentaru translates Nano's muffled speech, perfectly explaining that they must pass the vial to Kusuri via a mouth-to-mouth relay. When Karen asks how he understood her, he simply attributes it to his love, while Nano mathematically calculates her best relay options. Nano turns to pass the vial to Mimimi, leaving Mimimis' heart pounding furiously as she panics over how close she is to Nano's beautiful face. As Mimimi leans in to take the tube, the incredibly close contact makes her so nervous that her teeth begin clattering loudly against the glass, prompting Rentaru to frantically warn her not to bite and break it. Mimimi successfully transfers the tube to Miss Natty, who admires Mimimis' beautiful eyelashes before successfully clamping her teeth onto the glass. Miss Natty turns to pass the vial to Hahari, who immediately begins trembling and blushing as she gets lost in adoration over Natty's cute face. Miss Natty suddenly kisses Hahari on the cheek, teasing her for being shy, which prompts Hikari to scream at her mother to stay focused on the medicine, while Natty playfully demands more action. The test tube suddenly slips and lands directly inside Hahari's cleavage, prompting Hahari to insist they focus on the relay first, and suggests they can kiss later, though Miss Natty quickly declines the offer. Hahari turns to pass the vial to May, who is immediately caught off guard, but obediently prepares to receive it. May tries to gingerly grab the tube, but her extreme nervousness causes the vial to slip deeper into Hahari's cleavage, forcing May to desperately bury her face in her master's chest to retrieve it. May accidentally ends up with her face completely pressed against Hahari's chest, prompting a laughing Hahari to comment that it looks like breastfeeding, while a mortified May commands her own boiling brain to stay focused on her duty. Hahari dramatically yells that she is having a baby as the test tube suddenly slips loose from her clothes and falls to the floor, shattering into pieces. The group screams in absolute horror as the medicine is lost, prompting a devastated May to declare she will bite off her tongue in penance, while Rentaru frantically tries to reassure her. Mimimi desperately tries to calm May down as she extreme apologizes by offering to have her corpse torn apart to save space, while a guilt-ridden Chiyo bursts into tears, blaming herself for dropping the tube in the first place. Chiyo breaks down into loud, sobbing wails, offering to relieve herself first to save them, while the others panic about being unable to retrieve her glasses in the tight space, and Kusuri gently asks Chiyo to look at her. Adult Kusuri leans in close to Chiyo and places her own glasses right in front of Chiyo's face, warmly telling her there is no need to cry or worry. Seeing the glasses in front of her, a tearful Chiyo happily smiles and whispers to Kusuri, calling her mother, which leaves a sweat-dropping Kusuri to wonder if Chiyo took hallucinogens when she was not looking. When a highly irked Kurumi complains about how cramped and irritating the booth is while her stomach growls, Karen shoves Kurumi, telling her to check out a piece of sausage. Kurumi immediately bites down hard on Karen's shoulder in her hunger, prompting Karen to bravely try to reassure her that there is nothing to fear. Karen dryly points out that Kurumi was obviously just a little hungry, though Rentaro notes she is realizing this a bit late and wonders if Ghibli might get upset about their reference to a certain scene. Rentaro is suddenly caught off guard by a dramatic pachinko game reference from Kaiji, where the balls finally start to overflow, leaving him completely puzzled by the sudden metaphorical overflow. The massive pile of overprinted photo sheets begins cascading out of the booth's dispenser tray with a loud clatter, prompting Rentaro and the girls to frantically wonder what they should do next with their pens. Outside the booth, a couple of highly muscular arcade patrons happily celebrate winning a stuffed animal, completely oblivious to the chaos inside the photo booth. The players walk over to use the photo booth Rentaro's family is trapped in, but quickly decide to find another one after noticing that this one is already occupied. The overprinted photo sheets flutter out onto the arcade floor, prompting the passing players to pick them up out of courtesy and examine the drawings. Looking closely at the printed photo sheet, they are shocked to discover that the girls have doodled a massive, desperate message begging for help. The player pulls open the photo booth's curtain in surprise, prompting Chiyo to mistake them for ruffians, while a relieved Rentaro celebrates their perfect timing, and Karen aggressively offers to take any hits first. The arcade patrons coordinate a powerful tug-of-war effort to pull everyone out, successfully rescuing Rentaro's family from their cramped prison to conclude the chapter. Up on the school rooftop, Rentaro and Miss Natty ask Iku about her plans to see a movie the following day, which Natty praises as a wonderful display of freedom. Shizuka points out that the film is widely considered the scariest movie ever made, prompting a shivering Iku to admit she enjoys how much it puts her through the ringer, while Rentaro notes that emotional damage clearly excites her just as much as physical pain. When Rentaro asks if anyone would like to come along, Shizuka meme Hahari and may immediately begin quivering in terror and decline, while Kusuri admits she might wet herself, and only Nano calmly accepts. Although several of the other girls desperately want to go with Rentaro, Hikari admits she would be too scared to use the bathroom at night, while Neihiko, Mimimi, and Karen make nervous excuses to hide their own fear. Mei and Chiyo explain they are busy that day, while Kurumi points out that she is interested, but the movie is rated 15 and up, prompting Chiyo to realize she and the younger girls are legally barred from attending anyway. Iku sits nervously next to Rentaro on the rooftop, preparing to reveal the special outfit she decided to wear for their date. Later that night, Iku nervously steps out in a highly feminine floral skirt she borrowed from her mother, blushing as she admits to herself how incredibly breezy it feels to walk around without her usual athletic spats underneath. Iku reflects on the unfamiliar sensation of the loose-fitting clothing, finding herself distracted by the lack of tight support. As they walk together under the moonlight, Iku quietly worries that she behaves too much like one of the guys, hoping that dressing in a girly outfit will make their one-on-one time finally feel like a proper date. The next day at the cinema, Iku happily waves to Rentaro, but the sheer cuteness of her outfit catches him so off guard that he loses his footing and tumbles dramatically down the escalator, leaving a highly relieved Iku glad she made the effort to dress up. A battered and bloodied Rentaro apologizes to Iku as they make their way into the dark theater, where the terrifying horror movie begins playing on the massive screen. As the horrifying monster finally appears on screen, a petrified Rentaro screams in absolute terror alongside the weeping audience, while a deeply blushing Iku trembles with pure ecstatic delight. Walking out of the theater, Iku happily remarks that the terrifying experience has left her knees shaking with excitement, which Rentaro sweatily agrees has left every single one of his joints burning with fright. Suddenly, Iku's foot snags on her long skirt and she begins to fall, but Rentaro reactively lunges forward and grabs her collar just in time to prevent a painful crash on the floor. Blushing in embarrassment, Iku realizes that her athletic walking stride causes the hem of her loose skirt to flutter too much, and resolves to walk more carefully before Rentaro asks where she would like to head next. Iku eagerly leads Rentaro to a distant batting center, explaining that she has always wanted to visit this particular location at least once. Inside, Iku enthusiastically points out a special home run prize containing a signed bat from her favorite professional player, explaining that they have to hit a tiny high-moving target above the nets to win it. Rentaro confidently encourages her to try for the prize, which a determined Iku eagerly agrees to do, completely unaware of a rival player watching them intently through the nearby netting. A neighboring player warns them that hitting the target is incredibly difficult as Iku steps into her cage, clanging the bat as she attempts her first powerful swing. The ball narrowly misses the target, prompting a frustrated Iku to realize that her long, heavy floral skirt is severely restricting her movement and making it difficult to swing properly. Determined not to let her athletic habits ruin their special date, Iku vigorously slaps her own cheeks to refocus her mind on looking cute for Rentaro before unleashing another loud, ringing swing. Every single one of Iku's incredibly powerful hits barely misses the tiny target, sending her rival's partner into a complete panic as he desperately urges his teammate to hit the target first before they lose the prize. Some passing onlookers loudly gossip and laugh about the couple, pointing out that the girlfriend is doing all the physical work while questioning Rentaro's masculinity, which strikes a painful chord within Iku. The rival girl behind the net smiles slyly, calculating that the public insults will bruise Rentaro's ego and force a self-conscious Iku to start holding back her swings to save her boyfriend's face. Instead of holding back the immense emotional pressure and the prospect of bruising Rentaro's ego, completely fire up Iku's masochistic nature, causing her to unleash an even more ferocious blushing swing that leaves her rival utterly dumbfounded. Rentaro enthusiastically cheers for Iku, declaring that she is 100 times cooler boyfriend than he is, which makes Iku's heart throb in sheer delight, while the rival girl screams that it was definitely not a compliment. The competitor girl is completely flabbergasted by Rentaro's lack of ego, while her boyfriend cheerfully thanks Rentaro and wishes him good luck in return. The competitor boy confidently boasts to his girlfriend that her cute cheering will work much better than Iku's, vowing to hit the special home run first to prove it. Incensed by the insult, Rentaro furiously brandishes his bat and yells that Iku is a trillion times cuter than anyone, though Iku tries to calm him down by reminding him that bats are meant for paddling butts rather than clubbing people, leading to a formal batting contest between the two. Confident that he has neutralized Iku's batting and that Rentaro lacks experience, the boy reminds himself of his own middle school baseball training while Rentaro quietly prepares his batting stance. With Iku and the competitor girl loudly cheering on their respective partners, both Rentaro and Kazuto swing repeatedly, filling the batting cages with a continuous barrage of clanging bats. As both of them continue to miss the moving target, Kazuto grows increasingly sweaty and exhausted, desperately wondering how on earth anyone is supposed to hit it. Kazuto watches in utter disbelief as a tireless Rentaro continues to swing with full energy, demanding to know how he is not completely spent yet. Rentaro turns with a calm, intense gaze and questions why Kazuto is faltering when his own girlfriend is cheering him on, prompting Kazuto to internally wonder if Rentaro is some kind of love-powered monster. Rentaro declares that his spirit will never break as long as Iku is cheering him on, casually adding that he has already figured out exactly how to hit the target. Rentaro passionately screams that hitting the target eventually is guaranteed if they just keep swinging forever, relying on the sheer law of inevitability, which causes Iku's heart to throb in ecstatic agreement. The competitor girl grows exhausted just watching them, while her boyfriend weakly begs her to keep cheering, desperately hoping that the encouraging magic of their relationship will eventually wear off. Kazuto is left in sheer horror at their bottomless affection as Iku continues to cheer, and Rentaro keeps swinging with unrelenting passion. Rentaro's ball finally strikes the target dead on, securing the special home run and leaving a highly excited Iku to celebrate their victory. Rentaro runs forward with open arms to hug Iku, but his body suddenly gives out, and he collapses flat on his face from sheer exhaustion, leaving a startled Iku to cry out in panic. Lying motionless on the floor, Rentaro explains that her cheering pushed his body way past its limits, leaving Iku deeply inspired to work even harder to match his dedication, which Rentaro weakly begs her not to do. The competitor girl bursts into tears and berates her boyfriend for losing the bat, revealing it was their only hope to persuade his sister to undergo a crucial operation, though Kazuto desperately tries to reassure her that they can still convince her without it. Overhearing their conversation, Iku speaks up with a solemn look about how terrified Kazuto's sister must be, prompting her to turn and address Rentaro. The competitor girl tearfully confesses that baseball was the very thing that got Kazuto's sister injured in the first place, screaming that she absolutely hates the sport. Iku gently hands the newly won signed bat to the weeping girl, warmly suggesting she try holding it herself and promising her that baseball is actually a lot of fun. The competitor girl angrily rejects the bat and demands that Iku let go of her, but Iku gently urges her to just take her word for it and give the bat a try. The girl furiously swings the bat to shake Iku off, but the swing accidentally connects with an incoming baseball, catching her boyfriend completely by surprise. The ball flies off and strikes the moving target dead on to secure the home run, leaving both the girl and Iku frozen in absolute shock. Realizing that they have successfully won the autographed bat to help the boy's sister, the couple is deeply touched and tearfully thanks Iku as they prepare to leave. Holding the bat, the girl blushingly declares that she wants to learn to like baseball and will take Iku's advice to try it herself, prompting a pleased but low-key reaction from Iku that Rentaro teases her about. As the couple walks away expressing their eternal gratitude, Rentaro tenderly asks Iku if she is truly okay with giving away the prize, and she warmly confirms that she is. With tears of joy in her eyes, Iku explains that Rentaro already won the special home run for her, which made her 1,000,000,000 times happier than any autographed bat ever could. Looking at her with a racing heart, Rentaro tells Iku that she looks beautiful in her skirt, but gently encourages her not to go out of her way to act feminine and to simply wear whatever she feels most comfortable in. Rentaro looks up from the floor and earnestly tells her that he truly loves her just the way she is, including her wonderful boyish self. Deeply touched by his sincere words, Iku gazes down at him with tears of happiness. When Iku asks how they are going to get home, a still exhausted Rentaro apologizes that he cannot move an inch, prompting Iku to playfully propose an alternative solution. Iku suddenly scoops Rentaro up into a highly comfortable bridal carry to take him home, and when she bashfully asks if she can carry him like this, a heavily blushing Rentaro happily agrees. As they hold each other close, their faces draw near and both of their hearts begin to beat rapidly. Iku and Rentaro a deeply tender and loving kiss, with Rentaro reflecting on how much he loves her boyish charm to conclude the chapter. At the school gates, Chiyo, Shizuka, and Kusuri decide to accompany Rentaro on some after-school errands to pick up groceries, books, and pharmacy items, while the other girls wave goodbye to them. Hand in hand, Rentaro, Shizuka, Kusuri, and Chiyo happily set off on their shopping trip under the bright afternoon sun. Chiyo suggests that child Kusuri use her negation drug to walk around in her adult form to make traveling easier, but Kusuri replies that her adult body is too heavy, and she prefers the tireless energy of her child form, especially since she is currently out of the drug anyway. Kusuri observes that Chiyo has lately been trying to get her to take her adult form negation drug, causing an embarrassed Chiyo to flinch and sweat under her direct gaze. When Kusuri playfully presses her for an explanation, Chiyo dramatically turns away in denial, accidentally launching her glasses through the air and sending them slipping directly down a nearby gap. Rentaro desperately tries to squeeze his hand down the gap to retrieve them, even jokingly suggesting he break his own bones to reach, while a devastated Chiyo wails that the glasses are a precious keepsake from her mother, and Kusuri attempts to comfort her. Looking at Kusuri's glasses, Chiyo suddenly connects the dots of her memories, realizing how seeing those frames in the photo booth triggered her tears and led to this exact chain of events. Kusuri asks if her adult form's glasses reminded her of her mother, and a sniffling Chiyo tearfully admits that the sight indeed felt familiar. Shizuka dramatically raises her hand to command her power, sliding a pair of spare glasses onto Chiyo's face as a gift, which leaves a flustered Chiyo apologizing. Kusuri suddenly pulls Chiyo into a tight embrace to play the role of her comforting mother, though an annoyed Chiyo dryly tells her to stop. The group arrives at a large department store called Do Yakato to continue their errands, but Chiyo is suddenly distracted when she notices Kusuri heading in a completely different direction. Chiyo catches Kusuri spending her scarce pocket money on a capsule toy machine rather than going straight to the pharmacy, scolding her like a mother, while Rentaro notes he can barely tell who is the actual adult between them. Upon entering the pharmacy, Kusuri drools happily at the familiar medicinal scent and runs inside while Rentaro tells her to be careful, and Chiyo stops with Shizuka to look at the cosmetics section. When Shizuka asks if she is interested in the makeup, Chiyo blushes and shyly admits that she thinks she is too plain and straight-laced, but confesses she wants Rentaro to look at her just a little more closely. Shizuka warmly reassures her that she used to have the exact same worries until the other girlfriends taught her how to use makeup to find her own perfect look. Shizuka kindly tells Chiyo that if she is too nervous to show her new look to Rentaro on her own, they will gladly support her, which leaves Chiyo looking up with a deeply grateful smile. On the other side of the aisle, Kusuri enthusiastically explains the fast-acting properties of her custom drugs to Rentaro, who warmly notes that watching her have so much fun makes him feel incredibly happy as well. Rentaro reflects on how being with Kusuri feels like the pure, simple joy of visiting festival stalls or going to a toy store on a birthday, finding her bright eyes and presence deeply comforting. Kusuri suddenly pulls Rentaro into a tight, loving embrace, declaring that having him there with her to talk to is easily the absolute best part of their shopping trip. The group next heads to the bookstore, where Shizuka eagerly beams in excitement over a new romance novel release, while Kusuri and Chiyo passionately discuss the dramatic cliffhangers of their own favorite manga series. Shizuka quietly reflects on how wonderful it is to her passion for books, with Rentaro blushing as she admits that being with someone who understands her has made every single day feel like a beautiful dream. While reaching on her tiptoes for a book on a high shelf, Shizuka quietly compares Rentaro to a fairy tale prince, only to freeze in a blushing panic when he suddenly steps up close behind her to reach for the book. Rentaro easily retrieves the book and hands it down to her with a warm smile, leaving Shizuka completely overwhelmed by his sweet gesture as she hides her heavily blushing face. Chiyo and Kusuri look through a picture search book together in the bookstore, with Kusuri struggling to find the target until Chiyo methodically scans the page and points him out, prompting Shizuka to happily watch them play. Rentaro overhears a couple of customers gossiping about a manga titled 100 Girlfriends, calling the title cringy, but the cover girl's cute, which prompts Rentaro to silently and fiercely declare to himself that the heroines in that series are the absolute cutest in the galaxy. Watching the three girls interact, Rentaro warmly reflects on how Chiyo always forces herself to act mature as a class president and an only child, despite having only finished elementary school a few months ago. Rentaro feels a deep sense of relief that a young girl like Chiyo finally has a comfortable place where she can truly be herself. Rentaro smiles as Chiyo giggles alongside Shizuka, and Kusuri, happy that she has found close friends she can genuinely act her age around. Rentaro finds it incredibly endearing how Chiyo is surrounded by her older high school friends who treat her like a peer. Next, they head to the supermarket, where Kusuri insists on pushing a massive shopping cart, only to immediately lose control and crash it, causing a panicked Rentaro to yell about her reckless driving. While Kusuri and Shizuka playfully ride on the front of the cart, Chiyo responsibly takes over pushing and inspects the produce, leaving Rentaro to admire how cute the girls are. Watching Chiyo expertly compare vegetable prices, Rentaro admires how she spends her after-school free time grocery shopping and cooking for her household without any complaints, realizing with a heavy blush that she behaves exactly like a devoted wife. After checking out their massive haul of groceries, Rentaro offers to carry the heavy bag, but a highly responsible Chiyo stubbornly insists on carrying it herself. Rentaro firmly but gently overrides her objections, grabbing the handles of the heavy bag directly from her hands. With the heavy grocery bag in one hand, Rentaro uses his free hand to gently hold Chiyo's hand, causing her to blush and quietly thank him, while Shizuka and Kusuri smile warmly. Their walk is suddenly interrupted when Kusuri smells something delicious and runs over to a crepe stand, pointing out a special promotional Penteru crepe that comes with a free toy. Delighted that she saved her pocket money, Earlier, Kyusuri celebrates getting both a sweet treat and a toy, prompting Rentaro, Chiyo, and Shizuka to order their own crepes to join her. As they happily sit on a bench to eat, Chiyo notices that Shizuka's crepe is missing its decorative wafer, prompting Rentaro to immediately offer Shizuka his own wafer and walk back to the counter to speak with the clerk. While the girls wait for Rentaro to return before eating, Kyusuri struggles to hold back her drool when a playful boy suddenly runs by and tosses a toy frisbee directly in their direction. The flying toy lands directly on top of their crepes, instantly knocking them to the floor in a messy splat. Staring at their ruined treats on the floor, Kyusuri dramatically bursts into a loud sobbing fit, hilariously repeating her earlier breakdown about her lost medicine and her baby. The young boy who threw the toy arrogantly yells at Shizuka and Kyusuri to watch, where they are going completely unaware that a towering, extremely protective Rentaro has just appeared right behind him. The arrogant boy continues to yell and intimidate the shivering girls, completely oblivious to Rentaro's towering, furious glare as Shizuka desperately tries to apologize. An annoyed Chiyo steps in front of the boys, trying to make sense of the ridiculous name of the toy that ruined their food. Chiyo points her finger directly at the two boys while lecturing them on their reckless behavior. Chiyo screams in frustration, demanding to know what on earth a melon bread frisbee is supposed to be. The boys aggressively yell back at Chiyo for calling them kids, causing Chiyo to flinch and lose her confidence under their intimidating response. Regaining her composure, Chiyo bravely spreads her arms to shield Shizuka and Kyusuri, insisting they did nothing wrong and demanding that the boys apologize to them. The angry boy swipes his hand forward to aggressively strike Chiyo, yelling that he has her apology right here. Shizuka and Kyusuri quickly jump in to protect Chiyo, with Kyusuri splashing a chemical liquid directly into the boy's open mouth. While the boy coughs in disgust, Neidchiko demands to know what is wrong with them as the other boy watches in utter bewilderment. Kyusuri explains she used her human magnetization drug, which instantly forces the two boys to stick together like powerful magnets, keeping them pinned to each other while they helplessly scream threats at the girls. Driven to absolute terrifying rage by the threats against his girlfriends, Rentaro swings the massive shopping cart around like a weapon, utterly flattening the screaming boys beneath it. Rentaro's terrifying silhouette looms over the defeated boys as they tearfully beg for mercy and offer to pay for the crepes before Rentaro instantly turns back to his girlfriends with his usual warm smile to ask if they are okay. Shizuka, Chiyo, and Kyusuri stare back at Rentaro in absolute awe, trembling with a mix of leftover fear and deep admiration. Overwhelmed by the intense situation, Chiyo, Shizuka, and Kyusuri all burst into tears, letting out their relief as they sob together. The three girls immediately leap forward and squeeze Rentaro in a tight, sobbing hug, crying about how terrified they were, while Rentaro holds them gently. On the floor of the mall, Rentaro and the girls continue their warm, emotional embrace, while Chiyo tries to wipe her face and mumbles a tearful apology. After the excitement settles, the four of them happily sit together and enjoy their fresh crepes, smiling with every bite. As the sun sets, the four of them walk home hand in hand, with Kyusuri and Chiyo happily vowing to go shopping again on their next day off with everyone else to conclude the chapter. Chapter 62 begins with Ahari looking seriously at her vanity desk, reflecting on her deceased husband's framed words about living life to the fullest, while May stands attentively in the background. Ahari happily announces to the gathered family on the rooftop that their academy will be hosting a spring festival, dismissively noting she might do one for every season, while Kyusuri questions if this gag will ever end. Ahari mentions she booked big-name performers, which prompts some comical misunderstandings about a famous singer from Kyusuri and Miss Natty. Suddenly, Ahari receives an urgent phone call revealing that their booked idol group has suffered mass fractures in a stage accident, leading her to sweatily ask the girls if they have ever thought of becoming idols themselves. Ahari tries to reassure the girls that their idol performance is just to fill a time slot and won't affect their school grades, but a skeptical Karen criticizes the sloppy setup and refuses to participate in such a plan. Mimimi, Kyusuri, and May immediately agree to the idea, finding the prospect of performing fun, while Miss Natty enthusiastically joins in to support their dream as a great display of freedom, leaving Karen completely flabbergasted. While Karen desperately tries to make everyone see reason, Iku and Nano happily volunteer to join for the intense workout and memory making, And when Chiyo also offers her help, a blushing Rentaro gets lost in the adorable thought of all his girlfriends performing on stage. Unable to resist Rentaro's sheer excitement, a heavily blushing Karen reluctantly agrees to give it a shot, while claiming she isn't actually interested, prompting Hakari and Kurumi to eagerly jump on board as well. Miss Natty slyly suggests that Hahari should also join them on stage, exposing Hahara's underlying scheme to perform alongside them, which the others quickly force her to agree to. Using her text-to-speech app, Shizuka quietly expresses her desire to join the group on stage, while a highly self-conscious Meme shyly agrees to perform, as long as she can stay all the way in the back. Overwhelmed with immense pride and shedding tears of joy, Rentaro declares his full, unwavering support and vows that they will put on the greatest show ever, prompting his girlfriends to enthusiastically unite in a roaring cheer. Hahari announces that she has hired the legendary former top idol Qualitina to coach them, warning them that they are about to face extremely harsh, high-intensity training to ensure their performance meets the highest standards. Coach Qualitina barks out an aggressive command for them to begin training, immediately sending a wave of nervous compliance through the gathered girls. As Coach Qualitina claps her hands to set the beat, the girls begin practicing their dance steps under her silent, highly critical gaze. Qualitina silently observes that Nano, May, and Hahari are exceptionally talented, noting that they have already perfectly copied her moves and pay beautiful attention to every detail of their fingertips. She also praises Iku and Karen for their rapid improvement and incredible physical stamina, noting their resilient performance before turning her gaze to the other members of the group. Qualitina categorizes Shizuka, Chiyo, and Kusaris' efforts as adorable playdate quality, while a thoroughly exhausted Kurumi pants in frustration over the high energy demands of the workout. While Hahari, Hakari, and Meme heavily struggle to dance with their large chests, Miss Natty accidentally slips into a flawless traditional Japanese dance pose, giving away her native roots. Rentaro runs over to hand out refreshing drinks and towels to his exhausted girlfriends, but Coach Qualitina immediately claps her hands to transition them straight into their vocal training. Shizuka and Meme sing their lines with quiet, gentle voices, prompting Qualitina to loudly command them to project and raise their volume, while Rentaro and the others react in the background. When Mimimi sings her line like a dramatic operatic soprano, and Miss Natty belts hers out like a traditional in-cast singer, a highly irritated Qualitina screams at both of them to stop singing in such incorrect styles. Qualitina demands to know why Miss Natty is performing in such old-fashioned Japanese styles, forcing her to apologetically explain that she had those traditional lessons drilled into her as a child, while Chiyo angrily scolds her for acting so bashful about her heritage. While the girls practice their choreography, Hahari cries in deep frustration about her heavy chest and declares she refuses to be a slave to her boobs, while Meme desperately tries to reassure her. Qualitina suddenly delivers a sharp slap to Hahari's backside to get her in line, coldly commanding her to get up and stay focused. Qualitina delivers another sharp slap, this time to May, catching Chiyo and Kusuri by surprise. The grueling practice montage continues with Iku and Karen pushing through intense physical training, while Nano and May maintain absolute focus on their steps. The girls practice their routines everywhere, with Mimimi rehearsing in front of a mirror, Natty and Hakari practicing on the roof, and Chiyo rehearsing her steps late at night at home. Under the cover of night, Iku trains outdoors, while Kazuto struggles to keep up. Hahara's group practices their steps, and Rentaro stays up late sewing the custom idol costumes, before running through the streets with a massive bag of materials. The next day, Coach Qualitina claps to set the beat, closely monitoring the girls as they execute their synchronized dance routines. Tina observes the high quality of their synchronized performance, categorizing them into highly dedicated, well-fed, and brilliant students. She continues her evaluation, noting the unique, highly distinct qualities of Shizuka, Hahari, Hakari, Meme, and Miss Natty as they perform. Tina quietly reflects on her strict philosophy, reminding herself that quality is everything for an idol, and that she must push them to the absolute peak of perfection to help them shine as brightly as possible. Tina calls a halt to the practice, instructing Hahari, Chiyo, Hakari, Shizuka, Miss Natty, and Meme to take a water break and cool off, leaving the 6 exhausted girls collapsed on the floor. Up at the sinks, The 6 girls rest in deep exhaustion, with Shizuka lamenting that they have not executed the routine correctly even once, while Natty swears in disappointment over their lack of time before the festival. Mime tearfully apologizes for holding everyone back, but Shizuka reassures her that they are all struggling, while Hahari realistically notes that performing on stage like this would only turn them and the other girls into laughingstocks. The rooftop locker room falls into a heavy, defeated silence as the 6 girls contemplate their inability to match the rest of the family's performance level. Resolving to face the situation, Hahari opens the door to go speak with Coach Qualitina, while Hikari suggests they discuss their decision with the rest of the group first. Hahari opens the door to discover that Coach Qualitina is already speaking to the other 7 members, flatly declaring that if the show is to be a success, only those 7 will be allowed to perform. Qualitina continues her harsh assessment, explaining that only the top 7 are ready to produce a crowd-dazzling quality performance on stage. She bluntly tells the other 6 that their current efforts and talents cannot be rewarded in time, insisting that the only realistic option left is for the more proficient 7 to go on stage alone. The other 7 members immediately reject the idea, passionately arguing that they would rather fail together than succeed without the rest of the family, insisting that memories are only meaningful when Hahari and the remaining 5 walk into the room, with Hahari proudly declaring that if hard work and talent are truly to be rewarded, then they are determined to prove their worth alongside everyone else. While Qualitina warns them that their collective quality will be wasted, and they will become laughingstocks, Iku gently argues that none of them are perfect anyway, and that they always cheer each other on through every mistake. Karen defensively adds that seeing the others do their best is exactly what inspires the rest of them to push themselves, before yelling in deep embarrassment that she did not mean it in a mushy way. Furious at their refusal to prioritize quality over bond, Coach Qualitina angrily resigns on the spot and storms out of the room, leaving Hahari and the girls to bicker as the door slams shut behind her. Chio worries about how they will manage without a coach, while the girls continue to bicker until Hahari loudly yells at them to get out. Rentaro confidently volunteers to take over as their coach, proposing to design a custom choreography that highlights everyone's strengths and allows each girlfriend to shine her brightest. Rentaro explains his strategy to have the proficient group handle the more complex routines, while the others focus on backing them up, which the advanced group eagerly and confidently accepts. Deeply moved by the plan, the other 6 girls unite in a powerful declaration of their own determination, vowing to work as hard as possible so they can stand on stage together. Under Rentaro's guidance, the entire family unites with an absolute high-quality determination to succeed together as a team to conclude the chapter. While the family screams their rallying cry to do their best, a fleeing Coach Qualitina can only scream in horror at their bizarre, unscientific determination. The chapter begins with a high-energy training montage as all of the girls diligently practice their synchronized choreography on the rooftop. The girls raise their voices in perfect unison during their intensive vocal rehearsals, preparing their song for the upcoming performance. The day of the school festival finally arrives, and Rentaro walks through the bustling, crowded campus grounds as the audience cheers wildly for the performing acts on stage. Backstage, Rentaro tearfully declares that they are all the best idols ever, but Chio tells him to save the praise for after the show, while Miss Natty wishes them all good luck. The MC introduces Rentaro's family, and the girls confidently walk out onto the stage to a wave of applause from the crowd. The crowd mutters in confusion at seeing ordinary students on stage, instead of the expected celebrity performers, leaving the girls extremely nervous as their hearts pound rapidly. Shizuka, Mime, and Miss Natty lead the opening lines of their song, singing and dancing gracefully to start their performance. In the audience, a heavily weeping Rentaro loudly screams about how cute they are and how brightly they are shining, leaving the nearby spectators in awkward silence. Rentaro continues frantically shouting out compliments for every single one of his girlfriends, praising their cute, cool, charming, and pretty qualities as they perform. Despite their beautiful performance, the wide shot reveals that almost the entire audience area in front of the stage is completely empty. Rentaro realizes that a bizarre series of coincidences kept all of their friends and family busy, leaving their audience empty, while passing students gossip that a popular idol group is holding an event nearby. Down at the other stage, the injured BA, K.A., 69 members are surrounded by a massive crowd of fans for an autograph session, while a smug Qualitina watches determined to teach Rentera's family a harsh lesson about the importance of quality. On stage, the girls' lack of stamina begins to show as they grow increasingly exhausted, and sweat, heavily matching Qualitina's prediction that nobody would care about a low-quality performance. Renteru continues to loudly cheer and scream for his girlfriends to prevent them from performing to an absolutely empty audience, frantically wondering why a certain person has not arrived yet. A man suddenly comes running toward the stage at full speed, loudly shouting an apology for being late, which catches both Renteru and Chiyo by surprise. Chiyo's battered and bleeding father Hiro arrives carrying a giant bag explaining that he got hit by a tanker truck on his way, which prompts Renteru to ask how that keeps happening to him. Hiro insists his injuries are just a scratch compared to missing his daughter's performance, explaining that the giant bag he carried acted as a cushion to save his life. As Hiro opens the bag, he questions why nobody is watching Chiyo perform, to which Renteru agrees, while noting that they need to act quickly. Renteru and Hiro immediately begin rustling through the giant bag to set up their plan, while Shizuka notices their movement from the stage as she continues singing. Renteru pulls a giant white sheet from the bag while Hiro quickly assembles metal poles, declaring that the audience must do their part to keep the performance exciting. Hiro explains that he and Renteru have prepared a special setup for this very day, and as Renteru grabs his controller, Karen and Hikari watch in absolute surprise from the stage. Renteru proudly activates his setup, revealing a giant synchronized row of identical Renteru and Hiro cardboard cutouts to simulate a massive crowd. The mechanical cutouts begin waving their arms and shouting encouraging cheers, creating enough noise to simulate a massive crowd of spectators, and leaving Rentera's girlfriends completely stunned by the bizarre fever dream-like display. Chiyo and her father shout support from the front of the stage, while Hahari and the other girls on stage get highly overwhelmed by the massive staring wall of identical Renteru cutouts, prompting Renteru to focus on making the event a massive success. Attracted by the booming, ear-splitting noise of Rentera's mechanical cutouts, a massive crowd of their friends' classmates and acquaintances, including Kazuto Mika and others, finally find their way to the stage and apologize for getting lost on the map. Looking out at the newly gathered crowd and the massive wall of cutouts, the girls are struck with awe, as they realize Renteru must have spent every waking hour after school printing flyers, designing maps, and secretly building these giant mechanical puppets just for their sake. Reinvigorated by Rentera's monumental efforts, the girls find their second wind and pour every ounce of their remaining energy into their performance on stage. The massive crowd at their stage begins to attract even more passers-by and fans from the other idol event, who decide to head over to see what all the excitement is about. Stunned by the news of a massive crowd gathering at the other stage, a highly skeptical Qualitina decides to step away to investigate their performance herself. Tina watches them perform, internally criticizing their sloppy, unrefined movements as amateur quality, yet she finds herself completely mesmerized by how incredibly bright and happy they look on stage. Looking at their pure joy and the roaring adoration of the crowd, Tina is suddenly struck by a deep, emotional realization, recognizing this as the very kind of joyful stage she had always wished to stand on. Meanwhile, the B, aka 69 autograph session quickly descends into a chaotic, angry riot of demanding fans, prompting Qualitina to quickly step and clap her hands and end the session to protect the injured idols. The massive crowd erupts into deafening cheers for the girls' finale, with onlookers praising Chiyo's sheer cuteness. Renteru continues to loudly cheer and scream for his girlfriends to prevent them from performing to an absolutely empty audience, frantically wondering why a certain person has not arrived yet. The girls deliver a perfect synchronized final dance pose on stage, putting everything they have into their last routine. The entire family of girls leaps into the air with radiant smiles to bring their spectacular performance to a triumphant conclusion. As the crowd lets out a final roaring ovation, the exhausted girls collapse in a heap on the backstage floor to catch their breath. Renteru comes running backstage to praise them, finding his girlfriends completely wiped out but smiling after their hard-fought performance. The girls immediately engulf Renteru in a massive, loving group hug to thank him for his support, leaving Renteru to hold them with a warm, gentle smile. Later, Hahari and Qualitina shock the group by revealing that the legendary unparalleled idol producer Jesus Nakai was in the audience incognito and has personally scouted their group. Jesus Nakai welcomes the entire group into his exclusive talent agency office, praising them as unpolished gems and inviting them to step inside. Jesus Nakai confidently tells the group that his eyes never lie and that he is certain they have what it takes to be idols who take the entire world by storm. Jesus Nakai reassures them that they can continue their school life as before, but adds that there is exactly one crucial rule they must follow to ensure their ultimate success. Jesus Nakai raises his hand and reveals that the absolute rule for all idols is to never fall in love, promising them global worship and success if they join him on the idol road. Having already found their love, the girls collectively decline his offer and decide to return to being ordinary schoolgirls, bringing an end to their brief idol journey. In a lush gardening field at school, a tall girl named Yamame Yasashiki stands on wooden stilts holding long bamboo poles, offering a warm and gentle smile. The moment Rentaro locks eyes with the towering girl in the field, a sudden massive shock of romantic energy strikes both of them. In a flashback on the school balcony, Iku tells Rentaro about her classmate Yamame being in the gardening club, prompting Rentaro to visit the field in hopes of finding pretty flowers to make crowns for his girlfriends. Rentaro approaches Yamame in the field, nervously explaining his request to find pretty flowers for a crown and asking if the gardening club can assist him. Yamame happily agrees to help him on the condition that he lends her a hand working in the fields, leaving Rentaro slightly startled by her casual speech and how she refers to herself. Yamame introduces herself as a first-year student and walks gracefully through the crops, leaving a highly charmed Rentaro thinking about how incredibly cute she is. Rentaro politely introduces himself in return, and as they walk, his attention is drawn to the adorable flower and insect accessories in her hair. Upon closer inspection, Rentaro is shocked to realize that the butterflies and flowers on her head are actually real living creatures flourishing and feeding on her hair. Yamame cheerfully explains that she didn't want to chase the bugs and plants away, so she decided to just raise them directly on her head, leaving Rentaro completely astounded by her gentle nature. Yamame casually mentions that the secret to keeping them safe is simply washing her hair very gently, leading Rentaro to admire her tender soul as he follows her deeper into the garden. Rentaro suddenly voices his confusion, finally asking her why she is walking around on tall wooden stilts in the middle of a muddy field. Yamame explains with a warm smile that she uses stilts to avoid stepping on any plants or insects due to her large feet, once again deeply touching Rentaro with her boundless kindness. As they begin working, Rentaro carefully plucks some stray weeds from the soil and asks where he should discard them, only for a panicked Yamame to quickly tell him not to throw them away. Yamame gazes at him with an incredibly earnest look and softly explains that weeds are living things too, leaving Rentaro thoroughly captivated by her uniquely gentle and loving heart. Yamame points toward a dedicated plot and tells Rentaro to plant the pulled weeds in their own special weed garden, leaving Rentaro amazed by her completely one-of-a-kind gardening method. As several birds fly down and rustle onto Yamame's shoulders, a group of squirrels also gathers playfully on her back, completely surrounding her with wildlife. Seeing the wildlife interact with her so naturally, a bewildered Rentaro wonders if they have suddenly stepped into a Ghibli movie, jokingly questioning if Yamame is actually a gentle Laputan robot. Shaken by her environmental awareness, Rentaro quickly places a soft kneeling pad on the ground so he can work without accidentally crushing any tiny creatures in the dirt. While Yamame happily tosses food to the gathered squirrels, Rentaro's dedication to avoiding harm makes him slam his hands down to secure his pad, reinforcing the idea that nature truly loves her in kind. While they water the crops together, Rentaro watches a squirrel eat nearby and marvels at how uncanny it is for insects, birds, and mammals to get so incredibly close to a human being. Yamame tells Rentaro that animals can always sense when someone is kind, causing Rentaro to blush and ask her to stop teasing him before asking if her deep love for nature has always been a part of her life. Yamame explains that she has always had an unusually large body and recalls being cruelly teased by other children during her childhood, admitting she used to hate herself for being so different from everyone else. She explains that her outlook changed the day she used her height to gently place a fallen baby bird back into its high nest, witnessing the happy reunion of the mother bird and her chick. She began using her large body to perform other gentle acts of kindness, such as sheltering a fragile flower from a heavy rainstorm with her own coat. Those experiences made Yahello realize that her large body was actually a wonderful gift, giving her a proud reason to appreciate her size. Yahello warmly concludes that nature and animals are what finally allowed her to love herself, prompting Rentaro to feel deeply grateful to her gentle spirit, until he suddenly notices another creature approaching. They are suddenly interrupted by the terrifying sight of the school's vice principal crawling on all fours through the dirt, in a revealing outfit explaining that she threw her back out yesterday but refused to miss her school patrol. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Yahello accidentally loses her balance and tumbles off her stilts to the ground, shivering in absolute terror as she frantically screams about fire. Holding her head in panic, Yahello tearfully explains that she once witnessed a forest fire and has been traumatized ever since, because fire destroys plants and animals, making it her greatest fear. Rentaro sweatily points out that the smoking objects on the vice principal's back are actually just medicinal burning moxa cones for her back pain, completely diffusing Yahello's terrifying fire delusion. The vice principal suddenly catches the scent of young boys and crawls away at high speed, leaving a highly relieved Rentaro to reassure a sighing Yahello that the danger has passed. With the confusion resolved, the two happily return to their gardening work, carrying crates, planting delicate flowers together, and watering them under the warm afternoon sun. As the sun begins to set over the garden, Rentaro thanks Yahello for the hard work, though he sheepishly admits that they have run into a bit of a conundrum. Rentaro smiles and explains that he spent his entire afternoon doing hard fieldwork instead of picking flowers for his crowns, but warmly adds that he still had an incredibly fun time, which a blushing Yahello happily agrees with. Yahello gazes warmly as she reflects on how peaceful it is to feel the outdoor breeze and touch the soil, adding that watching plants grow and caring for things that need her brings her immense satisfaction. Yahello enthusiastically cheers, telling Rentaro that while she has worked with many people who wanted flowers before, none of them worked as hard as he did, making her glad, and making the joint effort highly enjoyable for her, which leaves a confused Rentaro wondering what she means. Yahello explains that whenever she works the field with someone, she watches them closely to ensure they truly care for the flowers, and declares Rentaro to be absolutely perfect, offering him as many flowers as he likes, because she is sure the plants will be thrilled to go with him. Yahello pauses mid-sentence to add another thought to her praise. Yahello cheerfully adds that his girlfriend will definitely be thrilled since he is making a flower crown for her, prompting Rentaro to nervously try to interrupt and clarify his situation. Their conversation is cut short when the school's vice principal suddenly charges past on all fours with her hair blazing, screaming in agony that her hair caught fire from her moxa the instant she sneezed. Overwhelmed by her extreme fear of fire, Yahello collapses backward in terror, while Rentaro screams her name as she panics over the flaming figure. The vice principal runs frantically while screaming for everyone to get out, her head looking like a wild heavy metal concert stage fire effect. The fire on the vice principal's hair suddenly erupts into a massive booming mushroom-shaped cloud of sparks. Witnessing the spark explosion, Yahello screams in absolute terror and covers her head in a panic. Rentaro leaps into action, swinging his school uniform jacket through the air to shield a cowering Yahello from the dangerous falling sparks. Yahello slowly opens her eyes and looks up in complete surprise, realizing she is being protected. Yahello reflects on her past, recalling how her large body always meant she was the one protecting fragile flowers and helpless animals. She remembers how her parents praised her toughness and how her peers always relied on her to carry heavy loads, realizing this is the very first time in her life that anyone has ever protected her. Yahello stares at Rentaro in absolute awe as he bravely stands in front of her, absorbing the dangerous sparks to keep her safe. Rentaro turns back to ask if she is unharmed, while the screaming vice principal's fire is quickly extinguished when she begs nearby sports club students to spit their drinks on her. Completely overwhelmed by his bravery, a tearful, heavily blushing, Yahello looks up at Rentaro and passionately confesses her love for him. Rentaro blushes in surprise, prompting Yahello to freeze in sudden shock as she realizes what just slipped out of her mouth. Yameim frantically waves her hands and stammers an apology, panicking over confessing to a boy who already has a girlfriend. Rentaro warmly confesses that he likes her too, praising her unconditional love of nature and her gentle heart, which leaves a completely stunned Yameim in a frantic state as she worries about how she will ever face his other girlfriends. Rentaro calmly explains that he already has 13 girlfriends and has sworn to make every single one of them happy, prompting a completely flabbergasted Yameim to wonder if that is even legally allowed, though she quickly reasons that polygamy is actually quite common among animals, insects, and even some plants. Rentaro asks Yameim if she would ever doubt the love that those animals, insects, and plants hold for each other, and when she immediately objects that she never would, Rentaro warmly suggests that their situation is exactly the same, leaving her to gasp as she realizes what he means. Yameim looks completely stunned as she loudly wonders if Rentaro represents all flora and fauna, realizing with a heavy blush that the one she has actually been caring for this entire time is him, though she quickly and hilariously reminds herself that this is not like the folk tale of the crane returning a favor, since she would definitely never peek. Up on the school rooftop, Rentaro nervously introduces Yameim to his other girlfriends and asks if they would mind accepting her as his newest partner, prompting a cheerful Yameim to enthusiastically introduce herself, which leads to a playful banter between her and Kusuri about their unique verbal habits. Yameim explains that she is in the gardening club and brought a massive batch of beautiful flowers as a token of friendship, which Rentaro has crafted into gorgeous flower crowns for everyone, leaving Hikari and Karen looking on in absolute admiration. Hikari enthusiastically announces she has the perfect accessory to go with the crowns, admitting she accidentally ordered a massive surplus of school curtains because she was too distracted looking at adorable photos of their idol performance, earning her a series of exasperated scoldings from Nano, Karen, and Kurumi. The girls happily try on their flower crowns and white curtain dresses with the group, praising how wonderful they smell and look, prompting a highly pleased Yameim to thank them warmly, while Rentaro is completely overwhelmed by their beauty. Chiyo, Hikari, and Kusuri closely huddle together and whisper a secret plan to one another, concluding that they have a fantastic idea. While the girls gather flowers from each other's crowns to make a special gift, Yameim notices the flowers in Hikari's hair and asks in surprise if they are real, prompting Hikari to sheepishly clarify that her hair decorations are actually fake. Kusuri steps forward with a bright smile, presenting Yameim with a custom hand-made flower crown of her own, so she can wear one alongside the rest of the family. Hikari hands Yameim a white dress of her own, explaining that she made another ordering mistake and got one in a much longer length, which fits Yameim perfectly and leaves a heavily blushing Rentaro completely mesmerized by her goddess-like appearance. To show her immense gratitude, a joyful Yameim scoops up Shizuka, Mime, and Kusuri to give them a giant piggyback ride, leaving a tearfully overwhelmed Rentaro crying over how much they look like frolicking goddesses. As the girls enjoy the towering view from Yameim's shoulders, Yameim politely asks Nano if she would like a ride as well, but a highly logical Nano quickly declines, while a trembling Mime admits she is absolutely terrified of the height. Yameim suggests they all head down to the garden field to eat fruits and vegetables directly from the vine, prompting a terrified Mei to hysterically beg to leave, which officially kicks off their grand gardening club tour. Down in the lush fields, the girls happily harvest the crops, with Mei admiring the splendid cucumbers, while Chiyo, Shizuka, and Kurumi marvel at how massive, red, and delicious the ripe tomatoes look. Mimimi and Kusuri excitedly search for the largest tomatoes, while Karen politely asks if they are being too greedy, prompting a reassuring Yameim to explain that she always grows far more vegetables than the club can ever consume, and warmly invites everyone to dig in. As the entire group of girls happily sits in a row to enjoy the fresh, delicious produce under the afternoon sun, a completely mesmerized Rentaro watches them, feeling as though he is gazing at a beautiful classical painting. Yameim happily announces that strawberries are next on their tour, leading the girls into a bright greenhouse where the sweet, pleasant scent immediately fills the air. Overcome by the wonderful scent and beautiful environment of the greenhouse, Mei bursts into dramatic tears of pure joy, declaring that she wants to live there forever. Nano and Shizuka admire the big, vibrant strawberries, comparing their glossy sheen to fine jewels, while Karen sweatily observes that Kusuri is already happily stuffing her face with the sweet fruit. Mei, Iku, Shizuka, and Nano all take delicate bites of the freshly picked strawberries, savoring the delicious flavor. Hikari, Chiyo, and Hahari join in taking blissful bites of the strawberries and letting out satisfied hums. Kurumi, Yamame, and Mimimi chew happily on their own fresh strawberries, delighted by the incredible sweetness. Mime, Iku, Kusuri, and Hikari chew quietly, completely lost in the rich taste of the red berries. Rentaro suddenly lets out a massive, dramatic scream of shock which startles his nearby girlfriends and prompts a highly confused Hahari and Hikari to ask what is wrong. A blushing Rentaro sheepishly explains that seeing all of his incredibly cute girlfriends eating strawberries in their white dresses literally shocked his senses, prompting Karen to dryly question if that was really enough to justify screaming. Rentaro insists that their combined cuteness is weapons grade, while Kurumi notes that the berries are so incredibly sweet, they do not even need condensed milk, which prompts Kusuri to happily agree before Mimimi playfully chimes in. Nano mathematically observes that growing such high-quality produce in this school environment should be scientifically impossible, to which Yamame cheerfully explains that plants grow strong when raised with love, while Hikari quietly sneaks up on Rentaro to grab his attention. Hikari suddenly pulls Rentaro close and plants a sweet strawberry-flavored kiss directly on his lips, catching him completely off guard as the narrator notes that strawberries stimulate sweetness in one's mouth. While a heavily blushing Hikari trembles in an ecstatic daze from the strawberry kiss, a panicked Rentaro worries that the fruit has amplified her pleasure, though a deadpan Karen flatly points out she is just acting like her usual self. Inspired by Hikari's move, the other girlfriends immediately swarm Rentaro to demand their own kisses, prompting Chiyo to run toward the kissing pile, while Karen dryly tells her to pick an emotion and stick to it. As a deeply blushing Yamame watches the kissing frenzy in shock, Kusuri enthusiastically tells her that it is her turn next, and she should not be shy, while Karen comments on the wild antics of the other girls nearby. Karen gently takes Yamame by the hand and tells her that she can forget about all that modesty here, causing Yamame's heart to beat rapidly as she looks down at her supportive new family. As the sun begins to set, the shadows of the group stretch across the brick path, showing Yamame and Rentaro walking hand in hand alongside the others. Yamame blushes heavily and shyly tells Rentaro that while she is fine, holding hands is still a bit too embarrassing for her, leaving Rentaro looking back at her with a gentle, loving gaze. To show their deep appreciation for the delicious fruits and vegetables they enjoyed, the girls happily suggest helping Yamame work the fields with Chiyo, Shizuka, and the others eagerly shouting their thanks. The entire family happily rolls up their sleeves and gets to work in the garden, with Nano planting delicate flowers, Hahari carrying a massive stack of cushions, and Rentaro diligently digging the soil with his shovel to bring the chapter to a warm conclusion. Hahari loudly commands the flowers to grow beautifully just like she did, while Karen defensively claims she does not think they are pretty or anything, prompting Kusuri to suggest they water the plants quietly. Nano repeatedly whispers declarations of love to the plants, asking a confused Yamame if she is doing it correctly, while Hikari panics after realizing Shizuka has completely vanished into the cucumber bushes. Iku tearfully marvels at the mystery of life and how plain grass can turn into delicious food, prompting Mei to sob in agreement as she praises the grass, while Chiyo dryly points out that they are looking at seedlings, not grass. Yamame praises everyone for their hard work and tells them to head back ahead of her while she makes one final round of the field. As Yamame walks alone on her stilts, her heart beats rapidly as she recalls Hikari pulling Rentaro into a sweet strawberry-flavored kiss. Yamame remembers a television show where guys mock the idea of dating a girl who is taller than them, making her scowl in frustration over the trash program. Rentaro calls out to Yamame and asks if she is done with her rounds, prompting a surprised Yamame to agree as he asks her to follow him to the unused field. Yamame gasps in absolute shock when she arrives to find all 13 of her new girlfriends standing in a neat line, having somehow grown to match her exact height. Rentaro explains that they piled up soil to create elevated mounds and covered them with extra curtains, while Karen scolds Hahari for acting like she bought the excess fabric on purpose. Rentaro passionately declares the setup to be an incredibly Mo situation, leaving a thoroughly confused Yamame to repeat the unfamiliar term. Rentaro reflects on Yamame looking at their shadows earlier, realizing that her reluctance to hold hands was actually due to her insecurity about their massive height difference. Rentaro notes that while some girls blossom into small women and others into tall women, the thing that makes love blossom for him is something far more universal. Rentaro screams with roaring, unmatched passion that his love blossoms for all women. Rentaro tells Yameim that his declaration includes her too and softly asks if he can kiss her, leaving her to let out a quiet, heavily blushing gasp of agreement. Leaning down slightly to bridge the gap, Yameim closes her eyes as she and Rentaro a gentle, deeply loving kiss under the evening sky. The narration notes that Rentaro went on to please his beloved girlfriends with many height difference kisses. Two passing students scream in absolute horror as they watch the massive pile of towering white dresses swarm Rentaro, mistaking the enthusiastic group kiss for a terrifying scene from Attack on Titan to end the chapter. Yameim generously offers everyone a ton of her freshly harvested vegetables, prompting Hahari to suggest they use them for a hot pot party and a Friday night sleepover at her mansion, while Hikari silently cooks up a devious idea. Hikari slyly proposes that while a regular sleepover sounds fun, a blind potluck challenge, where everyone secretly brings a mystery ingredient for a shadow game, would be even more exciting. While Natty, Nano, and Kusuri are intrigued, Chiyo initially objects to playing with food until Hikari establishes a rule that the ingredients must be genuinely edible, and Mei offers their personal chef to prepare it, leading them to gather at the Hanazono mansion that night to hand over their ingredients to the maids. Fearing sabotage, the girls tie up Kusuri, Kurumi, and Hahari with ropes to prevent them from slipping anything strange into the pot, prompting a bound Kusuri to loudly protest the violation of her rights. Karen accuses the tied-up trio of trying to bring aphrodisiacs or weird chemicals, and when Kusuri defensively claims her drug is neither of those things, Neno quickly points out that she just admitted to bringing a drug. Kusuri stubbornly argues that drugs are a type of food, earning a sharp retort from Kurumi as the group decides to use Hahara's high-tech lie detector chair to screen everyone's mystery ingredients just to be safe. Karen sits in the chair and declares that her ingredient is something literally anyone would recognize as food, which the machine immediately confirms as the truth, leaving her to smugly gloat to the others. When Nano claims her supplement pills are the most efficient way to get daily nutrients, and Iku argues that her tub of protein powder is everyone's friend, the machine repeatedly blares out lies, prompting Karen and Chiyo to criticize their Spartan and incompatible choices. Fortunately, Nano, Iku, and Kusuri all brought safe backup ingredients, instead allowing the Hanazono chef to successfully prepare the hot pot and set the stage for the blind potluck shadow game to officially begin. Chiyo draws the first turn and pulls a long strand of udon out of the pot, prompting the other girls to immediately object that udon noodles are supposed to be saved for the very end of the meal. Rentaro sheepishly admits he brought the udon so the hot pot would never end, and as Chiyo tearfully eats the delicious noodles while stressing over how to save the spoiled meal's mood, Kusuri casually notes that she is overthinking things. Nano quickly takes her turn next and pulls out a mystery item which she explains is her frog-shaped dumpling designed to match the wicked cauldron theme of a blind potluck. Nano stares down analytically at her adorable smiling frog dumpling held securely in her chopsticks. The narration questions if a dumpling this cute and happy could possibly be considered wicked. Nano eats the dumpling and declares it to be delicious, while Shizuka eagerly wonders what manner of wicked ingredient she will find as Rentaro prepares to scoop his next bite. Shizuka pulls out a highly peculiar brain-like ingredient, which prompts a hilarious question about whether her golden kami filter is currently turned on. Mei clarifies that the brain-like item is actually just a walnut from the mixed nuts she provided for beauty cultivation, prompting a mischievous Hahari to ask for a bite of Kurumi, which makes Kurumi blush, while Karen prepares a consent form. Kusuri eagerly steps up next and pulls out a single sunflower seed, leading an annoyed Karen to demand who on earth brought Hamtaro's favorite snack. Mei calmly admits that the sunflower seed was also from her mixed nuts contribution, while a highly delighted Kusuri happily eats it while mimicking Hamtaro's catchphrase. Karen steps up for her turn, next pulling out a homemade fishball contributed by Chiyo and taking a big bite only to declare in awe that the flavor feels like an absolute rodeo in her mouth. Miss Natty loudly exclaims that the food is chock full of Hoppin' John jam, causing a confused Hahari to ask for a translation. while Chio explains that her family fills fishballs with random ingredients like matcha cheese or ginger for a fun surprise, prompting Kyusuri to praise them as the class president's honored recipe. When Miss Natty enthusiastically calls them Russian roulette fishballs, Chio clarifies that they are not actually dangerous, leading Karen to complain that Natty always sounds like an advanced reading test, and Nano to dryly add that passing wouldn't make her words make any more sense anyway. Yamame takes her turn next and pulls out a chicken tender which Iku proudly claims as her muscle-building contribution, though Iku sheepishly apologizes that it feels a bit pedestrian compared to Chio's creative fishballs, while Yamame tries to reassure her. Yamame suddenly looks highly distressed as she tearfully points out that chicken tenders were once living things too, prompting a deadpan Karen to flatly state that the chicken is currently 100% dead. Iku apologizes to Yamame and offers her own backside to be paddled as punishment instead of the chicken, which only makes a crying Yamame protest that her butt is also a living thing, while Mimimi steps in for her turn and pulls out a piece of carrot that Karen claims as hers. Mimimi looks at the deep-fried chicken and asks if Karen brought carrot simply because her name is Karen, leaving a completely stunned Karen frozen in absolute silence. A heavily blushing, embarrassed Karen screams in denial, frantically explaining that she only brought standard fried chicken because it is a normal meat everyone enjoys, while Mei gently nods and tells her not to worry. Hakari giggles and admits she found the pun hilarious, ignoring Karen's angry protests that she was not trying to be funny, while Kyusuri and Shizuka agree that the coincidental naming was indeed highly amusing. While Karen angrily yells at the others not to brush off her frustration, Hahari takes her turn and pulls out a long, slippery ingredient from the pot, praising its pleasant and homemade taste. Hahari happily munches on the item and praises shark fins as a wonderful source of collagen, prompting Hakari to admit she brought it, while Mei prepares for her turn next as she and Nano exchange quiet looks. Mei pulls out a peculiar matcha dumpling shaped exactly like a rear end, leading the others to gasp in absolute shock at the sight of a butt in their soup. When Karen gasps and Nano asks if someone rang her, Chio quickly corrects them, while a heavily blushing Rentaru raises his hand to confess that he was the one who brought the butt-shaped item. An angry voice immediately accuses Rentaru of sexual harassment, while he can only smile sheepishly and blush at the sudden backlash. Rentaru frantically explains that it was actually just a slice of ham cut into a heart shape that lost its bottom half in the boiling soup, while Karen takes her turn and pulls out a solid rectangular block, demanding to know if someone literally put a calorie mate bar into the hot pot. Nano proudly claims the nutritional bar as her contribution for efficiency, earning an exasperated shout from Karen that it is not meant to be a hot pot ingredient, while Kurumi calls it cursed before preparing to scoop her own turn. Kurumi pulls out a soggy flower-shaped Sakura Manaka sweet and explains she procured it because it is Hahara's favorite food, prompting a deadpan Karen to point out that still does not mean a sweet dessert belongs in a savory hot pot. Despite the weird combination, Kurumi admits the chef somehow made it taste good, while a nervous Meme takes her turn next and pulls out a dripping melted blue blob that looks like a zombie version of Pentaru. While Meme trembles in terror at the dripping blue glob, Kyusuri giggles and explains it is just her Pentaru gummy candy that melted in the heat, leading Karen to angrily yell about what she expected would happen to candy in a hot pot. Karen yells in disbelief when Kyusuri reveals the pocket gummy candy was actually her backup ingredient, prompting Kyusuri to sweatily stammer a messy explanation under the group's menacing stares, while Karen notes that her dialogue has turned into a hot mess. Rentaru steps up for his turn and pulls out a completely soggy, dripping teddy bear shape, prompting the narrator to note that the hot pot contents have now descended into a literal stuffed toy. Rentaru asks Meme if she accidentally dropped the toy during a misdirection trick, but a flustered Meme explains that she actually hand-knitted the bear shape out of konjac noodles and apologizes, in case he does not like konjac. Rentaru finds the bear too cute to eat, but decides to pull out and slurp just one noodle thread at a time, prompting Kyusuri to playfully comment that it looks like he is slurping up the toy's brains. Mei takes her turn next and pulls a dripping, beautifully formed rose out of the boiling pot. Staring at the rose, Mei completely misinterprets the ingredient and declares that she accepts this mysterious culinary challenge. Yamame happily explains that she brought real pesticide-free fragrant roses for the potluck alongside her vegetables, while a panicked voice screams for Mei to stop eating the actual flower, and not give up her humanity. Mei calmly eats the rose and declares it to be quite tasty, prompting a stunned reaction from the others, who loudly ask if the experience of eating a flower was really that disappointing to her. A despondent Yamame feels down about her contribution, prompting Rentaro to quickly reassure her that the food was wonderful, while Iku frantically apologizes for treating the rose like a challenge and offers to perform 100 million practice swings, as punishment, though the others point out that would not be a punishment for her. Meanwhile, Natty excitedly celebrates that it is finally her turn to scoop from the pot, happily listing off the various ingredients she hopes to pull out next. Natty uses her chopsticks to lift a soggy, dripping Big Mac directly out of the hot pot. The entire group sits in silence around the table, realizing that there is only one person among them who would ever dare to put a Big Mac into a hot pot, which Natty proudly acknowledges. Natty happily takes a massive bite of the wet hamburger, anyway loudly declaring that a Big Mac will always taste good regardless of how it is prepared, leaving the others to sweatily conclude that she is an absolute believer in the burger. The girls happily feast on the hot pot ingredients, loudly praising Yamame's delicious cabbage and Shizuka's great dumplings. Kusuri excitedly cheers about finding a heart-shaped ham in her bowl, while Shizuka enjoys a cheese-filled fishball. Meanwhile, another girlfriend enthusiastically comments on how incredibly good the meat tastes. Miss Natty suddenly slips close and wraps her arms around Rentaro, smoothly whispering a flirtatious greeting to her good-looking boyfriend. Rentaro blushes and softly calls out her name in surprise, while Nano and the other nearby girlfriends quietly watch the affectionate display with their chopsticks paused. Miss Natty affectionately calls Rentaro a cute little thing and plants a sweet kiss on his lips. She then compliments his manly and beautiful eyebrows, before kissing him once more, leaving a heavily blushing Rentaro completely startled by her sudden romantic advance. Rentaro frantically tries to stop the kissing before suddenly pausing in realization, gesturing wildly as he questions what they are doing. He quickly raises a major concern, pointing out the piece of meat they have all been happily eating and frantically asking where it actually came from. The girls suddenly realize that they never actually verified if anyone brought meat to the potluck, realizing that Hakari's contribution was completely overlooked in the confusion of their massive group. When Hakari lets out a suspicious, mischievous chuckle, the other girls turn to her in shock, realizing she is the one behind the mystery meat. Hakari explains that the food she brought has very specific properties when boiled and eaten, revealing that it is a special meat believed to stimulate lust. Hakari reveals that the ingredient is sea otter meat, causing Rentaro to blush in absolute shock as he instantly recognizes the reference to golden kami. Rentaro clutches his chest in agony as the intense aphrodisiac effects take hold, while Hakari quietly confesses to herself that since real sea otter meat is hard to find, she actually used regular beef soaked in an aphrodisiac, and expects everyone to be furious with her. Hakari, Kusuri, and Shizuka blush and ache with intense desire, telling Rentaro that they are all feeling the effects during their sleepover, and there is no need to hold back, prompting a heavily sweating Rentaro to gulp and declare that they have only one course of action. Rentaro suddenly points forward and yells that they should sumo wrestle, referencing the solution from golden kami, which leaves Hakari looking at him in complete disbelief. Rentaro intensely reasons that sumo wrestling will allow them to sweat off the physical ache and return to normal, completely unaware that his judgment is severely impaired due to extreme arousal. Hakari frantically agrees to the matches just to relieve the physical tension, proposing a tournament where Rentaro wrestles all of his girlfriends with the rule that the loser must do whatever the winner commands. The girls gather around a giant custom-made futon ring that Hakari set up to keep them safe, plotting to wear Rentaro down over 14 consecutive rounds, so at least one of them can win and force him to entertain the entire group. The girls enthusiastically volunteer for their order in the tournament, with Nano mentioning her morning runs, Kusuri expressing her love for sumo, and Yamame worrying about her fighting skills, despite her natural strength. Mime acts as the referee and calls the start of the first round between Rentaro and Shizuka, who face off on the futon. Shizuka immediately grabs onto Rentaro's waist, causing him to blush furiously and lose all focus as he is completely overwhelmed by her adorable embrace. His fighting spirit completely obliterated. A tearful Rentaro hugs Shizuka tightly and passionately vows to protect her at all costs. Rentaro intensely worries that if he keeps holding on to her forever, he will run out of strength and lose the tournament. While Rentaro struggles with his desire to hold her forever, Shizuka blushes, as her heart races, realizing that defeating Rentaro will allow them to do even more together, prompting her to squeeze him with all her might. Shizuka suddenly slips and falls backward onto the futon, resulting in Rentaro being declared the winner of the first round as they happily praise each other for a well-fought match. Chiyo steps in as the second challenger, immediately grabbing Rentaro's waist and blushing deeply as she notices how large and mature his body feels. Chiyo squeezes her eyes shut in a desperate struggle against her own intense arousal, prompting Rentaro to sweatily ask if she is fighting him or her own feelings. Chiyo grunts loudly as she continues to struggle against Rentaro, who finds her angry tantrum absolutely adorable as she fights him. Chiyo summons an incredible surge of strength and begins dragging Rentaro toward the edge of the ring, leaving him struggling to hold his ground as she pushes her small body to the absolute limit. Chiyo suddenly loses her grip and falls to her knees in tears, crying that her body feels incredibly itchy from the aphrodisiac, which causes her glasses to slip off, and results in Rentaro being declared the winner before he quickly holds her to comfort her. The third round begins as Meme steps up to grapple with Rentaro, but both of them immediately blush as Meme finds his body incredibly firm, and Rentaro gets completely distracted by how soft she is. Overwhelmed by her growing physical arousal, Meme screams that she feels far too lewd and vanishes into a cloud of smoke, leaving a startled Rentaro to win the match by default. Rentaro looks down in utter confusion at the tiny plush doll that Meme left behind in the middle of the ring after her sudden disappearance. His other girlfriends look on in complete and deadpan silence, entirely stunned by the bizarre way the third round came to an end. Hahari, Hakari, and Natty immediately erupt into ecstatic cheers, loudly celebrating the victory, because they believe Meme technically won the match for the sake of lewdness. Shizuka officially points her fan to declare Rentaro the winner since Meme stepped out of the ring first, prompting a disappointed Hakari and Hahari to collapse to the floor, while Rentaro gently holds Meme's hands to praise her for a great fight. The fourth round begins with Hakari as the next challenger, who immediately lunges forward to grab Rentaro with a determined look in her eyes. Hakari presses her chest directly against Rentaro to use the close contact and the aphrodisiac to completely overheat his brain, causing him to tremble uncontrollably from the overwhelming sensory stimulation. Unable to withstand the intense physical pressure, Rentaro completely loses consciousness and collapses flat on his back onto the futon. Shizuka officially declares Hakari the winner of the round, prompting an ecstatic Hakari to throw her arms up in celebration and excitedly tell everyone that things are about to get even hotter. As Hakari immediately lunges to grab Rentaro again while calling his name, a suspicious Karen watches closely and realizes that something is terribly wrong, suspecting that Rentaro would not be defeated so easily. It is quickly revealed that Hakari was actually the one who fainted first from the physical excitement, prompting Rentaro to be declared the true winner, as he quickly performs mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to revive her. The fifth round begins with Hahari as the next challenger, who grabs onto Rentaro while reflecting that Hakari's seduction strategy was excellent but lacked direct follow-through. Hahari pulls Rentaro into a tight embrace and offers to let him do whatever he wants, feeling absolutely thrilled when he does not resist, and concluding that she has won the match. Hahari leans back to inspect her boyfriend's face, only to quickly realize that he is completely unresponsive as his head limply rests on her shoulder. Hahari looks on in absolute shock as she discovers that Rentaro has actually passed out completely and is standing dead on his feet. Hahari bursts into dramatic tears and collapses to the floor, begging Rentaro not to leave her before she is declared the loser of the match, and immediately administers her own mouth-to-mouth revival to save him. The sixth round begins with a tiny shouting Kusuri grabbing Rentaro, who smiles warmly and decides that she is far too small and cute for him to actually fight, making him want to let her win. Rentaro tries to playfully lift Kusuri into the air as he usually does, but he freezes in absolute shock when she chuckles mischievously and remains completely unmovable. Kusuri proudly smiles and reveals that she drank a special drug to make her body 100 times heavier than normal, prompting the narrator to point out that her trick is literally a form of doping. Kusuri squeezes Rentaro tightly and happily declares she wants to stay stuck to him forever to win the match, leaving a heavily sweating Rentaru to panic over how he can possibly stop someone 100 times her normal weight. Kyusuri screams with absolute determination and stamps her foot down to drive forward with her massive weight. Due to her massive weight, Kyusuri crashes straight through the floorboards with a loud crunch, screaming as she falls, which leads Shizuka to declare Rentaru the default winner, while a panicked Rentaru yells for someone to grab the negation drug from her bag. The 7th round begins with Kurumi stepping up as the next challenger and grabbing Rentaru, immediately blushing as she notices how big his body is, while Rentaru gets completely distracted by how cute and small she feels. Kurumi becomes incredibly hangry and grumbles about the referee's calls, declaring that she has no idea what they mean and demanding panna cotta instead, leaving Rentaru to frantically try to figure out a solution. Driven by her extreme hunger, Kurumi loses control and demands her panna cotta, blowing off her physical limits and growing much stronger as she aggressively pushes against a completely shocked Rentaru. Rentaru points to a package of cream pan he brought for her as a midnight snack, arguing that since panna cotta is cream-based, the two items are basically the exact same food. A completely flabbergasted Kurumi wonders if panna cotta and cream pan are truly the same, which Rentaru enthusiastically confirms by pointing out they both have the word pan in their names. Rentaru happily tells Kurumi to go ahead and eat her snack, prompting her to run off joyfully to devour the treat, as Shizuka declares Rentaru the winner of the round. The 8th round begins with Natty grabbing Rentaru in a tight embrace, which she insists is just a standard American greeting, despite Rentaru's observation that this is hardly the appropriate time or place. Natty suddenly plants a kiss on Rentaru's cheek and claims it is also a greeting, leaving Rentaru struggling to resist before Natty enthusiastically declares that it is time for a sudden death move. Natty charges forward and delivers a powerful tackle to knock Rentaru straight down onto the futon. Kyusuri and Karen watch the match in suspense, believing that Natty is about to secure the victory, while a smug Natty looks down in triumph. It is declared that Natty's arms touch the ground, first making Rentaru the winner of the round, as he realizes she really just wanted a hug, which a blushing Natty sheepishly tries to laugh off. The 9th round begins with Mimimi grabbing Rentaru in a close grapple, both of them blushing intensely as they admire how beautiful and slender each other's bodies are. Rentaru notes Mimimi's excellent core strength from her morning runs and prepares to execute a swift opening move to overcome his height disadvantage. Rentaru is completely stunned when his hands slide right off Mimimi's arms as she proudly explains that his grip is no match for her exceedingly smooth skin. Rentaru loses his balance and begins to fall backward out of the ring, with Mimimi declaring that this is naturally the end of the match. Rather than winning, Mimimi slips on her own incredibly smooth skin and falls flat on her back, making Rentaru the winner of the round, as Kurumi dryly questions if they have transitioned to oil wrestling. Exhausted after completing 9 rounds in a row, Rentaru catches his breath and resolves to push through the final 5 matches, though he shudders as he senses the massive aura of desire radiating from the remaining challengers. Exhausted and breathing heavily, Rentaru resolves to push through the final matches against his 5 strongest girlfriends. The narrator notes that because there was so much sumo wrestling, it could not all fit into a single chapter. The 10th round begins with Rentaru facing off against Nano, who immediately grabs hold of him. As they grapple, Nano finds herself highly distracted by Rentaru's male physique, up close, struggling against a sudden surge of physical desire, as she tries to force herself to stop thinking such distracting thoughts. Attempting to regain her focus, Nano begins calculating a scientific method to achieve victory. She analyzes Rentaru's height, weight, arm length, foot size, and center of gravity to aim a precise strike directly at his collarbone. Nano executes her strategy by raising her leg and poking Rentaru's collarbone with her foot, but she is shocked when it fails to knock him down. Assuming there was an error in her math, she begins calculating Rentaru's build, shoulder width, muscle mass, and leg length to try the collarbone strike one more time. Before Nano can strike again, she suddenly slips and falls flat on her back, resulting in Rentaru being declared the winner of the 10th round. As a worried Rentaru calls out to her, a blushing Nano wonders what could have possibly disrupted her calculations, while the other girls note that her physical arousal was the obvious culprit. The 11th round begins as Mei steps up as the challenger and immediately grabs Rentaru in a close sumo grapple. As they hold onto each other, Mei blushes deeply and notes how strong and sturdy Rentaru's body feels while Rentaru is overwhelmed by her sweetness and feels his own body aching from the close contact as Shizuka signals the match to continue. Hikari and Hahari suddenly shout from the sidelines with Hahari loudly commanding Mei to eliminate Rentaru for them. Rentaru reacts in shock to the sudden command while Mei instantly perks up at the sound of her master's voice. Upon hearing Hahari's order, Mei immediately complies and vows to eliminate Rentaru, without fail causing her body to tremble with an intense surge of power that leaves Rentaru wondering if Hahari just cast a powerful buff on her. With her newly boosted strength, Mei delivers a powerful shove to Rentaru's chest and begins driving him backward, causing Rentaru to lose his footing and stumble dangerously toward the edge of the ring. Rentaru struggles desperately against Mei's relentless force, comparing her unstoppable devotion to a rampaging robot in a horror movie executing its prime directive. Knowing he cannot match her pure strength by regular means, Rentaru realizes there is only one secret way left to stop her. Rather than letting Mei push him out, Rentaru decides to use his own momentum to throw himself backward, aiming to eliminate himself first. Mei quickly calculates that if Rentaru eliminates himself, she will fail her master's order to eliminate him. Panicking, she lunges forward and grabs his shirt, forcefully tugging him back inside the ring to prevent his self-elimination. Rentaru's strategy works perfectly as he forces Mei to rush forward to save him, creating a huge opening that allows him to sweep her off her feet as she stumbles from her own momentum. Rentaru gently places Mei outside the ring, prompting his victory in the 11th round to be officially declared. Mei politely praises his clever strategy, but calmly announces she must pay for her failure with her life, prompting a panicked Hahari to scream that she takes the order back. The 12th round begins against Yamame, with Shizuka sounding the start of the match, as Yamame immediately wraps Rentaru in a close embrace. Both of them instantly blush as Yamame admits that being so close to him makes her feel hot inside, while Rentaru quietly revels in how good it feels to be wrapped up in her arms. Yamame tries to focus on the match, but her tight squeeze squishes Rentaru directly against her chest. Rentaru struggles to breathe and panics that he cannot push back against her immense strength, helplessly gasping her name in a daze. Yamame suddenly heaves Rentaru completely off his feet with a massive shout, leaving his legs dangling helplessly in the air. Rentaru frantically flails his body, but quickly realizes that struggling against her overwhelming power is completely useless. Yamame calmly mentions that she has had to pin down an agitated bear to keep it calm before prompting Kusuri to comment that she is way beyond human. Iku marvels that she has never done any extreme training like that before prompting a stern warning from her friend to not even think about trying it. Yamame leaps into the air with Rentaru in her grasp, preparing to finish the match and slam him down with a massive shout. Right before slamming him, Yamame spots a fallen leaf on the futon and quickly flips her body to take the impact, first declaring that leaves are living things too. As Karen loudly demands to know if she is the Mother Teresa of the plant kingdom, Rentaru is declared the winner of the 12th round, leaving the couple to warmly praise each other for a great fight. An exhausted Rentaru pants heavily on his hands and knees, noting that only 2 opponents remain as Iku steps onto the ring with a determined focus. The 13th round begins against Iku, and Mei sounds the start of the match as Iku immediately grabs hold of Rentaru. Grappling close, a heavily blushing Iku is instantly distracted by his lean-toned physique, realizing just how masculine Rentaru's body truly feels. Despite her racing heart, Iku quickly reminds herself that this is a match and declares that she does not intend to lose, executing a powerful shove that catches Rentaru completely off guard. As Iku relentlessly drives him backward, panicked Rentaru notices that she is working from her hips and decides to grab hold of her waist to stabilize his defense, catching Iku completely by surprise. Rentaru grinds his teeth as he struggles against her, realizing that, as a trained athlete, Iku has not only perfectly tempered her body, but also knows exactly how to utilize her strength to maximum effect. Both of them lock eyes in a tense stalemate, with Iku realizing she cannot find any openings, while a heavily sweating Rentaru desperately tries to think of a way to exploit her blind spots. Rentaru suddenly smiles and notes that while Iku is an athlete, baseball is not a martial art, before raising his hand to warn her that slapping is fair game in sumo. As Rentaru's open palm swings toward her, a determined Iku braces herself, confident that her rigorous training will allow her to easily handle any slap without breaking a sweat. Instead of delivering the hit, Rentaro suddenly halts his hand right in front of Ikka's face to exploit her expectation, quickly sweeping in to grab her waist and leave her completely open, as she confusedly wonders why she would expect a slap mid-match. Rentaro is declared the winner of the 13th round as he gently places Ikku down on the floor. A highly fired-up Ikku enthusiastically yells that she wants to make Kashian Stadium like this, and needs to join a sumo stable, prompting Rentaro to sweatily point out that would actually take her to Kokujikan Hall instead. The 14th and final round begins, prompting Hahari and the other girls to watch in suspense, as they realize the fate of the entire tournament rests on this match. May officially sounds the start of the final bout between Rentaro and the final challenger Karen. Karen immediately lunges forward and wraps Rentaro in a tight embrace. Both of them instantly blush as Karen silently confesses her overwhelming love for him, which Rentaro finds absolutely adorable before Karen suddenly gasps in realization of her own actions. Embarrassed by her own feelings, Karen aggressively tosses Rentaro away while blushing heavily and yelling that she was not thinking of anything. Rentaro flies backward and confusedly asks what she could possibly mean by that. Realizing he is about to lose by being thrown out of the ring, a panicked Rentaro reaches out and manages to grab hold of Karen's hand in mid-air. Since Rentaro grabbed her hand while flying backward, he drags Karen out of the ring along with him, sending both of them soaring through the air together in a bizarre mid-air flight that leaves the onlookers completely flabbergasted. Yamame points out that since both are outside the ring, the first one to hit the ground will lose, while Rentaro notices that the soft futon ring does not cover the hard floor where they are about to land. Fearing Karen might get hurt, a blushing Rentaro wraps his arms around her to cushion her fall, which makes Karen blush in surprise, as she realizes he is trying to protect her. Despite his protective gesture, Karen's tsundere instincts kick in, causing her to scream that she is not happy or anything, and slam Rentaro back first onto the hard floor in a devastating tsundere backbreaker drop. Karen sits victoriously on top of a defeated Rentaro on the floor. While watching this, Shizuka logically reasons that if this were a professional wrestling match, Karen would have won, but since the rules of sumo declare the first person to touch the ground outside the ring, the loser Chiyo eagerly asks what that means for the results. Shizuka officially declares Rentaro the winner of the final round, though a heavily battered Rentaro does not look like much of a victor as he lies exhausted on the floor. A tearful Karen repeatedly apologizes for slamming him, while Yamame reassures her by mentioning her daily milk habit to strengthen her bones, which Kusuri notes is basically a drug if it actually works. The girls celebrate Rentaro's incredible victory after defeating all 14 of them in a row, with Kusuri cheering that sumo is super fun, while Nano notes that even a zebra can defeat a lion when its life is on the line. When Yamame mentions that they were planning on eating Rentaro up if they won, Karen flusteredly objects to making it sound literal, though Yamame shyly asks if she is really wrong about their intentions. May steps forward to announce that since they lost, Rentaro can now issue whatever command he likes as agreed upon, prompting a smug Hahari to comment on his good fortune, while a despondent Hikari tells the other girls to prepare for bed with no fuss. Rentaro looks at his girlfriends and calmly calls for their attention. Blushing heavily and feeling the lingering effects of the aphrodisiac, Rentaro shyly asks if he can hug and kiss each of his girlfriends, which leads to a massive, passionate kissing session, as he embraces every single one of his happy and excited partners. As the rumbling aura of desire intensifies among the girls, Rentaro is caught completely off guard when they passionately declare that they never said they were finished, leaving him to look back in shock at their highly eager faces as the mansion is filled with endless kissing sounds. The night sky over the Hanazono mansion is filled with the echoes of passionate kissing and sweet murmurs as the group's sleepover continues late into the night. The next morning, a group of Rentaro's girlfriends sparkle with pure content energy as they stand together in the mansion. The rest of the girlfriends also beam with absolute joy and satisfaction, looking fully refreshed and happy after the eventful sleepover. A deeply embarrassed Rentaro kneels on the floor and covers his face while apologizing to his girlfriends, who only smile warmly at him and thank him for the wonderful matches to bring the chapter to a warm conclusion. Rentaro ponders the rumor about a mysterious girl who suddenly appears at girls' sports clubs, gives out incredibly pleasant massages, and then disappears. He notes to himself that she was not at the girls' soccer club either, wondering if she actually exists. Rentaro worries that the recent idol performances and sumo matches have put far too much physical strain on his girlfriends lately, hoping this rumored mystery masseuse could help heal them. His thoughts are suddenly cut short by a loud echoing scream from nearby, prompting him to dash toward the sound. Rentaro slides open the gate to the tennis court and stands frozen in absolute shock. He finds the entire girls' tennis club completely collapsed on the ground with their rackets scattered all around them. Rentaro spots a mysterious girl with a high ponytail standing silently on the court with the sunset at her back, towering over the fallen tennis club members. A close-up reveals the mysterious girl's calm profile as she looks on, showing a completely stoic and serene expression. Rentaro and the mysterious girl suddenly lock eyes across the court, and a powerful shock of connection runs through them both as she turns to face him. Rentaro rushes over to one of the collapsed players on the ground to ask if she is all right, only for the exhausted girl to weakly mutter that the mystery girl massaged them, leaving Rentaro completely stunned by her explanation. Rentaro looks on in absolute shock as the other girls quiver on the ground from the sheer intensity of the physical relief, prompting him to call out to the departing girl to ask if she is indeed the rumored mystery masseuse who has been visiting the girls' sports clubs. The girl calmly turns back and confirms that she is the one, introducing herself as third-year junior high student Momi Mamaji, while making a massaging gesture with her hands before comparing her name to Nobai Nabida to Rentaro's flustered amusement. Rentaro introduces himself, but expresses surprise that she revealed her name so casually, prompting Mamaji to explain that she always introduces herself. But everyone forgets her, because her massages are so intensely good that their memories of the encounter completely vanish, leading Rentaro to note that such memory loss sounds more like the side effect of a drug than a regular massage. Mamaji decides that she needs to carry all of the relaxed tennis girls back to their clubroom, prompting Rentaro to immediately offer his help. Rentaro carries one of the girls on his back, while Mamaji easily lifts another girl in her arms, showing off her surprising physical strength. As Rentaro assists with the collapsed tennis players, Mamaji suddenly reaches from behind one of the girls and begins aggressively squeezing her chest. A completely startled, Rentaro immediately steps in to intervene, loudly demanding to know what exactly she is doing. Mamaji calmly explains that she simply loves touching things, especially soft objects and the feel of a woman's body, and continues to massage the girl's chest. While the girl lets out a weak, dazed moan from the physical sensation, Rentaro sweatily asks Mamaji to show some restraint, since they are in a highly public place. Mamaji insists there is nothing indecent about her actions and claims she is only savoring the pure sensation of touch, telling Rentaro to get his mind out of the gutter. Rentaro dryly responds by suggesting she try delivering that line without generating a constant stream of grope sound effects. Mamaji buries her face in the tennis player's chest, praising the soft and fluffy sensation as a literal miracle of the universe bestowed by God. An exasperated Rentaro cuts her off to ask if they are actually going to carry the girl back to the clubroom or not. Rentaro suddenly realizes her true motives and asks if her entire reason for giving out massages is just to touch a woman's body. Mamaji calmly confirms his suspicion, prompting Rentaro to note that her honest confession is going to upset every professional masseur in the country. Mamaji explains to Rentaro that she wants to support what she loves, which is why she administers massages to make sure women's bodies can become as soft as possible. She points out that stiffness and fatigue in the muscles can obstruct the physical growth and feel of a female body, though she admits that is not her only motivation. Mamaji aggressively massages the chest of the collapsed player and declares it to be a highly rewarding job, prompting an exasperated Rentaro to observe that she has immediately ruined her own explanation. After they successfully transport the players, the tennis club member thanks Rentaro and Mamaji for their assistance, admitting it would have been too much work to handle alone. Rentaro tells her not to worry, but Mamaji steps up and offers to show her own gratitude in return. Mamaji offers to give Rentaro a massage because she can see he is holding onto a lot of fatigue, leaving Rentaro shocked that she can diagnose his physical state through his clothing. Mamaji explains that with enough massage experience, one naturally develops the ability to gauge someone's fatigue the same way Goku can gauge physical strength just by looking at someone, leading a stunned Rentaro to ask if she possesses an internal scouter. Mamaji begins massaging Rentaro as he lies on a bench outside, commenting on how stiff he is while kneading his shoulders. Rentaro melts into the bench from the physical relief, letting out relaxed sighs and admitting that the treatment feels absolutely amazing. Mamaji is surprised by how incredibly stiff Rentaro's back feels under her hands, comparing the metallic resistance of his muscles to massaging Astro Boy. Mamaji asks Rentaro what kind of extreme physical hardships he endures on a daily basis. Rentaro claims he does nothing serious, though he secretly recalls staying awake for a week and a half straight to prepare for his girlfriend's idol performance and physically running to different prefectures to inspect date locations. Mamaji tells him not to worry and asks him to leave everything to her as she resumes the massage. Rentaro stands up and feels incredibly light, thanking Mamaji for her amazing technique. He admits that while his girlfriend's smiles always wiped away his mental fatigue, his body was actually completely worn out, though Mamaji humbly insists she is still not skilled enough. Mamaji explains that she needs to gain far more experience because she wants to be able to heal any woman's body and become the best masseuse she can possibly be. Mamaji's true ambition slips out as she anticipates being flooded with massage requests from gravure idols once she becomes famous, prompting Rentaro to silently hope she does not get too frisky. Shifting back to the present, Mamaji admits that working on Rentaro's stiff body was an invaluable experience and shyly offers to help him again whenever he feels tight. The next day, Mamaji sits in class and lets out a deep sigh while staring at her hands, unable to stop thinking about the sensation of massaging Rentaro. Mamaji reflects on how strange it is because she had always preferred the soft feel of a woman's body above all else. Realizing that this new obsession is a complete first for her, she blushes deeply and wonders if she has actually fallen in love. Mamaji laments that because she completely unraveled Rentaro's stiffness the previous day, it will be a long time before they can meet again. Desperate to touch something, she sighs while rubbing a 3D Nami chest plate on her desk, drawing a highly concerned look from her classmate. After the school bell rings, Mamaji sighs and decides to head home to knead some bread dough to satisfy her urge, only for Rentaro to suddenly run up and call out her name in the corridor. The two head out to the school courtyard together. As soon as Mamaji touches Rentaro's back, she finds his muscles completely metallic again and ecstatically declares that Astro Boy has returned. Squeezing his back, she happily tells herself that this must indeed be love. The next day, Mamaji slumps on her desk and sighs about wanting to massage Rentaro again. However, she reasons that since she did it 2 days in a row, there is no way his body could possibly get stiff enough to need another massage 3 days in a row. Despite her doubts, Rentaro is back on the bench with an incredibly metallic back, prompting an ecstatic Mamaji to yell for Astro Boy while aggressively massaging his shoulders. Mamaji happily sits on Rentaro's back while massaging him, singing about his flight into space, which leaves 2 passing students to watch in absolute confusion as they wonder if they are playing a game of Astro Boy make-believe. Rentaro happily thanks Mamaji for the massage and declares that she always sends him straight to heaven, though Mamaji grows suspicious and points out that he has been turning up with an incredibly stiff body every single day. A highly suspicious Mamaji asks if he is being subjected to forced slave labor in an underground facility. Rentaro sweatily reassures her that this is not Kaiji, admitting that for the past 2 days, he has been actively pushing himself to ruin his own body just to get stiff again. In a flashback to 2 days prior, a shirtless Rentaro desperately lifts dumbbells while holding a lit candle, frustrated that normal physical abuse is not enough to make his body stiff again. He resolves to seek out the hardest, most punishing work he can possibly think of. Rentaro sits on his bed and reflects that to his knowledge, the single person with the most exhausting and difficult job in the entire world is none other than their manga creator. Rentaro realizes that the ultimate source of physical exhaustion is Nozawa-sensei. Rentaro notes that drawing such a massive number of characters in every single chapter of a weekly series is completely insane, yet Nozawa-sensei still manages to maintain incredibly high quality. He recognizes that she must love drawing them with all her heart, but the physical strain on her body must be absolutely immense. Rentaro rings the doorbell of a heavily pixelated residence while apologizing for his sudden intrusion, realizing that the person who opens the door is indeed the creator herself. Rentaro is stunned as a massive pixelated figure of Nozawa-sensei appears before him, recognizing him with surprise. Nozawa-sensei wonders if she is dreaming or hallucinating, prompting Rentaro to note that she has been working so hard, she is now seeing things including him. Rentaro explains that he secured permission to work as her assistant, promising to do his absolute best, despite her warning that he is a unique case and no one else should ever try this. As he gets to work, he finds himself constantly distracted by how cute the drawings on the pages are. Rentaro points out to Nozawa-sensei that although the script only requested 5 characters on the opening page to ease her workload, she went ahead and drew 13 instead. Nozawa-sensei explains that all of her children are important to her, prompting Rentaro to view her as the literal personification of love. Back in the present, Rentaro describes the sheer chaos of assisting her, detailing how they panicked over background characters' tones and clothing options. He points out a black hedge he got to ink himself, earning Mamaji's deep admiration. Mamaji asks Rentaro why he would go so far out of his way to make his body stiff like Astro Boy again. Rentaro explains that because she expressed a desire to gain experience and become the best masseuse possible, he wanted to support her dream as a way to repay her for the wonderful massage she gave him, leaving Mamaji touched by his selflessness. Mamaji quietly gasps in realization while Rentaro stammers nervously under her gaze. Mamaji confesses her love to Rentaro regardless of whether his body is stiff or not, asking if she can massage him every single day. Rentaro happily accepts her feelings, telling her that he loves her dream of making people happy through massage, and that he loves her too, officially asking her to go out with him. Overwhelmed by her happiness, Mamaji grabs her own chest to check if she is dreaming, prompting Rentaro to dryly point out that she is supposed to pinch her cheek instead. Mamaji suddenly declares that she must leave to massage someone, immediately prompting Rentaro to offer to join her. Recognizing that they must go and heal Nozawa-sensei right away, the two quickly rush off together. As Rentaro and Mamaji run off to treat Nozawa-sensei's exhausted body, the rest of the girlfriends gather to hold up a massive sign thanking the creator for her incredibly hard work on the series. Sometime later, Rentaro gathers his girlfriends to introduce Mamaji as his newest partner, while Mamaji tells everyone to remember her name like Nobai Nobita, and mentions her dad's similar name, prompting Karen to dryly guess that her father is named Mamasuke. Kurumi gasps in complete shock upon seeing Mamaji leading Shizuka to use her text-to-speech app to ask if they are already acquainted. Mamaji explains that Kurumi is just the classmate who sits next to her in class, noting that this is actually their very first time talking. Shizuka recalls that since Kurumi always ate her lunch alone before noon, she assumed she was a delinquent, while Kurumi points out that Mamaji was always sitting by herself groping random objects. Mamaji immediately walks up to grab Kurumi's chest and declares that they are now friends, prompting a flustered Kurumi to politely greet her, before demanding that she stop groping her. Mamaji asks Rentaro's girlfriends if she can have the privilege of giving them massages as a token of friendship, but her drooling face immediately prompts Rentaro to point out that her perverted ulterior motives are completely leaking out. Mamaji targets Hikari, Hahari, and Natty, praising their fine physical features and insisting their shoulders are crying out in pain. She immediately begins aggressively kneading and groping them, chanting a continuous stream of grope sounds, while the girls let out overwhelmed euphoric cries from the intense massage. Mime and Hikari are left feeling so incredibly light that they feel like they are going to fly away, only for Hahara's soul to literally escape her relaxed body and float into the sky. While Chiyo comments on the bizarre sight, Mei executes a dramatic mid-air leap to catch her master's soul and forcefully slam it back into Hahara's body. Mamaji begins massaging Mei, noting that her entire body is incredibly stiff because she works far too much. As Mamaji rubs and pats her like a dog, Mei can only let out helpless, flustered gasps from the overwhelming physical sensation. Kusuri runs up to the group and excitedly requests a massage for herself. When Mamaji asks about her identity, Kusuri explains that she is actually 18 years old despite currently having the body of an 8-year-old, which Mamaji calmly accepts. Instead of a full massage, Mamaji grabs Kusuri's face in a tight grip, noting that only her knit brow is actually stiff. This leaves a highly disappointed Kusuri to slump in sadness, wishing that her body was stiff enough to get a proper massage too. Mamaji massages Chiyo next, warning her that pushing herself too hard is bad for her growth and noting how stiff she is. She then treats Shizuka, pointing out that her extreme muscle tension clearly reveals her reading hobby, which leaves Shizuka experiencing a wave of pure joy. Mamaji massages Nano and comments that she sits as still as an android, though Nano argues that proper posture is simply the most efficient way to study. Next, Mamaji massages Kurumi's face and notes that she works her jaw far too much, leaving a blushing Kurumi to melt from the sudden physical relief. Mamaji sits on Yameme's back to give her a massage, asking if she does a lot of physical labor because of how solid her body feels. Yamame cheerfully confirms that she works in the fields every day, prompting Mamaji to ask about her height. When Yamame replies that she is 200 centimeters tall, Mamaji continues her deep kneading, silently noting that she has never massaged anyone who felt quite like this before. Feeling the sheer scale of Yamame's back, Mamaji compares its vastness to the Pacific Ocean. Realizing her hands are far too small to cover it, normally she decides she must go full throttle and use her entire body to let loose with all her strength, finding the challenge of massaging such an immense space absolutely exhilarating. To tackle the vast area, Mamaji unleashes her special forehead massage technique, vigorously rubbing her head against Yamame's back. Yamame lets out a series of ecstatic vibrating cries as she thoroughly enjoys the high-speed pressure of the unique massage. Next, Mamaji works on Mimimi, praising her for not being stiff at all and taking excellent care of her body. Mimimi proudly explains that muscle stiffness is the natural enemy of beauty, prompting Mamaji to offer her a beauty-enhancing foot massage. Mimimi eagerly accepts, and Mamaji gets to work grinding into her foot while instructing her to speak up if it begins to hurt. Although Mimimi sweats profusely and struggles under the intense pain, she insists she is completely fine and begs Mamaji to continue. Taking this as a sign to proceed, Mamaji applies even more pressure to the foot, causing Mimimi to cry out in agony while trying to maintain her elegant demeanor. Iku and the other onlookers watch in suspense, deeply impressed by how Mimimi holds fast to her faith in beauty even when the treatment hurts like hell. Mimimi proudly extends her leg to show off her flexibility while the onlookers admire her elegance. Karen flusteredly yells that she has absolutely no interest in receiving a massage. However, Mamaji immediately diagnoses her with a condition she calls tsundere stiffness, leaving Karen to loudly object that she has never heard of such a thing. Mamaji explains that the constant strain of putting up a tough front places an immense amount of physical stress on a tsundere's muscles. To demonstrate her point, she reaches out and firmly squeezes a specific acupressure point on Karen's side. Karen instantly lets out a loud, involuntary cry of pain and pleasure, while Mamaji explains that the severity of the reaction corresponds directly to how stiff her muscles are. As a heavily blushing Karen pants and asks what was just done to her, Hikari happily requests Mamaji to keep pressing that exact spot, prompting Mamaji to continue the treatment and trigger a continuous stream of loud, uncontrollable cries from Karen. Hikari takes control of the massage and instructs Mamaji to try a long press next, which sends Karen into another fit of loud screaming. Hikari then commands Mamaji to hammer the spot, prompting Mamaji to deliver a heavy, rapid strike directly to Karen's back that leaves her grunting in deep physical pain. Hikari bursts into joyful, ringing laughter as she plays with Karen's reactions. Watching this, Hikari warmly reflects that Hikari looks exactly like she did as a young girl, wearing a beaming smile from having successfully discovered a brand new way to play with her favorite toy. Mamaji massages Rentara's face and diagnoses him with throb stiffness, causing him to let out a series of strange cries. Nearby, Natty proudly claims to have American stiffness, though Chiyo quickly warns her not to self-diagnose. Mamaji examines Natty and declares that she is not stiff anywhere. Natty happily attributes this to living as free as the wind and refusing to hold anything back, prompting Kusuri to question if that is a proper way for a responsible adult to behave. Natty admits that even she has to hold back sometimes, such as when she needs to use the bathroom, but jokes about opening the floodgates while watching TV, which leaves Karen deeply concerned. Meanwhile, Mamaji begins a painful foot massage on another girl, prompting Iku to step forward and request a treatment for herself. Mamaji refuses to give Iku a simple foot massage, insisting that her muscles are screaming for mercy and must be in extreme pain. Although Iku claims she is fine, Mamaji explains that she cannot ignore the cries of suffering muscles and begins aggressively massaging her. Iku collapses to the floor in total despair as her muscle soreness is completely cured, crying out over the loss of her beloved pain. Watching her reaction, the other girls realize that even the matchless masochist has a weakness. Akko sits on the floor while Momoji gives her a foot massage, letting out a pained but pleased cry. Momoji notes that she is administering the foot massage as requested, comparing Akko's intense reaction to a monster taking damage from recovery magic. Observing the scene from the side, Rin Bayo remarks to herself that it indeed seems Akko was undead. Momoji sits back and notes that she has successfully massaged everyone, praising the softness of their bodies. Kusuri enthusiastically thanks Momoji while Hahari declares her to be their messiah, and Mei and Meme ask how they might be able to repay her. Momoji's face turns dark as she confesses her deep love for touching soft things, eagerly asking the girls if she can rub some of the body parts she did not touch during the regular massages. Rather than doing anything inappropriate, Momoji simply targets their faces to satisfy her urges. She playfully rubs Hakara's cheeks, firmly pinches Chiyo's cheeks, and squishes Kusuri's cheeks, leaving all three of them with blissful, distorted expressions. Momoji happily squeezes, smooshes, and stretches the cheeks of Hakari, Chiyo, and Kusuri, declaring that she is a total sucker for all three of their cheeks. Meanwhile, Rentaro sweatily warns her never to bring up the word suckers around him again. Momoji praises Mei's soft, smooth hands while rubbing her face, and Mei politely invites her to squeeze her cheeks as well. Nearby, Hahari pats Rentaro on the head as he holds a lollipop, asking if he likes mommy and if he will marry her, to which Rentaro replies yes to the first question but immediately rejects the proposal. Suddenly, Mei catches Momoji off guard by pinning her down and executing a swift cross-arm lock right on the floor. Momoji tells Yamame that her mountainous chest greatly arouses her interest, leaving her flustered. She then nuzzles Rentaro's lean stomach and compares the sensation to how Kirby must feel, prompting Kusuri to question how she could possibly know what Kirby feels like. Momoji vigorously squeezes Yamame's arm and marvels at the massive muscles overflowing between her fingers, calling them dazzling arms. She further comments on Yamame's massive chest, calling them huge door knockers, while Yamame can only respond with a confused reply. Momoji approaches Mimimi and Nano to praise their long and slender legs. While a proud Mimimi readily agrees with the compliment, Momoji focuses on their thighs, admiring the contrasting absolute territory between Mimimi's bare skin and Nano's jet black tights. Declaring them to be the thighs of light and shadow, Momoji eagerly expresses her desire to handle both of them at the same time. Mimimi and Nano quickly comply, with Mimimi inviting Momoji to get her fill of her beautiful legs, while Nano calmly asks if this is how she wants them. Momoji ecstatically dives in to squeeze and stroke both of their thighs at once, thoroughly enjoying the contrasting physical sensations. Momoji next turns her attention to Karen and Iku, prompting a flustered Karen to defensively stammer that they do not have anything for her to grope. Realizing how her defensive comment might be interpreted, Karen angrily demands to know who claimed they have nothing to grope, while Iku quickly clarifies that she was not the one who said it. Momoji points out that both of them actually have incredibly toned behinds and immediately reaches out to poke both Karen and Iku, catching them both completely off guard. Momoji squeezes Karen's behind and notes that despite her prickly personality, her rear is incredibly soft and gentle, leaving a highly embarrassed Karen to yell at her to shut up, while secretly hoping Rentaro hears about her soft side. Momoji then squeezes Ika's firm rear, admiring the tight build of an athlete, though she politely declines when a proud Iku suggests trying to squeeze hard enough to tear it off. Chiyo points out that Nadi's cowgirl outfit puts all of her best features on display, prompting Momoji to ask if she can touch the spot where her behind and thighs meet. Nadi cheerfully gives her full permission to go ahead, and Momoji slowly brings her finger close to the target area as Nadi gasps in anticipation. Momoji gently pokes Nadi directly in the crease where her behind and thigh meet, prompting Chiyo to dramatically declare the physical union to be the butt-thigh peace treaty. Momoji begins to aggressively knead Nadi's behind, leading Chiyo to declare it the globally recognized marriage of butt and thighs. While Nadi enthusiastically tries to yell about freedom to cover her embarrassment, Rentaro points out her obvious discomfort, though Nadi insists that refusing the touch would not be very American. Chiyo decides it is time to move on to the next step, prompting Momoji to eagerly prepare her hands, as she declares that she is finally ready to dig into the main course of the group. Mamaji dives in to aggressively squeeze Yamame's chest, marveling at how incredibly soft and springy her hands feel as they sink completely into her body, while Yamame lets out a happy, relaxed sound from the treatment. Hikari eagerly asks Rentaro if he is listening to the 5-star review of her chest, prompting a highly annoyed Karen to ask if he is eager to try it out for himself. Karen then admits that she is actually quite glad to see Mamaji getting along so well with Hikari and the rest of the group. Hikari sits on her knees in pure euphoria, declaring her chest to be the gate to heaven. Chiyo looks on in utter disbelief, desperately tugging at her clothes to try and stop her embarrassing behavior. Mamaji suddenly steps forward and delivers a firm, heavy pat directly onto Hikari's chest, leaving a heavily blushing Hikari to let out an ecstatic cry of delight. Hikari is moved to tears of pure bliss by the warm, fluffy feeling of the touch, declaring it to be a literal world of softness. When a drooling Hikari eagerly suggests they can kiss next, Mamaji politely declines and explains she is only interested in savoring the physical touch. Mamaji turns her attention to Kakure and grabs hold of her chest, commenting on how large and fluffy they are compared to the Hanazono family. Highly startled and embarrassed by the sudden touch, Kakure screams out and completely vanishes into thin air, leaving a confused Mamaji standing on the roof. Kakure hides behind Mei's back and apologetically explains to Mamaji that she really wanted to let her touch her as thanks for the massage, but she is simply too shy and always hides when embarrassed. Mamaji calmly reassures her that it is totally fine. Mamaji adopts a highly intense, determined stance and vows that no matter where Kakure hides, she will chase her to the ends of the earth to get her hands on her, earning her the title of the Mominator. The other girls look around in confusion, trying to locate Mamaji after she suddenly disappears. Meanwhile, Kakure admits she had to hide again, prompting Mei to generously offer her behind for Kakure to hide behind whenever she needs. As Rentaro and Kakure reflect on how well everyone is getting along, Mamaji suddenly launches herself through the air like a missile to target Kakure. Instead of her target, Mamaji crashes directly into Rentaro, leaving Kakure to hide in embarrassment, while Rentaro frantically asks if Mamaji is all right. Mamaji wraps her arms around Rentaro's waist and points out that he still has not thanked her for the massages. A blushing Rentaro nervously replies that as a guy he does not have any soft parts that she would find interesting to touch. Mamaji gently presses Rentaro's lips and points out that even guys have soft parts right there. After a quiet moment of connection, Mamaji leans in and kisses Rentaro passionately on the lips. As the two a deep, close kiss, Mamaji reflects to herself that although she loves touching soft things, she has never felt a sensation quite like this in her entire life. Mamaji's eyes widen with intense emotion as she realizes that the deep physical connection of the kiss is completely beyond words. Mamaji continues her passionate kiss, leading a flustered Karen to demand to know why they are kissing so wildly. This triggers the rest of the girls, with Natty and Kusuri enthusiastically demanding some wild and crazy kissing of their own to bring the chapter to a chaotic, passionate conclusion. Natty happily walks down the street singing about country roads and planning a stop at McDonald's to enjoy her free life. Walking behind her, Chiyo trudges along in exhaustion, quickly recognizing Natty as she notices her walking ahead. Natty runs over to cheerfully greet Chiyo and asks what she is up to before heading home, but Chiyo simply waves her off and tells her to forget about it. Natty looks at Chiyo and tells her that she is free to keep to herself as much as she wants. Natty adds that when she looks at Chiyo trudging home like that, she cannot help but think she seems a little lonely. Natty treats Chiyo to a meal at McDonald's, noting that nothing represents America quite like a large Big Mac meal, while Chiyo expresses her gratitude. Natty encourages Chiyo to eat more than just small fries, but Chiyo explains she needs to save room for dinner. As Natty eagerly bites into her burger, Chiyo tells her to pick between talking and eating. Chiyo asks Natty about a nearby public park and reveals that some of her classmates have been smoking cigarettes there. This news causes Natty to choke on her drink, prompting Chiyo to ask why she even ordered a soft drink in the first place. Chiyo explains that she has been visiting the park every day to persuade her classmates to quit smoking, though she has not made any progress. Hearing this, Natty suggests that she should just report them to a teacher. Chiyo admits that she threatened to do exactly that, but the delinquents only mocked her, claiming they were not afraid of teachers and arguing that getting expelled would only make their behavior worse. Chio laments that her classmates are going to continue disrupting public morals. Noting that Natty is a teacher, Chio asks if Natty intends to deal with them using her fists. Chio quickly declares that violence is out of the question, prompting Natty to suggest engaging in psychological warfare by sending threatening letters instead. Chio refuses the idea of threatening letters, explaining that she wants to resolve the issue properly by doing the right thing. Frustrated Natty tells Chio to just leave them alone, arguing that it is their own funeral if they want to keep smoking. Chio firmly states that as the class president she cannot stand by and must keep trying to persuade her classmates until they finally understand. Chio apologizes for raising her voice, but Natty reassures her and says she is glad to help her vent. Natty asks Chio to keep their conversation a secret from the family, and as Natty leaves with her leftover fries, Chio quietly notes that Natty is just as Japanese as she is. The next day, the group of girlfriends discusses Totoro with various members offering their own unique interpretations of what he actually is. As Chio walks past her friends, Mimimi comments on how busy she has been lately. Rin offers her a chocolate marshmallow, but Chio politely declines and explains she is just running a small errand, while Mei offers to help if needed. Chio bids the group farewell for the day, prompting Karen to tease her about the serious goodbye. Meanwhile, a silent Natty and Rentaru watch Chio walk away. At the public park, the two delinquent classmates are squatting together and smoking cigarettes while praising the habit. As the two delinquents continue to smoke, someone suddenly calls out their names. Chio appears and firmly reminds them that minors should not be smoking, but the two girls angrily mock her and tell her to value her own youth instead. Chio explains that she returns every day because she cannot ignore her classmates' misbehavior as class president, but the delinquents only continue to insult her role. Chio demands that they hand over their cigarettes, but the girls flatly refuse, arguing about the high cost of the cigarettes compared to a volume of Jump comics. Chio suggests that they spend their money on manga instead, arguing that it is a much better hobby for junior high students, but the delinquents argue back that their allowance would not even cover the East Blue arc of One Piece. The delinquents complain that series like 100 Kanojo cost even more than cigarettes, and are bad for the brain, leaving a highly frustrated Chio to shiver in anger, as she desperately resolves to fix this situation and wonders why they cannot just follow the rules. Chio catches herself and adjusts her glasses, realizing that if she continues down this path of frustration, she might end up resorting to forcibly taking the cigarettes away. Overwhelmed by her frustration, Chio begins to sniffle and cry, prompting the delinquents to mockingly ask why she is crying and if she has a bellyache. Despite her tears, Chio remains determined to do things the right way as the class president, while the delinquents surprisingly show concern by offering her medicine and deciding to buy her some water. Suddenly, Natty bursts onto the scene riding a squeaky playground spring horse, loudly proclaiming that the American patroller has arrived. The delinquents and Chio watch in complete bewilderment as Natty executes a wild rodeo stunt on the playground equipment. As Natty finishes her stunt, one of the delinquents blankly tells her to go patrol America, while Natty proudly repeats her introduction. Natty commands the minors to stop smoking, but the delinquents angrily snap back, questioning who she is to order them around and telling her to set her own house in order first. Natty accepts their defiance and warns that if they are not interested in talking, she will have to resort to dragging them along on her rampaging rodeo. Natty uses a lasso to drag the two delinquents behind her spring horse, ignoring their protests, as they call the bizarre stunt a public execution. Natty continues dragging them to force them into obedience, leaving the terrified delinquents completely petrified by her wild behavior. Natty enthusiastically spins her lasso, declaring it to be her American Justice lasso. Natty suddenly sweeps her lasso and snags Chio as well, dragging her along too, as a panicked Chio screams about child abuse. Shocked by the raw power of the display, the two delinquents decide to run away, while they still have the chance, prompting Natty to shout after them to wait. Natty loudly warns the fleeing girls to swear they will never smoke another cigarette until they grow up, promising that the American patroller will hunt them down indefinitely if they do. The delinquents desperately agree to her terms as they run off, leaving a dazed Chio to watch them make their escape. Rentaru watches from behind a tree and reveals that he had followed Chio to help her out with his own prepared solution, but he silently thanks Natty for resolving the situation first. Later that evening, Chio and Natty sit on the park swings. Chio argues that while they got the delinquents to stop, Nadi's methods were far too reckless for a teacher, and the ends did not justify the means. Chio insists they must obey the rules as student and teacher, prompting a quiet smile from Nadi as she secretly admires Chio's beautiful ideals and firm resolve. Nadi tells Chio that if she has to force herself to shoulder a burden she cannot handle just to obey the rules, then those are not rules she should be obeying in the first place. Nadi gently lifts Chio's chin and admits that looking at Chio is like looking at her past self, recalling how she used to unquestioningly follow parental rules and obligations, until she discovered her destiny in an American action movie. Nadi explains that studying American lifestyle taught her that a free life means having the freedom to prioritize oneself, advising Chio to make herself a top priority when needed, and to blaze her own trails, which deeply touches Chio. Two police officers suddenly arrive at the park and ask to interview them, revealing they received a report of a strangely dressed woman attacking junior high students. A nervous Nadi tells the officers they can ask anything, but quickly fumbles her words, eventually revealing her real Japanese name, Yamato Nadeshiko, and admitting she is 24 years old. Chio sweats nervously as she reflects on Nadi's bizarre attire, but she tries to stay calm and reasons that everything should be fine if they just cooperate and explain that Nadi did not actually harm the delinquents. Nadi begins to cry in sheer terror and repeatedly apologizes to the police officers. Seeing her teacher in such a helpless, terrified state, Chio suddenly feels a strong urge to intervene. Recalling Nadi's advice to blaze her own trails, Chio decides to abandon proper procedure to protect her teacher, asking the officers if Nadi is currently under arrest. Since Nadi is not detained, Chio quickly grabs her hand and announces that they must excuse themselves, dashing away from the stunned officers as Nadi calls out her name in surprise. As they flee the park together, Chio panics over her uncharacteristic act of running away and lying to the police, while a deeply touched Nadi blushes as she stares warmly at her. The next day, the officers conclude that the report was likely a crank call, especially with the bizarre detail about a DJ hiding behind a tree. Meanwhile, Chio is suddenly approached at school by the two delinquent girls who apologize to her. Chio is shocked to find that the delinquents have completely styled themselves in her image because they found her so cool, and they casually reveal that their cigarettes were actually toys all along, leaving Chio completely stunned. The two girls mimic Chio's strict posturing, leaving a deeply embarrassed Chio to scream and beg them to stop to bring the chapter to a comedic end. Chapter 72 begins with the group gathered together when Nano suddenly gets bread stuck in her throat, prompting Kusuri to tease her about her usual claims of chewing being inefficient. Kusuri quickly hands Nano a bottle of tea, and Nano gratefully gulps it down to clear her throat. Suddenly, a loud steam sound erupts and Nano completely vanishes, leaving only her clothes behind and sending Rentaro and the girls into a panic, until Nano's calm voice calls out that she is right there.